Hello. Few hours after President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria suspended the central bank governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the Nigerian DSS arrested the man in Lagos. In Nairobi, Kenya, Kenyan foreign affairs officials announced yesterday that Romania has recalled its ambassador to Kenya. Romania has also apologized after the ambassador compared Africans to monkeys. Ambassador Daragos Tigua made the comment during a meeting at a UN building in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, on April 26, 2023. The man was quoted to have said that the African group, has joined us when he saw a monkey outside a window. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, we have a special guest. You can recall that the Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker, Mr. Obasa, said that he plans to pass new property and business ownership laws that will favor only Lagos indigenes. Also, in Kaduna State, a video showed former Governor Nasir el Rufai boasting that the Muslim ticket that he initiated in Kaduna will last for over 20 years. On our show today, Professor Obi Nwakanma reacts to these developments and many more in Nigeria. Obi Nwakanma is a poet, critic, scholar, newspaper columnist, writer, public intellectual, professor of English at the University of Central Florida. He's also the author of Christopher Okigbo, 1930 to 1967, Testing for Sunlight. He will join us to explain that and many more. Professor.
Prof, can you hear me? I can't hear what you're saying, but it's good to be here.
Oh, no, sorry. I said thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's nice to have you this beautiful Sunday.
Thank you too.
Let's start by showing our viewers, those who are watching and those who have not seen it, the video of what happened yesterday in Lagos. All right. That was the former central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele. What is your take on what has happened to the fall of Godwin Emefiele? Were you surprised?
I'm not quite surprised. If there's any surprise, it is that Mr. Emefiele has just been the sole recipient of some kind of collective retribution. But that I mean that given that the central bank governor is not the only, villain, if you like, in this narrative, in this story. Um, my take is to ask the question: where are the others? He's not. He's a central bank governor, but he's not this. He had an employer, and he had somebody from whom he took directives, and he had also somebody to whom he reported. But beyond all that, is that the central bank, even though he was the CBN governor, was a collective responsibility. Now, it is not surprising to me that the current interim regime, because as far as I'm concerned, the man who's currently being addressed as president is not yet president until the courts fully affirm his legitimacy. I'm not saying he won't be. I'm just saying that the presidency of Nigeria is still under dispute until the courts fully establish the status of this administration. Having said that, I do not think that this is a surprising move, given that um, Emefiele, one, has been on the list, on the max man spot for this administration, which, in a sense, sort of considers him an adversary to the president. That's one. So I'm not very surprised. I'm just only shocked that Nigerians are shocked by this development.
All right. So you mentioned that where are the rest? But
Yeah,
this is some people are saying this is just the beginning. So
mhm.
that the president has to start from somewhere.
The interim president.
The interim president, the way you
Mhm,
any way you call him, but yeah, yeah,
mhm,
he's still the man in charge. That he has to start from somewhere.
mhm.
Do you agree with that?
Well, of course, he has to start from somewhere, but perhaps he has to start from himself, from the circle around him, and they are not. First of all, the man he makes um, acting governor of the CBN is director of operations. Yeah, he was involved in every particular decisions taken in the CBN. He was the man in charge of operations, just so you know, right? Not just the CBN governor. So let's say he wants real accountability and real reform. He should have gone in a different direction, right? Not to appoint the point man of the central bank governor, whom he is now, um, you know, uh, detaining. By the way, there's a constitutional, legal issue around the arrest and detention of the CBN governor, who has a time limit according to the terms of his, yeah, of his appointment. And second, the president does not have the right to issue an arrest order on the CBN governor. It is illegitimate order. The only person, or the only institution that can do that is the authority of the Attorney General through the courts. And there's no Attorney General, right? Second, the National Assembly is the only institution under the Constitution because it has the, the power of the purse to investigate the central bank and the central bank governor. So this, as a matter of fact, is illegitimate action just on the very principles of legality. Okay? And this is a democracy. You cannot just go detain a man simply because you don't agree with him. You have to let the systems of law and order take place. So I think that to say, well, these are beginnings. Well, let's say that the president, interim president, and when he becomes fully president, wants to clear the audience table, he has to do it the right way, which is write a letter to the National Assembly and say, please under these basic provisos, want the central bank to be investigated and then sent to the Attorney General for prosecution. That's how it's done in in societies where you have the rule of law. And as a matter of fact, in my view, this, even if it's the beginning, is not the right steps yet.
All right. Um, there are reports that he's facing charges for sponsoring terrorism and management of the economy. What do you make of that?
Are you talking about the Mayfield guy that's just been removed?
Yes.
How would he be sponsoring terrorism from the CBN? Does the central bank governor have an army? Well, okay. So another question you have to ask: what is the basis of the report? If you say the central bank governor has been sponsoring terrorism, does the National Security Agency have a full report on this? Does Nigerian police have a full report? In fact, it should be a police matter. And then that report should be made public with clear evidence. The central bank governor may have all kinds of things. I'm not, by the way, I need to put this on record. I'm not defending Emefiele. I'm not his lawyer. I do not have the intentions. As a matter of fact, I do not think that he did well as CBN governor. But I'm saying that there's nothing Emefiele would have done in office without the backing of the former president, who was his direct boss. Okay, so if you are going to arrest Emefiele, the first person to arrest is President Buhari, ex-President Buhari, who was his boss. And what was the other question? What was the other accusation?
Mismanaging the economy.
How would he mismanage? He does not manage the economy. The economy is managed by the president, okay, who gives direction to all the agencies under his care. It is not, unless it is proven that Emefiele disregarded orders from the president of the federation, then you can accuse him of mismanaging the economy. Emefiele does not have the autonomy of action to A, mismanage the economy, B, if there is a track, if there's a process by which some kind of external funding through the CBN is used to finance terrorism, well, let them show us the facts and who were the beneficiaries of the sludge fund used by the CBN by CBN governor directly to fund terrorism. These are very bogus and very serious charges, but they cannot fly in the face of the structures of authority in place that governs the Nigerian Federation. This is the point. We should not treat Nigerians like idiots.
Okay. So, what do you think should happen now? Because the DSS, as we know, and historically, they are not open to, they don't normally explain their actions. And the government has not appointed people like you're talking about the Attorney General. There's no Attorney General yet. And the National Assembly, they are not yet seated. So, what should happen?
Well, my view is that this is a preemptive strike. It is not a legitimate strike. Now, what should happen? I have no idea. I mean, my problem with Nigeria at the moment is that it is not a nation under the rule of law. There's no legitimate authority in place. The Supreme Court, the National Assembly, all institutions that ought to provide oversight to some of the actions currently taking place are not in place. So we have an elephant in a china shop. Okay, and I really do not know what will happen except for the Nigerian public to remind the current authorities about the limits of their power and to make sure that they do not give Mr. Emefiele the grounds to escape real justice when justice is therefore demanded on him. Okay, which means that by illegitimately detaining him, they are also giving him grounds to make claims against the Federation of Nigeria. We already have too many, unpaid legal, you know, um, you know, we do have, we have people who have sued the federal government for illegal detentions, and we are paying for it. This could be part of it, and I'm just saying that they should let Mr. Mefele be and put him under proper investigation, not detain him. There is no place in the world that a Mefele can run to. Okay, not intimidate him, not harass him. Let him face justice as justice must be faced. This is my suggestion. But what I know is that under this tradition of power, Nigeria uses the DSS, which is under the direct authority of the president, not under the oversight of other institutions of governance, to harass the perceived opponents of anybody in power. That's the dangerous thing that we're doing. And I think that if any reforms must be conducted, if there has to be any reform, it has to start with these institutional defects that govern some of our critical institutions, like the DSS. It has to be reformed. Okay? Like the police. Of course, the CBN has to be reformed. The presidency itself, the civil service, there are all kinds of institutions crying for reform. And the use of the DSS in this particular case and not the police shows that we are still harking back to a militarized social system that does not speak to our desire for true, transparent, democratic society.
Now, you mentioned that whatever crime that Emefiele committed,
May
that
have
they,
committed or allegedly commits.
yeah, whatever he allegedly committed,
Mhm.
that the president should also be, the former president should be questioned because
Yes,
he was taking instruction from him, and then the attorney general.
yes.
Some people on social media, they've mentioned that there are so many governors, past governors, those that left office a few days ago, that also should be questioned, that nothing has happened to them. Do you feel the same way too?
I do feel the same way. It is, but it is not the duty of this president, okay, to arrest and detain. That's not his job. His job is to propose to the institutions, okay. For instance, if the if there has to be an investigation, it is say the Zamfara state government, all right, its assembly must investigate the governor. Look, we have a federal system. If they feel that they have to investigate the former governor, they have to investigate the federal governor, unless the crimes committed by the governor is a federal crime. In which case, therefore, the National Assembly and the federal police and the Nigerian police will come in. But the legitimate authority established by the Constitution that can investigate and sanction and propose for prosecution the governors of these states are their established assemblies.
Now, you mentioned Zamfara, and we know the stories that were coming out of Zamfara all through last week,
Mhm,
between the new governor and
mhm,
his effort to recover property that were taken by the former governor. It's
mhm,
also that kind of story is playing out in Kano State,
mhm,
where you have a new governor from NNPP
mhm,
trying to make corrections, he said, about what the former governor Ganduje did.
mhm,
And Ganduje, we know, is around the president most of the time. And
mhm.
whatever happened to the EFCC and all those institutions?
Well, again, that's a good question. The AFCC is also already compromised, or at least as we understand it, the current authorities, and I need to understand it. I don't know if the institutions are autonomous, or the if the powers of this institution are consecrated in or on the single individuals that run them. Otherwise, the DG of EFSCC should have stepped aside while the institution takes care of all these processes. But again, we need to pay attention to the structure of the federation. There are federal offenses and there are state offenses. The EFCC can, I think, intervene in matters where federal funds are involved. But if they are state funds, although it's a bit tricky to determine what constitutes state funds and what constitutes federal funds in this case. But if there are funds generated by the state, governed by the state, administered by the state, and have no allocations or have no attenuations from the federal government, therefore, it means that the federal government has no business intervening. But under the federal principle, the state assembly with the attorney general's office, normally properly constituted, should be the ones trying to make a case against these governors and trying to recover and trying to issue legal actions against these former administrations. My argument is simple: let us do things properly, legally, and within the bounds of the rule, of the rule of law. That's my argument, and I'm not arguing for any other thing other than not giving these guys grounds to claim, innocence, or to claim some kind of technicality that would, um, release them from responsibility and consequence. Um, I think that the Zamfara case is one example of the kind of perfidy that we have long tolerated in Nigeria. And in the Zamfara, in a state that is so poor, so malignantly poor, that you cannot, you just can't understand why a governor can seize the meager property of the state to personal use. That, I think, is the is the larger question. What can be done, therefore, to retrieve this this property of the state? I think the initiative must start from the states through their well-established assemblies and through the legal institution of the Attorney General's office.
All right. Last time we had you on the show was before the election.
Right.
And the election is over now, and the case is in court with people challenging the election of President Bola Tinubu. What do you make of the challenges from Peter B and Abubakar Atiku and the rest?
Well, my take on that is that this election, well, everybody knows, most people know, let me put it this way, that the election was a sham election. All the promises made by the electoral body, all the fail-safe agreements were shattered by the conduct of the election. And that in itself puts the legitimacy of the ballot to question. Secondly, from what we understand, the results are showing a disparity from what was announced. The results in the so-called DVA, what do they call it? RF are showing different different facts from what we announced by the INEC DG. So the way I look at it at this point is that I'm keeping my powder dry until the courts do their job. And once all the facts come in and the judgment is announced, then we can conclusively say the elections are over or not. Now, people have expressed doubts that the courts can render justice. I'll give them benefit of doubt. I have my concerns, but um, I prefer to give the courts at this stage the benefit of doubt. If the doubts therefore prove, if the courts prove that they can deliver justice, hurrah! But if they prove that they cannot, then we take the argument to the next level. We begin to examine closely the wheres and the wherefores of this election, and if we must therefore make a statement, we'll make it on the side of history, which is that from what we see currently, the elections were deeply flawed. The obvious facts as they are emerging indicate that the results of this election were falsified.
Are you going to accept whatever the Supreme Court rules?
Am I?
Yeah, because
The
that's the
question
question.
should be: should Nigerians accept
Yeah.
whatever? Well, I don't want to personalize it because I'm just a single citizen, right? On 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 a personal note, I will be utterly devastated, but my response will be immaterial. Now, but if a collective of Nigerians see that justice has been made, has been served, and appropriately so, and they wish to see that justice has been signed, have been served, and move on, I will accept it. I'm a Democrat, okay? But if the Nigerians themselves see and feel that justice has not been served and are compelled to right the cause of justice by all means necessary, I will join in the examination of the conditions that will give rise to justice. First of all, a public, let's say, I'm first of all a journalist, right? I decide not to be partisan at some point, but I'm also a citizen, which means that I have my eyes where my interests are. My interest is the progress of the society to which I belong. And if it has to happen that most people would take the course of public justice, because natural justice also says public justice is justice, I will support it by all means necessary.
Okay. How
I
did?
hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Yeah.
that it is a question left not just to the individual, but the collective of Nigerians who feel themselves patriotic enough to rise against any perception of injustice as delivered or not delivered by the courts of the Federation.
Okay. For those watching, in a few more minutes, we are going to let you in and you can get the opportunity to talk to our guest, Professor Obi Nwakanma. What about the state level? How do you think the elections, the state level, how did it go for you?
Again, watching from the distance, as soon as people began to feel, um, as soon as that sense of injustice crept in from the first elections, from the federal elections, um, two things happened. One, people became disillusioned very quickly. They could no longer feel that the electoral process could guarantee, their mandate. Many of them chose not to participate any longer. But those who also participated, many also felt, and we saw this in Lagos, that the results that were announced did not reflect the public will, even in the state elections. In the Imo state election, for instance, I heard that many people were disenfranchised and many results were announced that did not reflect the votes cast. So the election was particularly gruesome in its, in its outcomes, and that's the general thing. What to do with it? I think that the next phase of our, our democratic life will have to be on how to really, really, really establish process that will guarantee that full adult suffrage, is respected. And I don't know how that's going to happen. Perhaps we need to go back to the organization of elections as local mandates rather than as federal mandates. In other words, communities and councils take charge of their own elections and not some bogus federal organization.
Now, people look at what happened at the state level. They point at Abia State as a sign that things are changing, even if it's gradual, that people were able to elect Soti against the trend or the idea that a governor will find a way to put their preferred candidates. That in Abia State, it didn't happen. What do you make of that election in Abia State?
Well, two things. Well, first is that Ikbazu is as the former governor, is reputed to be far. I don't know how to put it. He allowed the ball, slip from his fingers, so to say. Second is he does not apparently have the brutal streak. I don't think anything was at stake for him personally, in terms of who returns to power. He was busy dancing with the G5 and changing clothes like as though he was busy doing the theater of it rather than the groundwork of it. He went around this circus of the G5, and Abia was taken from him. Okay, that's one. Two is that I'm still keeping my eye on Alex Oti. Okay, and I'm still wondering if there were no compromises, because you don't forget that Alex Oti was APC not long before then. Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm at this point a little bit skeptical, but if that indeed is the trend, and we see that it's happening in Nimo, happening in Anambra, in Enugu, in Ebonyi, in Rivers, around the corners, then we might begin to say, well, stuff is happening. But it so happens that the public will in Abia State was expressed, and luckily people, it was respected. But I suspect it might be tokenism. Yeah, it might be some tokenist response in order not to overwhelm the system, and because people are really ready to erupt if the results were misdirected.
All right, we're going to talk about. Sorry, I wanted to say that we're going to talk about the main reason why we brought you here, which has to do with the proposed law in Lagos about property and business ownership. But before then, and then your work, because we're going to talk about your work, your books you've written, and other things. But before then, I want to play you this video of something that happened in the Senate in Nigeria.
I went through one of my best time in life in the Senate, and also went through one of my difficult period. Also in the Senate. Before I came to the Senate, before I came into politics, I can buy anything body can buy. I'm not a thief. Those that put me in prison, no reason they put me in prison. They took over all my businesses and want to kill me. But I survived it. I'm in the Senate with you people. It's not the end to what we have done. It's not the end to United Nigeria. It's not the end to Brothers Keeper. But these senators I called were with me. I never lacked. When the PDP that I was its governor for 2 terms was being formed, I brought every money they used in forming that party. Every penny in 1997 and 98. And I later became a thief. And people I gave transport money from my house in VI became agents. This is what Nigeria represents. I want to thank my colleagues for giving me these 4 years of uninterrupted support. Because this country is not fair to so many of us. I built this country, I employed 30,800 workers. People employing nobody, and nobody asked them their source of wealth. I have 3 factories in Lagos, Nigeria. I have 2 factories in Ota, build manufacturing. I have 3 factories in Aba, manufacturing. And I'm a thief. And people that cannot explain where their source of wealth come from, they are not thieves. I leave everything in the hands of God. May God.
All right. That was Oji Zokalo, Senator, said that this country is not fair to some of us. Did he just found out that the country is not fair?
Well, some of us are saying to Oji Zokalo, good morning, just as Ojuku said to Kent Sarowa in 1994, when he suddenly discovered that the country was not fair. Well, the question for a lot of Oji Zokalo's interrogators and critics would be, fair to whom? That's the question. I don't think he answered that question properly. We should ask him, what does he mean by the country is not fair to some of us? Does it mean that he has finally discovered what the Igbo have been saying since 1970, since 1983, 1987, and since the rise of this Fourth Republic? He has always subverted the collective will of his people, The mandate that he always sought was always the Ojuzokalu PLC mandate, not the collective mandate. So, and then you need to understand the context from which he's speaking. Now, the battle has been on the Senate presidency. Ojuzokalu is making a move to be president of the Senate of Nigeria in this 10th assembly. Well, I understand a couple of his colleagues have thrown it on his face that he was under indictment by the EFCC and was jailed for 6 months and removed on technicality, and that he has some case against him. This is the basis upon which he's saying, I'm not a thief. He is crying before his colleagues and not before Nigerians, saying to them, I've formed the PDP, I've funded it, but it's not in the PDP. Yeah? And the question is, funded the PDP with whose money? Yeah? And second point of it is, did he really fund the PDP? And the question that I'm personally interested in asking him is, on what basis should Nigerians, accept the premise of his call for injustice, since he himself had argued vociferously that his own people were not ready for the presidency? So, I guess those things you say without thought can come back to haunt you. And that's what's going on with Ozi Kalu today. His politics has come back to haunt him. And he has no backing from from his primary constituency. That's the sad part of it.
Let me show this video of his efforts during the campaign to get the support of the current president.
Mama is ready. Come and receive your guest now.
Mama is coming. Mama.
I do the traditional one. Yoruba ballet.
That is Speaker of the House of Reps. How are you, ma?
I'm fine. I know you.
Yeah. How are you?
I know. I know.
How is he? I mean, apart from Sam Bakwe, can you?
I think I need to take this from you because I think you have a difficulty asking this question. What does it mean now?
Yeah, I mean,
political theater. That's what it is. It is theater. You know, his play. Remember, this was after he had raised the hands of Lawan, when he thought the wind was going in Lawan's way. After Lawan failed and Bola Ahmed Tinubu triumphed in the APC, primaries, Ojizo Kalu swung 360 degrees and began to talk about Igbo Yoruba don't thought. Okay? This is typical Oji. He has played the game of the proconsul, and has played the Machiavellian game, and he has played a the history of Ojizo's politics is the history of I'm trying to find the right word to use in this context. But what comes to my mind is that it is always about Ojizo Kalu. It is there's no high moral ground on which that politics is placed. Yeah, it's what it is.
All right, let's go to
that's what it is. What you see is what you get.
Yeah. Let's go to one more thing. Virtually every week now, we get tweets from lawyers representing Nnamdi Kanu, saying that his health is not in good shape, and pleading with the DSS and the government to let him go and see a doctor, go for surgery. They said he has ear infection. What do you make of what he's going through and what the reaction of the government? Some people were thinking that the past government will free him. What do you think of his plight?
Okay. I want to use this opportunity to express immense, sympathies for Nnamdi Kanu. I don't think it is justified to hold him in the first place. There is no law in Nigeria that can justify his continuous incarceration. The courts of freedom. The last administration just wanted to hold him to prove a point that it could. Nnamdi Kanu is a political prisoner. He is not a criminal. He has not broken any laws of the Federation. He is a political prisoner. And what has happened here is that those who have held him are just trying to prove the point that they could. And nothing can happen. The Southeasterners, the Igbo governors, the representatives, people have spoken up to say, well, please release Nnamdi Kanu. I have no doubts at all that, anybody who is holding Nnamdi Kanu is holding him A, against his will, B, against the rules of the Constitution of the Federation, C, against the judgment of the courts of Nigeria, and what that means is that his plight is unjustified. That's one. Second, we the Igbo have a saying, Onye gara n'ụlọ mgbada, ga-agba nkwa mgbada. It means if you go to the home of the antelope, you dance the dance of the antelope. It means that anybody who has put himself forward for revolutionary action must actually also be prepared to face, the consequences of their defiance. And I think that what we need to actually accept at this moment is that Nnamdi Kanu is defiant of injustice, and he has proved himself to be capable of holding on to his principles, which is that he stands for justice for Biafrans, as he says it. Yeah, that's as simple as that. Whatever happens to him, I think he was prepared for it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have embarked on this journey. Okay. Saying therefore that you and I will make our own demands for him to be released. Whether we do that or not, ultimately, our call must be based on a certain kind of realism, which is that maybe we are speaking to deaf and dumb authorities. They may not be clearly hearing us. If they're hearing us, they're not listening to us. And if they're not listening to us, they are actually compelling people to take the alternative action. And I've said this before. You can push people up to a particular extent, and they can, they can enjoy it and enjoy it and enjoy it until you reach the limits of people's capacity. This is what I think is the dangerous part of what they're doing with Nnamdi Kanu. Because at this point, they've made Nnamdi Kanu a hero of the young generation of Igbo people who think that is one speaking for them. They have basically made a hero of Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu may die in prison and he becomes a martyr, and that'd be the most dangerous thing they would have created. You do not want a hero who is absent. Okay? That's the point. You want to solve a problem by making certain that that guy you have kept away comes out and assumes his normal human guise. Otherwise, you're going to create a god. Okay? That is the dangerous thing for the Nigerian government. If Nnamdi Kanu succumbs to ill health in prison, Nigeria will rue it.
Now, the governors of Enugu State and Anambra State at different times have called for him to be released. Recently, the governor of Enugu State, Governor Mbadi, the new governor, tried something that the governor of Anambra State tried when he came in first, which was to end the sit at home, Monday sit at home across the East, and it failed. What do you make of that? What is the solution to that?
Well, you see, again, I've spoken, and I think I did speak on this program once about Igbo cultural psychology, which a lot of people do not understand. Igbo are not people you bully. The Igbo actually created non-violent, political action, which means they would sit you out. Okay, defiance movement. The Igbo will not engage you violently, but they will sit you out. Once the Igbo agree to a political project, you cannot bully them. The more you bully them, the stronger they get, the more they organize. And the Igbo have organizational capacity. See, any people who face One Direction to town union meetings once a week across the world are not unorganized people. People are highly organized people through the markets. And the problem with the organization is that it's diffuse, connected. Okay, it's so diffused that you cannot find the actual head of it. All these people talking to you about being leaders of the Igbo, they are talking nonsense. The Igbo know where their leaders are, but you don't know. Okay, and it's so diffused that the only time that this issue will be resolved is if you find who these leaders of the Igbo are, and you are not likely to find it because they are masked. They are ordinary people. They are not, they're not the people you see in the newspapers making noise. Okay, they are people who have the attention of cellular groups, and it is when they meet that this problem will end. If they say, okay, our people have spoken, let everybody go home, that will end. And it will end when you release Nnamdi Kanu. And it will end. See, this matter is beyond Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu may even issue an order, and people will say, go and sit down. It's not about you. Okay? It is to understand how the Igbo are organized. And these people have no idea. The Igbo organization is complex. It is cellular, but it is connected. And the way you stop this is to see, this is the reason why between 1900 and 1930, the British found it difficult to settle Igbo land because they could not understand who to talk to. Even when they created, the so-called warrant chiefs, people said, all right, you've created, and it took the women to dismantle the warrant chiefs because it didn't belong to the Igbo. They would allow them up to a certain extent. The Igbo are very complex people with complex organizations. So what I say to what the governor of Enugu has just done is, from whom did he get his mandate? When he answers that question, then the people will listen. Okay? He has to derive his mandate from the sources that are telling people don't step out.
Now, people are dying. People are dying in the southeast.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like this before.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the organization? Why is it that nobody can stop the killing of people in the southeast?
Because the killing is not happening from the southeast. This is the point. And there's resistance in the southeast. People are being killed. The question is, who is masterminding the deaths? Rudolph, you are an Igbo person. You know that in your community, if people are killers, everybody will know who they are. And they'll be outed. I mean, this is a fact. There is nobody in Igbo society today who can tell you that these and these and these and these are the people doing this stuff. They will be outed. And so the point therefore is, who has recruited and whom have they recruited to do the killings in Igbo land? It is not, I'm not saying that the people who might be doing it may not be Igbo names or are not Igbo people, but I'm saying that these may not have their sources in the communities. That's what. Two, I think that the more crucial question is, how and why did they dismantle the economic capacity of the East? Because that's where the problem lies. The deliberate attempt to dismantle productivity in the East through lack of credit, lack of, look, don't forget that up till 2020, the Southeast was the most peaceful part of Nigeria until the Buhari administration introduced, through his pro-consular elements, violence in the East. This is clear. We know that the situation in the East is truly externally compelled.
Are you saying that Buhari was the person responsible?
But the Buhari administration and his security goons were involved and have been and were. So I'm saying that this is a, this is a form of artifice. This is a compelling moment in our history when a federal government attempted to dismantle and undermine a region of the Federation as if it was at war.
All right. Now, let me show you a video. You mentioned my community and what they are doing. Let me show you a video of a security outfit that was set up because people are fed up with the situation. And let's watch.
You can see it. This is Nobi. This is Nobi. Men on patrol. We arrived to Nobi. So I Nobu come on for batting. We don't come to show Nobi say, make them relax their mind, make them no fear. We didn't know we fully did their back to help them. I got in there any need for that. We are rapid response men. We have our rapid response team, our official squad that are very ready and very good to go. Our gallant squad that are good to go. To discharge effectively, we are ready. This is Nobi, as you can see. These are gallant men. We ask the people of Nobi, when you see whatever that is not complying or aligning with the peace of society, don't negotiate it. Put call. All you need is accurate information. Information is security. Forget how we go do them. You don't see them. This is Nobi. This is Nobi. We are here to discharge. We are here to see support the neighboring villages, the neighboring towns, like Ojo, like Nobi, all the villages around. We are ever ready to support them to eradicate and fish out the bad eggs in the town. Thank you.
All right. So that's where we are now.
Right. So Rudolph, what you just showed me sort of supports my argument that even community response to this is clearly reflecting the fact that these people don't know who is doing what. They say, if you know, come out and tell us, and we are prepared to fish them out. These communities are clear about it. And now what you have seen is a clear self-help, effort. Now, the dangerous thing about this clear self-help effort is it could, in the end, congeal into a certain kind of personalized army. That's the dangerous part. And we need to dismantle this very quickly after it's done its job. Now, the problem I have also with it is the loud militaristic methods it's using. Security does not have to be loud. Okay? People must create what we call inter-clan security initiatives, as it used to be in the old Igbo society, where clans had mutual defense parts, but you didn't see them. These are not. They didn't need to show a strength of. I mean, they didn't need to show their strength through loud sirens. Okay, and I think, however, that more and more of these will crop out in the East when people begin to use, the old vigilante methods to contain what is going on. But my hope is that at some point the larger Southeast communities will come together, agree to a security and emergency program that will be more subtle, that will be very sophisticated, and that will be run fairly centrally.
All right. Let's go to where we are almost out of time. Let's go to what happened in Lagos. We had the Speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly announced that he's going to propose new laws. We've not seen the text of the law that will give advantage, favor the indigenes of Lagos in business, land ownership, property ownership, and business ownership. What do you take? What is your take on that?
Well, okay, I like to approach this from these three directions. One, from the constitutional question that the Nigerian constitution does not recognize indigenship, recognizes citizenship. The Lagos state government cannot make such a law, period. Even if it does, it will be an illegal, at the core of the union is the protection of individual rights, including individual property rights. Yeah? You cannot make laws that are discriminatory that cannot be challenged. If you do that and they're challenged, either in the course of law or in the course of public opinion, it falls apart. Now, the question I've always asked is, why do people worry about these kinds of ignorance? I mean, I'm told that the speaker of this assembly studied law. I mean, this chap is talking like a totally ignorant person. He has no locus, he cannot make that law. Even if it does, it will be an unenforceable law. First, even if the Nigerian court, even if the Supreme Court is so fractured and so corrupt that it accepts that law, well, my view would be, okay, you would have justified the grounds for secession, because that's what it's saying. To deny citizens other parts of Nigeria the right to own property in Lagos is a call for secession. That's one. Okay, it is an act of defense against the federal constitution of Nigeria, which in a sense means it is a call for secession. That's one. Two, it will then compel people to move their money out of Lagos. Perhaps that's what Lagos needs, for people to move their resources out of Lagos. I said to them, go ahead and do that law. Make that law. Let's see you make it. People should not be intimidated by this crass response to our political environment. Two things. The speaker of the current speaker is an ignorant man. His law degree from Lagos State University is wash. I don't know who gave him a law degree. Two, he's a poorly educated man. He doesn't know the Constitution he's talking about. Three, he is a very limited imagination. Who is he directing this law against? Lagos, as it is currently, is made up of, at the most, 75% outsiders who migrated to Lagos. But let us even talk about the indigenes of Lagos. He is not an indigene of Lagos. The Igbo were more indigenous to Lagos before him. Look, Idumota, Idumagbo, these are Igbo settlements in Lagos long before Lagos became anything in the 15th century. Those who settled Lagos, among those who settled Lagos, were indigenous Igbo. The anthropological facts support this argument. Okay, so when they make this kinds of argument, it is provocative and is aimed at bringing enmity between people who shouldn't be enemies, your neighbors. I lived in Lagos. I don't want to live in Lagos anymore because, frankly, it is not. It's a massive ghetto. I don't know why people want to live in Lagos. But let us say I'm in Nigeria. I wouldn't go to live in Lagos. It's a shitty place. Okay? But to tell you the truth, those who have taken it upon themselves to live in Lagos have a right to be protected by the Constitution of Nigeria, have a right to their property. Anybody who denies them that property, who makes a law to discriminate against them, they should defy. If it's a law directed against the Igbo people should rise and take charge of Lagos because they can. Okay? They have the capacity to organize and remove the speaker through their mandate. They have the numbers. That's one. Two, they should not make statements that would actually create enmity between very good Yoruba people. I lived in Lagos and met fantastic Yoruba people, and this guy does not speak for them. Many of them are outraged by this statement because they are saying, you are not speaking for us. These are Yoruba. These are decent Yoruba people who have said it. They are not. He's not speaking for us, and that's what makes me happy. And so I think that our first response is to tell this man. I wanted to call him an idiot, but I don't think your program will permit me to do that. But no, let me say this fellow, this ignorant fellow who has been elected speaker of a sham assembly, to talk to Nigerians, to talk to people who were in Lagos before his own father came to Lagos, and is going to deny them their property. He cannot do it. I challenge him to do it. And if he does it, I'll see that Lagos will become a graveyard. Igbo will leave it, and all the houses he thinks are in Lagos will become empty, ghostly graveyards. It will return to swamp. That's what will happen. So let him eat his threat. He's not threatening anybody. And I'm saying it very publicly. He cannot do it. Let him, I dare him to make that law. I, Obi Nwakanma, dare him to initiate that law, pass it. Once he does it, then he will see the consequences for Lagos. Lagos will return to swampland. We return to, you can see the picture of Lagos in 1861. That's what Lagos will turn back into. Because it is people who make a city. The indigenes of Lagos currently do not constitute 15% of overall Lagos.
Let me ask you, have such a law been made anywhere in Nigeria?
There's no such place. The constitution of Nigeria is clear.
Not even in the 60s?
Not even in the 60s. As a matter of fact, if you recall, in 1948, this issue came up and it generated a certain kind of conflict between two parties. The Yorubas and the Igbos almost went almost came to a head about it. Lagos is not Yoruba land. Lagos is land belonging to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is owned by the Nigerian people. It is not owned by any Yoruba people. Yoruba people are part of it. They were part of it. The Nupe are part of it. The Igala are part. Everybody who is in Lagos, who pays tax in Lagos, owns a piece of Lagos. That's not to be disputed. There is no legislation that has ever made Lagos any Yoruba land. In fact, the Lagosians themselves resisted this in the 1950s and 60s. They did not want to be part of Western Nigeria. Okay, that's fact. Second is that there's no place in the Nigerian Constitution that actually gives leeway to that kind of legislation. Nigeria says anywhere you are, as long as you were born in Nigerian, you have a right to settle, to be elected, or to elect, to own property, and to thrive. That's the Nigerian law.
All right, we will let our viewers in so that they join us. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance for you to talk about your works, but I'll be coming in and out with my own questions around that. So, but there's a question on the comment section. I wanted to know if you are from Mbano. If the professor is from Mbano, are you from Mbano?
I'm not from Mbano. I'm from Mbise.
Mbise. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure that it's not Mbise. Okay, because I'm not sure. I don't know the difference now. Hold on. Let me find the question exactly as. Okay. Is the professor from Mbano, Imo State? Okay. All right. So you are from Mbise. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me get
ancestors come from Mbise. Right now, I'm from everywhere in the world. But also, right. Of course, I'm an Mbise man without question. Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. So let's get our guests, some people who are here to join us, and if they have questions for you, they will start. So let me start with you, Ovi. You go.
Wassalamu alaikum, Jama. Good morning.
You too.
Good morning, Prof. Thank you for being here once again. You were here last time and it was very interesting. You said a lot of things today and from various topics that Rudolph asked you question from. But we have two questions here with me, very short. You, in your article that you wrote April 30th on Vanguard, you said you cannot swear in a president twice. In the body of that article, you pointed out that it will only take death or impeachment to remove the president. But toward the conclusion of the article, you again said that you urge Nigerians not to allow what you term a sham inauguration to take place. As of today, the inauguration has taken place. I understand you are finding it difficult to accept what Rudolph was trying to say when he said the president.
I'm not finding it difficult. It is what it is.
Okay. Then you said indigenes in Nigeria constitution. There's nothing like indigenes, but citizenship. Are you directly or indirectly calling what Ninas are doing a sham?
What is Ninas? You have to name the.
It's called Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. It's constituted of the Yoruba nation, all the ethnicities in Nigeria, to which you are saying now doesn't matter. They are all citizens rather than indigenous.
Well, okay. Let me take your questions, right? Your questions, because they're two-pronged. First question is, what's my reaction now that the president has been inaugurated? It's the same reaction that I have and that I had when I wrote my column. I think it is important for us to understand that what has taken place in Nigeria currently is an illegal installation. It is an illegal installation. For as long as the presidency is under dispute and the courts have expressed their legitimate capacity to determine it, there's no president. What has happened is typically Nigerian illegal. The president has been installed illegally. And so let's create two scenarios. Let's say the Supreme Court, says at the end, well, okay, we have looked at it all. This president has not been elected. Let's take that scenario, Do you expect Bola Tinubu to get out? He could say, as far as I'm concerned, as the inaugurated executive president of Nigeria, I put soldiers on the street, I have secured the Supreme Court, and I have taken over emergency powers. He can do it. Do you see the contradiction? This is the point I was making, that you will need a massive force. It could be constitutional, it could be physical, to remove a president you have sworn in, and that president, once you swear him in and you have given him constitutional power, can say, by the mandate already given to me by the Supreme Court, because he's the Chief Justice of Nigeria that has sworn him in, by the mandate already given to me, by the course of the Federation, what you are doing right now can't constitute treason. He has the capacity to do that today, because you have legitimized him. Okay, so the case comes before the Chief Justice of the Federation in the Supreme Court. Is he going to reverse himself?
No, but before they
Haven't sworn in the president.
Are you seeing
we
are packing a package to the hotel? Let's say this
Please, can you mute yourself if you are? I don't know who this is coming from.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Can you see the contradiction? So we are playing here with fire. And I think that what has already happened is that given all that consideration, the Supreme Court, in order not to put Nigeria in a situation of conflict, is going to be compelled to announce Bola Tinubu as president. Even though he may not have won the election. But if the cases had been resolved, an administrator had been put in charge of the republic, he would not have the power, or there'll be no scenario likely that will compel the Supreme Court to make a determination other than in the interest of the parties involved and of the federation. See, so you see the point I'm making?
Yeah, what about the second question?
What I'm saying now that
Okay, now the question about the indigenous people. All right,
indigenous citizens.
Yeah, look. So there are two contexts of citizenship. Ethnicity, yeah, is not a bad thing. You know, tribalism is actually not a bad thing. Tribalism is the organization of communities in a very cellular order, and from there you expand that union into citizenship, right?
Prof,
Yeah?
I asked that question in context of the question Rudolph asked with regards to what is happening in Lagos. The Lagos,
I know,
the
and
new
I'm
law.
coming to it. I'm coming to it, and so I'm saying that there is, once you have a modern nation, that binary between the ethnos, yeah, and the nation, yeah, for as long as you have a nation, in the modern sense of the word, the critical element is citizenship. Now, what Ninas is doing is to question, yeah, the legitimacy of the Nigerian state as it is currently constituted. That's what it's doing. It is not questioning citizenship. It is questioning the legitimacy of the Nigerian state as
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it's drawing inspiration from indigeneship. That's where it's drawing inspiration.
That's what I'm saying. So what it does,
what you said.
So what it's actually doing is to question the nation. It's arguing that the nation does not exist. You see the point? But there are those who say the nation currently exists. I will take it.
Is that where you belong? Do you belong to that school of thought?
That the nation currently exists?
Yes, that doesn't exist.
The nation currently exists.
It exists, okay.
Yeah, the nation currently exists. Yeah.
So that means the indigeneship.
Until you dismantle Nigeria, Nigeria is a sovereign state. Okay? And it's constituted on the basis of citizenship, according to its Charter of Union. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
I just find it very hard to admit when you just dismiss that what the Lagos people are doing, they are not entitled or the constitutionally back to do that. That's why
I'm arguing. I'm arguing from the position of law as it currently exists within the Charter of the Federation. Yeah, and the point is, even if tomorrow the indigenes of Lagos, yeah, rise to say we are kicking everybody out of Lagos, you create two scenarios, right? Two scenarios. Those who you want to kick out will say, go sit down, you know fit. You're already here. And then you got a problem. You see what I'm saying? So what do you do with that?
All right. Let's go to Prince. Obi, you will have a chance maybe if we get a chance for a second.
But Ovi, am I answering your question?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, but I'm not convinced, which is okay.
Okay, well, all right.
So let's go to Prince Akwachi. Please make it one question so that we can go. There are people in the back end. Waiting.
We always have to bring his own dimension into it. Good morning, Prof, and good morning, Rudolph. My question to you is, I love your assessment or the way you answered everything, and I love the fact that you regard the current person in Aso Rock as an interim president. My it's kind of like, what can we do in case if somebody else is at the end uh pronounced to be the rightful president? What can we do if he refuses to get out of that place? Is there a way to take into? Is there anything like war court or criminal court or whatever it is?
Okay, so you see, the reason why I wrote that article was to forestall these possibilities. Yeah, that's one, because it's likely to be a problem. So I've given you two scenarios. Okay, first is the likelihood that the Supreme Court will put all that into consideration and say, all right, in order not to jeopardize the peace that's, whether even if it's a piece of the graveyard that's currently existing, let us affirm him president, which means you have created a condition of injustice. Yeah, and the spiral effect we don't know yet. People are still likely to get onto the streets because they will question the legitimacy of this president. Two, if the courts say, all right, given all material particulars, this president has not been elected and he is dismissed, and he chooses not to go and chooses to establish himself by the means of the powers available to him, you can do everything you want. You cannot go back to the Supreme Court, right? You can choose to go to the international court, and the international court to say it is a sovereign matter. Okay, so also what then obtains is catastrophe. Yeah, it is conflict, and how we manage that conflict is the crucial question that we'll ask ourselves today, because I think that they have put Nigeria in an impossible situation. All right, I'm actually very, very convinced that we are at the very edge of a potential military coup.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Lexi.
Aha. Good morning. Still morning here with us.
Right.
Afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Damages and Prof. You are welcome again. I was part of the group the last time you visited.
Right.
Same way. I seem to be feeling better today with your expose over things than the first time when you came.
Right.
I agree with you in many of what you said. I just wanted to make a comment, but end it with a question about the Abia State new governance. I'll put it that way. I had a friend, a very brilliant young man, handsome. He was the vice chancellor of the University of Abia, the Abia State University.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been childhood friends, and he got to that level after studying, I believe, in Philippines. He became a doctor. And when he came home, he got to that level of the echelon of that institution. And he expressed his interest in running for Abia governorship, and we encouraged him. And he went as far as having his time to talk to the people. And prior to that, there was a threat that if anybody from his part of the state should vie for governorship, that it would be let loose in Abia. A man made that threat to the point that he was only short of saying that person will not survive. But guess what? My friend, while he was campaigning, got into a type of shock that couldn't be understood, and he was rushed I don't know how far they went, but he ended up not having any more time to run for governorship. He died. And many of us were devastated. I'm still devastated because we shared the same classroom, the same teachers, and our set in the school, we came out with very brilliant colors. So my question is, with the way things went there, since you were able to answer questions about OKCA and the rest of them, this final result in Abia is almost, to me, like what we have now on the federal level, because that young man was not given the chance in the election. Do you know anything about what I've just said?
I know precisely what you're talking about, but I think you are also, I'm sorry to say, missing it because Ikone, who you're talking about, died.
Yes.
He died in
Yes.
London. Well, he was actually medically unfit. He was not well. He came back from treatment in London and died in Abuja. He was the one that the PDP governor wanted to hand power to. He's from Abia, from Ipazu's place. Now, the current governor is from Arongwa. It's the same environment, although he's an Oro man. He's from the Ngwa group of the Aro. So it's the same people. Okay. So, by the way, the question would have been, would Ikone have won? Because people were dismissive of the work of the PDP in Abia State. Ikone wouldn't have won that election. The current governor who's been elected was elected on the upswell of support for the Labour Party. It wasn't because anybody wanted him to. He had contested the election in the first instance, in any case. Now, what was at issue in Abia State was not where the gubernatorial candidates came from, but what the current governor, who also is an Ngwa man, did while in office. And they were saying, okay, even amongst his own people, show us what you have done to justify our voting for your chosen candidate. Those were the issues in Abia State. In any case, Prof. Ikone did not survive because he was sick. He had cancer, as well as other vital issues. And he died after he died in Abuja a day after he came back from treatment in London. Throughout that campaign, he didn't campaign because he was sick. That's the issue in Abia State.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mama Echo.
Good morning, Prof.
Yeah.
I noticed you didn't put Prof in your write-up here.
Mm-hmm.
And because Yakubu don't hear Prof.
No. Before you go on with that,
please always put it. You earn it. Don't make Yakubu non-entity to change it.
Before you go to that point, let me say simply, Yakubu does not represent the entire professorate. It is just simply that I don't give a damn about titles. See, I'm simply Obi Nwakanma. That's what it is.
All right, and I thank you also for calling what it is, by referring to the president-elect as an interim president. Thank you. Because some people are not courageous enough to call it what it is, and they will want to impose it upon me and my children and call it president-elect, when we know it is president-elect, which is against our constitution. Having said that, we have two issues that, if they don't handle it well, it is going to turn to serious case. If the Supreme Court decides to pervert justice, there's trouble. If the Supreme Court gives us justice and the president placeholder refused to go. There is fire. So my question is this: what will you say to the interim president, or what will you say to the Supreme Court judges that for the gunpowder we are sitting on do not erupt and consume all of us? What will you say to them on the matter on ground?
Okay.
Either the Supreme Court gives us justice and the interim president refuses to go, the fire will burst. Or the Supreme Court justice will pervert justice because they are afraid of their so-called life. Fire will burst. So these two categories of people are holding the nation at ransom because the children that I have, they are done. So what will you say to these two people? In case this happens, what will you say to them? So
what I'll say to them is simply what every normal person will say. I'll say, take it easy. Yeah? Because frankly speaking, in the first
I'm not talking of my children, no, I'm talking of these people that are supposed to.
I hear you. I hear you, and that's what I'm addressing. I will say to them, take it easy, step back, and take the larger interest of the nation and its people to heart. Well, that's what I will say to them. But I'm not a paid advisor to Bola Tinubu, and I'm not sure that he's bound to listen to whatever I say. He's not likely to listen. Nor am I a publicist for the Supreme Court that likely to not listen to me. In any case, what Nigerians are saying is we are tired of conflict. We want a safe environment for our children to grow up, so that we will thrive, so that we have peace in the land. So you will imagine that what anybody would want is for justice to happen and for those who are involved to take a step back in the larger interest of people. Now, I'll tell you this. People often talk about crisis and war and all that. We are afraid of it. And I say this very carefully. I was a child of war. We are the lucky ones. We could survive on milk. Yeah, we had access to milk, but there are so many children who did not survive. There are so many people who died in that war. And the Igbo people say those who hurry to war often forget that war is about death. And I think that these politicians are hurrying to war. They are building a massive, massive condition for conflict without thinking about ordinary Nigerians. And my advice would be, please think outside of self-interest and let Nigeria grow or survive. And I would also say, in the interest of Nigeria, just in the same advice that Dr. Azikiwe gave to Nigerian politicians in December 1965, please, rather than let Nigeria turn into Congo, rather than let us kill ourselves, if it means us going apart peacefully, let us do it, rather than destroy people by war. We have options before us. But our greatest option is to make peace possible through justice.
All right. Thank you. Let me, before I call KJ, let me throw out this question for you. This is something I've seen several comments. Someone said that the challenge of the Biafran movement of today is that intellectuals, and I think I asked you this question the last time you came, but it's more important now, that intellectuals like you are not part of it. And you wrote a book about Christopher Okigbo, a biography of Okigbo, and you remember he died during the war. If people like Okigbo that period were all involved in the struggle or decision of the elders to say that they were going to fight a war. People are saying that the lack of involvement by intellectuals like you that is shown in the activities or the way that the people who are pushing the Biafran movement today, the way they are pushing it, and some mistakes that were being made, even the divisions that are within the movement. You just said that you are not an advisor to Tinubu or any of that. They won't even listen to you. Do you see things in the activities of the Biafran movement that you feel that this is not the way it should be? And do you try to reach out to say something should be done, even if you don't believe in what they're doing?
Okay. The work of the intellectual is not just to be an observer, but to be an interrogator of history, and of the phenomenon of or conditions that generate social movement. The idea that intellectuals are outside of the realm of our current reality is true. I've made that argument many times, and I've always said that the precise alienation of the intellectual from the process perhaps has given rise to what we call catalepsy. That's one. Two, in an intensely anti-intellectual environment, such as we have today, the work of the intellectual is marginal. Marginal in the sense that, well, people often do not understand what the heck we're talking about. With specific reference to the Biafra movement. And I think I said it here. I subscribe to the idea enunciated by Emeka Ojukwu of the Biafra of the mind. Biafra of the mind means Biafra sans frontiers, which is anchored on that principle that wherever you sit, stake a claim and establish the progressive front that will give rise to the productive capacity that's already inside of you. Okay? Let's, for the sake of an argument, say that there is an organization pushing for Biafra. I, Obi Nwakanma, would not subscribe to fascist movements. It's I don't know why people can't see that. I am not I don't subscribe to fascism. Okay? Fascist movements are the things that many of us have fought, both intellectually and physically all our lives. So you can't tell me I want to see the ideology, the clear sense of direction of a movement before I get involved. It's like asking me, for instance, to join the Nazi party because I'm German. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I will interrogate it. But if on the context of a transgenerative ideology that says we the Igbo people sit as our intellectual ancestors did from the 19th century, the establishment of a progressive West African Union with the Igbo as one of its regions, I will subscribe to that on the following principles: equity, justice, individual liberty, which is what Igbo embody, which is what we represent. We gave the people, we gave the world the revolutionary idea. To subvert it will be anti-Igbo, and I'm an Igbo man. Okay, I subscribe to the idea of liberty. All men are born free and equal. Yeah, I subscribe to the idea of the universal brotherhood of mankind, which is embodied and coded in the basic ritual that we the Igbo ourselves established, the orgy. What do you think the orgy is when it goes round? The Igbo symbolize the orgy when it comes from you to everybody around you in a circle and returns back to you. What that symbolizes in Igbo consciousness is the universal brotherhood of mankind. I do not have any problems with the Yoruba or the Hausa or the Nupe, or what I have problems with is that nobody should be master over the other, that all men should be accorded equal basic principle of their own being on the same table. For instance, I believe that as it is, what is defective about Nigeria is not its people, it is its foundation that can be corrected. It is one principle that gives us that basic opportunity to keep, working at this institution to make it perfect, to perfect our union. Even as Americans say, to make a walk towards a perfect union. The evolutionary process of nationhood is not anchored on a single moment. That's my argument. That's one of the reasons why I argue with the Biafra movement. I say to ourselves, the experience of Biafra of the past says to us, it is strategic. Yeah, it is strategic that we expand Biafra rather than contract it. Otherwise, we confine ourselves and we will pay for it.
Now, you mentioned use the word fascism, and it reminded me of what Wole Soyinka said about the Obi movement. Is it the same, or am I misunderstanding? Are you
I'm missing the point. What Soyinka said about the Obi movement was misguided. Just to apologies to Professor Soyinka, he was using fascism in a different context. I think the idea that the Obi movement, which is pan-Nigerian in any case, was fascist is not accurate. What the Obi movement represented was an angry, reflective movement of young people who were saying enough and who used debate and dialogue to bring down every argument opposed to Obi. They used the counter argument. If you don't agree with them, you call them fascist. But that's not the meaning of fascism. Fascism is a different context of analysis. Fascism says you create boundaries of difference based on a selective construction of the self. An ideology that says the other is inconsequential or useless. Nigeria is a fascist state as it is currently constituted. As far as the Igbo are concerned, Nigeria is not a democracy. Nigeria is an oligopoly. And that means this, that even those who you think are benefiting from Nigeria are not. The Hausa is not benefiting from Nigeria. The Yoruba populace, nobody in Nigeria, the Nigerian commons are not benefiting from Nigeria. The only problem is that because the Igbo embody the single most organized resistance to the idea of a feudal Nigeria, they as a group have borne the brunt of their opposition to feudalism and to monarchism.
All right, thank you. Let me continue with our audience, and KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much for the work you've been doing. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for bringing him on. I've listened to you very extensively, and I enjoy listening to you. even though I have one or 2 points of disagreement, but that is acceptable in the content. I want to encourage that you keep doing what you're doing. In fact, I posted what you just spoke about, which was going to be my first question, but you have been able to clear it. Now, the Igbos, as you rightly quoted in your write-up, have a set of ethos, which is not very much recognizable in the setup of how Nigeria exists now. In other words, we have a different ideology from what is being centrally administered to us. The need for some of the agitations that have been going on. What do you think, in your own opinion? Secondly, there is the principle of elasticity, which means that it gets to a point. Now, I, in my own opinion, think that the different divisions and in the polity of Nigeria have dragged almost everybody apart. That, to my own opinion, I think that principle has been broken. Is there any way that we can amend it, or should we, from this point, just say, look, you know what, this is the final point. We should all, go our various way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, KJ. I'll tell you this. Um, it is always critical in the development of nations that they expand rather than contract. Yeah, that is strategic. As a matter of fact, the key problem, and I need to point this out seriously, is that if a very narrow oligarchy in Nigeria is making it possible for Nigerians to despise themselves. Why? They cream off. That 1% creams off Nigeria. I don't see that you belong to the board of the Dangote refineries. Are you part of it? Okay. Is your family part of it? Okay. So who owns the refinery? Did you see the launching of the Dangote refineries? It is the who is who in Nigeria, and they are cross ethnic groups. But who celebrates it? It is who that celebrates it. They make people in Lagos think because they've built a factory that is largely going to poison them, that they therefore own it. Yeah, I mean, are you seeing the point I'm making?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the crisis. Because Nigerians have been dispossessed, they actually no longer understand the meaning of dispossession. They now take their anger out against their own neighbors, who are as poor as they are. Normally, your neighbor with whom you live on the same street is the person who should be your greatest ally, because that's the person you want to worry about which schools your children are going. How do you get onto your streets? How do you stay safe in your neighborhood? How do you get clean water? It is not how am I going to disrupt the livelihood of my neighbor. And that's why I say part of the problem that we have not addressed as Nigerian people is the question of our common grounds. You go to church, you sing these songs together. Hallelujah, Jesus Joba. Hallelujah, Jesus Joba. Satani Orowo mi gbamo. Hallelujah, Jesus Joba. And everybody sings it, whether you are Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. Okay? And you sing on the same dance floor, yeah, with flavor, whether you understand the language is using or not. But once it comes to elections and once it comes to the Nigerian question, you say to yourself, how is it that Nigeria belongs to those who you're fighting for and not to me? You don't ask that question. And my problem, therefore, is that we as Nigerians have refused to ask the right questions. We have allowed those whose interests supersede ours to give us the idea that we do not belong to the same country. How is it that we don't belong to the same country when we're of the same race? We are the same race. There is no difference except at so basic levels between the Nupe and the Igbo or the Yoruba. We now eat the same food. We now marry each other's daughters and sons. Yet, they tell you that Lagos has indigenes. From 1861, when Lagos was seeded, it is only in the last year, since 2015, that people are beginning to talk about the indigeneship of Lagos. But to whom does Lagos belong? Is it to the taxpayer or to the oligopolist? Those are the questions we've not asked. So to answer your question in summary, here is what we got to do. And we have to do it like every other people who have done it elsewhere in the world. Whether it is in Ireland or in the United States or in Israel or in Palestine or in Germany, and all these places are multinational societies, is to say to ourselves, what are our shared material conditions? I don't give a damn whether you're Yoruba or Igbo, for as long as you don't stop me from being Igbo and you don't dispossess me of my right to be. So our question is, what are our shared material conditions? When we pay tax for water to be reticulated from Oshodi to Ojo, is it done? Who benefits from that? Who is the contractor? How many of us have children who get employed? Is your son employed by the Nigerian government or by any institutions in Nigeria? This is the question. Is there justice in our interactions with each other? Can we defend the rights of individuals who are our neighbors? If somebody comes for your neighbor at night, can you, from the same street, rise and say, heck no, this is our neighbor, we know him, we know her, we cannot take her? That's the basic human question. If you cannot do this in Nigeria, you won't do it in Biafra.
All right, thank you. Olumide, you're next.
Okay. Good day, everybody. Good day, Rodolphe. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I thank the speaker. We've heard him all day. And I want to say I do agree with some of his, most of his assertion, but not necessarily with some of his assertion. I mean, I can.
Olumide, can you turn off the radio or something playing there?
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, all right.
So I do agree with some of his, most of his assertion, and then I do not agree with some of them. So some I would say, for me, as my training as a healthcare practitioner, my training is based on the fact that I work with evidence. We call it evidence-based healthcare. So I use that in all, that has guided me in most of my facets of life, in making decisions, most especially when I deal with my fellow human being. Is it based on evidence? Is it going to be accepted by all? Is it going to be seen to be fair? So that principle has always guided me, and based on that, I'm going to ask you certain questions. But first, I want to state that I'm not trying to put up a defense for Professor Wole Soyinka. I think what Professor Wole Soyinka was trying to say by using that fascist term was to say that two wrongs do not make a right. If the government which you are up against is towing a wrong line, then you guys should tone down your rhetoric, and in that regard. And also, with respect to Nnamdi Kanu, I mean, you tend to agree with him and in one respect, and then you tend to disagree with him in another respect, calling his organization a fascist organization. I mean, I'm sure you would want to agree that somebody who is engaged in that kind of fight for his people. I mean, I'm Yoruba, I've been following him, and I don't think he has done anything wrong by speaking out. And you're talking with respect to his organization, somebody who is engaged in that kind of fight. You've said it yourself that it is a very big fight that he's handling, a dangerous one for that matter. So if he tends to run things that seems to be fascist, I think what he needs more is support from people like you. I mean, which organization are you part of to speak against this injustice? Are you speaking out to support him more? So that I would say in that regard. And I also want to say that I want to say that Nigeria, when they amalgamated us together in 1914, I understand from history that amalgamation was a 100 years treaty. It expires in 2014. And all the major obas and kings and from other tribes, Obong of Calabar, Alafi of Oyo, Bight of Boni, they were all there. In 2014, some of us, including Ninas, the organization that the first person who asked the question talked about, of all the other ethnic groups in Nigeria trying to fight for a reformation of the country in a true sense of it, is saying that
can you round up with your question so
okay,
that we
I will. Yeah. Saying that the constitution. So what I'm saying essentially is that we don't have a true constitution. That 1999 constitution was forced on all of us. It's a fraud. It says we the people, and not any of the reason why we are having all those problems, including the indigenship, which you're talking about, which is one of those things I disagree with. You understand? The country, you're saying that the country does not have indigenship in the constitution. Now, those are one of those foundational problems that we have in that country. I can't come to Anambra as a Yoruba man and claim to be an indigene of that place. You understand? So don't. No. Let me finish that. I'll give you the opportunity to answer me.
Okay.
You understand? I can't do that. And Lagos, from the historical context, if you search through the British Encyclopedia, the British documented that the Aworis have been there since the 14th century, 14th, 15th century, and then the Benin's came and conquered that territory in the 16th century, and the Aworis were paying taxes. We know that the original owners, I mean, you are in the US, I believe, for instance. Do they have original indigenes in the US? And I'm sure they are the Indians. And the Constitution recognizes that fact, that they are indigenes. And you are saying that Lagos is a no man's land. Do you think it is fair to the Awori people who are the original indigenes of that land, first inhabitants? Where did you get that? What documentation or historical facts are you relying on that the Igbos are indigenes of Lagos, or they were there since the beginning with the Aworis since the 14th century? They migrated, they came.
All right, okay.
And then the last one.
Olumide, the problem is that if
I want to answer
the last one. When you ask for justice for the people of Nigeria, what exactly do you mean? I find that general term to be very general.
Okay.
So what exactly do you mean?
I've heard you. So you have asked 4 questions, and let me summarize it to be sure that I have in context. One is what do I mean by saying that Shoinka is wrong by calling the B movement fascist? That's one. And in other words, you say that Shoinka was responding to the fact that they should be more tolerant. Yeah, that's 1. 2.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. 2. What do I mean by the fact that the IPOB is fascist and I cannot support a fascist organization? And what have I done to speak out on the different question? 2, 3. What do I mean by the fact that Lagos is terra nullius? Yeah, and in what universe does non-indigenship count in the question of the formation of Nigeria from amalgamation? Of course, you tied it up to the question of the fact that the amalgamation document is time bound by 100 years. That's the fourth. The third
That's right.
is what exactly is the meaning of justice?
That's
Yeah,
right.
in the larger scale. So I will take them serially. Okay.
Sure.
First, I think that Professor Shoyinka has. I'm very careful with any statements I make about Shoyinka because I've been a Shoyinkaist most of my life by all kinds of ways. Okay, Shoyinka, I think, made the mistake of being partisan in this particular instance. Okay, and that mistake is unfortunate because think about it. Shoyinka's entire history from when he in 1951, 1946, coming into the university, into Government College Ibadan, and helping, according to his classmate, carry the Muiwa. Professor Muiwa. Aware? Is it Professor Aware? Helping to expose some kind of injustice about who done it as a first year, to the point where Professor Shoyinka himself used a gun to stop injustice in the Lagos, in the Western House, in the Western Broadcasting Service in 1965 during the election, up to 2015, when he led a movement to stop Jonathan. Every of that process was anchored on what he himself would describe as fascist. So how does it sit? Fascism is not disagreement. It is a particular kind of conduct. The Obi movement responded to those who are heckling them. They were not the hecklers. This is one fact. And heckling is not fascism. They would be fascist if they were saying to you, we are trying to do A, B, C, and D. But that's what Lord said. Okay, I think that Professor Shoyinka was wrong. And I still say that his examples, historical examples, undermine his own comment. That's one. Two, Nnamdi Kanu, you might want to know, was my junior at the Government College Umahia. I've said this before. I have nothing against Nnamdi, okay? And as a matter of fact, I think there's a heroic dimension. We are creating a hero out of him. What I don't subscribe to are the organizational methods that are at play. Even he, in his more current responses, has distanced himself from some of those methods. I do not dispute with the fact that he has a right to seek self-determination. I don't question that at all. I don't even question the point of Biafra. Biafra is always an alternative. I've said this many times. But what you yourself may not know is that there was a time in that country when you could not mention Biafra. As a young newspaper reporter and columnist, only two of us could mention Biafra. And we paid heavily for it. Long before Nnamdi Kanu began to talk about Biafra, people like us stood up and spoke and wrote about Biafra. So this is nothing new to us. I've consistently made my point clear. Any society that is based on segregation does not thrive. And that's the problem I'm making. That's the problem I'm raising. You cannot create a Biafra based on an apartheid system. We have critically argued against it as intellectuals. Apartheid does not solve anybody's problem. It creates problems. That's the problem that IPOB is not dealing with. And there's also the problem of general buy-in. We are Igbo people. We have to discuss this process. What kind of Biafra? Who's Biafra? Why Biafra? For many of us, Biafra is a more expanded frontier. It's an ideological thing. And I do not say that Nnamdi Kanu has no right to fight for his own Biafra. But what I would do is to defend that right, which I have consistently done. I'll defend his right to an argument any day. If he fights for Biafra and I find myself in Biafra, I will still oppose him. Yeah? Not because I do not mind Biafra, but because I think that the Igbo, by a common capacity, we probably should take West Africa, you see? But I don't want to say that on this program, so you don't accuse me of expansionism. All right? I think that Igbo have the capacity to settle West Africa. To confine them to one locale is an insult to the Igbo adventurous spirit. That's my argument. It's an ideological position. Does that make sense? That's the third one. I mean, the third one is the question of indigenship and the document of amalgamation. The document of amalgamation is not time-bound, just so you know. It is a historical. But even if, let us, for the sake of argument, say that such a document exists, you also have forgotten that in 1957, there was something called the London Conferences. First of all, in 1951, the first conference was held in Ibadan in 1951 of the nationalities of Nigeria, leading towards independence. Okay, second conference was the London Conferences of 57 and 58, the Independence Conference of all the nationalities, all of them elected people to go to that conference. Everybody in 1958 in London, all of them representing Nigeria, said, okay, now Nigeria is about to be independent as a nation. Don't forget that by 1955, 55 to 56, 57, Eastern region and Western region have been given independence. 59, the Northern region joined them as independent. As territories, each of these regions had become independent. The 1957-58 conference in London then came to one question. Should you all, anybody who doesn't want to join us as Nigeria to be independent, raise your hand and get away. Okay? This is 57-58. Every one of them representing the ethnic groups in Nigeria said, we want to go towards independence as one Nigeria, one common destiny, one nation, one destiny. That's where that term came from. So it obviated the 1914 document, amalgamation. By 1957, the amalgamation document was basically constitutionally turned. A new document came. It became the Independence Constitution, which was agreed on by every Nigerian nationality. And an issue was raised in that conference by the minorities, which was why they set up the Minorities Commission, the Willings Commission, to deal with the minority question. The minorities of the East said, look, we don't want a new region, that many of them agreed that they don't want a new region, that it was because of the boundaries, it was too integrated. However, every of the minorities in Nigeria said they did not want regional police, but they wanted a single federal police in order to secure their interests. That's how you have only one Nigerian police. It was because of an agreement entered and supported by the minorities of Nigeria. Most problems in Nigeria has to do with Nigerians are not taught their history, their constitutional history. Nigerians agreed, all ethnic indigenous groups in Nigeria agreed in 1957-58 to go to independence as one single nation. That was obviated. That obviated the 1914 Accord, whatever it is. Third, in 1963, the Federal Parliament of Nigeria established what we call the 1963 Republican Constitution. It was the constitutional republic. Everybody Even you all say, as it is ceremonial president, that's bull goddamn shit. Sorry, my French. Sorry about my French. The 1963 Republican Constitution said, every executive power shall be placed on the office of the President of the Federation. And by that, simply made the Prime Minister President's chief advisor in Parliament. That was one of the remote causes of the 1966 coup. I mean, I'm going to expand that in my biography of Azikiwe. But you got to read your constitutional history, and you got to stop talking about street, public, or what I call barroom gossips. They don't mean anything. Okay? We need to establish the principles of our union. They are all clearly established. What is at question, or what should be at question for all Nigerians today, is the status of the 1963 Republican Charter, which was messed up by the Constitutional Review of 1999 and 1979, that centered executive power absolutely in the center. That's where the problems lie. And it's not something that cannot happen without reform. You can do this using all kinds of reforms. I think that could be parliamentary reforms. There should be guarantees for citizenship. There should be all kinds of reforms that can take place because the foundations already exist. That's my argument. So the fourth question you asked is about the meaning of justice. Here is the meaning of justice. You must accord every citizen of Nigeria, north, south, or center, equality before the law. We are a republic. There cannot be middleman representation. That's one. We must dismantle all these so-called chiefs, obas, high sultans, and emirs, and create equal citizenship, which is what the Constitution guarantees. So that a citizen cannot be harassed by the police. A citizen must have access to adequate health care. A citizen must have adequate access to education. A citizen must have access to, to dignity and to the protection of the state. It is about the individual, not about the group. It's individual right. That's what we need to establish, the justice of our individual beings, so that if you commit a crime, you answer it, not your kinsman. Okay? You answer to your crime before a properly established court, not your kinsman. Okay? If you are sick, you go to hospital, you are treated fairly, not because your kinsman is there. That's the meaning of justice. It means that as an Igbo, if you destroy my property in Lagos, I take it to court to pay me compensation. That's the meaning of justice. It means that you as a Yoruba man, if you have enough votes to contest for elections, you can contest. In fact, it happens today. There's nobody that says you cannot contest elections in my village if you can convince people to vote for you. That's the problem we have here. And it is not because Nigeria is not working, it's because we as Nigerians are not working. We are, dealing with ourselves as though we are animals.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Olumide, for the questions.
No,
Olumide.
I agree with your assertion, most of your assertions.
Olumide, you ask 4 questions. You have to wait. Let's get
Do you then agree that we need a new constitution?
I agree that we need to reform the foundations of a charter. The constitution already exists. We can reform it and include we can go back to the 1963 Commission.
Some of us are saying that the 1999 was forced on us.
Yeah, but the 1963 Constitution was not forced on us. And we can return to the 1963 Commission by convention and take it from there.
Okay, at least I'm happy that you agree that the 1999 is not.
The 1999 Constitution was the product of a charade.
That is what some of us are saying that they are not listening to, and they keep going to election every 4 years.
No, But you cannot, therefore, force the federation to abandon the constitution. You can tell your representatives in parliament, return to the first principle as a republic.
But they are unwilling because they are
No, but so the
benefiting.
question therefore is, who is to be blamed? If the citizens cannot compare. Look, the problem with Nigeria is that they elect representatives that are not afraid of citizens. If you do not make them afraid of you, they will, it's like giving the lion, license to go and hunt in the bush. The only reason why they are not afraid of you is because you think of yourself as Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Nupe, and they break you apart. And they know that you have no coherence.
Sir,
So
no, I'm not referring to you, but I just want to tell Nigerians, now don't enter one chance, so now go find out, now go help.
All right, thank you, Olumide. But let's stick to one question so that we can get to other people as fast as possible. If you're honest, I know I brought you in electricity. I know that you like what you had the last minute. But wait for your turn. Go ahead, Ify.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nwakanma. How are you?
I'm all right.
So I have a couple of things. First of all, let me say something to Olumide. Olumide said something about Lagos doesn't belong to anybody. And this is the problem I have with us as Nigeria, in the sense that every time we come here, we keep talking about unifying Nigeria as a country. First of all, there is nothing in Lagos apart from the airport and the seaport. And that's why a lot of people are trooping into Lagos just to do business. Nobody's fighting you people about Oyo and the Ondo and other part of Yoruba. So I want you to get that clear. And that's why, Mr. Nwakanma, I've always said this. I am not a fan of one Nigeria. Anybody here will tell you the truth. And this is one of the reasons. We have marginalization going on in Nigeria. Or we're talking about next 4 years, or people are already talking about the power going to shift to north. And my question remains, does it mean we only have north and south in Nigeria? I don't understand how we wake up. We don't even think about our future. We only think about who is going to hold the next power of a country of 200 and something million. How are we going to unify Nigeria? Why can't we, as a country, sit on a table and have this discussion? If Nigeria is working for us, we won't be hearing about Yoruba Nation. We won't be hearing about IPOB. It's just that people are tired of what is going on in that country. And my question to you is this: why is it difficult for us to have a regional government where everybody, will take care of their own issues, and then we're going to have one central government president, addressing the issues? Because I think that's going to alleviate a lot of the problems that we have. I'm not even going to go in terms of corruption in Nigeria, because it has eaten to the extent that even a child born today in Nigeria is corrupt, unfortunately. So what do you think about issue of everybody go your own way? I've said it a lot. And electricity here, who is my newfound boyfriend here on this panel, is always against me. But the question he keep asking me, how are we going to do that? We don't have to go into war or fight each other in order for us to go to a secret way. We can still come to a table and have an agreement that this is how we're going to do this. I, as an Igbo girl, I cannot go to the northern and find a job in their government parastatals. I can't do that. And now someone cannot come down to the Igbo land and find a job in our government parastatals. And then how are we talking about unifying Nigeria? I hate the word unifying Nigeria because there is nothing to unify. Let us tell ourselves the truth.
Okay. Thank you very much for this question. And I think it's a single-pronged question, and I'll answer it in these ways. Okay. Hey, there's a discrimination clause in the Nigerian Constitution. You know that, right? An anti-discrimination clause in the Nigerian Constitution. You have not used it. You have presumed. Okay? Because we do not use some of the instruments that are already given to us, I think that the problem with Nigeria, aside, of course, from the problem of leadership, is compelled by the failure of citizenship. Okay? All right? Again, let me go back to a little history. We're talking about regional government. There was regional government in Nigeria up to 1966. Nigeria had 4 regions. Yeah? And at that point, a lot of the analysis was that the problem of Nigeria was regionalism. That was the argument, that the problem of Nigeria was regionalism. And that led to, as a matter of fact, up to 1966, people were talking about Igbo domination. Right? Igbo domination. Today you talk about Fulani domination. By 1966, we were talking about Igbo domination. Okay? Now, the problem we have also is that in 1966, the Gowon government that had taken over from Ironsi created 12 states. Yeah? Without consultation, broke Nigeria into 12 states. By 1975, everybody wanted a state in their own backyards. They created 19 states. Yeah? Up to the point that everybody, I think, that left in this process, Nigeria might have 360 states, and still we'll be talking about marginalization. The problem with Nigeria is not it's the problem of cohesion. Okay, the fact that in a society where people still have primordial relationships with their identities, they think that the only way that they themselves will find meaning is by dominating. You see, the problem with Nigeria is not tribalism, it's actually nepotism. It feeds from a sense of the tribal. The tribal. I want you to go and read Dr. Azikiwe's essay, Tribalism as a Means of Development, given in his 1964 inaugural speech at the University of Nigeria. Look at the subtle ideas explored in that speech. Tribalism is about cohesion. It's about networking. That's what we call networking today, from a very cellular point. And it generates. But the critical issue that you must recognize is the humanistic dimension to the interrelationship between peoples. If you go to the north and you're a doctor, and you go to Zamfara and there are no doctors in Zamfara, and they say, oh, we are not going to employ you, you're a doctor from Igbo land, who do you think is losing? It is the poor kid in Zamfara who is not going to have medical attention because people in Zamfara are, or some idiot in Zamfara doesn't want to give you an Igbo woman a job who is a doctor from Igbo land. It is not you who is losing. And the sum effect today is that we spend money training people in Nigerian universities and sending them away to other societies to go, and no society does that. And let me give you another dimension so that you can understand where we are going. I don't want to make this public, but the idea that people who have skills beg for jobs is a Nigerian condition. No people with skills beg for jobs. I tell you this. Let me give you an example. You're talking about regional government. There's nothing that stops any group of people from creating what you call regional commissions today. The East can create a regional commission and use its most important resource, which is its human resource, to instigate one of the fiercest economic booms that any region of Africa can experience, because you have the skills. Okay, you are doctors, engineers, scientists, you have everything you need to instigate a massive economic boom. But what do? You run. Okay, you despise your own capacities and you run. It is the problem with Nigeria that you have a basic oligarchy that is fixed outside of itself than inside of itself. That's the problem. It has nothing to do, I think I'm still going to make that argument, that it has nothing to do with whether Olumide or Ife can find common grounds. It's just that they have refused to find these common grounds. There's nothing wrong with Nigeria. I need to emphasize that. In fact, Nigeria has the capacity. Only those who can see that Nigeria has that incredible capacity to join the great nations of the world. We have the human resources. Unfortunately, for the moment, it is only skewed in one direction. We have the resources in all material particulars to transform Nigeria. People who talk about, Lagos for indigenous, the day Lagos is left for indigenous, the lights will go out of Lagos. Lagos will return to being a swampland. That's as simple as that. What makes societies, what creates societies, what creates great energy in societies is what we call convergence. Yeah, it's a force of convergence. It happened in the East during the war, when for the first time in the 20th century, a massive level of talent congregated in one spot and instigated what was possibly the Industrial Revolution in Africa. It was short-lived, but that's one example that I can point to show you that yes, you can recreate it, but yes, you can also expand it.
All right. Thank you, Obi Nwakanma. Let me go to Igbo Basics. Ernest.
On one Nwakanma. You probably belong in the same class of people like Professor Carlo Ugwobureke, University of UTH, Houston. In my travels, I probably may have met you, I don't know, somewhere around the World Igbo Congress activities or anything like that.
Possibly.
It's indeed a pleasure to listen to you. Of course, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo. Great minds, you guys are. And to my brother Lexi, what brought me onto the line today actually was when you were talking about Abia State and about your classmate who died. I'm an Aba boy, complete. I was born in Ibere. I'm from Ibere, in Abia State. So I know what goes on down there. So that touched me, and I just want to put it this way. Going back to the Biafra of the mind, as we put it. I see you were born in Ibadan, if I'm true.
Right.
And I wondered what impact that made on you, where you ended up during the Civil War, and if that's a part of what has actually engineered you to be what you are today. What am I saying is that that war actually scattered the Igbo nation to places you cannot think of. Maybe they thought they were doing wrong to a particular group of people, the Igbo. But that is what led to a lot of our people, through Gabon and the rest of it. Some left, but they will come back someday. So to my point for today, first of all, you talked about the Biafra of the mind. You talked about Oji, and I bring one here today. And this is a Biafran pound. I keep one in my house so that my children will always remember that there was a Biafra. Nigerian we are. The issue of somebody dying, that's Ikonne. Sorry about the death of Ikonne, who ran for governorship in Abia State. And his kinsmen vowed that heaven would fall as a result of the death of that man. But Oti ends up being the governor of Abia State today. And to Professor Nwakanma's point, the man died of cancer. It continues today that if somebody died of something else, we will blame it on the neighbor. So the issue I'm having here is this. As Nwafi Igbo, before anything else in this life, the ELA, what do you call it, seaport of 1959 that was okayed to be developed. And since we're all struggling for resources, because he who comes to equity should come with clean hands. Agreement is agreement. The 1963 you pointed out, I will subscribe to that. So my questions are in a few ways. I would actually say told them, if I could borrow the word of Chizebudayo Kodibungobe, I said told them because you've spoken clearly. I'm talking about Lagos. There were people, maybe it's in Yoruba land, if you so call it Yoruba land. Nigeria used to have its capital in Calabar. Okay? Now we have it in Lagos. It's no longer Lagos, now it's in Abuja. So that idea of anybody trying to pass a legislation, it takes me back to Akuluna. Do you subscribe to the concept of Akuluna, which is massive estate that's being built in Enugu?
Okay. Thank you very much. One, I acknowledge your question and I respect your perspective. Yes, I was born in Ibadan, and I returned to the East just as the war was starting as a baby. I was born 6 months in the war, okay, and got back to Ibadan in 1970 and returned to the East in 1975. I was a village boy in Arondizogu because my father helped to establish the GK Memorial Medical Center in Arondizogu. And from then he joined the state service and was administrator of Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And then, from then on, I went to Government College Umahia and then the University of Jos and then worked in Lagos. And all my trajectories were basically the child of a civil servant who was not told by anybody that Nigeria had any difference. Yeah, that's what it is. That the context of the Nigeria that my mom was a school mistress. They all taught us that what we needed to do from the moment when I was in primary in kindergarten to the point of when I got my doctorate in the United States, all I've always known is the basic fact of evidence. As Olumide said, evidence is clear. Okay? You do not subdue the most critical part of you and survive. The Igbo represent Nigeria's nerve. As simple as that. Anybody can disagree, but the spine of Nigeria is the Igbo. They constitute that basic bridge on which Nigeria is being built. Most people today, because they are alive, are going to be frustrated by Nigeria and by the state of Nigeria. But I've always made this point. The generative force of Nigeria's prosperity is the Igbo. From north to the south. If you go to Kano, if the Igbo leave Kano, Kano ends. The biggest part of Kano is not the old city of Kano. It's the Sabongeri. What is the Sabongeri?
In your land.
And if you get to Lagos, the day the Igbo take themselves and money out of Lagos, Lagos enters, Lagos becomes another village.
Yeah.
As simple as that. That's why I talk about convergence. And I'm saying this. maybe it is good for Lagos Assembly to enact that law. I'm challenging them to enact it. The law that will expropriate Igbo property in Lagos. Then Igbo will leave empty homes for them and let them go find people who are going to live in those houses. And Igbo carry, what Igbo carry in their pocket is not money.
Yeah.
Yeah? It's a four.
I agree with you.
You understand that? Anybody who knows what I'm talking about understands. Okay? Igbo will recreate Lagos between Bonny and Asaba in 10 years. And I'm saying, let them enact that law. People should stop arguing with it. Let them enact the law. But the problem I have is that it is not a Yoruba agenda, because sensible Yoruba people are saying, you are not speaking for us. This is an agenda of a faction that is thoughtless. I mean, I've lived in Lagos, I've lived amongst Yoruba people. These are decent people. I was born in Ibadan. My first girlfriend was a doctor, a Yoruba doctor who was, and I have, okay. So I understand that we can make all these arguments and say, well, the Igbo are not without flaws, as you know. The Igbo are people. They are not supermen or super gods. They have their flaws. The Yorubas have their flaws. The Gripe has their flaws. The context I want to keep emphasizing is that the generative problem that has caused this crisis of development in the East is something we should take a second look at. If you recall, you say you grew up in Aba. On 31st December 1983, there was nothing in Lagos that was not in Aba.
Yep.
People used to go to Aba and from Lagos to come and purchase stuff and return to Lagos.
That is correct.
The economic policies that subdued Lagos was from the military. And it was from the faction of the military that fought the war that said in 1983, the Igbo are back. They didn't seem to lose this war. And it included the likes of Buhari.
That's correct.
Okay? And so when you deal with these questions, you need to understand where the rain began to beat us. I do not have any problems with any Nigerian from any part of Nigeria. I don't think it's their fight. I think it's the fight of an oligarchy that wants to make a point about, well, putting Debo in their place. Well, you can put Debo in their place, but to be on, if you Debo also have a saying: you cannot use the palm of your hand to cover the moon. Yeah, the moon, whether you cover it with your palm or not, will keep shining. Debo have capacity. It is up to Nigerians to use this capacity or allow it to decay as it could. And then we have a Haiti situation, and Nigeria would have lost a catalytic part of its union. That's one. As for the Biafra of the mind, yes, Akurulo is a fantastic idea. Let us start by rebuilding the key Igbo cities, Aba, Onitsha, those places, Umahia, Owerri, and extend it. As you know, Ikotepene is 15 minutes from Aba.
That's true.
What do you call it? Uyo is 35 minutes from Aba.
That's correct.
Look, it will take Debo, I'm telling you, 10 years to build a modern city from the Atlantic to Abo. if they choose to do that. In actual fact, I think it's important to decongest Lagos. It's not a human environment. It's not livable. Lagos is not a livable society. I don't want to live in. I mean, I was a newspaper editor in Lagos. I cannot live in Lagos right now. It's not a livable society.
Professor Nwakanma, let me ask you along the same line. Are you saying that Igbo people, they need to be forced out of Nigeria or Lagos before they build what you are thinking about? What is stopping?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know. I'm saying, what is stopping them from doing it now?
Nothing is stopping them from it. What I think is stopping them is lethargy. It is Rudolph Okonkwo in New York with all your talent. Okay, it is expatriation. It is the dispersal of Igbo talent. Now the tragedy of it is, as I keep saying, and I'm saying this, you know, every day you take a look at the school, at the school registers in Nigeria. You take a look at those going to the universities. Take a look at those making the best results in Nigeria, are published every year. You take a look at it, and it's clear where these talents are. But the point is, what are you doing with them? How can you train biochemists, physicists, chemists, biologists, and let them be on the streets? You don't know where they are. No society does that. So to answer your question very directly, what needs to happen? Perhaps the compelling factor that might help Igbo do this is if this Lagos State Assembly enacts that legislation, maybe to instigate Igbo and people from other parts of Nigeria to decongest Lagos, because Lagos is congested. And I think they should decongest Lagos.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next person. Electricity, you're next. I'm skipping Prince because you've had a chance. We may have a second chance, but let me go to people who are. Go ahead, Electricity.
Thanks, Prince, for yielding as well. To appreciate. Prof, you've said a lot of things. Actually, I had no intention of coming on this platform today, but when you start referencing to the Constitution and the abhorrent attitude of Olumide trying to impose on you, for you to accept that the 1990 Constitution was imposed, actually I jumped in on the platform because I don't tolerate such behaviors. For one thing,
you don't smoke Igbo.
You see, this is the attitude I'm talking about. So it's very mannerless.
Let's get back to civility, please.
Very mannerless. Thank you. Well, you said something very important, Professor. You highlighted the failures of the citizens and to act. And in respect to the Constitution, that is what I campaign on. That is what I believe in. And for Ife, thank you for highlighting our newfound relationship. That's why we're on the different side of the house. Prof, I need you to do me a favor, please. Because if I ask the question, they are going to bite my head off. Maybe if you help me to ask the question, then they will give you that due respect. For those who disagree with the Nigerian Constitution, which is within their right to disagree, can they kindly cite one provision in the Constitution that they disagree with, and how this provision can't be amended? I repeat, for the purpose of record, everyone has a right to disagree on anything, which is within our right. If they can cite one provision and how they go about, they want it to be amended, because I have read the Constitution as a layman, and there are certain things I disagree in the Constitution, which is not beneficiary to us. However, to amend this thing, we have to hold our legislator and call them into what? Into action, which we are not doing. So please help me to ask somebody. Thank you very much.
Okay. Olumide, Electricity. What's your real name? It's not from Electricity. I like to copy.
My real name is Andrew.
Andrew, okay. Andrew, you raise a very important point. But see, I think that the problem with the Constitution is not essentially whether it guarantees certain rights or not. It could say we the people accept that we have, because in the Bill of Rights, yeah, it establishes these basic rights. The Bill of Rights is properly established in that Constitution. The right to life, the right, However, there are two problems with that Constitution. One is its clause of establishment. Yeah, it is say we the people do this. We the people did not agree on that. It is about the legitimacy of the people to convene and adopt by plebiscite the meaning of the terms of their union. That, I think, is what people are arguing about. And they have a right to, we Nigerians have a right to that. Okay? I'll come back to what can be done. Okay? The second is that the Constitution grants almost near absolute power to the executive. Is almost a military, almost is an imperial presidency. Yeah? The president can initiate a bill in the House in a presidential system. It doesn't make sense. And two, we are a republic. Nigeria is a republic. It is not a constitutional monarchy. Yeah? The Constitution that establishes the republic must do away with pseudo-monarchies. You understand? So that power would then truly belong to the people. You see the point? Those are the elements at play here. Now, the question is, does that therefore mean that this constitution is not alive? No, it doesn't mean that. There are two ways that we can deal with that question, and it's historical. One is that either discard it and create another convention that would then readopt our Republican convention, or we create a convention in the national parliament to say, adopt the principle and send it to us as Nigerians to adopt. Because if you remember, I don't know how many of you were alive in 1976 or 77 when the Constitutional Drafting Committee, after its work, through the local government, sent these documents to all the local governments, and all communities discussed it, and through their representatives adopted the 1979 Constitution. That was the plebiscitary right. Two, we must encode in our current Republican Constitution the right to the referenda, to the plebiscitary right of Nigeria. The only plebiscitary right granted to Nigerians under this Constitution is the right to recall our legislators. We don't even do that. And the process to doing that is made difficult. Okay? So those are the elements here that are in conflict with democratic norms that Nigerians are actually arguing about. But it doesn't mean that the Constitution is not alive. It means, as I said, that we can adopt two principles, either to firm it up or to discard it and establish a new convention. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Prof. You highlighted Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, which
Absolutely.
is recalled.
Mm-hmm.
In your earlier speech, you did highlight also an important part that there are provisions in the Constitution that we've not even used at all as citizens, which is also Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution. Now, I would disagree. It is difficult for us. They make it difficult for us to be able to use that section of Constitution because the citizens we've not attempted it. So anything I have not attempted, I can't say it is difficult. It's possible. We have to face, which I have been preaching. And I'm angry with Rudolph because we've spoken privately and we said we need to talk about this Constitution more often. He's my friend, but I say I want to be angry with him, which is with my constitutional right to be angry with Rudolph. Anyway, so the failure of the citizens, and like I said, even if we create 120 states in Nigeria, the problem will still what? We still remain.
It will continue. It will continue. The problem, I think we both agree on two questions. One is, you see, for democracy to thrive, you must have an informed citizenship. not an educated citizenship, an informed citizenship. Everybody thinks that knowledge is power. No, information is power. Yeah, you must have an informed citizenship. People think that they're educated and they talk about, well, literacy and education are two different things. Okay, you must have the capacity to interrogate the letters as well as the intentions of the Constitution. The problem we have, and I want to highlight this as critically as possible, is that the government of Nigeria has been hijacked. That's state capture. And state capture happens when the citizens are not organized, when they let themselves be disrupted, to be sabotaged and subverted, when they work against themselves using these false ethnic flags, false flags. A man in the House of Assembly, who's a speaker, will come up publicly to say we are going to take people's property, and people are even applauding it. But if you pay attention, what he's doing is not in the interest of those who he is attempting to represent. Okay? And the point is, citizens do not gather street by street, local government, even people do not know that old school associations are political organizations. How many times do we put money aside for supporting our candidates? Rather, we want these candidates to come, spend their money, and represent us. It's not going to happen. That's the ground from which you are going to continue to have an oligarchy run your society. But if, as citizens, we take charge of the process, if we can then say, I live here, and therefore I pay tax here, and therefore I have all the rights pertaining to my residence. Otherwise, I will no longer pay tax. But because you're not paying tax, you're not paying property tax, you're not paying any kind of tax, you cannot refuse not to pay tax because they don't need your tax. Although, in the emergent scenario, as we begin to dispense with oil, as oil begins to disappear, they will increasingly rely on citizens' tax. And it is then that citizens will then realize that the money that they're spending actually is coming out of their pocket. And also then the government will realize that to give citizens jobs is not what you call what do you call it now? It's not you're not doing them a favor. Yeah, to give citizens jobs is not a favor, because if you don't give them jobs, you don't raise tax, you don't build up your tax stock. It is by giving citizens tax that you can build up a society that can pay tax. It is when people are working today that those who are going to retire tomorrow will have pension. Because if people are not working today, there's no pension. So the connection between citizenship and prosperity is crucial. It is because we have had oil over the years and governments have not relied on us to pay tax that you have had an oligarchy rise that have taken citizens for granted. But once we begin to pay our taxes and our taxes begin to matter, and we can therefore say to ourselves, all right, because we don't see the basis upon which you're collecting tax, we're no longer paying tax, they will come to you and dialogue. At the moment, governments have no reason to dialogue with you because you have not forced them to dialogue. That's the problem, Andrew, and that's where we must all converge. The capacity of the citizen to push up.
I really appreciate your response, and I'm putting up a video. I will send it to Rudolph. It's taking longer than because it's in terms of this constitution. I will send it to Rudolph. Hopefully, Rudolph will send it to you. The production is it's taking long. So, once again, thank you, Rudolph. Thank you. And Ife, we shall catch up in our private moment. So I can't be angry. Thank you, panelists.
Electricity. Before you catch up with Ife, you have to bring me Mpiato because that's my daughter. You know what Mpiato is, right?
All right.
No problem. I shall do that on Facebook.
And electricity. That's my sister. So you should be getting ready to spend.
Rudolph,
Now one for now.
Okay,
Una just dey claim wetin no be una own.
Let's go to the next person.
Hey.
Man of prestige, you're next.
Okay. Can I begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon and it's good morning here in California. I greet everybody, the panelists, and especially to the professor. Before I begin, I'm very honored to be on this platform to talk to you. I commend you for your neutrality throughout your commentary, which I just joined, but I've been very impressed with the way you narrate things without being biased. Thank you for that. The question I was going to ask, but you already answered. That was my main question, so I'm not going to go back to that question. So I'm going to create another question that's in my mind. It's about Nigerians, the way we behave. So everything that you have spoken here, and people have asked you different kind of questions, all is good. But I'm so afraid that the Nigeria orientation is a problem. I mean, we can say all we want here about what we want to do and everything. If you not how you bring a young man to come up today, he's going to be groomed to take a bribery, still do the same thing people are doing. How do we change Nigeria orientation to achieve what we want as one Nigeria? I'm a believer of one Nigeria. I'm a believer of one Nigeria as far as I don't like what just transpired in the last election, but I still believe in Nigeria, in that regard. So my question is that how do we reorient Nigeria? I'm from the Southeast, so, you may be seeing one of Prestige there, and that notwithstanding, I'm an Igbo boy, and I'm proud to be one.
Okay.
So let me finish, Dr. Rudolph. How do we reorient Nigerians, in that regard, so we can achieve one Nigeria? Because it seems like even at all you bring new people, they're going to still do the same thing all these old cargoes are doing. They're going to bribe them. Then the young people, they're going to come in there and do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have an answer to that? I mean, I don't expect you to be an expert in everything, but you have been very impressive so far. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I actually think I'm an expert on the question you just raised because I'm an educator.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
And by the way, expertise is a function generally of experience in one regard. But let me point to one problem that you just raised, and you have raised it specifically, which is the question of ethical transfer. Yeah. Now, this question is the function of education and orientation. There are two issues at play here. You cannot impoverish people and insist on they're not taking bribes. The reason why people dishonor themselves by taking bribes is because there's a fundamental lack. They are poor. It's mental poverty and material poverty. If you fear for the possibility of sustenance, okay? Now, mental poverty has to do with the fact that you can accumulate primitively to the point where you no longer know whether why you're accumulating. That's mental poverty. The second is that you're accumulating because you have no options. You are hungry. Therefore, you have to take a bribe. Let me give you an instance. If you pay and orient a policeman properly, they will feel insulted if you give them bribes. But how can you recruit and appoint a police constable and not remunerate them properly? They don't live decently. They don't have prospects, and you expect them to have respect for the citizen. What you have done is to actually arm a hungry man, and what you have done is to create an armed robber. So the system itself makes it impossible for Nigerians to obey the laws. It is a system that does not offer dignity to its citizens. Okay? Once you have a society that does that, two things are at play. It is because those who run those systems want it to be that way. Only a few people benefit from chaos. But if you have an ordered, civilized society, most people will be equal and will no longer have any need to suppress, oppress, impress or subvert the other person or the system, because the system protects them. Does that make sense? So it is institutional. Now, how do you deal with that institution? It is by public education. Public education through the school system and through forms of socialization. Education is not just acquisition of data, it is the acquisition of culture, the polite culture, the culture of production, the culture of, the culture that humanizes us, that makes us have a sense of self-worth and dignity. Yeah? Now, pay attention to what they've done to the public school system. They've dismantled it in order to create private education. Yeah? Why do you think that is so? It's because they want to create an oligarchy of privately educated citizens, and the rest will be what? Dross. But no society can thrive that has no well-established public school system. That's where we also have failed as citizens. Rather than come together and say, all the primary schools, secondary schools that we knew that used to thrive, let us rebuild it. Let us re-equip them by tax. What we then do is to take our own children in order to prove a point and send them to these private schools that are of no worth. So we as citizens have failed ourselves. We have handed our rights, our capacity, our dignity to that group that does not want us to be dignified, the oligarchy. And therefore, I say the only way to retrieve ourselves from this morass is to rebuild our school system, to teach us civics, because civics makes you understand your value in society, your capacity to create a civilized order, the necessity for you to thrive in a civilized environment. If you take bribe, remember when we were in school, they used to emphasize it to us, if you take bribe, what? What happens to you if you take bribe? In primary school, they used to say, you are going to jail. You will be dismantled by your neighbors. You'll be shamed by your neighbors. Bribery is bad. Don't take. That was emphasized. Why do you think it was emphasized? Because the school system was trying to create citizens out of us. But today, if you go to schools in Nigeria, they will say to you, if you do not make money by any means necessary, you do not belong. That is the failure of public education system. And those who embody this public education, the teachers, were the first to be attacked. They were impoverished. They were turned into beggars. And that's part of those you see, the public worker, the health inspector, your school principal, your civil servant. If you see all these public workers and they do not amount to scrap, they are impoverished, you turn against the society to which you belong. That's what has happened. We need reorientation in those regards. We need to rebuild our public system.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Let's go to Dare. I'm skipping Mama Icho. We'll now go back for a second round for those who've been here. Dare, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you, Rudolph. And thank you, Prof. Just to add to what Man of Prestige was saying, I think I really like your analysis, and I just called and I've never been in this program, but because what you were saying, I was a little bit disturbed because some of us had to come out from our holes at times to speak. I have x-rayed this. You said something about state capture and also about the citizens being educated and enlightenment of the citizens. if I look at Nigeria, I think we have one of the most educated citizens around the world, especially even in the US or the Western world. We have most of our Nigerians working very well. And I try to illustrate where our issues and problems are coming from. I might not be correct, but probably maybe you need to let me know. Still want to believe that our problem are with our educated ones and also those who are custodians of our history. So I will give probably the elderly ones, I would say, because along the line, it seems a lot of things have been construed, have been mixed up along the line for these new generations. And somehow they are twisting facts. They are telling the younger generation this is how it should be, with insincerity of purpose. We have professors, we have people who are enlightened, and we have a society that people who are upright are not able to speak up. But those who are educated, who should know, are speaking up, but they are not speaking up the facts. They're not saying the truth. They're not telling us what is the truth. Because I like something you said. You said being educated might, because you were taking me back and front. Being educated might not be able to bring up a nation, but being informed. So if somebody is educated and you're not informed, you will mislead people. If somebody is not educated and is well informed, he might be going to the right path, but you say, oh, what does he know? He's not even educated. So we find ourselves that we look at those who I remember when I remember in the at the beginning, early part of 2015, we saw what the vice presidents were putting up at a time when the president was not around, and a lot of people had a slim hope and said, this man is educated, it's like he's doing something right. And people were beginning to turn to how, maybe this man should have been the president. But when you look at his antecedents up to the time he left the government, then you will now ask yourself, was this man really an upright man with all his knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how in sincerity, how has Nigeria been captured? How has the state been captured? To what extent has the state been captured?
Mm-hmm.
Including those who are even educated. To what extent?
Okay. All right. Fantastic question. Well, let me point out that education without integrity is dangerous. Yeah, you could be educated, but if there's no moral core, although that's a contradiction in terms, because education should give you a certain moral core. But if you have what you call education, and there's a failure of ethical awareness, a certain moral core, you are more dangerous than an uneducated person. That's the problem. You were talking about the former vice president. He is a well-trained lawyer, taught law in a university. Aside from that, was a minister of religion, and he stood apart while the nation was being raped right in his presence. What you'd expect of such a man is, I've had enough, I resign publicly. But he didn't do that. Now the question is, why didn't he do that? We don't know all the story. Was he threatened? Because you see, a lot of things behind power we don't know. Yeah? Was he trying to survive? Was it possible that if he resigned publicly, he would be erased? Who would protect him? Those are the problems that we have. State capture is possible when all the institutions of state built to protect the citizen has been corrupted by forces beyond the control of citizens. Let me give you an instance. The police is statutorily established to manage the internal affairs of Nigeria, not the DSS, not the Department of State Security. But a well-organized police system should keep the DSS at bay, arrest the DSS if it involves itself illegally in internal security. Because the police organization of Nigeria is one that is constitutionally designed to secure Nigeria internally. The military, unless it is granted power by the National Assembly, cannot be deployed internally. But this has happened several. The president deploys the military to a region of Nigeria without securing the emergency authority of the parliament to do that, and Nigerians did not talk because he was sent to the east to go and hunt down the Igbo. And no Nigerian talked. That leads to state capture. And so if the president gives his nephew, Sirika, authority to go and steal Nigeria's money by going to get some kind of aircraft from Ethiopia Airlines, Nigerians would not talk because the president is above the law. The National Assembly elected to contain these forces, do not act, failed to investigate the powers of the president. We as citizens did not rise to say to our assemblymen, investigate this president because he has gone beyond his reach. We did not do that because we either imagine that the president has absolute power or we don't give a fiddle of that. Because we do that, because we ignored those we sent to the assembly to represent our interests, the state was captured and we have all to pay for it. That's the problem. So it starts from informed citizenship. When you, Darren, will get your committee of friends first, expand the circle and say, let us talk to assemblyman who's representative, because at that cellular level, that's where you have power, your representative. If you don't do it, we'll move against you, we'll recall you. That's what the Constitution, intended when it gave you that plebiscitary power to recall your assemblyman, so that you can send him on a message and say, so that you can say to the president, my people have said this is not going to happen. And then your assemblyman, because you've sent him and you are protecting him, will then negotiate with other people to say we must get this president and investigate him. Now, you send a man to the National Assembly and you don't protect him. How do you want him to represent you? Those are the problems we have. Those are the problems we have. I don't know if this is clarified. What I've just done is to describe the reason and the processes by which state capture happens. It is that citizens are not paying attention. And we're not paying attention because we have internal divisions created to distract us from the real issues before us.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Nwakanma. We're going to take 2 more questions. We'll take a break. And if Professor Nwakanma wants to continue, we will continue. But remember that we're going to have our Sunday school immediately after we are done with this, for those who are interested in joining the Sunday school. So, Christian, you're next.
Yeah, hello. Good evening.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um,
Go ahead.
yeah, okay. Yeah, there are moments of brilliance in his submission, but I just want to be clarified on this issue. When he said that, he started with the president select, meaning that he didn't like this what the system towards the people, and now he wants people to go back to use the system to recall the people that they didn't actually voted or their vote didn't count for. So, what is there a consistency in there, or am I missing something? That's one question. The second question I want to ask is this: when he talked about the feudalism and all the rest of them, removing the obas, the chiefs, and all the rest of them. It seems to me he's aware of the fact that there are three parallel systems or judicial systems that are trying to be, or that are being, or that they managed to, pack into this Nigerian constitution, and that makes it unworkable. So if that is the case, then why do we need to continue to reform a system that cannot be that's workable, that cannot be reformed?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. If I understand your question, two questions are embedded or reside in your analysis, because I think you are trying to make an analysis. First is, how do you want citizens to respond in a society where it's already impossible for them to respond? That's the sum of your first question, right? Yeah. I want to be sure that I'm
Yes.
all right.
That the system will never allow them to respond to that.
Right.
Anything.
Right.
But the system will nullify every effort they make.
Okay. And I'm saying that at the face value, that seems to be right. But the crucial point is, why then are we citizens? Why then are we citizens? Maybe you should go to sleep and die because the system does not work. A system does not work, you force it to work. That's the form. That's the meaning of citizenship.
Through revolution or
by any means necessary. Okay, this is the point, because the Constitution already gives you
I get
the power to recall, and you must use that power, or you don't use it. And if you don't use it, the system continues doing what it does to you. But if you test that citizen, because nobody's going to do it for you, you have to be angry enough to say, look, I have nothing to lose. Look, Nigerians at this point have nothing to lose. They're already been impoverished. They're already signed on to death. I'm going to guarantee you, under the current economic environment, 1 million Nigerians are going to die every month out of hunger. Yeah? So, what are they afraid of? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
If the Constitution says to you, all right, we the people want you to take our message to the National Assembly, and you don't do it, and then you go and have a meeting amongst you and say, we need to bring this guy back home and talk to him about what we want. What is wrong with that? The Constitution grants you that power. And if he doesn't do it, then you begin the process of recall. That's your plebiscitary function. That's the right you already have, that the Constitution already agrees, agrees to you. But if you don't do it and you say, the system doesn't work, Joe, well, you already have given up. The alternative is go into your bedroom, lie down, and sleep. You see the point I'm making? But that's not what you want to do. You want to test the boundaries of your own power, because you have power as citizens, both individually and collectively. Now, to your second question, I already have proposed that if we are a republic, then let us be a republic. There cannot be two captains in a ship. They have managed to smuggle in these other elements in order to contain your powers as citizens. A republic does not need a mediatory force. You don't go through my Obi or my Eze to give me my rights. The Republican Constitution already says your rights are already guaranteed. And already you have elected somebody in the House of Assembly to the Senate to do for you what the tortilla imposed upon that Constitution wants to do for you. How is it therefore possible that the Republican Constitution that says all men in this country have the right of equality, therefore then see or give your power to a secondary force called the Eze or the Obi or the Emir? It is contradictory. Those are the elements that constitute state capture. Because these interests want to impose themselves by saying we represent a second tier of citizenship called the indigene. See where that problem lies? Yeah. It is saying he's taking your power from you because he's the owner of the land. He's not the owner of the land. The land belongs to the Federation. And you are joint owners of the land. But somebody is saying, no, we are not joint owners of the land. My family owns this land and shall guarantee for you your well-being. You make a choice.
All right. All right, thank you. Similarly, you are the last person. Oh, CJ, I can't see you, so I'm assuming you are not there. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, CJ, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the show. I actually would disagree with Prof a bit on the fact that he said the problem with Nigerian citizens is because they've been impoverished. I think for me, I think the problem with Nigerian citizens is cultural.
Mm-hmm.
It's cultural in the sense that our culture does not support purpose. Our life actually has nothing to do with the purpose. You know, why are you living? What are your intentions in life? It's all about how do I survive? How do I make money for my children? How do I become the Onwa Ibonine? How do I become this? How do I become that? How do I become this? And that's the reason. And that's the reason why when you see, sorry, that's the reason why when you see a white man who is rich, he's not going to go, even it happens to black people here in America. He's not going to even go out to buy the blings or the most expensive cars. But a black man, for him to feel that he has a right, he's going to buy the bling blings. He's going to buy the big cars, own a big home. Even if his family is just two, he's going to build the biggest mansion. And then even as we are talking right now, your kingsman, if you happen to be the governor of your state and you come back without building a mansion, your kingsman will tell you, only have a governor so they didn't even achieve anything. He didn't build anything. So it's about culture. So the question, I think, and that's the reason why an African man, despite the fact that we had heat in Africa, we live close to the desert. We never thought about inventing a condition. It's all about having a purpose. The owner of Facebook invented Facebook not because he wanted to be rich, but he had a purpose. And then by extension, he got rich. So when Africans start having a purpose, then that is when the citizens will understand what they want. And then the question I want to ask is, how do we Nigerians start living a purposeful life? Like, how do we let them understand that your wealth is nothing if you don't have a purpose on it, if your life does not make a meaning on it?
Okay, I take it that you have read Marx.
No, I haven't read it.
Okay, I think you should go and read Marx. Okay.
Okay.
And then I always particularly ask you to read Marx's The Material Value, so that we can have this conversation at a more sophisticated level. Yeah. And second point I want to make is purpose is a function. I see where you're coming from, by the way. Yeah. And I think there's some argument to be made for this thing you call purpose. But let me go to the very basic level. Yeah. You did not invent the pestle and the mortar, did you?
No.
Ikwe
I'm did it.
But it's about utility.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you cannot say Africans have not done this or that. It is not true. Okay. The problem is here and applying it. And let's start from the point of the Igbo analogy you make. There's nobody in Igbo land. Igbo culture does not accept, does not support Onwa Igbo Nine. That's in fact antithetical to being Igbo. Every man is born king in his own roof. You can choose any name, any title you want. Okay, but once you come into my domain, you stop your title. The title ends. Yeah? It is the Republican ethos. You can choose to be, Odogu Merili Igbo Nine, but it is in your house. If you come to my house and answer the name Odogu Merili Igbo Nine, I use the pestle and break your head because you are in my house. I am the Lord of my manor. It is an imposed ethos, yeah, that says you are Lord of all the universe. The last people that did it, Igbo destroyed himself, and it was Kamalu Nuzuzu who took the title Amadioha, Unudum, and he destroyed himself. Okay, but this is a different story for a different environment and a different era. And the point I'm trying to make is this. The reason why we have failed so far to use your talent to create value is because in the post-colonial era, we have been on the run. We have been restless. We have not settled. Yeah? All the talents, the engineers you've produced, the chemists, the biochemists, the pharmacists, the scientists, the intellectuals and philosophers, you have not used them. It's not because there is no purpose, it's because you have been too restless to act. The very single moment when there was convergence, and I draw this analogy, when a zero constant could calculate the move between the grounds and the trajectory of the missile that was then called Obunigwe, the moment there was a necessity for it, they did it. And nobody asked, look, everybody, the convergence of talent for the security of the state became the basis upon which we could act. But since 1970, when you could think that the use of these talents was necessary for the creation of a modern Nigerian state, was replaced by the idea that the modern Nigerian state does not need the individual, but the individual needed the state. See, that's the contradiction, right? Yeah, it's where we began to falter. The relationship between the citizen and the state, and the fact that the citizen no longer considered the state necessary for their own survival. How did we arrive at this contradiction? A, the rupture of the public school system. B, the fact that we kept saying to ourselves that the state education is of no use for us. And then we began also to dispense with it. Our move towards external gains rather than inward gains gave rise to catastrophe. You see the point? So there cannot be a state without its citizens There cannot be citizens without a state. That condition of mutual reliance, once we disrupt,
Everything going well for you?
that's the problem.
Is there anything you want us to talk about?
All right. Thank you, Prof, for being. Let me. I know I have NWC and similarly yet to ask question, but let me add something to your answer to CJ. CJ, I thought maybe what you are referring to also has something to do with what the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We can agree that we are still at the beginning. Most people are still basically trying to figure out how to feed themselves and how to take care of clothing and basic needs. We haven't gotten to that place where we are pursuing things that are more than the basic. So that may be what you are referring to this going on. It doesn't mean that we won't get there or that we were not there before, but we are facing a new system that came into place as a result of the disruption of our society that happened about from 400 years ago. Anyway, I just wanted
but Rudolph, we cannot also continue to propose that argument of 400 years of rupture.
The reason why I'm saying this is I served when I was in Nigeria. I did my youth service in River State, Ogoniland, and then the conversation I had with the people around made me understood that for them, like, they don't really have a vision. Like, they don't have, their vision is so short-sighted. You understand? They worship well. They're not comfortable.
No, CJ. I want us to be careful about that, because see, what you are describing is the contradiction of the material environment. Okay, it is also the product of a bounded education of a people to imagine themselves as part owners of value. Yeah, would correct that completely. It's about purpose. I'm talking about this analogy between state, citizenship, and ownership. Okay, you have to own your society, and you have to want it to be transcendent before you could create value. In our own case, since the post-colonial environment has dictated for us the nature of our value, and because we have been restless, we have been in constant motion, we have not settled the question of the meaning of our relationship with the state. It is bound to happen that our desire will be short-fused, short-term. Does that make sense? We don't want to create at the moment long-term views of our society that will say, okay, what about housing? What about electricity? What about the use of energy? What about our security? We have not even accepted that the state is, the nation is. So why create value?
All right. Thank you. I don't want us to go back to some people were saying that 400 years of narrative is redundant. But if you want to talk about post-colonial Africa, you have to start from there and go to.
I agree. I'm not saying it's saying it's immaterial. I'm saying
you cannot.
We need to complicate that narrative a bit more.
Anyway,
and not spend too much on, because here we are. We are using computers. We are in the era of artificial intelligence. We cannot wait to reinvent the wheel. We must engage.
Yeah, you're right. But you also agree that things fell apart. Something happened.
No question about it.
And also, you can agree that when you're talking about individual level, CJ, you can agree. I don't know if you're abroad or you're in Nigeria. If you're people who are abroad, you can look at the children of all of us, those who have kids abroad, and they are not living the way we lived. They have a purpose. Most of them, you can't even force them to go and be doctors and lawyers. That's not their interest. They have the idea of what they want to do in life, unlike what we faced at home anyway, but let's not go there. There are so many things to get to. Let me get few people to ask more questions, then we'll take a break. When we come back, depending on Professor Nwakanma, if he wants to stay, we will continue the conversation. Lubisi, quickly, a question from you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I saw Mary was raising her hand. I wanted her to go first, but let me, if she will indulge me, let me go first. Prof, when I came back from church, I just joined briefly. It was when you were talking about how um, our founding fathers, when they created Eastern region, Western region, when they were independent, and then they now went to Britain to continue the fight for the Nigerian independence. And then when they asked them, people want to stay together, they all said yes. And then that was how Nigeria started, so to speak. So what struck me then was, did they go back to their constituents back home to ask their people that, oh, we are on this stage now, despite our differences, we are now being asked this question of, we want to be one Nigeria. Did they go to the people to say, what do we decide, or they just the people have already given them the mandate to say, yes, we want to be one Nigeria? Because I don't think if they are taught it through properly, probably we won't be where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I think the question you ask is important. The point is that the people, they derive the mandate originally from their people to go and represent their interests in the conference, okay, and agree to the terms of the convention according to the mandate given to them. Now, the question is, you're saying, if the people knew that this is what Nigeria would have turned into, then they may not have given them the power to represent them and say, yes, let us go. People had discussions at the county levels. It was the same discussions that people had when they were proposing the Nigerian Constitution. You remember? And it was clear to me, when they created the local government, people had arguments about whether to continue the council system in the East or ourselves, the local government. There were all kinds of debates, and they were pushed town union by town union, and they agreed. That was when they had then had the first local government elections in 1976-77. Okay, before they then accepted the 1979 Constitution after the Williams, after that. Those things happened in 1957, 58, and everybody agreed. One of the issues that then they raised was the question of how to protect ethnic minority rights. The minority rights question was settled by the Willings Commission in 1957, if you remember. And there was a report by the Willings Commission. And their commission accepted that the things that the minorities wanted as guarantee for them to go with the rest of Nigeria was to create a central police. They didn't want regional police. That's how Nigeria ended up with a single police force. Now everybody is talking about state police. Well, okay. But the minorities of Nigeria were the first. But the reason why the Nigerian police force was created as a single police system. The Willings Commission established that. We need to go back to the minutes of our last meetings to understand the history of Nigeria and where we are coming from.
okay, so
All
sorry,
right.
please, let me add one more question, please. Just one more.
We say, hold on, no. Similarly, I know, I'm sorry, you sent me a message that you were leaving for work, and just go ahead and ask a question.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, Professor Nwakanma. Lovely to have you in our midst, and hello, panelists. And our viewers, please like, share, subscribe. It is important that we support this platform that is providing incredible information to us, please. Thank you. My question is, how can we possibly completely stop the abuse and sexual harassment of women in Nigeria in the places of education, especially universities, in employments and in political places, whereby there is no form of meritocracy. It's about who you know, and trying to abuse the woman sexually, using her body to get a job, because after all, women got brains, and those wonderful brains need to be harnessed and respected with dignity. So how can we put a strict structure in place that would actually make it a criminal offense that women, because women are one of the most important humans in the society. So please, this is really important for me, because it's making a lot of young people, it is disenfranchising them and making them do things they don't really want to do to survive.
Well,
Whereas
okay.
they've got the brain. It's not just that a woman is beautiful, but as well they have the brain and can do. Even though they should still keep the cultures and respect and dignity, but at least function in places where they merit it after going to the university. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you this. It's a very important question, and I'll tell you this. We know historically in war, if you want to destroy people, you first of all destroy their women, because they are the basic. Women are the repositories of culture. You can't mess with women, and the sexual rights of women must be protected. I don't think this is academic. Now the question is, where do you start? I think women should go back to pre-Christian organizing, their capacity to organize pre-Christian, pre-colonial. The destruction of the power of the woman by the colonial Christian regimes is at once at the core of the crisis of the power of women. It used to be under the ancient laws that the women had the power to enforce the laws of the land. That's that's their right. That's your now in the environment in the current environment. Women must be protected by legislation. And somebody here says, is this supposed to be discriminated to all non-indigenous? Why has the process only focused on Igbo? No, I'm not focusing on the one. I want to attach this question about women's right to all groups of women in Nigeria. Every woman has a right to their dignity, and there must be a law to openly say that anybody who sexually harasses a woman must, and if a woman is compelled to do things that they don't want to do, that they must be, that they must be prosecuted. But the women must be the ones to lead this charge, because without women doing that, it falls apart. That's my argument. That's my answer. I don't support any other means by which people, women must embrace their own capacity to enforce the laws that protects their own bodies. That's what I say. That's one. In the question about whether indigenous rights must be only about Debo, no. I'm using Debo as an example. And I did say earlier about indigenship. There are Nupe in Lagos, there are Igbo, there are Hausa, there are Fulani, there are Ijo, there are Shekri, there are Gala, there are all kinds of people in Lagos. They own Lagos. Anybody, a Nupe, an Ijo, a Yoruba, anybody who lives even in Owerri, Enugu, or in Sapele, they own those places according to the Constitution of Nigeria, and their property rights must be protected. It is not just about Igbo. I'm using Igbo as an example in Lagos because I think that this law is targeted at Igbo who have substantial powers in Lagos. I'm just using them as an example. I'm not saying protect only Igbo rights. No, protect the rights of Nigerians everywhere that they live in that federation. Doesn't matter who they are. They are Ijo or Nupe or Igala or Goni. They are Nigerians and they have property rights. You can't toy with their property rights. We also need to activate the anti-discrimination laws. If an Ogoni man goes to Zamfara and is denied a job because he's an Ogoni man, we need to use the laws to enforce his right. That's what makes the United States different. It is not that America is a perfect society. It is America is a society that wants to make itself a perfect society by enforcing this aspect of their laws. We have anti-discrimination laws in Nigeria. We have not used them. Those laws must be activated so that a Yoruba man who comes to applies for a job and is discriminated against because he's a Yoruba man must be protected by the Constitution and must be given his right or her rights as a Nigerian in Owerri to enjoy the benefits of their citizenship. That's my argument.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor.
And besides, of just one moment,
Okay.
it is not even in the interest of anybody in Owerri to discriminate against a Yoruba man, because you need a certain level of diversity. Because if you go into an office and everybody you're looking at looks like you, speaks like you, it's boring. It doesn't generate. Nature forbids, actually, nature forbids that. So you must make space, even in Igbo land, for a certain level of diversity. If you don't do it, you do not progress. So please, the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Nupe should seek employment as much as possible in the East, and they must be guaranteed a place in the East, in amongst Igbo, because we do need that level of diversity. That's my point.
All right. Do we see? Finish up the other question then.
Okay, Prof. What I want to ask as a second question is, knowing all we know now about how Nigeria is being run, and then the different ethnic groups some trying to dominate others and that was some of the fears of some other ethnic groups earlier. Don't we need to come together now and sit down and redefine this country? Sit down on a table and decide if we are going to stay together and under what terms, because it appears some are lording it over others.
I think you're right. I think there is never a bad moment to sit down to discuss. It is, in fact, important that people sit down every time on a round table to discuss their matters. Every time we have an opportunity to talk and engage ourselves, we must do it. That's how nations advance. Yeah? And if people are crying, if any part of Nigeria is crying about not feeling comfortable and you are ignoring it, you are undermining Nigeria. Period. We need to listen to each other. The Igbo are crying today that they are marginalized. Better listen to them, because at some point, somewhere in the future, the Igbo will rise, and some other people will begin to cry that they are being marginalized. What you do to the Igbo today, and they are crying, if the Igbo rise tomorrow and do it, you will not have any legitimate grounds to cry if you don't deal with the Igbo question today. And I have said it before, people should not ignore this lament of the Igbo, because it is the Igbo's turn to cry today. And the Igbo must also pay attention the nature of injustice, so that when someday they get into this, they get to the point where they are in power, they must always remember what it means to be at the margins of a society, even though they shouldn't be. So that injustice met to another person cannot be tolerated when it is you meeting the injustice. This is the point of every form of dialogue, right? So yes, it is important for us to sit down and dialogue and say to ourselves, as I said earlier, is it working for us? If it's not working for us, should we continue? And if we must continue, on what terms? And if we can't continue, what next? Yes, your argument is solid. We need to meet. Constantly, we need to meet. It is nothing wrong. It is important for kinsmen to meet. I should best say that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lexi, after you, we take a break.
Okay. Prof, you've done a great job today. You've touched on so many things. And I'm glad that some people also came up to say, well, we heard you. We don't necessarily agree with you. And in my situation, and from my analysis of everything and the way you've been saying it, I see one thing: the federal might seems to be something you endorse?
No, you are wrong about it.
Okay.
May I clarify that?
Okay, may I withdraw that so that I will
Okay.
be able to exhaust the
All right.
thoughts?
Okay.
So I got that wrong. But what I'm seeing is a threat to the organic nature of our people. We are not Americans, we are not Europeans, we are not every other place that you may want to put under consideration as developed. We can develop in the way that we are organically and still be very comfortable. The Olias family settled in Owerri.
Who?
And they were welcome.
Which
Even
family? Which family? Sorry.
Olaya.
Olaya, yes.
The musician.
Yes.
Since you are from Mbise, you would have known a little bit about what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Olayas. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Victor Olaya. He sang in Owerri in those days. And there is a street named after either his uncle or his father.
Where the newspapers are.
Okay. So there was no problem accepting him. And he has relatives in Owerri. Victor Olaya, you can ask the members of that family. They have a footmark in Owerri. By the time all this happened, there was no opposition. They were very welcome. There's a song, a native song, where they said, Maji na Rotimi sere photo na-enweghị nwa, and they used it to sing. That the love between Maji and Rotimi from that Elias family was so much an example that even though they didn't have children, they went and did their ceremony of marriage. I'm just using this as one little example of how receptive our people are. They don't need to be forced from up. Okay, you must accept this, you must do this, the land is ours, we are the federal government, and our constitution says this. Some people don't even know there's something called constitution, and yet there has been peace amongst the people.
Absolutely.
What we are seeing today is a script that is being played out from beyond even the federal government.
I totally agree with you. I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
And the street you're talking about is Roti B Street.
Thank you. You are right. It's Roti B.
And it is true. And I know what you're talking about. I use the word state capture in this discussion very clearly. A lot of what is going on in Nigeria is actually a conflict of power and a conflict of values. What I have always argued against is to not misrepresent or misinterpret the forces that are also fairly external, dealing with the Nigerian question and the relationship between state capture and what is currently going on. What I have argued consistently is that our people should not flee from the fight. Otherwise, their flight will be endless. I hope you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, but I want the federal power to be completely out of.
The federal power must be mediated.
Well.
That's your argument, that we must mediate federal power. And this is true. This is why
we don't need it. We don't need it.
That's why I'm talking about going to the Republican Constitution. The Republican Constitution means that we need to deal with power look, there's state power, there is local power, and there is federal power. But as you just described, so an Olaya leaves Ekiti or Lagos, comes to settle in amongst the Njemanzes, amongst the Anyawus, and is given land, and he thrives, and he begins to grow. And 100 years later, somebody says, "You are not from here." What do you say? Makes no sense.
No one did that. That's
what I'm saying. Our people know this. The only people who are making people now begin to talk about this indigenous blah 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 are those who want to create crisis between the people. Because our people are tolerant people. They are welcoming people. They are not angry people. Our Africans are actually an expansive people. We love the stranger. As you know, amongst our people, they say, beware how you treat strangers, because you do not know if it's your chi come back to you. We honor strangers amongst us. We absorb them. We encourage them to live amongst us because they bring value. The question of the Federation of Nigeria is a different matter. It is that two factors are at play, and they are both internal and external. Those are two different discussions. We are going to talk about how to secure the Federation of Nigeria, in which all Nigerians must be secured. That's a different question.
Okay.
And if you're only also going to ask me, as an Igbo person, what do you have against Biafra? I would say, I'm an Igbo man. How can I be against Biafra? Yeah? I mean, I am Biafran. We are all Biafrans. Yeah? But the point I'm making is a limited Biafra is not my Biafra. There are Yoruba Biafrans.
Okay.
Yeah? There are Ijo Biafrans.
Okay.
Yeah? There are people, anybody who thinks that we need a sovereign capacity to progress, in my view.
Okay.
It's a Biafra.
So thank you, Prof. So in saying that, you have actually brought in the other thing you said about fascism.
Mm-hmm.
When you are struggling to get out of the grip
Mm-hmm.
of the lion,
Mm-hmm.
there's no term that you need,
Mm-hmm.
because what you are trying to do is to survive first, before anything else. No one has taken up this challenge more than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, apart from what led to him even knowing about it, which is the Odumegwu Ojukwu, the greatest in all. Now, with his exit, it seemed like everything remained and things were even getting worse. Now, he came out boldly, and he is inspired from within, as we can see, until he shook the whole country. All the people who are now freely speaking, you can trace their courage to what challenge that young man came up with. I can say that with authority.
Let me make this clear. Okay, so and Rudolph may know this because Rudolph also worked briefly in journalism in Lagos in the 1990s, late 80s and late 1990s. But I didn't meet him there. But on Thursdays, we used to go to Ojukwu's house in Villasca Lodge as young journalists, and he would sit down with us and he would talk. We basically debriefed him. Okay, I'm saying this because as young intellectuals in Lagos, Igbo intellectuals in Lagos, a couple of times, we were curious about Ojukwu talked to us. Ojukwu did say, and he said it very clearly, your obligation is not to be loved, it's to be feared. But nobody fears you if you're wrong. Yeah? He said it clearly. If I knew what I knew today, I would not take the war to the east. Clearly. Nnamdi Kanu is not inconsequential. What I know is, if he knew what he knows today, he would have taken different tasks, which is what I'm arguing for. You can engage.
Okay.
Without you cannot be foolish.
Okay. One of that alternatives is politics.
Period.
And even Igbos are being accused of not knowing how to play politics.
Absolutely.
Today, one Igbo man has come out, not because he's Igbo, but he happens to be from there. He has played that politics to an epic state that will never go out of the history of that country.
Right. You're talking about Peter Obi, right?
Peter Obi.
And you could see how Nigerians, and not just Igbo, Nigerians rallied around him. And are still rallying around him.
Yes.
And the question you are asking is, So what is the point of it? And I'm saying, step by step by step, we must be patient, as the great Zik used to say, Suru Lere. One moment is not enough to transform the history of a people. It is the acquisition of elongated memory that's rooted on experience. And here is the point that I think we must make, that every Nigerian paying attention to what's happening in Nigeria today knows that you cannot, deal with Nigeria without Igbo. You cannot do that. Igbo are catalytic people. I know that. And Nigerians respect Igbo. Nigerians don't hate Igbo. There are people who are afraid of Igbo, and there are people who are afraid of progress, people who are afraid of excellence, competition, and who are actually aware that on a good day, but Igbo also must be aware that competition is good, but you also need to mediate it, because you don't want to outcompete everyone. You must give grounds to those who do not, who don't have all the capacities, but must be on the same table. We did that. We know that. We must constantly be aware of it. And we are also constantly aware of it. I know as an Igbo person that what we actually stand for is justice. Ofo na ogu nedu Igbo. That's what we say. Justice is the first principle of Igbo. I understand that. Now, talking about politics, I think that if Nnamdi Kanu and his group want to exemplify what they want, the vision that they want to create, they should organize at the ground floor, begin to actually take part in local government business. Show through the power and the things you want to do at the local government, what you can do to transform your society. Okay, just as the Irish Republican, the IRA did, just as Hamas did, just as those organizations did, control the ground floor, build, create, show that you represent the people, that you have their best interests at heart, that you can build hospitals, build water mains, show all that. And that will be the basis upon which people will trust you. You can't impose yourself. You can't do the same things you're arguing against, and hope to get support. This is the point I'm making. Okay?
I get your point. Yeah. It sounds rosy, but I can tell you that the reality on the ground does not really comply to those principles that you are bringing up.
Those principles must be tested, and you must do the hard work. If you don't do it, then we are in trouble. We cannot do it. It's the hard work, the hard task, and we must prove to the point that we can, the point that we can do it, and not circumvent the ethical basis of the struggle of our humanity. That's the point I'm making.
All right. Immediately after the war, one Nana Ukegbu, I believe, if you may even correct me in that. He brought, there were Americans who were ready to build a university in his home village.
Stadium University. It was built.
It was built. It was this same Buhari that closed it down.
Okay, they refused that. So this is what, on the local government level, people have tried to do, which from above, the same federal might, the guys said no.
No. I remember I say this. We do not have, look, the reason why we must organize is to also tell the federal government that it doesn't have absolute power. Power belongs to the people. If the people dispense with their own power, if they don't resist, then you impose authority on them. But we need to organize.
Yeah, we need to be organized, but we are not free to even organize because
Lexi, isn't that a case of women for? What because what Nwakanma had referred to when he talked about 1983, for instance, in Aba, when we're trying to do self-sufficient in everything, in Aba, the customs and exiles will come to your shop, take a gun, shoot down the door of the warehouse, and cut away the goods. And that's when they imposed the import license. So what are we talking about? I
we don't
share
have
your
freedom.
view.
We don't have freedom. We have no freedom.
Remember that I just asked a question about why are we not developing the Ihiala seaport, which was approved in 1959? Is it, by the way, who formed the federal police? Because when you talk police, Mopo, that's the question I would have for Nwakanma. Who brought Mopo to Nigeria, and what was the purpose of it?
Well, the mobile police. Okay, remember M.I. Okpara in 1965.
There you go.
Okay, because again, well, when they talked about a federal police, okay, there were see, this will take me too long to describe, because again, I want to keep some of this to my, because I'm writing the biography of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and a lot of these things would come to play. Okay, I think that we need to pay attention to the whole question of the events that took place between 1966 and 1970, 1970 to 1979, 1979 to 1983, 83 to 87. When they tested the boat in 1987, there was no response. They knew we were done for. Okay? And because there was no response, everybody understands that in those days in Aba, you couldn't just, you were talking about customs and exercise. The Aba businessmen, the Nanakalos, they made certain that the customs and excise could not harass. The only problem was that when the ports in Port Harcourt were stopped by this Buhari again, 1983, and the inland ports, which is what they're referring to, the Ihiala Oguta to Bonima port, that trajectory using the Orasi River, was stopped by the war. By the way, it was the war that made that ended the development of that port. And Mbakwe kept harping on the development of that port that would have led to Port Harcourt and inland movement on it, Port Harcourt. About the war in 1970 disrupted the development of certain facilities in the east, but that wasn't it. It was from 82 that containment of the east began. Okay, and the Eastern intellectuals, Eastern politicians, Eastern communities, the hell with this, Joe. We have nothing to lose or gain. It was a mistake. And it is that mistake that we have carried on. And it's not because we are powerless. It is because the East is not organized. Okay? You must know, as Rudolph and I have always discussed, there is not a single newspaper in the east of Nigeria. How can you compete?
The last person that tried it was the Wanyango Champion newspapers.
No, it was in Lagos. That's the provincial paper in Lagos. Okay? Every newspaper is, because you are an Igbo man owning a paper in Lagos, doesn't make it an Igbo paper. It's a Lagos paper. Okay? Every paper is necessarily provincial. Okay? That is when the NTA Aba used to be very active. People were informed. People had a certain space for dialogue. But there's not a single media system of significance in the East. Today, as we speak, there is not a single bank with operational headquarters in the East. Eastern business people, if they want to process those, have to go to Lagos.
Uh,
All right, all right.
I get that point though. But let me make this last one. Ike Nwachukwu did say at one time that he had brought up the proposal for Oji River Power to be rehabilitated, to be made to work again, because it is able to give the entire East region light. Talking about newspaper and printing, you can look at the effect of not having power. About guys were using little generators to do things like that, and some of these printing assembly couldn't go without the mega power that they needed. What the federal government told him was he should not think about Oji River alone, it should be the whole country. Whereas we had just come out of the war, and they gave him the condition that he has to come back with a plan for the whole country.
Yeah, but you should have asked Ike Nwachukwu, what did he do to the Amarako power station that Mbakwe built and the Zombe gas power that Mbakwe? What did he do with that?
Okay,
he called it
the
white elephant. He called it the White Elephant Project.
I don't know the rest of the story, but
I don't think here is the best place to begin to talk about things that our people did, even to us, people. We have a lot of questions, and I don't want this to just be about the.
All right, that's what I'm.
One moment, Rudolph, just so I can clarify this. I think that the main problem with the Nigerian Federation is this rupture, these regional ruptures. We need to create a cooperative federation. Our people, whether they are Yorubas or Igbos or Hausas or Nupes or Fulanis, all they want is a good life. We need to converge at that point and ask, how do we make the life of the average Nigerian, irrespective of where they come from, how do we make that life worth it? How do we dignify the life of the Nigerian, of the African, and of the people in the world wherever we are? But the crucial point is, can we? I think we can. We can create a cooperative federation that works for everyone if we sit down and discuss it.
But we keep blaming the victim. I was born number 10 Ilukwe Street in Enugu. That is a Yoruba name, recognized and established in Enugu way back then. I heard that the mayor before then even was Hausa man.
Yeah, the Fulani man.
What point am I making here? I'm making the point that we should let organic growth take place amongst our people.
Okay.
We should, what we are experiencing now is a kind of hostility and overheating of the policy, and even refusing the result of an election because the Igbo must go down.
The Igbo is under threat. We agree with that. With that, I have no argument. I think our people.
But we are tired. We are tired. Let us go. Let us go.
We have to do it systematically. We have to do it systematically.
There's no systematic. Okay. There's nothing systematic. It's not going to happen because they keep interrupting and they keep stopping it. Let everyone to your tents, O Israel, and let's cooperate after that. It will work better.
Beware what you wish for, by the way. That's what I always argue. It's not as simple as it sounds. We have challenges. We need to confront those challenges.
We are not willing. The people are not willing. Otherwise, it will happen. And we don't have to fight to get it.
All right.
All right.
Can I say something, Dr. Please. Prof, I'm so grateful. Thank you. It's been a worthwhile listening to you. Here and there, it's in every intellectual or whatever discussion, you can never agree with everything. Even your children not agree with everything you say.
Yes.
So, and we allow them to have their view or their say. And so I also defer to you on that. And I'm so grateful for the work you're doing. You have done so much. And if majority of us in Nigeria and in the amongst the Igbos, to bring it to a minute level, know what you know, I'm sure that the struggle will have been different. Having said that, I want to end on a very what we call in media water cooler story.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the you mentioned every point, because I look, this is my piece of paper where I was jotting, and everything I jotted down somehow one way or the at one time I said maybe you are reading my mind, but you were able to answer almost everything. Um, Now the water cooler story that I would like to introduce is the one that Nnamdi Kanu was going to the Nigerian court, and he wanted to wear his Isiago. Now, you are the right person I can ask this in, Prof, because you are well read and you're fast in Igbo culture too. And the judge or the TSS will not allow him wear the Isiago because,
Oh.
according to what they wrote, it was intimidating them and the judge.
Mhm.
And the judge accordingly ruled that Nnamdi Kanu cannot appear in the Isiago traditional cloth.
Mhm.
What do you say about that? What's your view about that? Is it that the Isiagu cloth is also intimidating them, in as much as the Igbos are also intimidating them? Where
Well,
do we,
the Igbo are very intimidating people. Let's just put it that way. Okay. And what the judge has done is to acknowledge that it is not Nnamdi Kanu alone that is in that court, but that the Igbo people are in that court. So we can take it however we wish. We can either say to ourselves, this is unjust, or we say, okay, let us be Igbo people. You can't stop us from being Igbo people. And if we are going to be in that court with Nnamdi Kanu, yeah, if we are really going to be in that court with Nnamdi Kanu, then um, let the judge say. What I cannot support here is for the judge to deny Nnamdi Kanu his right to be who he wants to be. This is one. But what I can also then also actually infer, what the judge has done, if the judge did that, as a matter of fact, is to actually acknowledge that the judge has given Nnamdi Kanu one simple advantage, which is that whatever happens, Nnamdi Kanu is not alone. He is carrying the force of the people behind him. That's what the judge has basically acknowledged. Does that make sense?
yes, yes.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. Appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Professor Obi Nwakanma. We are going to take a break. When we come back, if you still want to stay with us, we
No,
will go.
I have to go pay my tax.
All right.
You
All
know,
right.
those who don't understand it, it means if you marry an Azaba woman, you must know how to steer the boat in the night.
How many did you offer?
Yes. Okay.
All right. So for your final words, so that when we come back, we will go into Sunday school. Go ahead, Professor Nwakanma.
All right. So my point today, and I think I've said quite a lot, is Igbo should listen to that sage called Nanda Zikwe. Suru Lere. That's one. We've got time. We are in place. We are not going anywhere. Nigeria owes us. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is a land that Igbo has won by blood. We have basically no excuse. The Igbo have no one excuse for being Igbo. Two, the Lagos House of Assembly Speaker does not have the capacity to drive the Igbo or any other ethnic group, whether they be the Jaw, the Nupe, the Shekiri, the Gala, who have established presidency and who have property in Lagos, has no capacity to drive them out of Lagos. If he creates a law that is contradictory to the Constitution of Nigeria, it will be challenged. But if the Lagos House of Assembly goes ahead to enact such a law, and I challenge them to enact it, it will be challenged by two means. Without Igbo will dismantle all the institutions they built in Lagos and leave slowly and gradually, or they will resist that law physically. And I'm saying also that two things Igbo and other ethnicities in Nigeria, including the Yorubas, who are against this law must do. And I know there are so many Yorubas who say this law does not speak for us, because every now and then this is what they want to do. They want to actually, create enmity between the Yorubas and the Igbo. But this election has shown us that the Yorubas that we know are not against the Igbo. There are sections, yes, and that's normal, but the Yoruba are not enemies of the Igbo. The Yoruba in Lagos have said, these men are not speaking for us. We must all come together as citizens of Nigeria to wrest Nigeria from the hands of an oligopoly that is insistent on using all kinds of tactics to distract Nigerians from what is actually in the offing, which is to capture Nigeria and to hand Nigeria to their own children, so that Nigerians, there'll be two Nigerians: the Nigerians who are slaves and the Nigerians who own Nigeria. They want to create the 1% that will own Nigeria, while the rest of Nigerians are poor, distracted, and disunited. I think we need to create a condition for citizenship that will then make us challenge that ethos of subversion and capture. That's the only way that we can contain this. And I hope that those who are listening today would pay attention to the fact that ignorant, poorly educated speaker of the Lagos State of Assembly is not speaking for the Yoruba. That the Igbo themselves must not take this to mean that the Yoruba are against them. That the only people who are against the Igbo in Lagos are a cult of the ignoramus who think that they own Lagos, but they don't own Lagos. And I do say this consistently. There are more Igbo who have been in Lagos before the ancestor of this guy who says he's the Speaker of Lagos State Assembly came to Lagos. And Igbo must ignore him. But if he pushes it to the point where they need to prove the point, Igbo have a right to respond.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. One more thing. Hold on, electricity.
Rudolph, I apologize for interjecting.
No, hold on.
Prof,
No, not yet. I want to say that, Prof, we have Dominic is my co-host, and I have forefathers here. And I don't know if you can hold on a minute if they have questions, Dominic, or comments. Dominic and forefathers, do you have anything to say? Because it's a lot.
I have questions, but I apologize that I came late. I really enjoyed. I was enjoying some of what you're saying so much so that I couldn't get myself to come online and rub shoulders with you. But if you allow me the indulgence, I would like to ask two questions. Some of which you've answered, so you can decide not to delve into them again. And then hopefully forefathers can ask these questions as well. But there's one thing throughout what you were saying, my greetings, Prof. I like how you dissected the issue of the Constitution. And there are two things that I see in terms of what people talk about. One is, maybe on the one hand, people that are fine with the Constitution, they talk about principles to be changed, amendments to be made. And then on the other side is, throw away the Constitution completely and start afresh. And I'm going to give you an analogy. And I think this analogy is actually very apt because it probably help you maybe in terms of expanding on what I've just said. There's this, late religious figure in the United States, quite philosophical guy, Venerable Fulton Sheen. And he made the analogy of, he's a Catholic bishop. And he said there are millions that hate what they wrongly believe to be the Catholic Church. But there's only a few actually inherently hate. And so, with that analogy in place, can you use this to differentiate between many who hate what they wrongly believe the Constitution to be or what the law is, versus those who actually hate the actual letter of the law.
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay. So I will start by saying yes, that there are too many people who are actually fairly ignorant about the process of nation building and constitutionality. Yeah, and those are the people we were talking about who imagine that they hate what the constitution is, but they don't know the foundational questions around the constitution. That's clear. I am not making a case for the Nigerian constitution as is. I'm saying it does exist. It's alive. We may not like it, and I'm saying there are so many things not to like. Now, but we are the ones that are alive. That on paper, that paper is dead. Yeah, it's a dead issue. However, we make it alive because we are the catalytic force that would either adhere to the constitution or dispense with it. Okay, in my view, it would be a maybe the word is not unnecessary, but it might be a complicated process to say let us go back and create a new convention for a new constitution. Mind you, the first argument against this constitution began with the pro-democracy movements. Yeah, who began to say, well, this constitution is faulty, it is imposed on us by the military, and therefore it is not representative of us, which is true. But the military government was a Nigerian military government. It was a government established by the Nigerian armed forces. We do not like military governments. We do not think they're democratic. But the military has a place in the Nigerian constitution. It was established by the Army Act. It was a military that said we are intervening in the affairs of Nigeria because the Nigerian society is our society, and by our oaths, we protect the existence of Nigeria. Like them, hate them, that was their task. Were they empowered to make a constitution? Even the military themselves said the constitution we made is a transitional constitution. When we establish a parliament, that parliament can then make a substantive constitution. That is the question that we need, therefore, now to come together and ask ourselves, do we have the structure of the parliament? Do we have the delineated spaces of the parliament to make a constitution? Can we, as Nigerians, agree to go back to the very first principle of our Republican Charter, which is the 1963 Constitution, and say, all right, this Constitution created the foundational basis of our republic. Let us start from here and create amendment. In the United States Constitution, we have amended the first, second, third amendment. We can create the first, second, third, amendments of the Nigerian Constitution based on our Republican Charter. That's my argument. It is not an absolute argument. I'm only one Nigerian voice, but it's a suggestion that I think that constitutionalists can take into account and Nigerians can look at and begin to say, all right, the most important critical element for us is to establish a charter that works for the rest of us. And what would be the basis of that charter? Equal rights for all Nigerians, liberty for all Nigerians, and the means by which our charter, our human rights charter, is guaranteed and enforced.
Yeah. Prof, thank you for that breakdown. The reason why what actually piqued my interest in asking this question was when you mentioned there's a law, and people have mentioned this, that allows the citizens to recall their representative.
Mhm.
What came to my mind is, so the person who is not informed about such a law, they would say throw away the constitution, while someone who's informed about this law would say it needs to be amended so it's easier to get to the point where you can actually be a
Use
whatever.
it.
That's
Yes.
why I asked you this question.
Yeah.
The second question I want to ask is you mentioned a lot about republicanism, which I quite frankly believe in. But there's something that you're suggesting by going back to republicanism, you're suggesting that having cultural leaders, monarchs to be precise, is mutually exclusive from a citizen having full rights enshrined in the constitution, right? So you can't believe in republicanism and having a citizen have full equal rights and also believe in traditional institutions. And so I put it to you that this argument seeks to make government leadership just a black and white, sort of dichotomy. And without taking into perspective what I think either Lexi or Music said, which is you also have to value organic politics. Somewhere like Switzerland, where instead of adopting what is traditional, they decide to come up with something that works for them. So isn't it possible to espouse the principles of republicanism and also try to form something that's organic for us, where you still maintain the equal rights enshrined in the constitution and also value your monarchy, maybe to the extent like the UK has? You wouldn't, maybe you can make this point for me, but I don't think any citizen in the UK believes they don't have equal rights.
There are no citizens. There are no citizens in the United Kingdom.
Okay, but for the sake of this,
there are
for
subjects.
the sake of a simplified argument, there is no subject. Let me use your wording. That would say, I don't have equal rights, so enough for me to prosper in the UK.
But I get the point I'm making, and let me therefore intervene very directly. In the United States, in the United Kingdom, you have your rights are limited to the point where if the monarch, you are the subject of the king, and your life can be taken theoretically by the king, you have no rights, as a matter of fact. Okay, in Nigeria, we consciously chose to be a republic, and there cannot be two captains in a ship. The Indians did the same thing. By the way, the Indians dismounted and dismantled all the Rajas, more elegant, longer, more powerful monarchs in Indian tradition. They were all dismantled in 1972 to perfect the Indian Republic, the Democratic Republic of India. So it is possible. Now, the reason why we have problems in Nigeria is what we call the dual public, what the famous Nigerian political scientists called the creation of the dual public and dual allegiances. And you cannot create a nation that is constructed on that kind of dual public and dual allegiance. If you hold that the Constitution is the single protector of your rights, you must then defend it. If you agree that your right as an individual is the common bonum of your relationship with the state, then you must protect it. If somebody says to you, in order for you to get a loan in the bank, you must first of all go through your traditional ruler, who then gives you a signature, for you to get a loan or to get a passport. What is the meaning of your citizenship? Why not go to the county office, to your post office, write a note and say, my name is this, I live here, I pay my tax here, and you send it, and the next day the passport comes stamped with the seal of the Republic of Nigeria. Why do you need a mediated? By the way, when you talk about culture, culture is not the monarch. Culture is you. It's the product of your imagination and the way you organize yourself. Now there's a Nigerian culture. You know what the Nigerian culture is? When you talk about urban culture in Nigeria, okay?
Afro-beats,
Absolutely. Every day you go to the churches, you hear a hybrid of Nigerian voices. Okay, Jesus, na biggie man, is that your language? That's Nigerian culture. Okay, you go to a particular restaurant today, you ask for a gusi and ugu soup. You don't ask for gwegiri. That's Nigerian culture. We are hybrid. And then, for me, for instance, okay, I like a foriro. That's culinary culture? Yeah, I go to an exhibition, look at contemporary Nigerian painters. Okay, it's not just so we have an evolving national culture, an evolving national state, and we no longer need the ballet of Isaleko to make it possible for me to get the passport that belongs to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So not even room for ceremonial.
It subverts the principle of equality encoded in the Nigerian Constitution.
You can, in the letter of the law, you can still make it that you can still have the ceremonials without the citizens' right being subverted. What is the issue?
You know the problem with that. You know the problem with that. When you create these hybrid spaces, the problem with that is that the man who if you decide to go straight, yeah, and apply, the man will say, "You know who I am. My grandfathers were your lords."
We're very pleased to welcome
I'm so sorry.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, yeah, sorry, guys. I was speaking.
I get, Prof, I get what you're saying. Even when you create a letter, the perfect law that is supposed to maintain ceremonials and maintain that equal right, you always find loopholes for.
There will be conflict.
Hence, abolishing it. Okay.
Hence, you erase it. Okay, so that there will be no your child tomorrow, your great grandchild tomorrow would not say, "I'm beholden to power above me." The only power that they would behold to is the Constitution that guarantees the right. And therefore, when they go to court, in that Constitution, the Constitution will say, "This Constitution says your citizenship is a guarantee of your rights." That's the meaning of the Republic. Meanwhile, when we use examples of the UK is not a republic; it's a constitutional monarchy. Yeah, there are so many examples of the constitutional monarchy, and that works for them. The Commons work for the UK, but using our own complex, space, Nigeria is structured in such a way that it is an agglomeration of too many entities. Yeah, and those entities will require only one source of power in order for it to evolve, and that's the Constitution. Does that make sense?
I mean, I still disagree, because I feel there's room for organic politics, but that's
well, I hear what you're saying. The organic process is already happening, and let me tell you how the organic process is happening. Okay, you come to Lagos. Nobody listens to the Oba of Lagos or the Obi of Onitsha. See what I mean? They listen to the Onitsha, they listen to the Onitsha Market Traders Association. They don't listen to the Obi of Onitsha. He can come out and make us leave the Obi alone. Let us go and pay our tithes to Omata.
Yeah, they can see the Ewaji and all of that. I actually grew up in Onitsha.
Okay, so those questions they don't. You can. I mean, increasingly, okay, contemporary Nigerians don't pay attention to this because their lives have been mediated by a single factor right now, and it is a factor that says where and who gives me a job. But these forces are not relenting. They want to also create domains where they too will determine whether you get a job or not. Okay, so the Nigerian Constitution is a Republican Constitution. Let us strengthen it and let us help it defend the rights of citizenship. It is that right that has to be defended. And once we can agree that the citizen is an individual, not his community, we will begin to solve the problems of Nigeria.
Dialogue, Prof.
All right. Thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, this is Rudolph, and greetings to the guests and to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I think I've heard you refer to Lagos as no man's land several times. Don't you think that using such language, given the context that we are in Nigeria, where not everywhere any area you can say that in every region, you are going to trigger some reactions from the locals or people that believe it is not believe actually in the indigenes of that region. You're going to elicit reactions from them, because from one thing I know in life is that you don't necessarily, even if technically it's true, because clearly the population of Lagos is not mostly made of Yoruba people or the indigenes, but you don't rub what hurts people down on their face, and you could create a reaction that leads to divisions, and
Well,
hence we've seen what that can do already in the
I,
context
I,
of
I,
the
I,
election.
I see your point, and it's a very valid point. However, there are two questions you need to ask, and those questions are equally important. Yeah, and the point is this: what is the point of that binary, indigene and non-indigene? It is in itself aimed at categorizing and creating divisions. Therefore, you need to situate it properly. Yeah, that is one. So it's not the non. It is that creation of the binary ab initio that creates the division, not its response. Okay. So
In the Niger Delta area, they do give them
let
preferences.
no, let me then deal with this. And I did not begin the argument that Lagos is a no man's. Shagari said it in 1979, 77, 78. Latif Jakonde said it. Yeah. T.S. Tosby Benson, a Lagosian himself, and he declaimed. Okay, so these are questions that you need to categorize. In any case, when I say Lagos is no man's land, it is actually a celebration of Lagos as a massive cosmopolitan space in which there's no beginning, no end. You got to understand that. The point is, there are not too many people not too many places in this world that have what is now the vitality of Lagos. Lagos is made up of many, 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 many cultures. You can't deny that. The indigenes of Lagos, who are they? They are also immigrants.
Yeah, but you can argue that
Do
in
you
the
agree with
southeast
that?
is the same thing, though. Yeah,
But no,
there
on a
are
serious
worries
note,
of the
the Warriors
Yoruba
are
people from that region.
immigrants. The Warriors are immigrants to Lagos. They used to live on the waterfronts. Okay, they came to Lagos not even before the Ijaws, who are aquatic nomads, who traded in Lagos before the Warriors settled in Lagos. We have anthropological data to prove this. The Warriors came after the wars, during the Yoruba wars, moving through Ife. Look, it's the same condition that created Ibadan, which was basically, not even before it became a war camp, was a place where, a gathering point of travelers. The Warriors are immigrants from Ife, okay, through the sharing movements. And if you want us to go back even further to the migrancy process, if you want us to go further, we can. But the question I ask you is Idumota Yoruba word? Is it a Yoruba word?
See, it doesn't matter what the word is.
I'm coming because it's important for us to situate this. It's because Nigerians have actually been unwilling to confront the histories of our urbanity and the histories of our union that we create pseudo crisis. There's no crisis on the very question of the ownership of Lagos. Whoever wants to know who the owner of Lagos is should go to the land registry in Lagos. You pay for property. Where do you live?
In the UK.
Okay. Do you pay tax in the UK?
Yeah.
Do you own property in the UK?
I'm sorry, I'm going to keep that one private.
Okay, right. But let me assume you own property in the city of London or in Surrey or in Birmingham. You are an owner of that piece of earth. Nobody can challenge you.
I'm sorry to differ. What you are saying is extremely dangerous. You have to be careful because the kind of language you are using to describe people's where they consider their ancestral homelands is actually dangerous. If somebody says, oh, the Igbo land used to belong to Ijaw people, they used to use that for migration and all the rest of it.
Well,
you're not going to find that funny. Or Fulani say that about that area.
Lagos is actually, you know what they used to call Lagos? You know what Lagos was described? Lagos was called the slave coast. Okay?
Yes.
So, and I'm telling you that the use of the word indigenship is a very problematic term in anthropological studies because, you have to talk about source and context. And I'm telling you, if you look at the word, the name, Electodibo, is it Lagosian? Is it Electodibo a Lagosian?
No, it's not anthropological studies we are talking about here. We're talking about cultural.
I'm not talking about anthropological fact. Because to claim indigenship is an anthropological term.
Yes,
and I'm asking you.
But the Aworis were the first there. There were no other groups that we know of that are in there.
The Awori. Look, I'm telling you that patterns of settlements. If you go around Apapa, what you now call the Apapa area, those areas.
But what you are saying, if everybody goes back in time, you will find out that where the Igbo people are today is no longer theirs. If you want to say Lagos doesn't belong to anybody, then you say that for everywhere.
Of course, Onitsha, let's use the word. Let's look at Aba and Onitsha, for instance, in Igbo land. The Onitsha people, the Onitsha Donido, have had a problem, and this problem began in the 60s. Rudolph Okonkwo knows that people in Onitsha had the question of who owns Onitsha. People are telling them, you don't own Onitsha. That was an issue. People tell them that. You don't own Onitsha. The Onitsha and the Obosi question is an old, ancient question. Okay? Aba and the Ngwa people, Port Harcourt and the Ikwere people, every space where you have created urban spaces no longer belong to indigenous spaces.
I beg to differ on that. In the Niger Delta, they actually give them preferences. This is why they even give them the oil returns. They also understand that they have to employ the locals.
Delta, they give them preferences.
No, I know. You have to. I think there are rules on even employing locals in those areas.
Okay. So here is the question that we want to ask. So a man who owns property in Isaleko, whose ancestors own. By the way, Amaro is said to be a Portuguese town, but it's not a Portuguese town. These are Arab people who returned from Portugal and established Amaro in Lagos. The central place where you make where you gather is called Enowa. Is it Yoruba language?
See,
of
course. Anybody can name something anyhow they like. It doesn't mean the locals were not there first.
No, but the Enowa there was no locals in Enowa there. Enowa would not have been local. It would have not been named.
See, one thing I can tell you for sure is that you have Ondo on the other side of Lagos, you have Ogun on the other side of Lagos, you have the Benin Republic that is also Yoruba on the other side of Lagos. For you to come and say, oh, this land in between all these Yoruba territories is no longer Yoruba, is dangerous statement.
Benin Republic is not just, there are Yorubas in Benin Republic. There are all kinds of people in Benin Republic. The Ondo that you're talking about, there are Ijaw in Ondo. Okay, there are so many people in Abeokuta. If I begin to give, I don't want to go into this history so that We don't spend all our time here.
I understand what you are saying, but still, it's predominantly Yoruba states.
What I'm saying simply is, you remember that even up to 1967, when Lagos State was created, the Lagosians did not want to be associated with the Western region as Yoruba states. They were clearly distinct. They didn't want to be part of the Western region. They were Lagosians. Okay? That's one thing. Second is that by the cession of Lagos between the period in the 15th century, when Lagos was already established as part of the slave coast between Dahomey, and Eko, the force between Dahomey and Eko was the Benin Empire. Okay? And the establishment of Lagos as an entity. When the Portuguese came to Lagos, it wasn't the Yoruba that they met as the owners of Lagos. It was the forces of the Benin Empire.
Your audio seems shaky.
Prof,
your audio is shaky.
Let me say this, forefather.
Don't mind. The Empire of Benin cannot make claims to Lagos even now, even though, historically speaking, it is far more connected to Yoruba, to Benin, than to Yoruba. Even the Oba of Lagos made it clear that Lagos is no Yoruba land.
So,
and I'm not arguing about
whom are the people that the British defeated to take over Lagos? Royal family.
The people that the family that the Dosemo family, had their ancestry in Benin, in Idu. They had assimilated. There was a time up to
but they are a Yoruba people
up to the late 19th century. People used to pay tax from inland Yoruba to come to Lagos from Abeokuta. You go and read your Yoruba history. People were paying tolls before they come into Lagos. They were not granted. They were not citizens of Lagos. The Yoruba, they were not citizens. They were paying tolls to come to trade in Lagos, and Igbo people were already in Lagos trading. How do you make that argument? So the point I'm making, but talking about indigenship, I am not saying that those who have ancestral linkages to Lagos should be ignored. Far be it from me that you ignore them. I think that part of the argument we should be making is, how do we make Lagos worth their while? That's crucial. I'm not dismissing that. I think that ancestral claim is still crucial. You cannot, you cannot dismiss them. That's not possible. That's not even necessary. But you cannot therefore argue that those who, through series of migration, there are so many people who now claim Lagos whose ancestors were not. There are so many Nupe people who have older claims to Lagos than Yoruba people who now claim Lagos.
All right, let me interject. Maybe this will help us to move forward. There's a favorite quote I like. It's from Thomas Jefferson, and he said that I admire the dreams of the future more than the history of the past.
Right.
I think we are spending. It's a very common thing in Africa, spending more time talking about the history of the past more than the dreams of the future. So, if I ask any of you here, in 400 years from now, how do you think Lagos will look like? What would be your answer?
No, but Rudolph, before you even ask that question, I need to clarify this. Okay, I have no interest personally in Lagos. I am not going to live in Lagos. I have lived in Lagos. I cannot live in Lagos right now because it's a vast slope. I can't live in Lagos, it's too hot. I think that one of the things we need to stop doing, because we're playing into the hands of those who want to create cleavages that are unnecessary, is to say to ourselves, these are the owners of Lagos, these are not the owners of Lagos. The owners of Lagos know themselves. They don't even participate in these arguments. Okay? The indigenes of Lagos are not amused by this argument. It is the new migrant to Lagos that is saying, this is Lagos and our own days. You cannot make.
That kind of statement. See, there is an Oba Oluwole that died in 1841 by the hands, I think, from the British. I think Kosoko was also removed. These names are not necessarily Igbo names or Benin names.
No, they're not.
And so they are not. So these are Obas of that area going back to 1840 something. That is going to 180 years back. So for us now to just come and say, oh, this place is surrounded by all these groups that are all Yoruba, but in between, it doesn't belong to them. That is an incendiary statement to be making. And the reason why I'm engaging in this debate, because personally I prefer to be looking at fixing issues, is because if we keep saying some of things to rub it into the face of fellow Nigerians, it leads to division. Because nobody, you can't, if somebody comes to River State now and say, oh, Igbo people say we own this area because it's our, this thing, you are close to us, we've been here for so and so years. That kind of stuff can lead to division. This is Fulanis come to this thing southwest and say we own this territory because Ibadan was a kind of trading post or some kind of network location. That is incendiary. You can't be saying stuff like that.
The Hausa, okay, in Ibadan, the Hausa community, is a substantial part of the city of Ibadan, and you cannot drive them. Now, okay, so here is the point we are making, and that I'm making very, 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 very closely. And I think it has to do, in some sense, with what Rudolph has said. The past is fantastic, it's important. But what is the present like? So, are you going to say to those who live in Lagos now, you don't belong? No. And if you are going to say that, let me finish. If you are going to say that on the basis of the fact that, oh yeah, I have ancestral claim and from point A to point B used to be my own, what is it now? Are you saying to them, okay, it's no longer yours? In any case, there is no basis in the Nigerian constitution for indigenship. It is for citizenship. And you cannot say to any person if a Yoruba man goes to Onitsha, buys land, builds a house, pays his tax, are you going to say to him, you don't belong in Onitsha, or Onitsha is no longer your own, you are not a citizen, you're not an indigene, you can't be protected here? Are you going to say that? You can't say that.
But politically, we know that people that are from other states and are often prevented from running for governorship of another state in Nigeria. We do that, and there is another thing that I found out.
Can you give me one example?
I know that is a normal practice. You can't
but be from one example.
I don't know of one example off my head. But do you have any governor from any state that you know of so far that is from another state and comes to rule another state in Nigeria other than Lagos?
Okay, you said other than Lagos. How do you know that how do you know that the man in Kano is originally from Kano?
Because his forefathers and his grandparents lived there, so they feel like they are part of the indigenes now of Kano.
Oh, because his forefathers lived there, right? But is he from Kano? Okay.
Sorry. This thing that you are doing is almost as if you are divorcing yourself from the normal practices that you see in Nigeria today. What I see in Nigeria is that if you are not born somewhere, or your forefathers or you are not from there, they will say go back to your state of origin. In politics, they actually do that. We know this is the truth of the situation, and for us to just say now that it belongs to everybody, it belongs to everybody.
My point is, the fact that you've conventionalized it does not mean that it's constitutional. Right? That's one. Two, the fact is, anybody, even a Yoruba young man, a man with Yoruba ancestry, tomorrow can come in Owerri, join a political party, and say, I want to be governor. If he musters enough votes, he will be governor. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Professor.
Yeah.
You give me a second to. There's something I noticed that Rudolph didn't notice that is happening here, and I think it's key for our viewers to see this.
Right.
The basis of the argument that is being made is indigenization, and the structure for it is states. But have you noticed that in both of your arguments, you're always talking about ethnic group? You don't talk about the man from Ogun State, whose great grandfather is from Ogun State, that has been in Lagos for 150 years. And so the person who's considered a Lagos indigene, consider that person to be a non-indigene. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see the point I'm making, and that's the argument that was raising.
Is about ethnicity.
Yeah,
because you don't know if the man who's living in Lagos Island for 200 years, the ancestors, if they're originally from Ogun State, would dispute their indigenship.
Okay.
An Igbo man who probably may say the ancestors have been there for 300 years, but if it's an Igbo man, it is easily recognizable that they are not Yoruba.
Absolutely.
So is it more of a Yoruba issue, an ethnic issue, than it is an indigenization or a state issue?
Okay, so I again, this is the point I was making, and I was using that as an analogy to point to the fact that a man who comes to Lagos from Gongola, well, it's no longer Gongola, from, let's say, from Madamawa, establishes himself, becomes Bolaji Adamu, or Adamu Bolaji. Tomorrow comes up to say, I'm an indigene of Lagos. Okay? Over a man whose name is Anyang, whose grandfather, great-grandfather has been in Lagos long before Bolaji Adamu came to Lagos. And I'm talking about indigenship. Okay? A man whose father is Aro from Arochukwu goes to live in Owerri for years and becomes Nwokora for Suji. Yeah? And goes to contest election in Owerri. How do you know he's not from Arochukwu in other state?
Thank you.
See,
okay.
What you are
How do
saying
you
makes
know
sense.
that the man whose ancestor called Rotibi becomes Basil Rotibi Njoko? Yeah? His ancestor is Yoruba, with a street in Owerri called Rotibi Street. But he becomes Basil Rotibi Njoko, contests House of Representatives in Owerri. How do you know he's not Yoruba? Okay, so the problem I'm trying to raise here is that those who are raising this issue are not raising it because it is in the interest of the people. They're raising it because they want to secure their own political interests.
But why does it work?
Because
why does it work is
you
what
and
you should
I
understand.
have got into it. And I'm saying to you, mind you, long before this was an issue, Azikiwe represented Lagos in the House, in the Federal House.
You see, this kind of stuff. Sorry, this is kind of stuff. I feel like that causes problem in our country. We don't listen to people when they are telling you something that hurts them, and you pretend as if you don't know and keep repeating the same thing. This is kind of stuff that led to the civil war. When people were mocking those northerners, you are not listening to the people there. They are telling you, but you're not listening.
I'm asking you a question.
You're using anthropology, using all kinds of different stuff. This kind of stuff that leads to problems.
But I'm asking you a question. If you say this man is an indigene, and he says to you, okay, but I came here before you. What makes you more an indigene than I? Okay, and you say, no, let me finish. And you think you are the only person who is hurt. Why do you think you have the right to be hurt and he does not have the right to be hurt?
Because more are on his side. That's what you have to understand. There are more Yoruba. There are more people that believe in that culture.
Do you believe that there are more?
Let me make my point.
Do you believe that there are more Yorubas in Lagos?
Let me make my point.
Going back to ethnicity again. You see the point?
Hold on. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. This kind of talk, if you don't have it properly, this is the stuff that led to the civil war. When we refuse to listen to people, the sensitivities of their own plight. What we are doing here is that there is a bordering line. There's always a bordering line between any group, whether they are either from another group or whether they belong to the indigenous distinct groups, because it has to be associated with culture, heritage, how many generations, how many families you married into, this thing. The people that are born that speak the same language from as indigenous of that place. There's always a bordering, people that are a little bit not fit properly. But the point is, majority of the people that were there from the time the British came or even older period, majority of them were generally of Yoruba heritage. It's not because other people are not present there.
Okay.
Let me now say that it's no man's land. It's dangerous talk.
No, Prof and forefathers, isn't it all about economics?
Let me ask this question, and it is important. How are you sure that the people the British met in Lagos were mostly Yoruba? Have you read Echiro's The Victorian Lagos?
Oba Oluwole doesn't sound
like... Look, I'm asking you, do you know who the British met in 1861 in Lagos? Who signed? Who led? I'm asking you, do you realize that you are basically building this concept of indigenship on your own concept?
Sorry.
Can
I ask a question?
T,
hold on, you'll be next. T first, and then T, you'll be next. I just want to make sure that we get other people involved in the conversation, not just two people. Go ahead, Prof. Nwakanma.
So, I'm making a simple argument, and the argument I'm making is the indigene of Lagos is a contested argument. Or you cannot dismantle the rights of people simply because you don't agree with it. Now, listening to people say, all right, we are the indigenes of Lagos. You see them, you sit down with the indigenes of Lagos and say, okay, how many of you are indigenes of Lagos? What can be done for the indigenes of Lagos? How many are actually the indigenes of Lagos? In the current environment, given the entire structure and space of Lagos, the current indigenes of Lagos don't amount to up to 5% of the population of Lagos. Now, if you expand it to a wider Yoruba community, maybe you have a Yoruba community that if Lagos is what it is today, Yoruba don't have an overwhelming population in Lagos. Now, should we therefore then say that Lagos belongs to the indigenes who are original to Lagos, who feel oppressed by the new migrant Yorubas into Lagos, who feel as oppressed as they feel by others who have migrated to Lagos? And then the question is, the Tapa man who has established long tenure in Lagos, whose names, fathers, ancestors have spaces named after them in Lagos. Are they not indigenes? Can they be counted amongst the indigenes? It is a very dangerous path that a few people have opened in this discussion about Lagos. Lagos is a cosmopolitan space. You better believe that. It belongs to anybody who lives in Lagos, pays tax in Lagos, must be protected in Lagos. Because after all, what is Lagos? Lagos is clean water, good housing, access roads, good health organization, very good schools. If those things are there, then everybody enjoys it.
What you are doing, you are helping those people that are doing this. When they hear you talking like this, they go and share their video with Lagosians and Yoruba people. What you are going to get is further pushback. This type of talk doesn't help. What you are doing, you think you are just doing academic study. This is not an academic stuff. You have to resonate with the people of that area.
So what you're saying is you want me because I want to be politically correct to subvert the truth. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm telling you that the very question of Lagos is that Lagos as it is a cosmopolitan space. Now, if you want, you can go back to the history of Lagos and examine it. Now, whether we like it or not, two things will happen. One is you get people to go and fight in Lagos and create chaos in Lagos. It's not in the interest of Lagos for that to happen. But if that happens, people will push back. You are not going to look. There is a limit to which you can push people, threaten them.
Now you are seeing what is happening, Rudolph. Can I respond to this? Because what he's saying here is, if one Yoruba group comes to another area and
you can't hear you, I muted you just in case you didn't notice.
You can't hear me. Hey, how did that happen?
I muted you. Let's hear from other people. Fathers, hold on. Let's hear from T. Do you want to say something, or should I go to T? There is T, the one you drink, and there's T, the alphabet. I don't know.
Okay. Can I speak?
Yeah. But you guys have to remember, our guest has been here for over 5 hours now, and we didn't take any break. I wanted to take break. You guys won't let me, and then also he has to go. So I will just take T, and then that will be it. T, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good day, house. Depending on the time that we are in. Our honorable guest, it's a pleasure to have you here, and a pleasure to meet you as well. But I wanted to ask a question in line with this issue of Lagos. I'm more interested in it because it has caused a controversy in Nigeria during the election period, and we thank God that it wasn't that bad. As a good historian, I have been privileged to read 1 or 2 articles and concerning Lagos during that crisis. Now, I found out that the first ruler, the first ruler of Lagos was called Ashipa, spelled Ashipa. And he started the rule which all Obas of Lagos trace their lineage to. He started ruling Lagos in 1600. And Dosumu and the treaty, the concession treaty of Lagos was signed in 1861. And now, if we want to follow with what you're saying about the Aworis, I don't know if I'm right, but I think that the knowledge of the Oba started from the Ishari Awori chieftain lineage. And if you are able, if you live in a place, or if like I'm Shekiri, we migrated from Benin. It was an Oba from Benin who started the Shekiri kingdom in Warri. And the first people he met in Warri, when he came to the Shekiri land, were the people from the Shekiri, the people from the big water side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now I want to believe the opinion in line with what forefather is saying, because I earlier said one thing, that under the British rule, the British gave us divide and rule through ethnicism and religion rather than nationalism. So now I want to ask, is the existence of Lagos with the learning of the Isheri and Wuri, is it not to be recognized rather than saying Lagos is a no man's land, following the modern city of Lagos? Because I believe it is the modern city of Lagos that is making people say Lagos is a no man's land because it was a capital of Nigeria. But historically, I don't know if you can give me some clear answer. That's just my question, sir.
Well, historically, we just, I mean, you
I'm listening to you, sir. Yeah.
You've traced this, the contours of our history in some ways, but there are two contours to that history. One is the establishment of Lagos as a co by the Benin monarch, who then took the war. There's a reason why Benin Republic is called Benin Republic, because if you see, the Benin Empire governed the waters, okay, and established the ECO as World Cup. To date, all instruments of authority of the man we call the Oba of Lagos is linked to the Benin Kingdom, both symbolically and ritually. As a matter of fact, the current Oba of Lagos came out very clearly to say Lagos is not part of the Yoruba extension, it is Benin. I didn't say that. Okay, and nobody amongst the Yorubas challenged him. Well, they did, to be fair. But the point I'm constantly making is Nigeria is a federal union. Yeah. The Constitution of Nigeria is a republican constitution. It's not a monarchical constitution. The Constitution of Nigeria says every Nigerian has the right to live in any part of Nigeria where they settle, where they can be employed, where they can live their lives and own property. That constitution is the supreme document of Nigeria. Let me finish this so that we can have some traction. And on the basis of that constitution, we can argue that the citizenship of Lagos belongs to whoever lives in Lagos, pays tax in Lagos, even owns property in Lagos. You cannot deny them that or take the property illegally. Two, if you make laws that discriminate against Nigerians anywhere in Nigeria, whether you're making that law in Owerri or Aba or Kano or Lagos, the Constitution forbids that. And I've argued this point. There's nothing that stops a Yoruba. I mean, after all, one of the biggest hospitals in Mbise is owned by a Yoruba man. Nobody asks him where he comes from. Tomorrow he's likely to contest election into the federal house, and he's likely to win if he chooses. If he makes enough, if he gets enough voters, nobody's going to say to him, don't run. If he chooses to run for position. And you cannot say, oh, because he's a Yoruba who has established a hospital in Ahera, that he's an outsider. Why do you want his hospital and not him? Why do you want his expertise and not him?
All right. Thank you. T, you have to hold on, okay? Let's make sure we hear from T, the alphabet. T, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Abi. Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Now, I think the misconception a lot of people have is they tend to focus more on pre-colonial Lagos and not Lagos State. Now, when you say Lagos is Awori, Lagos is not Yoruba, Lagos is, there's a lot of things people say up and down. Lagos mainland, what you call mainland, has always been Yoruba. There is no history, there is nothing. Are you telling me Ikorodu is Awori or Abulegba or Ikeja? Are you telling me those places have historical Aworis? Or Lagos has always been traditionally the areas around the island has been the Aworis, has been the returnees, the settlers. But their mainland place that you are talking about has been Lagos. When somebody says 5%, that barely 5% is Lagos population, it seems very strange to me because I grew up in this Lagos. I have friends that are Lagosians that live in Ikorodu. I have friends that live in Abulegba that are Lagosians. The mere fact that they are not that have lived there for 200 years. If you go to Ishaka, there's a particular burial ground in Ishaka that when you look at the dates on it, you will see 1690 something, you will see 1790 something. Different dates on different burial ground. All Yoruba names, Yoruba kings. Those places are Yoruba, part of Lagos State. Now, by the time we keep going back and forth, during the last election, I'm a Yoruba guy, which is why this conversation is touches me a bit. During the last election, I came out, I voted for Obi. And Yoruba people like me were calling me fool, because of the whole rhetoric of Lagos is no man land, Lagos is this, Lagos is that. It's, I felt it wasn't part of the agenda of the election. So I went out, I voted. But for the rhetoric to continue, especially in the situation where the predominant people living there don't like it, for the rhetoric to continue, it would always lead to a pushback. Lagos traditionally has been a welcoming place. So has been everywhere in Yoruba land. If you go to Ekiti State now, the capital, Ado Ekiti, Igbos are own most of the choice properties there. Nobody fights them to buy. Nobody says you shouldn't settle. Nobody says you shouldn't. But by the time it seems you are challenging the authority of people that you met there, then people will always push back. It's not the whole rhetoric can die down and Nigeria will move on its own. But if this rhetoric continues, Lagos is no man's land, very soon they'll say it is no man's land, or Ado Ekiti is no man's land because Igbos own all the properties in the capital. If you go there today, you will see what I'm saying. Or you go to Ogun State and you say, Ogun is no man's land because we own properties there. Then the people there, I keep on telling people that if there's a civil war today, what happened in Yoruba land whereby most people's properties were given back to them, nobody stole from anybody, it won't happen again because everybody will look at it that this is our opportunity to take back what we own. Because there's this enmity that is already sown and it's based on speech. It's not based on violence, it's based on speech. So we can tone down the rhetoric, we can move on, we can live with ourselves, but we can't have it both ways. That's the truth. Okay. If the rhetoric stops, everybody moves on. Thank you.
Yeah, I get the point you're making, which is Lagos has Yoruba population, but I'm basing my argument on demographics and on reality. Okay, that Nigeria is a modern national, is a modern state. Okay, and I'll start from that premise. As a modern state, if you are talking about a modern nation state, you go look at the characteristics that define both modernity and nationhood, and you understand that this context of primordial claims gets washed off in time. Now, I'll ask one precise question. What does it matter that the indigenes of Lagos own Lagos? Or what would it matter? Who does it benefit? That's one question.
In the context, okay.
Two, I'm going to ask, and I'm going to raise, it's a rhetorical question. So, if in the context of our current debate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the House in Lagos says, we are going to make laws that will expropriate property of people in Lagos, you think they will sit down and watch you do it? I mean, I'm asking
the rhetorics, as I said, they will say two wrongs don't make a right. But we need to accept that if whatsoever the politicians are doing, they are doing for their benefit. Lagos has always been welcoming. Nobody really cared. We've lived with Igbos, we've lived with any tribe. We know. It's just recently that the rhetoric has become hotter, because of politics.
So the point I'm making is because somebody has raised the question of how they are going to expropriate property from non-quote indigenes. And non-indigenes include the Igbo, the Shekiri, the including in fact even Lebanese, including, but of course, you know, the Nupe, the Ijaw, non-indigenes. As far as they are
The
concerned,
non-Yoruba Lagosians.
the non-Yoruba Lagosians.
I meant to say the Yorubas who are from other neighboring states.
Right.
Non-indigenous.
Okay, but I mean, in a sense, you are going to exclude all others, but so-called non-Yoruba Lagosians. I mean, you are going to expropriate property from everybody else, except from, non-Yoruba Lagosians, and you have raised that rhetoric. You think that people should then sit back and say two wrongs don't make it right and keep quiet about it? No,
I feel the policy is terrible.
No,
you understand?
That's why I'm making this argument that this does not speak to the Yoruba people that I know. But when you say Yoruba is welcoming, look, there are Igbo people who have been living in Kano, in Jos, and there are Yoruba people who are living in Onitsha, in Enugu, in Port Harcourt. Nigerians are welcoming. To make it an essentialist argument about the Yorubas being welcoming, it means that other people are not welcoming. Have you been to the East? Do you know how many Yorubas
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many Yorubas are in Onitsha and Enugu doing their businesses? Do you know that the current director in the State House of Assembly, I mean, in the government office, in the government house, is a Yoruba kid in Oka? Okay,
but we've had an Igbo governor in Lagos before.
We have not
had an Igbo governor.
We have had more than an Igbo governor. You have had 2 Igbo governors in Lagos.
Yes, so it's the rhetoric that is causing all these issues. Nobody has time for problem, for fights. There's a lot going on.
Governors in Lagos are military governors, but more crucially, before Lagos became Lagos State, when it was the federal territory, you had Igbo who were mayors and deputy mayors of Lagos. Mbono Jike was deputy mayor of Lagos. Surulere was constructed. I mean, you have to be very clear about the history of Lagos so that you don't make the mistake of what happened in Rwanda, because this is what this man is trying to do. It is up to your generation to then say to him, look, this indigene, non-indigene binary that you're creating, people are bound to respond to it. And I've said it. Maybe they should enact that law and pass it. Maybe they should. I mean, I'm challenging them to do that. It is possible that will create the catalyst for action that are required to settle this issue. Okay? It is possible, therefore, that you will say to those whose property rights whose property you're trying to take, okay, it's time to leave Lagos. And maybe it's time to decongest Lagos. I don't support it, but I'm challenging the movers of this legislation to go ahead and do it. It's a challenge, but it will make very stupid political move to do that. Besides, I'm very, very certain that are Yoruba people who are fundamentally against this, and there are Yoruba people who are also aware about what I'm talking about, that the Lagosians in Lagos themselves are saying they're not speaking for us, because the indigenes of Lagos don't raise this question about Lagos and indigeneity. They don't raise it. It is those new immigrant Yorubas into the city of Lagos whose interest it is to create these binaries. Not all Yorubas, by the way, who make this argument. By the way, you talk about Igbo property in Ado-Ekiti. You want them to go away with it? You want them to leave Ado-Ekiti? It's not that you're not doing the Igbo a favor, they're investing. If you say take your investments and leave, make it clear so that they'll take their investments and leave.
Is that what you got from that? What he was saying was that when you are there, it doesn't necessarily mean that later on you go and say, oh, it's no man's land. That is the idea. You have to sometimes realize that some people belong in certain areas. Like in London now, we can't say, okay, there are no Londoners just because the entire country is coming here. In London, there are still people that are from London that are basically from this place. They have their accent.
They're old Londoners, that's true. But there are also the Irish who are Londoners. Well, I mean, if you think about it, London, as I understand it, the places you go to in the UK,
You can't just say things like that. Some of the things you say, it's dangerous stuff. You can't just say, oh, there are Irish that are from. There was a time the UK was fighting the Ireland. You can't just say things like that. Some of the things you say is dangerous stuff. You don't know, and this kind of stuff that leads to fissures between groups.
It may be dangerous stuff.
I hope most people don't believe what you believe and talk like you. It means you've not learned any lesson from the 60s at all.
What lessons are you talking about?
Do you know that after the coup, there were people mocking the Hausas and telling them that we are in charge of your areas now in the north?
That's not true. That's a historical.
Of course, you're going to say it's not true, but I'm telling you that happened.
I'm guessing that what you're referring to is the post-coup propaganda of 1966, which was managed by the IFD. By the way, I know this issue that you're talking about, but we will not go into that right now because it's a different debate.
So it's a propaganda that required a head of state to pass a decree against it. A propaganda that the head of state, military head of state, had to pass a decree to stop it. You see what you are doing. That's why I say it's dangerous.
But the context you're making, your context is that you are presuming that Ironsi made that decree simply because it is true. No, he understood. I won't go into this. What I'm saying is your argument about the fact that I'm saying that Lagos is a cosmopolitan city is dangerous is in fact very disturbing to me. For a young man like you to make that argument tells me that we got fundamental problems. There's no question in my mind that those who are pushing this binary question, the indigenous and the non-indigenous, are doing it because they are hungry for power.
No, that's not what it is. You just have to know how you relate to people.
There's nothing else. There's nothing else connected with it. It is politics. It's economics. It is the claim of space. Nothing, and it is there are fundamental examples that have emerged out of those kinds of mindsets. One is Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the other one is Rwanda. So people should be very careful what they do with those kinds of rhetoric, indigenous, non-indigenous, because you cause that trouble that you are avoiding.
I don't support that policy.
Okay,
but neither do I support what you are saying.
Which is what?
What you are saying is like both of you, the person that is doing that Obasa guy, and yourself, you belong on the same side. No, you are the ones you create issues between Nigerians.
I'm making sure that Obasa knows that he does not speak for all right-thinking people who understand that the Lagos that we all know is the Lagos that is free, cosmopolitan, welcoming, and that belongs to people who want to create it. Lagos is a world city. Lagos is a global city. It is not a provincial city.
All right.
So we have
to.
That's why you have Sanook in the house on Downing Street.
I have a question for forefathers. Sorry. Forefathers, I have a question. What's the difference between indigenship, citizenship, and ethnicity?
Wait. Rudolph, say what you wanted to say.
Oh, I wanted to round it up, but if he wants,
I know you have a meeting, so that's why I'm.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to round it up and thank our guests, but
Oh, sorry, Rudolph.
Go ahead. Obi wanted to.
To answer that question, one is that a citizen is a stakeholder.
No, the question was for forefathers, actually. I understood where you're coming from, so I just wanted forefathers to explain what the difference between citizenship, indigenship, and someone who is an ethnicity And then where does the right of a citizen ends, and where does the right of an indigene begin?
Okay, since it's for forefathers, hold on, forefathers. Let me say something before we go. I just want to thank everyone that joined me. The show will continue with Dominic and forefathers. They will manage the affairs, but I have another meeting that I have to join. And Professor Nwakanma, thank you so much. You've been very, very fascinating today, and you raised a lot of issues that we are going to continue to debate.
Thank you
Like
very
I
much.
said, when I weighed in, I was just talking about thinking about Lagos or Nigeria as a whole for the next 200 years, 400 years. How will it look like? That's a difficult thing, and people want. We are more Africans. I think most of the time we want to deal with the easier one, which is debating the past, not projecting the future. Also, the issue about this fight about Lagos, I wanted to say until T said something here. I wanted to say, why is it that there are no several Lagos in the other parts of the country? Why are we fighting about one Lagos? And then T said that, okay, there is still a fight in Ekiti and other places brewing, but it's not there. And I also remember that even in my hometown, there is a fight about people who moved in to live with us and people who are not from there. So I think it's a human thing, and I think we have to discuss these things. I don't think the solution is to not to talk about it. I think we have to find a way to discuss these things and come up with something that will secure the rights of people everywhere, irrespective of where.
And Rudolph, just not to interrupt you, even right now in Newi, people are discussing this whole question about, about new immigrants and old settlers. In Onitsha, there is the old Onitsha Bosi dialogue. Okay, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Warri, Sapele. I mean, people. There's a fight between the Ishekri and the Jaw over the ownership of Warri.
Yeah, but you're even talking about, I'm talking about something like even Oka, the
And
people
Oka,
of Oka are worried about people who are moving in now
moving
because
into the
of
city.
capital.
So
So
what I'm trying to position here is that every urban space deals with that question. And once you consecrate your relationship based on the rules of urbanity, Oka is no longer traditionally the owners of Oka are now to contest their space with the new entrants into Oka. Oka belongs to everyone who lives in Oka and pays tax in Oka, including migrants from Warri or Ekiti or whatever you call them. Those are the owners of Oka. And that's the natural history of migrancy.
All right. So on that note, I want to thank everybody. Nwakanma, if you want to stay and hang out
No,
with us,
I got to go. I got to go do my
hours.
Yeah.
He fell into forefather's trap. I was trying to save. I was trying to save you, Prof. But he fell into
No, I didn't. I was clear about.
No, he'll come back. He will come back.
No. I was clear about it. It's if young men like you, father, continue to bat for these narrow provincial arguments about the nature of Lagos, then you have a problem to deal with. Lagos is a global city. It is not going to be resolved on the indigenship, citizenship. I mean, on the indigenship answer that question. Anyone who attempts to force people out of Lagos will have to face two consequences. Either you create a massive swamp or you create a massive fight. That is the only way to resolve that question. And it is inevitable if people continue to push this Lagos is for indigenous question. That's my argument. And I'm not going to back down from it. I am challenging Obasa to take the bill to the House and enact that bill.
All right. Thank you, Professor Nwakanma. Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody. The conversation continues. We normally have a Sunday school, but if you guys want to have it, you can go ahead. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I thought.
All right. How do I step out of this place now?
Click on leave the studio. Or something.
I don't see that.
I don't see that. I'll take you out.
Okay,
Prof,
fantastic.
Rudolph,
Okay.
you need to connect me with Prof.
No.
Thanks, Rudolph. Who owns New York?
Yeah.
Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, guys. And we'll see you guys. Oh, by the way, in 2 weeks' time, we are going to have Ologi. I did. Oh, I thought I did. Hold on, I'll get you out entirely. I know you're still hearing me. Let me get you out. Okay, so you guys, okay, he's out. Thank you, whoever helped me.
Fathers, I'll probably stay for 15, 30 minutes.
All right. So thank you guys. But on the 25th of June, which is 2 weeks from now, we are going to have Ologi. He's a genius and an artist, and he doesn't come out in public, but finally I got him to come out. You will enjoy it. So if you can join us on that day, we will have him. All right.
You got him out like a masquerade.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
Who owns New York?
The Indians.
Let's not even go there.
Sorry. On a lighter note, in the US, they call themselves foundational Black Americans. Say that the Africans are taking all their opportunities, that they are the ones that are the indigenous, the descendants of slaves. You can Google it, you will see it there. Foundational Black Americans. So it's something that happens everywhere. But as a Nigerian in the US, you really don't want to pick issues. You know, we're getting more of the scholarships, we're getting more of the opportunities. You don't want to pick issues with all those things. You just look at it. When you hear them complaining, you just look at them and you just move on. You know, nobody will come and start saying this. They have to go and form a union on their own. They call themselves Foundational Black Americans. So it happens everywhere. It's just tone down the rhetoric, move on. You know, all these things, they are not important. They are not important. The Nigerian charter doesn't allow it, but yet it happened. So what will you do? You just move on. But by the time people are dwelling on it too much, then it becomes what it is now. It becomes political.
But see, you're missing vital points in all of this. The vital point in all of this is, at some point the argument arose. Someone must have made that argument. And so if you have politicians who are trying to create a divide, who are trying to direct the discourse in a channel that they want, in a channel or in a manner that is most advantageous to them, then you're falling into their trap, because they are going to be the ones who will raise that argument and say, okay, this is what I want you to discuss. Even though it's going to cause division, I know the idea I have in my mind is to cause division. You don't know these things, and so you fall into that trap, that argument. You don't ask yourself, who first made this argument of, is Lagos a no man's land, indigenization, all of those things. We miss those points. The point I was trying to make, which is, I think, and I was trying to help Prof elucidate, but he sort of missed it, was we failed to see the ethnicity background that is in this. And this is something I see straight, and I don't like engaging in illogical arguments. Forefathers perhaps knows this, but sometimes forefathers, nothing personal between us, but sometimes you get a bit emotional, and I hate people call me emotional, but I have to use this word. Let me clarify. The argument, you can't say Lagos has indigenes, but your focus is on non-Yoruba people. Because if you want to make a logical argument, it has to be logical in all sense of the word. And so if you're trumping and pushing this agenda of indigenization, then you should also talk about the Yoruba, who is not quote unquote an indigene, but it also has property in Lagos. So if you're creating an indigene law to deprive certain people of land rights, economic rights in the long run, then you should also consider the Yoruba man who would not be considered an indigene. And so if you don't consider that, then it becomes an ethnicity issue, an ethnicity question. Which is what I've been trying to point.
I understand what you're saying, but the funny thing about the laws of Lagos,
do you see my point?
Or the laws of Nigeria? Okay.
But do you see the point I'm trying to make? How it becomes an ethnicity issue, not a true indigenization issue. So, and it's more so like they're using indigene more as the forefront, but in reality, it is more of an ethnicity question. But if you bring it out as an ethnicity question, then they become bigots. So it's pretty much they're saying Lagos is a Yoruba land, and not that Lagos is for the indigenous. There is a big distinction.
I beg, una dey blow grammar. Una dey blow grammar. Isn't this all about economics? Mr. T, if you removed the airport from Lagos, if you remove the airport from Lagos, if you remove the seaport from Lagos, what else is left? besides human beings.
Yeah,
Don't you think that everybody else will just run to wherever the seaport is and begin to do their business there?
Before we delve into the economic part, I want us to dissect this issue because I think it's important to it's important to elucidate what's going on. So people, well-meaning Nigerians who are not ethnicists or tribalists, who understand actually what is going on, because the only way you can save yourself from falling trap to a politician's argument is by understanding what they're actually trying to do, which is why I'm trying to make this distinction between this ethnic question and an indigenous question. This is just a smoke screen. Is what I'm trying
but
to
there are already laws. There are already laws to take property from people in Lagos, irrespective whatsoever they are doing. As I said, because if you look at your C of O, if you own a C of O in Lagos and you look at your C of O, you will see you own the property for 100 years. Properties, by property law, it means the property is generally not transferable. So if they wanted to follow seizing property, they just have to wait. They just wait for a while. They say, okay, they are not renewing C of O for those that are non-indigenous. There are so many things they can do. You understand? Which doesn't make sense, really.
Does that mean?
Because
but what does an indigene mean? Are you also talking about the Yoruba man who is not an indigene? You see,
no, not. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying. You know what I said the other time? I said there are Yorubas that are indigenous. I'm not an indigene of Lagos. I'm an indigene of Ekiti State.
But there's a point I'm trying to make here, which I don't think you're getting. In what is going on now in the public sphere, in the media, nobody really is talking about the indigene. The subliminal issue there is always Yoruba.
Yes.
So it becomes an ethnic and not the indigenous issue, which I don't think people are quite.
Dominic,
yeah, I understand that.
I need to answer your question. So I actually wanted to ask that Prof a question. I think sometimes in Nigeria we deceive ourselves too much. We need to respect ourselves, respect each other. Yoruba man is Yoruba man, Hausa man is Hausa man, Igbo man is Igbo man, Benin man is Benin man. What is actually happening is Yoruba. If you are Yoruba from, say, Ogun State, you have property in Lagos, definitely they will treat you differently than an Hausa man or Igbo man that hold property in Lagos. But here is the truth. All the major tribes, they are guilty of this problem. Same will happen in the southeast. Same will happen in the north. But so from the perspective of Lagos is no man's land, this is the way I see it. It's more like, because everybody is in Lagos, it's not in terms of ownership. In terms of ownership, Lagos belongs to Yoruba. This is my whole personal belief. You cannot come from another state and come and claim ownership of a state. You have to respect people that hold that state. But the kind of laws the Speaker of House of Assembly is trying to embark on, to me, that's BS. We are all Nigeria. You can't take anybody property in Lagos. As regard to the law you just mentioned, it's all over Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I mean, you don't have to give them 100 years. Every governor of Nigeria had the power to seize any property, cancel any CFO in Nigeria of any property and take over the land. That is the law. We need to understand it's all over Nigeria.
Yeah, muted.
Yes, I know he's right. He's right. As I said, all these arguments of the indigenous, non-indigenous, I feel it's if you leave your small locality, you won't have all these issues. But the rhetoric should go down. I know what I experienced because the rhetoric should go down. If the rhetoric goes down,
it's not necessary.
If they make laws today, if Nigeria, my Nigeria, if they make laws today in Nigeria, nobody will obey the law. It's just the simple truth. If they say we are seizing property 200 years, if everybody keeps quiet and everybody moves on their own, nobody will go and seize anybody's property. The law will not be used to witch hunt people. You understand? So it's not. I don't see them as having problems. They will just use it to target their opposition, target their enemy.
Yes, even some governors, they use this law to withhold politicians. It's normal.
Yes, now look at what is going on between Ganguje and Kwankwaso on demolition, on land use, and all that.
Yeah, a governor can come and said, "Hey, this is your property here. There is a road passing through this place. It needs to go down." There is nothing you can do. It's deliberate. They do it sometimes. We have laws. They are just silent. But we should not be fighting ourselves and be looking for a way to destroy ourselves. If anybody can buy property,
can I add
anywhere,
something? I think regarding the question of about indigenes versus ethnic group and citizens. The indigenes are the earliest known group of people to inhabit an area, and especially if they are still surviving, while the ethnic group is the greater group that indigenous people belong to, which generally tend to be the neighboring groups that they are with. And then you go on to the citizenship aspect is that is associated with the nation state itself, the nation that we have right now. An issue supersede the others. And in an ideal situation like in the UK, it does supersede it. However, even within the UK and some parts of America, you still see that they do allow for some leeway in terms of locals, people that are locally associated with that area. The same thing in the south of Nigeria. You have things that are cut out to favor them based on because they are local. Even within the south, Ikwere people moving from one Ikwere town to another, they still have issues that they have to figure out. So this thing that when you go on and just say blanket say this area doesn't belong to any people, that is not being sensitive to the original locals, especially if they are tied to a greater ethnic group in that area. You are not being sensitive to them, and that could lead to serious problem. If we are to go forward, because he was saying that we need to, as a young person, if we are to go forward, we need to know our boundaries. These things matter.
Governors, I actually don't disagree with you. Here's what I think the problem is here. I don't know if you guys have experienced this in your life. Someone comes and makes I'll get to you, Mama Icho. Someone comes and makes an argument that you don't find annoying, and they come and say it again. Let's say there's Emeka and Abdul, right? Emeka comes and let's say Abdul comes and says something to Emeka, right? The same joke that Abdul makes Abdul come to Emeka. But then someone else comes and tells Emeka, this thing this person is saying is insulting. It says it multiple times. So next time Abdul comes and says the same thing to Emeka, even though Emeka on his own would not have taken it to be annoying or an issue, because someone else had been drumming it is in his head. Oh, this is insulting. Now all of a sudden Emeka will not react the same way to what Abdul is saying. Why do I make this analogy? When people say Lagos is no man's land, I think this question everybody knows in terms of the logics of it, that what they are referring to is the fact that it is a cosmopolitan area, and so invariably, also as a capital of Nigeria, it has attracted a lot of people who are non-Yorubas or non-Lagosians who end up owning property there and pay tax, and so because they contribute economically and they own property, they have some level of rights, and so you can't just say Lagos is a Yoruba land in the sense of depriving those people of their economic rights and goods. That is what people are trying to say. But I also understand for that part of the emotional part of it, because the politicians have drummed it so much in our mind that if somebody says Lagos is no man's land, rather than you thinking of the proper meaning of it, like I've described before, you think of the emotional part, which is the Igbos, particular ethnic group who are dominant, are trying to take away property from you. That is the issue we have to avoid. But because you can never solve the issue of the emotionalness of it, I think what Prof said can be very incendiary. And so I think many women in Nigeria should avoid that argument of saying Lagos is no man's land, because there are people who will be related to think of it wrongly and will go and kill somebody because they misunderstand it. So when
Dominic, let me add something to what you just said. You said something very interesting. You said, perfectly. What you said that maybe you may have missed, the significance of what you said was that you said somebody can say Lagos is no man's land because as a metropolitan city. I believe if you say that to even an indigenous Lagosian or Yoruba person, they will understand that. It's when they feel like somebody saying Lagos is no man's land that you don't even own it at all. That is the one that gets to people.
But you notice that never seemed to be an issue. But all of a sudden, people get angry about it because somebody, a politician, for example, has now put a negativeness to it, and have put a spin on it that, oh, if someone says it, they are trying to dominate you. And so when next you say it to the uninformed Agboro on the street, what they think about is you're taking away land from Yoruba, you're taking away property from me. And if they say it, you must be an Igbo man, or you was a member of the people who are economically dominant in that area. And so because of that misunderstanding, people should be careful and stop using that word. Personally, Lagos
one of the greatest advice I received was don't insult people with what hurts them the most. And
it may not be insult in the first place, but people have made it
you have to pick up on that. This is why I wanted to add the second part. You have to know, because the second part was the story of Cain and Abel. When people, I always say it about our Southeastern brothers, tell them you have to understand that story of Cain and Abel, people learn a different lesson from it. What I learned from it was that you are brothers, but you don't know what your own brother is feeling. You don't know that they are feeling envy towards you. They are feeling maybe threatened towards you. And they could attack you. You don't see it coming, and that happened to Abel. This is what I always advise our fellow Nigerians and our people. When you are talking to people, you have to know them. You have to know the kind of stuff that pains them. And maybe if you approach them and show empathy from how it hurts them, tomorrow they may not judge you when you say that anymore, because now they know where you're coming from. But if you just dismiss their concerns and just say Lagos is no man's land and just go on, that's the kind of stuff that leads to problems. We've seen this in Nigeria before. And how is it that in 2023, some people are still saying it doesn't matter? They start quoting anthropological analogies and all the rest of it. It does matter. Thank you.
No, it does matter. I actually agree. If you watch the election, the governorship election in Lagos, that was the major reason why, what was his name? The Labour Party candidate.
Rhodes Vivo.
Yeah, that was the major reason why he didn't have any chances to win the election, because what was happening is immediately after the presidential election, there was that rhetoric of, oh, Lagos is no man's land. And one other thing that happened is a lot of the celebrities of the Southeastern origin, they were giving him support. So the thinking of the people of Lagos, the Yorubas, there was this thinking that, oh, they try to collect Lagos from us. The ignorant people, uneducated people in Lagos, they were also having they try to collect Lagos from us. So everybody had to turn. So the question was not about credibility, capability. It was more of tribal. So that was why the Yorubas in Lagos, they voted massively for Somolu. That was just what happened. If you was in the presidential election, some of the Yorubas in Lagos, they actually voted for Peter Obi. But those people turned back because of what was happening and voted against Labour Party.
AY, I understand what you're saying, and I wish I could completely believe it if Nigerians actually will let the real election numbers come out. But that's a different story. But the reason why I like what you said is this, Maestro, I apologize, is because I don't know if people notice this. This is I had to do a Google search for this term. Demagogy. Demagogy is when a politician finds particular things that they can use to divide people, right? And so when it is not an issue that by the way, just let me who even was the person to say Lagos is a no man's land? How do you know that is not somebody who is Yoruba? I'm taking an example, who is not the one who's throwing that argument out there, because he knows that once he throws it out, the average woman will say, oh, it's an Igbo man that said it. And you know what I mean? But that's just a slight example I'm giving. I'm not saying it's a Igbo man that said it. I'm just giving an example of how people throw things out there and they allow other people to fight like
Dominic, sorry to cut you. We were discussing this yesterday.
Go ahead.
Yeah, some of these people were here. We were discussing it yesterday. The truth is, politicians will always use tribe and religion to divide us. It's going to continue till the end of time. You can't stop it. Even in America, that's what is happening. Politicians look for where to get votes. So when you hear, oh, Peter Obi said, yes, daddy. No, it's not a bigot. It's just want to collect votes. If Rufai is making some damage statement in Kaduna, they want to collect votes. So it's normal with politicians. They will always divide us. It's people that follow them, that listen to them, that think if they want to gag up and share money, they don't make this kind of statement. Trust me. They are not interested in Christian, Muslim, Igbo, Hausa. They're not interested. That's what is happening. You are right.
All right. Yeah, someone said it. Demagod.
Sorry.
I can't pronounce
Sorry.
the word.
Sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry, guys. Can you give Mama Echo a chance, please? I mean, she's been raising.
Yeah, I was about
Mama
to say
Echo. She's been raising her hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Moise.
Okay.
I feel ashamed of us that carry this pride in their head. And all of them are not there, Nigeria. Now why they promote this? You people are not in Nigeria. You are not in Lagos. You don't even know what the average person has gone through today to drink pure water. You don't. And you don't care. You don't care. I want to ask you one question. The pain that is going on in the average Lagos person today. Now this one at the talk. Now this is that the pain that is going on. Some couldn't feed today. Some, because of just 2,000, they buy because they couldn't get to it. And we, when they see life, they enjoy. We dey here, they broadcast. Lagos is not man's land. Igbo. I don't tell you that this 3 tribe in Nigeria, make una pack una load waka come out. Because you people are making me angry every day. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. Oshoba and God is vice president.
Can everyone
He pikin not marry Muslim. He pikin not marry Muslim. When they do party last night, you not see all of them together. No wonder. They see us finish. Because now we be their cheap propaganda. We they help them. They fight ourselves. They go use us rig election. They go use us, they enter there. Now we go cause they cry. Nigeria is not good though. What a shame. Instead of our number to make us to drag their commode, we go use our number, take work for them. Then when they enter power finish, now me and you not go fit they go Nigeria because we they fear whether they go kidnap us and buy us. Hey, any. Let me tell you people, if we don't fix Nigeria, me and you not qualified to enter Nigeria again. That is the truth.
Mama Echo, I have a question for you. So are you saying that all this sort of talk that we're doing here, dissecting the issues and hopefully helping each other understand some of what the main issues are?
Did you know how many years have you? Is it not every election cycle you discuss the same thing? Is it not every election cycle? Is it not?
Mama Echo, wait. I don't want to be cynical about what is going on.
I'm not cynical. It's because we don't know the real truth.
I did not call you cynical. I said I don't want to be cynical about it. My question is this: because the tribe, you said there's a tribe of 3 people or 2 people. Does that mean we should not dissect the issues? That is my question.
Can I ask you a question? When you all come to this life, you follow Baba God, make meeting for your mama belle. Say that the kind tribe when you all come with this.
No, I did not.
Good. Did you also carry land for your head come this world?
No, I did not.
And when people are going back, did they carry land to carry go?
Nope.
So why are we fighting over things we don't have control about? And leave the main problem.
I disagree with you on that. Because
listen. One thing you don't, you see myself, let me tell you. When I finished and I was to go to Rifle to go and walk, I know Rifle, Colorado is dominantly white people. I know that. And I know that going there, I will be the only black person. And I understand the discrimination. Then I can't disable on top. I can't become woman. You know what I told myself? I said, you are going to a territory First of all, you must carry yourself as a queen. Because one, you are representing the black race. Two, you are representing yourself as a woman. And you are representing the disabled community. So the only way you can prove to them that whatever they want to define is not who you are, you must carry yourself as a queen. And you must be spent a lot to overshine there in your profession to know that, say, you come here for the job, you know the job, and you know it very well.
I understand where you're getting at.
So once you do that, that thing where they don't want to give to you, they go give it to you by force. And which is the respect.
I understand where you're getting at.
The respect for the black community, the respect for the black woman, the respect for the disabled community.
My thing is, how do I tie it into what is going on here? Because you're suggesting that this discourse is useless, so we should close.
No. Can I ask you a question, Dominic?
Wait.
Did we not dance this dance during? Did we not talk this talk during the election? That is why I came to one conclusion. That there are only 2 tribes in Nigeria.
We've had that multiple times, yes.
And I do not want them to be deceiving me and my children again with this Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, because...
So what do we discuss right now? That there are
because, number one,
every day.
Did we not marry ourselves?
I understand. My point
so when you understand all this, and you have children in between you,
Mama,
what are you teaching them? You are confusing their mind. That's where I'm coming from.
So we shouldn't have political discourse on this platform.
The political discussion you should have in this platform is that this discussion you are discussing, I wish the elite who are using us as orange, they fight this fight. We are fighting among ourselves, but they don't.
Okay.
Mama. I think Mama is saying we should, having been exposed here, we should promote more of citizenship than indigenous.
Exactly. We are first Nigeria before anything.
Mama.
But we don't discuss
Dominic, can I come in, please?
And that is what differentiates the people that are putting us in bondage from us. As far as they are concerned,
Mama,
they are Nigeria. As far as they're concerned, they are here to rule. As far as they're concerned, they need us to get the vote. As far as they're concerned, once they saw this ethnic bigotry in our midst, we will focus on that. And somebody just said it. When they make it a real thing in Lagos election, they got what they want.
Mama, I understand what you're saying. I'm not against what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is platforms such as this are important for political discourse. And so
I'm not saying not that, but did we discuss what during the election
under a pillow and decide not to discuss certain things which are important?
I want to ask you now one question.
Doesn't make it go away.
See, you see, until we change our mindset, I want to ask you, if they already enter your house to they thief you, and you know the entrance when they enter, won't you secure it? Will you, Dominic?
Of course, I think I'm getting a little bit confused about what the
good. If the elite, if the people that put us in this situation,
yes,
they know that during election, this is the door they must open for us to fight themselves so that we walk against ourselves, and those who are not supposed to enter power, we make them to enter into power. Is it not high time for us to understand?
Okay, now here's my response to you, Mama. The reason why I came on this afternoon was to show the fallacy in this argument of indigenous versus ethnicity, which to me, I thought I was bringing something substantial, something that would dismantle this divide amongst Nigerians. Some of the people, individuals here, are on this platform to say the same thing. Some others are here to say that, wait, we should take a different step at this argument of Lagos is a no man's land. Running away from dissecting such issue is not something that I am interested in. I don't want people to think that when you dissect these issues, it means that you support them, either negative or positive. That's why people.
Dominic,
that's why it's a public platform.
Wait, Dominic, during election.
I understand what you're saying,
Wait, now, wait, let's go. You don't. I remember this very platform. Almost during the election, they discuss it, and they come to one conclusion: Lagos belong to the Yoruba. So the same people who were in that very discussion, they are still the one coming with the fire.
I understand that, Mama.
Mike Olumide, they are still the same people.
Okay.
The only person that has changed, let me tell you the bitter truth. And they go to one man show, this set of two people, Olumide, Mike, and Big Q. They go to one man show, conclude that they will come here to use that thing to cause this kata. I got there, I listened to them. Yeah. Sometimes I'm in their background, I see them plotting. Then they come here, they throw it, they scatter here. That is evil and that is wickedness.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Mama.
See, when Kenneth came into this environment, he carried the heart of Biafra. Anything outside Biafra, Ekene will flee up. But in between the line, he realized the message. And Ekene is fighting for how we can get a better Nigeria. But these three people, one man was coming to do it before until this place become uncomfortable for him. But these three people, they go, they propose, and I just listen to them in background when they say this thing. And I say, wow. So how can people just deliberately come here and say this to us? And I keep on telling you people, these people are just on stupid mission. And they are not in Nigeria. They are not in Nigeria. For how long did we, okay, Lagos is not man's land. Has it changed Lagos? Has it? We are just fighting what is unnecessary. People are hungry. People are suffering. Bad governor, corruption is consuming us. That is our problem. Let's face it. Let's solve it. That is all.
I think where I'm getting confused is I don't see how the discourse that we're having on this platform is against some of what you're saying. Let me finish. I don't see I don't see how it's against what we're trying to say. We're here dissecting issues. Some of us are here to say that this fallacy, this argument of Lagos is a no man's land, or they're trying to make this property law.
The question I'm asking you, Dominic, did you discuss this same language during the election?
That is for you to. That's a question.
No. Did we discuss the same thing? It just be like say you pay exam for Peking. You don't want to make it pass. Every time you invest, and it give. That is what we are doing here. Mama, let's face the main problem we have.
I understand it, Mama Ejo. Can I talk? Wait, Mama Ejo. Let me keep it simple. What Rudolph does in this show, and he has involved a few of us as co-hosts. What Rudolph does in this show is to talk about the day-to-day activities in Nigeria. During the election in Lagos, the question of Rhodes River, Igbo versus Yoruba was brought up. At that moment, that was a prevailing question and sentiment that was there. And the point of having this show was that dissect the issue, to see the fallacy in some of the arguments and see the merits of some of the arguments. Nobody decided that today, I can't remember what today is, that we want to bring the same issue again. It is because it is being discussed in Lagos State Parliament. Someone suggested it's a Speaker of the House for that matter, someone who's of a high political clout, and is trying to bring division, that we are revisiting the same topic. We did not decide that we want to talk about tribalism all the time. We're talking about what is the prevailing discussion. This is why I'm getting confused at why it seems to be an issue that we're discussing the same thing. Yes, if the society keeps bringing up the same issue over and over and over again, then there is nothing wrong in discussing that issue, because what it means is that for some reason our society has refused to let that issue die because there are certain misunderstandings. And so when we come on this show multiple times, because people bring it up in society multiple times, we are incessantly trying to debunk some of the fallacies in it. So I did not make this topic. Wait, Mama Echo, wait. The topic says Professor Obi Nwakanma on the proposed Lagos property and business ownership laws and other Nigerian matters. There is no, I think it would be naive for us to suggest that the question of the no man's land and all these things that we discussed for the last 1 hour will not come up because they are invariably some of the underlying issues that are there. And so when we talk about it again, I know to you may feel annoyed that we're bringing the same issue over again, but we are not the people who are dictating what is happening in society. The society in Lagos brought up the same issue, and so this is why we're on this platform to discuss it. So what is the issue in discussing it again?
Okay, Dominic, you want to solve this problem?
We are not here to solve the problem.
No, now wait, now
Dominic,
let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let us go. Let's bring civic education back to school. Let us bring history back to school. Let us fight for such policy and bring it back to school. That is where we are getting it wrong. They remove civic education, they remove history from our curriculum. So majority of the younger generation does not even know the history. Can we go back with policy that will bring these two things so that we can all learn from it?
Yeah, I understand all of that, but I think what I'm finding a little misunderstanding.
And those of you that are in the comment section typing nonsense,
maybe it's here.
Now my head, now don't smoke lot this night.
Wait, Mama Echo,
I am better than you people.
Remember the rules, Mama Echo.
No. Make una carry the same rule to people. I am human just like them. If they talk trash, they will get trash.
Mama, you can go to the comment section if you wish to, which I don't think is the best option.
I go give them what they look for.
I'm misunderstanding some of what Mama Echo is saying because I don't understand what I understand what she's saying. I understand everything she's saying. What I'm trying to understand is how is it relevant to the argument we're trying to make here?
Because yesterday, this same argument by the same set of people, now we do for hours.
But Mama, that is the topic that we don't provided, and the reason why we're discussing it is to tell people see the loopholes and see how politicians are trying to control.
Because the same Olumide was here to do the same thing yesterday. Mike was here to do the same thing yesterday.
Dominic, I think we might just change the topic. I
say, hold on. Let's
no.
I think Dominic is right. Let me explain why. I've had conversations where East Africans, West Africans, South Africans have arguments where they literally, even between East Africans, the argument gets very, very heated and all kinds of stuff. But in the end, what tends to happen is that then everybody knows where they belong and a lot of understanding occurs. If we prevent conversation, then we don't know where the other groups are. And we have to always discuss difficult issues. It doesn't, especially when most of us mean well. We want to understand. We want to know where the lines are. Because if you don't, we talk about this stuff in relationship where you have to have communication, and then when we have communication, we say it's a bad thing. Communication is not a bad thing. It just depends on the nature. If we are doing it just to fight each other, that's a different thing. We are doing it to understand each other better, so that we can now be able to navigate the future with knowing each other, knowing the people that we are working with. You see what I mean? You can't. If I've never encountered a Yoruba man before, an Hausa man, and then suddenly they say, "Oh, let me go and do stuff with them." I don't know them, so it makes it more. There's a lot of dark areas that I'm not aware of, and I could easily do things that will offend them. But if you are used to discussing with them and you all know each other's, soft spots and areas that you can interact with them, so you don't trigger them, then you will know how to do. You stand a better chance of being successful.
Wait, forefather. Every day, make una take note of the people behind it. I don't mention their name. Mike, Olumide, BQ. These are the people, and they come with it every day. You explain to them every day. Next time when opportunity comes, what did they want to achieve?
No, those ones, we are not talking about those ones. We are talking about
but
the ones that are
telling
here.
you, these are the people that originate. Yesterday, you know how many hours they do the same thing.
You see, we are, if they
and
originate,
we are there too.
We are there to solve it.
I think I'm
if they originate, we are there to solve it. We are not there to worry about them. Because
I am worrying about them because they are coming to use it every time to destroy the main things. So when they come next, I tell them, say this topic has been discussed. Can you bring a better one?
Wait. I think I understand what Mama Echo is saying. Mama Echo, you're saying that there are particular people who come on this platform.
Yes.
Hijack it. I understand that. Mama, let me say something. But you're forgetting something. These people did not make this topic. Yes, they may find platforms that are discussing certain topics that they want to use to divide us. but we would have made this topic, and it's based on something that's happening in Lagos right now. So I'm saying because there are miscreants who are running around and trying to subvert what we are doing, should it mean that we should be afraid of them and not discuss what is currently happening? That is where I
Well, what we were discussing.
Forefathers,
but
Dominic,
we'll be
I think
careful
it's
that
my
of
turn
such individuals. Thank you very much for such
can I come in?
observation.
Yeah,
thank you guys.
to come in. Welcome.
Now, thank you very much. First of all, forefathers, I want to say thank you for, I was listening to you and the professor that was brought in, and the way you answered and the way you explained to the professor why what he's doing is so dangerous. Now, looking at Africa as a whole, the first thing we should be doing is about bringing people together.
Good.
Not Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and all sorts. Now, secondly, if you go to South Africa, for example, what the professor was saying is what the white Africans were saying, that when they came into South Africa, they saw a portion of land. They conquered that land, and that place belongs to them. Even though that area of South Africa is predominantly black people. But now what's happening? The blacks are now ruling. Wherever we are as Africans, we need to do things as they do there. Thank God you're in UK. If you buy a house in UK and you're from Africa, it doesn't mean you, even though you're British, I'm British anyway, it doesn't matter. But even though you're British, in as much you're black, the majority of people here, they're white. You have to respect their laws. You have to, because you live within that. You can't say, oh, okay, look, I'm in UK, I'm British, and look, whatever happens to you definitely happens to me. No, it doesn't work that way. Things are different. If you go to US, for example, a woman was shot through the door, just like that, just because of a tab with the kids. If that person that shot the woman in America, in Florida, was was a black woman, the first thing is murder charge. But what happened? After even that very day, the woman was not arrested. Guys, we need to love each other. Look at the faces. Now, I'm looking at all the faces here. What looks different? We all look the same. So why are we always talking Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and all sorts? Guys, come together. Africa as a whole needs to come together. Stop dissecting people. You are from this tribe, you're from that tribe. What the professor is pushing is very, very dangerous. And that's what Kanu, what's his name? The one
Nnamdi Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah, that's what he was doing as well. It's dangerous. People are going to get killed. When you listen to what that professor was saying just there, a lot of people will be saying, okay, yeah, we've heard it from the professor. Lagos is no man's land. And definitely, we have to take it back.
Because his name comes with the professorial this thing, and we have to learn to question some things.
Summarize what professor is saying.
Guys, please, let's preach love.
Can you summarize what professor
what you
said?
saying?
Can you summarize the whole of professor's argument?
Okay, so professor was saying that, look, based on the people that were domiciled in Lagos first, that, okay, they're not, Yorubas or whatever. But if you look at around the Lagos that you're talking about now, you've got the Ikorodu, which are the Ijebus. You've got the Ekpes, which are the Ijebus. You've got, what's it called? The mainland as well. The Badagry, which are Yoruba. So who cares? Let people walk free. Stop putting stuff that is wrong, preaching hatred, and putting in the mind of people that this place is no man's land or that place is no man's. No,
when professor said no man's land, what do you think he was trying to get at?
See, the people that were saying no man's land before, what they're saying is that it's just like coming to New York. You can come there, you make it. You understand? Who cares? Lagos is no man's land. Anybody can come there and make it. It's a dream come true. You understand? Not that, oh, you don't own that place or I don't own that place. There are people you met there. Let it be. Be friend with people. I can go to any African country because I see other African people as my brothers and sisters. You understand?
So this is not to be insulting. When Professor is saying no man's land, I understand it differently from you. But
okay,
I made this argument. I don't know if you listened to what I was talking to forefathers about the no man's land argument about Lagos being cosmopolitan and you can't deprive people of economic means. Just because maybe their forefathers weren't there or whatever. Versus someone actually having hatred of the actual indigenes and saying Lagos is no man's land. My point to you is if you actually understand what Professor is trying to say and you think that what he's saying is not coming from a place of hate, then why do we end up going back to that emotional argument?
Okay, now, why we're going back to this emotional argument is because a common man on the street, you understand? I don't know where you live, whether you're in, abroad or you're not in, the common man on the street on Nigeria, just like Mama Echo said, when they watch this and they listen to that professor, it's a weapon. They weaponize it.
Yeah.
El Rufai in the north was just saying, that he wants Muslim. Now, let me ask you this question. Look at this. When you go to Dubai is a Muslim country. Do they stop anybody from whether you're a Christian or whatever coming to that country? No.
I actually agree with you in that argument that you're making. I think using the word no man's land is very incendiary. Stop because people will choose to understand it the way they want.
Thank you.
That's it. But I don't want us to also understand that difference and misconstrue Professor's intention. Because I saw what his intention is, and I feel a lot of people understand what his intention is, but we still don't.
No. Hold on. I need to address that. Let me address that. His intentions. Hold on now. Dominic, hold on. His intentions go deeper than the way you are ascribing it, because it goes even back in time to start saying some people were even there. Hold on now. He goes up back in time and says some people were even there before some of the Yoruba people that were there. And then he starts making analogies that, the Aworis are not the first people there. The Jaws were there. And all. He started, when you start messing with things like that, that goes beyond just saying it's a metropolitan listing.
But
Oh,
he
start creating anthropological analogies to try to dismiss the Yoruba ownership of that area.
Here's my question to forefathers and TA. But you don't disagree with the fact of his argument, but you disagree with the sentiment it will generate. Here's why. The Igbo man who moved there 80 years ago, the great grandpa that moved there 80, 90 years ago versus the Yoruba man who came from Ekiti State and has been there for, let's say, 40 years. We understand the fact he's trying to. I just want to be clear that we understand that the fact that the point he's trying to make, and see.
That's not the point he's trying to make.
Dominic,
just saying it recent arrivals. That's a different thing. He went further back in time. That's what makes it different.
Let me break it down. Dominic, look at it this way. Now, if you look at UK, for example, the original people in UK, they are Scandinavians. Before, they were the one they fought and everything like that and whatever. So, but now it's mixed. If you go to America, for example, you have the Native Americans, the Red Indians. They were kind of, what you use, is it Peme or Pai? Okay, Pai, Most of the Indians there were Pai, Now, they're less in America. If you go to the Australian territories, you have the Aborigines. Majority of them, those are the real indigenes of Australia.
Same as Canada.
As Canada as well. Thank you.
Same as Canada.
As Canada as well.
Inuits. I don't agree with all you say.
Now, looking at it now, all those countries that I mentioned now, are they not European countries? In America, the majority of whites there are like maybe 80%. In Australia, majority of whites there, even during the Australia, when they're trying to take over Australia, they were taking kids from UK, taking it to Australia just to populate it.
Prisoners, I know.
You understand what I'm saying? So that is why Africans here, you know what? It's when I look at Africans arguing here on minor things where we should fuse together. Forget which country you come from. You're black, you're African. Love one another. You understand that thing called love? Cherish it. Help one another. In UK, I don't care whether you're Ghanaian or you're this, you're that. Look, the moment I see you, you're my brothers. That's the way I look at you. You understand? And when I look at, even when you go for operations, you're not going to say, oh, I don't want the heart transplant from Igbo man or from Ishekiri man. You understand? So I know what Mama Echo is feeling. And that's why I keep, it's hard. But when you guys start dissecting people.
But what maybe I think about things a little bit differently from the way you think about it. My thing is this: people can arrive at the same juncture from different places. I tend to be one who, maybe because I'm a doctor, but I tend to think of things in granular forms. I tend to dissect things, try to, get to the logic of things. And by so doing that, I hope that people who listen will see the uselessness in certain arguments and realize we're all one. So unlike you, who may say we should all love each other and all those things, I may tell you, oh, this is actually the argument that people who are trying to bring hate are making, and those arguments are fallacy. And by doing so, I hope that you come to understand that argument is nonsense and you should love each other. So I may not say it the way you say it, which is what I think Professor was getting at. But I think Professor makes his argument in a crude form that can be insensitive. So I think
Dominic,
can
I ask you one thing there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you one thing?
Sure.
See, as a professor, for you being a professor, you have to be really smart. You understand? And the words the professor we're using,
that doesn't mean you're smart though.
Now listen, because for you to be a professor, you have to write tests and also, you know what I'm saying? Now, what this guy was, because I could see that Forefather was just kind of uncomfortable with what this guy was saying. Now, this guy was saying, the professor was saying that, look, if they want to take a house, let them try it. Yeah. He's not living in Nigeria. He's saying, let them try it. If they try it, what he's asking for is war. You understand what I'm saying? Indirectly. He's saying that if they try it, you understand, try it and let's see what's going to happen. You want the whole country down.
I actually don't see that. That's what he said. What he was pointing at is what he was pointing at is if you take the house.
I think you have a blind spot for this. I don't know why that is.
Dominic,
it is clear for me. It's clear as day. It's not even. And when people talk about love involves mutual respect and boundaries. Yeah. You can't just say, "Oh, we are all one." Let's just then swallow the other person. Yeah. Even in relationships, you can't just swallow your partner because it's all in the name of love and control everything that they do. That is not how it works. There has to be boundaries and mutual respect. We have to understand each other. And this, I see, Dominic, I really feel strongly about this one because I've seen it happen in Nigeria and I've seen it happen in the South, where groups just don't understand each other. The other person is telling them, I don't like what you are saying. I don't like what you are doing. Then the other side will like, nah, go away. That is ridiculous. You can't operate like that. If you operate like that, you are going to doom us all. You have to respect people's boundaries.
Dominic, before I give the floor to others, I want to say one thing. You see, one thing that I look at when we talk is like when we look at the north, the northern part of Nigeria, they're the most poorest part of Nigeria. If you go to the north and see the way the Alimajaris and the way they're living, you understand? You know that, look, democracy is not hitting hard on those people. Go and look at their classroom, their primary school, their secondary school. Go and see how they're doing. Now, when we talk here, we always talk about the West, the South, and the East. Whereas the way Nigeria is kind of divided, there are more than, because they've got 19 states, isn't it? You have to go 19 states. Even though the middle north, that is not even called north, the country has not. You understand? We need to bring. If you start showing love, let me tell you one thing here. I'm not a politician, and I just believe in people. People as a whole. You understand? Because I'm from the body of Christ. And I love preaching love. You understand? Now, if you look at what this guy did, what's his name? The new president now, Tinubu. What he did, you understand? This guy looked that okay. If I go to the East will not accept me. Now I'm going to go to the North. Now, when they're killing people in the North, this guy would donate 50 million there. But when they're killing people in the West, where he comes from, He just say, guys, come on, take it like that. It is normal, and you know, it's all right. Why? Because it's keying to those people that look, I'm the same thing as you are. I'm a Muslim as you are. That is what is playing politics. Trump played it as well. Obi played it as well. He went to all churches. You understand? And that's when I see people say that, look, like, for example, I prefer Amechi, the current governor of what's it called, of Anambra State, than Obi. You understand? Why? Because if a governor can come out and say, this within 100 days, this is what I've done. You understand? Within 100 days, these are the roads I've tied. These are the project I'm doing. This is where I'm at. He has a plan. Not the one that you say, go and verify. And when you verify, it's not verifiable. Guys, we need to wake up. You understand?
I think we're going.
Listen. Let me before I finish. You know, let's see. I'm trying. What I'm trying to say is that, look, if you don't stop doing, I don't care who rules Nigeria. You understand? Whether it's Igbo, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's what's it called, Hausa, I don't care. Let people feel the effect of democracy. You understand? Libya now, for example, they know that losing Gaddafi in Libya, if you get married before when Gaddafi was there, the way they're living is one of the best countries in the whole world, Libya. Now they lost him. Now the West have gone there and they're taking all the minerals they could take. And now they're in poverty. You understand? What they had before, they don't have it now. Look at what's happening in Sudan. Ethnicity. Yeah, they're fighting. You understand? Now they want to bring it to Nigeria. When the professor, if it's a common person here, I will understand. If the professor is preaching hate, what he's doing there is dangerous, and you need to call him out. You need to call him out. It's dangerous.
Anyway, I'll leave it probably 5-10 minutes, and then forefathers can take over.
Yeah, I rest my case. I'm out. Yeah.
Let me see how I can phrase this in the best manner possible. The professor made granular arguments. He was focused mainly on logic. I sort of tend to make those arguments. But I think the danger that I'm learning from this is you can make your whole argument, make your whole case. But if you don't tie it into an overall statement that represents the philosophy of what you're trying to say, people will interpret it in multiple ways. And some of those ways may be negative, some may be positive. What I understood from the professor's arguments is very straightforward, because I tend to think that way too. He's making the argument that people should not be saying that non-Lagosians or I don't want to make the mistake of making incendiary comments. I think what he's trying to say is people who are non-Lagosians should not be deprived of economic rights, be it land, be it business, or whatever.
I totally agree.
The way he chooses to make that argument is his own prerogative. I made my argument differently. The way I made my argument was that the people who are espousing this indigene law never said anything about Yorubas who are in Lagos but are non-indigens. And so, the fact that they didn't mention that and they focused on non-Yorubas, it brings an ethnic argument to it. And so it becomes about ethnicity rather than indigenship. And I try to use that to let people know the political game that people are playing. They're trying to use this to foist ethnicity and cause ethnic issues and problems. And so in making that argument, I'm trying to tell you, avoid this. Let us live as one. I may not say the last statement of, oh, let us live as one, but my hope is that by exposing this sinister thing that they are doing, ethnicity and not indigenization, you realize the mistake until you avoid that. So I think where Professor made the mistake is he should have summarized that into an overall statement, which makes it straightforward for people to understand what he said. He talked for 6 hours, and yet people understand his arguments in different ways. Some people think of it negatively. I don't think there's hate in what he said. I think maybe the words that he used are insensitive. And so when you say Lagos is a no man's land, and you go back far in time to make the argument that there are certain Yorubas who have stayed there less, but because they're indigenous, and there are non-Yorubas who stayed there more, and so should have rights as indigenous, you fall into the argument of people getting angry and saying you're trying to deny the Yorubas of Lagos. That is what he was trying to do. The way he made it.
Dominic, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
I
question?
think it's what he
Let me just say something. Let me just say something here.
Okay,
I think that the way you are interpreting it, maybe there is some point to what you are saying. If I was him or you, I would be saying, okay, if people have this concern of people dismissing their heritage, when they say indigenes, they actually mean indigenes that are from there, not necessarily Yoruba people that are from other parts of this in the southwest. So it's not going to apply to them.
But is that really what applied to the election?
In terms of law, it wouldn't apply to like people in Ogun State. It will apply only to people that are indigenous to Lagos State. That's one. And secondly, if you wanted to say this to somebody that has a fear of other people saying that this is no man's land, the way you would say it to them is that I understand that, yeah, your people were the founders of this in Lagos, but we are here to live. We have built a country, this in a great capital or great state together, and we now it's like for everybody based on that. So, but just your acknowledgement that you understand that they were the founders, and if they want to be recognized for it, they can be recognized for it. You can do whatever they need us to do. Then you are going to have a better atmosphere where you can operate without that divisive stuff going on, because it's not that much to ask to recognize. If you come to my house and I'm hosting a massive party, it doesn't mean you just say, oh, because we are all so many here, I don't own the house anymore.
So, forefathers, now do you agree it's a question of communication rather than hate? Because
no, I get what you mean, but
because people are saying there is hate behind what he said, and I'm
I think it's just clumsy argument and misplaced ones.
Dominic,
dangerous too.
It's very dangerous. You know why? Yeah, you are intellectuals. You understand, and that's why you can understand what he's talking about. But the common man on the street doesn't understand that. You understand? A common guy, yeah, that owns a property in Lagos, yeah, and saying that, look, oh, so this is the law they are trying to pass. This guy's really broken it down. Yeah, I've got a right in this place. I should fight for it. You understand? So we start, coming together and start burning things down. You understand? Look, when I look at the way things are going, and I looked at, look, for a professor, for God's sake, a professor should build bridges, bridges, bring people together. But when he's saying that, look, I dare them. If I say something like, I dare a parliamentary in UK, yeah, and I'm saying on right here, I'm telling you, you're going to see police on my door.
So, Tia,
that they want to pass a law, and I say, I dare them to do that. If they do that, we're going to do this.
So, Tia, what's your so forgive me if this sounds personal, but Tia, so what is your contribution in making sure that what Professor says is not incendiary? Shouldn't you rather talk about it in terms of miscommunication rather than saying he has hate?
Of course, he has hate. Of course, hate. Listen, Dominic, I don't want to come here. I've been sitting here for so long, and the communication is between you guys, and you guys don't want us to talk. So I don't know why. Sorry. I don't know why I'm not here to come. I can go and do other things. We all are very important to talk into this issue.
Go for it, John. Go for it.
I have watched on the behind. Watch on YouTube for long.
How many hours? I only joined 40 minutes ago.
Okay, and I've been here for how many minutes? And you guys are to and fro without giving us a little chance to even say our own mind.
Okay.
Apologies,
Apologies.
The guys, Professor, I was trying to come in that time, and I think I walked away too far on the thing. Professional language is primitive, it's backward. There is no way in 21st century, if we're going to move forward.
Exactly.
And we will, a professor, for God's sake. And I can understand where it's coming from. You can be educated as you can, but people are product of the environment. If the value, this is show the value that is brought up with, and is not ready to distance himself. And Dr. Dominic, don't come and give excuse for somebody that nobody know anybody's motive.
I'm not giving excuse. I understand the argument he's making.
Yeah, you are right.
And it's miscommunication.
You cannot talk about his motive because you don't know his motive. You can only judge him by what he says.
I take my fair points. I agree.
Okay. So that because some of those things, I have brothers that come on this platform, and I distance myself from them, and they can distance themselves from me because they may not know too much of what I meant, by what I say in the short time that I cannot have time to explain myself to the end of it. So the issue of the professor is that it's dangerous. And some of these things, we have to bring ourselves together. There are Igbo houses, and there are Hausas Igbo, and there are Igbo Yorubas.
Yeah.
Many Igbo people that were brought up in Lagos today, you cannot talk to them so much about Igbo land because they are already engrafted in that culture and that tradition.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, this actually summarizes what I was trying to point out. When he said that, he meant the place will become swamp, which means people who have some substantial economic contribution will move away. He never said war, which is what I was saying. This person actually put the right word.
No. That way, he's kind of threatening action. That way, and it's not the kind of language. It's not an escalation. You want to de-escalate it, not to be putting an escalating language out there.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Dominic, if I tell you, sorry.
Go ahead.
If I tell Dr. Mr. Abana, I say, look, I dare you say my name. When you say you dare someone, is that not provocative?
Yeah.
It is provocative. Let's call a spade, please. If someone is wrong, look, if I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. Fine. You understand? But if someone is daring a house parliament and say, look, I dare you do this.
That's a challenge.
It's a challenge.
But the consequence of what he said was pretty straightforward. He meant Igbo's moving away, not the war.
Dominic, hey, let me correct you on that. He actually said it's either they move away or they fight. And I think, Dominic, I think you should be speaking for yourself. I will say stop defending the professor. What I understand from what he said, he was quite divisive. I would call him a low version of Nnamdi Kanu. He was a bit divisive, to be honest with you. Like
how Dominic cannot see it to tell you something. How can you not see that?
Hold on. Here is the danger, Dominic. For a professor, you have people that are looking up to you. Exactly. It's just like when the president said there is no subsidy. Immediately, the market reacted because he did not understand that he's now a president. You are no longer Tinubu, you are now a president. You need to, if you are a leader, political leader, religious leader, just like pastor, imam, governor, you have to be careful of what you say. Like a professor, you have people that are looking up to you that, oh, he's a professor. They will react.
But I think part of why I spent a little bit of time talking about him, it may sound like I'm defending him, is for me, when he was saying those things, I understood differently. What I understood was, if you make this law, there is two things that may inevitably happen. Either the Igbos move away and create a new Lagos between certain areas. I don't know what, Bonny and something, or people will end up fighting. Those are what I would.
Okay.
So you are saying Bonny, and that area you mentioned the Bonny again, that's River State again, that the same thing could go and repeat itself. What you are not seeing is that I don't understand how this is really complicated, because everybody is telling you the same thing and you're not reading it. This is same tunnel vision. I talked about it when I said, you know how many conversations, hold on. Do you know how many conversations I've had with Southeastern, and I reminded them that this, I literally coined a language for it. I said, it's an Abel syndrome. Somebody is looking angry at you, telling you something, you refuse to get it until they start macheting people. Dominic is here not seeing the dangers of what this man said. Everybody is telling him this is a problem. You need to read the room.
This is a slippery slope. Here's why I'm saying this is a slippery slope. I think he made some factual arguments, and I think he made some arguments that are very divisive. I think of what the professor said as more of a communication issue and an insensitive manner of saying certain things. I don't see hate behind it, which is why I brought up this comment in. Let me finish. Which is why I brought up this comment here. The comment, someone made a comment of, if you do this, two things will invariably happen naturally. You can either accept those things as facts, that either Igbos move out or they fight, or you can think of it more as he's instigating, or Igbo should move away, or Igbo should fight. It is more
Dominic,
Or do
can I
you
ask you
want
one
your
question?
sorry, TA? Do you want your people to live in peace with other people? That is, you want. See, when I have this argument with Southeasterners, I said I'm sick of watching Southeasterners get dispossessed, get attacked. Why is it that they keep allowing this to happen? And how this happen is what you are doing now, Dominic. How can you not recognize how people feel? You don't have empathy for other people. You don't notice that this is painful to them. When you say it doesn't belong, the land doesn't belong to them.
Now, hold on, folks. Forefathers, Dominic, any person where no dey the place where they bury body, when they want to exhume them, you got to begin to exhume them from leg. Why am I saying that? The professor's positions was pretty much like a lecture. I understand all that. Even in car sales business, there's a way you say to somebody, let me share something with you, or let me tell you something. That's linguistics. But the issue is here is this. I had asked a question. My question alluded to Akulona. My question was very simple as far as the new city called Akulona was concerned. In his answer to that, he now brought about this legislation that is being proposed in Lagos. And in his presentation, he was simply saying, and get this very straight, he was, even though he kept on wrapping it up, he was saying, if you do that, maybe it would be one thing that will wake the Easterners up to go and build their Akuluna. That's what he was alluding to. Maybe if you do that, since they are so stubborn that they must be in Lagos, that's my own word now, that would actually wake them up to go and build the place called Akuluna, which is a project that is going on now. Having said that, also, when he kept on trying to allude to between area and Bonny and stuff like that, he was saying that within 10 years that these people are actually capable of going to do all that. Again, I had brought the issue of the seaport at Ihel, which was approved in 1959, but then abandoned. All these things ties back to the economy. You go push man. And I'm just saying, you push person, it doesn't matter who you are. You push person, so to some point, it's either the person quietly go back and take care of business in a different way, which is the reason why we blame the so-called Eastern governors. If they have built up Aba, Lagos used to be a place where somebody would go and buy and come back the same day. But because of the seaport in Lagos, because of the airport in Lagos, that is really the reason why Lagos become so significant. If you move away that seaport from the Lagos and you move, Calabar used to be the hub. Is anybody talking about Calabar now other than the capital of Cross River or something like that? So, folks, what is going on here is this. All of us now, I lived in Lagos before this final journey. There are people in anywhere, be it Lagos or Ibadan, who are originally there. That was why I asked the question, who owns New York? Nobody answered that. So let us not deceive ourselves. We have to do the best we can. The point is this. People are not coming to equity with clean hands. People are not coming to the center with clean hands. People are coming with all other kinds of, if I find a way to dispossess you, forefathers, I got to blow you breeze, I got to chop you. Huh? If you thunder too much, I go burn down your house the next day. What do? You either leave or you fight back when I keep doing that. That's what is going on in Lagos. Lagos is a boiling point. People, both indigenous and non-indigenous, should stop this idea. We are all Nigerians. And we tend to be missing what the professor was really talking about. He was talking about the citizenship. He even attacked the issue of the Obas and the chiefs and stuff like that. If you listen very carefully, he stood his ground, but all that notwithstanding.
I understand that it has
No,
nothing to do with hate.
it's my
I don't
turn.
think
It's
it
my
is
turn.
hate. Yeah, don't worry, I will let you speak. I
I
don't think
didn't
it's
really want
hate.
to come back because I have stopped going, but you all kept on harping on Dominic as if, no.
Igbo basic. I don't think it's hate because this is, we have to be very precise about this. It's lack of awareness. Lack of awareness. This is historically documented fact. And when we go, look at what happened with Azikadakaboro. Who did he mention? The Southeasterners, the North, the Southeasterners. There's something that is going on that you guys don't notice when people around you are angry about something you are saying.
Whether
and when
you
they
like
tell
it or not, they will be angry.
listen.
They have been angry for a very long time.
But you don't listen to them. How are you going to live in peace when you're not listening to your neighbors?
Forefathers. Let me say
I
one
don't
thing.
understand. I don't understand what kind of psychology does that. You don't listen to your neighbors at all.
Forefathers, wait.
Unbelievable
I just
stuff.
want to say one thing. I want to say one thing. Yeah. This is the way Kanu started. Yeah. And Kanu was saying that, look, Oyigbo used to be Oyigbo and all those kind of jabberish. He was saying Buhari is dead and buried somewhere else. That the Buhari, the president Buhari there is not the real president. But now when he's got picked up, and one thing people don't know is that whether you like it or not, Nigeria, UK, US, they all work hand in hand. You understand what I'm saying? How did Kanu got picked up all the way from Kenya? All these Africans, what's it called? They work in hand. You understand? So if you start preaching hate, look at how many people, how many young boys got killed in the East just because of Kanu, just because of IPOP. Anyone that wants to support IPOP should go home and fight.
So, Tia, you're comparing what Professor said, the spirit of what he says.
When a professor is saying,
so you believe it's hate. Others believe it's misunderstanding. I believe it's misunderstanding.
No. See, one trying to say, Dominic, one trying to say is that
I don't think it's hate. It's
I'm
never been hate.
Arguments.
So people don't hate. People don't hate.
Yeah,
it's just lack of awareness. I don't know how it happens. People don't hate people. It's just lack of awareness of how other people feel about them.
Wait. We're talking about Professor. Why are we talking about Igbo people? I'm getting a little bit confused.
Yeah. No. Okay, it's not fair. I put that. I think the narrative, not all Igbo people. The narrative is that when you tend to have a situation whereby the Southeasterners get attacked, the reason why I use that it's obviously it's not all the Igbo people. My point is that what I've observed is that it's not hate. That's why I say they are very, very progressive people.
I don't even understand the fallacy in some of what you're saying. How do we go from non-indigenous to Southeasterners? All of a sudden, we end up with Igbo.
Because it was said that they were going to go and repeat that in this in Bonny, and I tried to remind you.
He was making an analogy. He wasn't saying they're going to repeat that in Bonny.
I get what you are saying, but what you don't understand is that when people say this like that,
he didn't
you are
say
not
Lagos
really.
in Bonny. He said you can create under Lagos between location A and location B.
Exactly.
Was Bonny.
Igbo basic.
What he said. Not
Igbo basic. We were here together when during the election. Then there was a video that came to showing that Southeasterners were getting attacked. I saw the feelings it elicited in you, and I have seen this tragedy happen over and over again. This type of stuff happen over and over.
And it's still happening.
And it's still happening. But why? When I keep having a conversation with my Southeastern brother, I tell them, why are you not paying attention to what is happening? Why do you keep letting this happen over and over again? Is it that you just want to walk the earth being victimized? You have to understand why it's happening.
Forefathers, hold on for a second.
Listen to what your neighbors are telling you.
Hold on for a second, forefathers. I lived through that war.
He's being stubborn about it.
I lived through the. Hold on for a second.
He's not being stubborn. He's saying that I don't like to see these things happen again.
Hold on for a second. I lived through that war. I lived through the war until this goes to all of us also. We wear shoe, and we know where the pitch. Okay, I was in Jos when this whole thing broke down, and we had to be abandoned in Jos. Eventually, whether on a train or how, we eventually get back to the east, and the rest is history. What am I trying to point out here? we seem to be missing the point of what is really going on. It's not just a case of Lagos.
Exactly.
We are talking about people who are really holding us down, the thieves of Nigeria, the vulturizing of Nigeria. When T.A. just talked about Britain, US, the rest of, those are the vultures that are perching on Nigeria now, consuming the whole thing, and we are here talking. The fact is this, it's all about economics at some point. Listen to this, in my own village, somebody came and bought 40 plots of land, tried to erect something there. Guess what happened? The youths of that village, yes, I'll be right there, the youths of that village went and knocked the whole place down and said, hey, no, we don't have a space yet. And somebody has the guts of buying 40 plots. Okay? So it's happening everywhere. Let me do something, which I did before. Once I put on this in the Nigerian context, story changes. Why? Because even if I'm not an Igbo man, if I put this on, I'm in trouble. Because somebody will descend on me thinking that I'm Igbo. Understand what I'm saying?
Wait, are you saying in Nigeria or where?
I just said in Nigeria, in certain places. Let me use what you can understand. In New York, as a publisher of Igbo Basics, which I've been doing since 1995, I used to go to the Nigerian house. Everybody, I speak Hausa. We communicate. The day that they saw me distributing Igbo Basics was the day that they realized that I'm an Igbo man. What am I trying to say to you? I never got a shishi from them. Whereas I could have answered the new Nigerian, any other thing else. So let us try to coexist together. Nigeria is still the passport we are carrying, whether we like it or not. We should try to taper these things down. I have said that if Nigeria, they go play soccer now, all of us will shout, yeah, Nigeria, when we are winning. But after that, now you want to take my thing? It's all about the struggle, and can't we see what is going on? The so-called domination, the domination that is
Igbo basic. That's why we should be preaching love. Mama
my brother, it's good to preach love, but you are preaching love to the person who also has love in their heart. If I already know that I'm coming to the table, it was Professor J. Oyeruku that came here and told us in 2004. He was then the chairman of Ahanes and Igbo. He came to New Jersey the same time that Buhari came here also to talk to us. He came here, he said, and listen, and this goes to all of us. He said to us that they went to a meeting on national conference, something that concerned all of us. That himself was at the table with Omar Diko. I'm sure some of you know the name Omar Diko.
Yeah.
They were at the table having a conversation about the Nigerian situation, how to make things happen. By the way, J. Oyeruku was the man who brought reinsurance into Nigeria. He is the father of insurance in Nigeria. This is corporate governance in modern Africa by J. Oyeruku. They were on the table. Omar Diko has his Babadiga. Himself, Chief Oyeruku, has his tiny shed as it is. And he kept on wondering. For him, he was feeling pressed. He was thinking about going to the bathroom to go and ease himself. And this is what goes on in Nigeria today as we speak. And he said to himself, I don't know. That's debating within himself. I don't know. Omar Diko, since he had this Babadiga, I don't know whether he has a kettle underneath where he can pee, where he can put whatever it is. Is it me that is going to get up and go to the bathroom? His point was that he stayed there. He decided that he wasn't going to leave the table. The reason is very simple, that if he left the table, as far as the Nigerian context is concerned right now, by the time he goes to the bathroom and come back, that they don't score goal. They'll be telling you, they signed, immediately you leave. He's saying to you, all of us, make we dead there. Not come out until this whole thing is settled properly. That Nigerian thing we're talking about. It's not settled yet. So he made that clear that he was willing to pee on himself if he had to, but he was not going to leave the table of conversation. A lot of people have left the table of conversation. The issue of Nnamdi Kanu that you guys keep talking about, it wasn't him that started out. It was Rike. Ralph was Rike. Started out, he played his own game and played his own game. Nnamdi Kanu didn't choose to do what he started doing. It fell upon him. Have you ever considered whatever happened to Sunday Igboho on the other side? Are they not all fighting the same thing? So Nnamdi Kanu, his project may have been crude, what his method or whatever. They said he made up the biggest noise. In the end, what happened? Britain, where him supposed to be citizen, have they gone there to defend him? Hello? Have they gone there to claim back their citizen? They have not, because their hand is inside the cookie jar.
Igbo Basic, can I ask you a question?
Please.
You mentioned Sunday. You mentioned Sunday Igboho. You understand?
Yes.
I've not seen when Sunday Igboho or whatever it's called said, okay, you should burn down the old Lagos. You understand?
No. Understand the Sunday Igboho case. The Sunday Igboho case, it was circumstances that pushed him. Even you, or you, any of us, if they come in, finish your people, what do you do?
There are times.
Not to go come off for your head.
But in the situation, Sunday Igboho was there. Yeah, he went and faced those people because already on the news or whatever. He went there, faced them, they shot at him. He didn't enter. Odeshi, fine. Now, Kanu that wants to fight for Biafra, IPOB, should go down to the east and put himself first. You understand? Not talking from London and say, look, this is the way you should go. A lot of youth. Look, when you're talking about the Easterners here, when you're talking about these youths, they've got the brain. When you're talking about technology, you understand? Even during the Civil War, these guys came over, they built something from scratch. You understand? For you to know that, look, these Easterners that you guys are killing, they've got the brains. Stop meddling on things that you know you can't win. Not that way, that you stay here and start issuing command. Go and destroy this, go and destroy that. They are being killed.
No. What happens is that Kanu was in the east. Kanu was in the east. They came down
then
there.
He left. He ran.
No, he didn't just leave. They came there for him, killed his people, and one way or the other, he retrieved
his father too, or something like that. Because I think his father is the king and he's a prince.
Yes, they finished his process. He retracted and went out. When that has happened, that's when he started bombing from a safe distance. The only mistake he made was he forgot he forgot that totally. That no matter the nearest people, you were supposed to be awake at all times. Otherwise, you go, even if they. So when you talk about Sunday Igboho, and I'm saying it to all of us here.
By bombing, can you clarify?
What?
He said he went outside and he started bombing. I don't.
When I use the word bombing, I'm talking about he started throwing the kitchen sink.
Okay.
I believe. Igbo Basic. I believe.
Igboho, you were talking about. It was. If they come your own place, do the thing where they do, you are not to come up for your head. And once that not come up for your head, you will find people who are going to be behind you. Igboho was fighting for his people, okay? But the difference is this. Igboho's people did not sell Igboho out. Igboho's people defended Igboho all the way, including all the elders. But in the East, go and try it. You're hanging out yourself to dry. It does not mean that you don't know how to fight. What we are looking to as far as the ingenuity. Mama H said, let's bring back history into the schools in Nigeria. The professor was debating about they're taking civic history out of the schools. They're talking about when these governments, they're playing that game now. When this government, the hands off, they started giving back schools to the missionaries. They didn't want their responsibility to keep funding those institutions. That's the real game they were playing there. And in the meantime, they are encouraging the so-called private institutions.
Igbo Basic, let me tell you how the Jews do best.
Sorry. I think Jerry wanted to
quick
say
one,
something.
please. Just quick one.
Let Jerry say something, then TA and Show can say something because let's let other people.
You want to take over?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
I have to head out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Dominic, I think we need to talk about this more because I think this topic for me, I feel very strongly about it because I'm one of those people that react very strongly when I see Southeasterners, going through all this stuff. I really don't, because I was in River State and I saw what happened. Some of the properties that belongs to them were taken away from them. And this is real. This is some very, very serious stuff. And we have to find a way to resolve this. Because if the nation has to go forward, we have to have a way of preventing this type of stuff from occurring again. Otherwise, we'll go to the Rwanda route and ban tribe completely.
This is an advice I will give. I will tend to give you in private, but since you already bought the one, so I'll give it to you. But I think every once in a while, we should go back, sort of watch some of the things that some of the arguments we've made, the sort of issues that rile us up, and ask ourselves, really, what is it that ticks me off when they mention a particular topic? I am guilty of that, and so I will take my own lessons, but I want you to do the same. They mention a particular group of people. Why does it seem to pique your interest and make you a bit more invested in it more than others? That is the last thing I will say. I thank everyone who has been part of the discussion. Mama Echo, you know me, I'm your son. I'm never against you, but
say if you dey against me, not pay my bill, so not dey bother my head.
Okay.
No, on a serious truth, please. My children are bleeding.
I think Jerry was about to go.
I'll take it.
I just round up. My children are bleeding. They are crying. They are hungry. They are in pain. That should be our focus. Now they hear me. Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I think the reason why we are talking about these things, see, maybe because I react to these things according to Dominic, is because I feel like our people should value every strand of hair in our own heads. Every single strand of hair.
Forefathers, you are
I don't want to be seeing it anymore.
No, forefathers, you are reacting naturally and purely, but the people that you are dealing with, they carry dagger. If you turn around, they go choke you. And my brother who was talking here, TA, remember that Nigeria is really doing itself in. Out of the ingenuity of that thing called Biafra that came out of the war, the tragedy called Biafra, out of the ingenuity, Nigeria discovered that it could refine its own crude oils, it could build bombs, it could do this, it could do that. They built the ones that they built. Go and visit the Biafra War Museum in Umuahia, and you will see for yourself. But what did Nigeria do? Nigeria should have been an arm-producing country. Come on, give me a break. Nigeria.
Exactly. Now you're talking.
Let's let Jerry talk so that we can circulate around and
Nigeria
we can relax. We can relax and everybody can start having a go.
Nigeria shut down the chemical department of University of Nigeria, Soka. How can you cut your mouth?
Sabotage. That is sabotage.
Yeah. That's why we are buying bombs from foreign countries, whereas the person who is manufacturing drone for US Air Force and stuff like that is a Nigerian. Come on now, give me a break. Let's stop all these things. These people who are leading us in Nigeria, something got to give. Something got to give.
Let's give Jerry.
Before Jerry loses it on all the panelists, we need to give him a chance. He's been waiting to have a seat for more than 15 minutes.
Make I just stay for my corner.
Jerry, welcome, man. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
I find this argument funny. I feel like everyone is talking about where like their root, like culture. We are all Nigerians. Instead of like say, oh, what what they want to do in Lagos. That is, to me, it's like wrong. Because now, if you want to do something in other states, guess what?
what's going to happen? It's war. Because, like now, I'm from Fuga, okay? I buy land in Benin because I'm married from Benin. The person that I buy land from Benin, they've been there for like long, like 100 years. Like their roots. But they are Yoruba. Then ask my wife. So why Yoruba have a land in Benin? How come they have been here for this long? So you know what? They've been there from the beginning. So about the land, so like now they can now like say no, oh, I'm not from Fuga because I'm from Fuga. I cannot say buy a land in Benin because what they are trying to do in Lagos is like wrong. Okay, now like that. I mean New York. Before I used to live in Illinois, I moved to New York. Now I like consider myself as New Yorker. Okay, there are people that are like real New Yorker, but they cannot tell me I'm not a New Yorker because I pay taxes. I got a house here. So it seems like basically like the professor more like was trying to say it like makes sense unless you like doesn't even want to listen of like what you like already believe. You got to change your mind because what it was trying to say it's about the citizen, and not about who been there for long time, like from the beginning. So everyone's like saying, "Oh, I'm this, I'm this." No, we are all Nigeria. Like instead of saying, "Oh, Yoruba, Igbo," no, just say I'm a Nigeria. Okay.
That is the ideal, isn't it? That is the
Yeah.
ideal. But currently, I was shocked to find out that in Nigeria, you can be born in a state, and when you grow up, they will treat you as if you are still foreign. They will treat you with where your parent is from. That in terms of accessing education benefits or things like that, they treat you as if you are not from that state, which is outrageous. But it is happening in Nigeria as we speak. Kwankwaso has to boast that some of the people he sponsored for scholarship were from southeast and southwest, because normally that would be reserved for only people from Kano or stuff like that. That kind of stuff. Personally, I can't even start because these people, they go overseas, they get benefits even if they are from a totally different country. They become citizens of that country and they get the same benefits that Kwankwaso is proud of doing within the same country. This is a problem, and I feel like that stuff needs to, in terms of citizenship, we really need to put it at the top, and we have to respect indigenous groups. But when it comes to national the citizenship, that has to be at the top of everything. Any law that infringes the rights of a citizen has to be ruled out, or kind of denied. In other words, you can't. It's not legal. You can't pass a law to discriminate against citizens in such a way that it infringes their rights as a citizen. You can pass a law to say, okay, local indigenes need to be prioritized in terms of employment in that area, especially if it's foreign companies that are coming to that area. That one can be accepted because it's done in most countries around the world. You see what I mean? So, but this is a very, very deep issue for Nigerians, because I was shocked to hear that even in states, they still behave like that. And, I don't know how to deal with that from my own point of view. If I wanted to deal with that, I would say, period. If you are born in any state, you are from that state. That's how it's supposed to be done. I don't know why this nonsense still even exists.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Just one more. Wait.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. You know why I think it's a problem? If like a regular person says something like that, like, okay, let's change this law. Okay, fine. But let's say a politician says something like that. That is like very because in Lagos, there are like all kind of people that live there. They pay taxes. They have houses. So, like like for a guy, like if you to say something make dangerous, that
Your audio
you
is.
don't to say that.
Yeah,
That's it.
go ahead. Okay.
That's all.
I think
Yeah,
I think I, I I think I
you're,
touched on the solution. I think I touched on the solution. The solution should be that if you are born in any state, you should have a right to as the same with anybody from that state. That's how it should be. Because this thing that we do where you are born from any state, they say go to your south this thing, go to your northern people to go and solve that problem out. That is ridiculous. I don't understand why we do that as a nation.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think those laws that this guy is trying to pass in Lagos, saying that they're going to be taking houses, do you think that can stand in Nigeria? Hell no.
No. That's just nonsense. It's politics.
Yeah, it's politics.
No, but wait, he's gaslighting. He's gaslighting. Person is
Don't say no way. It's like a constitution. When they pass that law, that you cannot do anything about it.
No,
way.
They will sue them. You can a private citizen can sue them and win easily.
It's not
legal. It's not even legal. If they want to recognize indigenes from the point of view of maybe some employment or even land issues, the way when it comes to specific areas, but it has to be very, very limited. It's not if it just crosses a line, you can defeat it easily. I think Abati on Arise TV made that very clear that you can't do certain things with that kind of rules at all. It's just politics. I think it's politics. What he's doing is that he's trying to create in the minds of some Yoruba people that we are for you. You see what I mean? And because they are majority,
exactly.
That's what they are trying to do.
I was gonna say that Magodo, this guy tried it. The current governor, he wants to take over Magodo. That area belongs to Lagos State government. They fought it. You understand? And they won. The Magodo resident, they won the case in court. You understand? So, see, Nigeria, when it comes to law, you understand, at least they've been doing it for so many years. You know, so when you talk of federal character, anyone can live anywhere in Nigeria, be it east, west, north, or south. But what I keep on saying is that we should be preaching love. You understand? Look, we're intertwined. You see, I was marrying Igbo. You see, mostly Yorubas and Igbos that are kind of keying together. You understand? I remember my ex back then from Arochukwu, in Abia State. You understand? So that one that speaks Yoruba even more than me. You see that one that will not say, look, go back. Hell no. Hell no. So guys, when we talk here, now what I'm saying about that professor, what he's talking about is dangerous. You need to call people out. And that's one thing wrong about Nigerians. If it's, I'm saying, be Yoruba, be Hausa, be it Efik, whatever. If they're doing wrong, call them out. And see, because I was doing something and I saw Forefathers was the only one tackling this guy that, no, you can't say that. You can't say that it's wrong. You understand? When people on the street hear this, a professor is saying that, definitely they follow. The people will follow. If the professor could say that, why not? Lagos belongs to no man. If this, that, then they'll start killing people. If you go and look at what happened in South Africa,
if you have a country that have a life expectancy of 53 years and you have the largest constitution of professors, you begin to realize that education probably doesn't amount to as much as people think. And so you have to start challenging certain things. It has to be based on logic and pure validity of the argument based on the topic. Yeah, maybe he's a professor of something that I cannot challenge him on, but not when he's making incendiary statements like that. You see what I mean? So I'm sure has been very quiet. I don't know why, but he has very, very precise opinion and very, very logical. He could have been a lawyer, to be fair. So sure, what do you think? What do you think about what you've heard so far?
So, I mean, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Forefathers. I didn't watch the professor. I was out and about. I only just came back home not too long ago, and I joined you guys. And it's been it's been mental. I just want to congratulate our politicians. They've done it again. They've won. You know, in the north, they've given them religion to talk about, and in the south, they're giving us tribal issues to discuss. So look at us over the last how many hours. You brought a professor. I didn't watch him, but the professor came to discuss tribal issues. So the politicians would always win. I mean, divide and conquer is not new, but it's never going to work. It's going to work till the rest of time. So we'll be here next week. We'll discuss Obasa again. South, East, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. We'll keep discussing it. In the north, they'll be discussing Muslim ticket because El Rufai dropped that for them. So see, our politicians they're underrated. They're clever. They know what works. They keep doing it. It keeps working. We're very predictable. They'll drop what they need to drop, and we'll just carry on and start arguing madness that's not going to resolve anything. That's not going to fix anything. See, the average boy in Ede, the average girl in Ibadan, in Ijesha Tedo, in Lagos, has a lot more in common with the Almajiri child in Kaduna than you'll ever understand. But you come here, we'll fight each other, we argue, we do all these things, rinse and repeat, it will calm down, then 4 years' time, we'll pick it up again. It's tiring. You know, it gets to a point, it's just like, on another day, I'll probably engage as well and say this and that. But there are days that you just take a step back and you just look at it from afar and you just take yourself out of it and you just think, that's BS. I don't want to be part of
I
this.
thought we were supposed to be doing Sunday school.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So today's going to be Sunday school.
We can move on to audios or Carlo. I see he's going to be here very soon.
I mean,
And
even if you don't want to do Sunday school,
you know what? I'm going to
not sure.
defend audios or Carlo. I will be the
He cried. You know, I saw the video where he cried. That's something you can discuss.
The guy employs 13,000 people and they are busy bad mouthing him. You know, how many? A lot of people doing round tripping there. You know.
So the NNPC guy's been suspended. I'm not sure if it's been discussed. Like I said, I've not watched the show at all today, which is very unusual. Even if I'm out, I would have my earpiece and listen. I've not listened at all. So maybe these things have been discussed. The NNPC guy's been, has been suspended. These are sort of things.
The head of the NNPC.
Yes, Kiari, he was suspended yesterday.
Oh, that's nice.
Kiari or whatever, So these are the sort of things we talk about.
We should talk about. Reasons, so they are not putting somebody that is going to take the entire thing and run away. Because I guess when we start seeing results, not just firing people for the sake of it.
We're not going to invent new Nigerians. So it's going to be a Nigerian from the society they're going to pick and put there. So don't expect miracles. But, so, I mean, it's good to discuss these things, but after a while, it just becomes tiring. It becomes repetitive, rinse and repeat. I can predict what is going to be discussed. If they say Rudolph is trying to bring Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, he's been trying for a while. He's been trying. They would agree, then they would counsel them. The day they come, I can tell you how the discussion will go. I can predict it now. It's very predictable.
Can you tell us, please, so that we can change the script that day?
I said this in the comment section that the day Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers come, they should keep you away, far away. Not because you're a bad person, but because of your position. Because of the position, which I'm not saying is wrong or right.
It's going to go, so we can swap it.
You will tell people now. You will tell people that when you tell your brothers from the east that they should pay attention, they don't pay attention. They will get agitated. They will get triggered. They will call you names. You would fight back. You will say it's because you love them and you don't like seeing them punished, and they will fight back. And back and forth, no resolution. And we'll come back and repeat it again.
That is very, very insightful. But you know what I think is going to actually happen? In time, you find that people become more acclimatized to relating to each other. That's what I've seen happen in other discussion between different parts of Africa.
Do you think CM would believe you? Do you think CM would agree? Do you think Jude would agree with you?
You know what? I don't know how it's going to happen, but it will happen. See, I'm telling you, the reason why I say this, when you see, I was on a panel once, East Africans, you know how they like to bash Somalis, Ethiopians, they fight each other. If you need to see the arguments, if you think we are arguing here, those are, they're talking about genociding each other constantly. So it turns out that then they would say, oh, they started confessing their own problems. Like, we have a dream of greater Ethiopia, that we want to invade Somalia. And Somalia will like, we have a greater dream of greater Somalia, we want to invade Ethiopia and Kenya. Everybody starts confessing their own. And then before you know it, everybody starts, now, they are, if you hear them talking on those panels, if you went there, they are swearing at each other like crazy, but they all understand each other. They're all in the same WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. They all understand. They are also talking to African Americans. This is they talk to everybody. So it tells you that familiarity is often the idea, so that people understand their boundaries and how people think about them and how they come across to other people too. Because if you are not talking, that is worse, because you don't know when the other person is feeling bad. You don't know when you are feeling good, and you could say something to trigger them in the wrong way. So I think even if it comes across like that, I see progress. I've had conversations with them recently that I feel like I've seen progress that you wouldn't see like 6 months ago. I've seen it. I've noticed it.
Okay. Well, that is good. My only issue is, honestly, and this is not to to diminish anything you say or they say. Like, it's the way I say it is, there's forefathers camp, and the CM, Jude, Lexi camp, and people in the comment section who have been calling you all sort of stuff. So you have those camps. I don't think, given the opportunity to have this conversation 100 times, I don't think you're going to tell them anything new. That's why I said it's predictable. And that's not to say you're not smart or anything, but the things you want to tell them, they already know. You've told them multiple times. If they are going to
I don't think it's about knowledge. It's about, because we know a lot of things that we don't act on. I think it's about familiarity, communication.
We've been, and for some reason, every conversation on this channel ends up, which I was starting to road off during the week. I said for some reason, and honestly, the screenshot, I wish I could share it. I said for some reason, no matter if we discuss Jesus is coming back tomorrow, we'll discuss it for 5 minutes, then we'll end up. So now they can't know when will they release it. So Igbo people, they land in rivers, they took it, they didn't give it back. We will end up. Yoruba will say Tabanju or Benigbagba, if you throw a knife up 100 times, it will land the same way. It is everything we will end up with this discussion. While it is fun, sometimes sometimes it's just tiring, it's just jarring, it's just, and people in the comment section are even complaining, oh sure, please go there. And I don't have my laptop, I'm using my phone. Oh, go and change the topic, go and help forefathers. I said no, forefathers is hosting. Let him discuss whatever he wants to discuss. I would listen to the professor. It would be a shame, and I can't make assertions without listening to him. It would be very unfair. It would be a shame if he's instigating and using insensitive words. I've said it many times. I've been accused. Even the last time, yesterday when I was there, there was a gentleman, well, I'm guessing it's a guy, or lady, who said, sure, for some reason, you pander to the mob. You don't want them to attack you. I said, attack me online. How does online? Me? Do I look like somebody that online attack would affect? If you want to attack me, you have to come to me physically, then I can worry. But some people think I pander to the Igbo group. For what? I've said it jokingly. The Igbo group, whatever it's called, can't remember, should send me money. If they like what I do, the job they've employed me to do, they should send me my paycheck. Because it seems like I'm working for the Igbos. Honestly, I don't get it. See, I don't have anything against. They say, oh, you don't like the Yoruba race, or you don't protect Yoruba. I don't have it. I hate bad politicians. I'm an equal opportunity giver. If you're a Yoruba politician and I think you're corrupt, I would speak against you. Or Jews or Kalu. You know how much I speak against this guy. Rochas, building bridges. He went to the primaries. He spoke Hausa to them at the APC primaries. I don't think he got 2 votes. So I speak against people. Or Jews or Kalu. Rochas, I don't care for these people. The Kano guy, Ganduji, oh God, he's the worst one out of everybody. I can't stand him. I think it's just he's a thief. He's like a common
like an Agbero. But
you understand?
I have to say,
I can't stand Wiki. So when people say, oh, you don't like Yoruba, no. I speak highly of Bolaigi. I speak highly of Onobanjo. These are people in the 80s. I speak highly of, Baba Jakonde. They are Yoruba men. They are people that came that ruled before I was old enough to even understand what was going on. But I saw what they did, the legacy of what they left behind. They were not perfect men. There's no perfect man anywhere, especially as a politician. There'll be some anywhere there's money, there's corruption. So these guys were corrupt in some ways or the other. But you could see the legacy they left behind. And that's, I speak highly of them glowingly. But you want me to come and speak glowingly about Obasa? Who is mad? You, it must be you. It can't be me. That you want me to come and speak highly of Obasa, or speak highly of Tinubu, or speak highly of all these corrupt. Fashola was one that I used to like and respect. But when I saw him using handkerchief to catch the damn camcorder, I just thought, sorry, why now? Fashola now. You understand? So I don't have a problem with the Yoruba politicians. I just don't like overly corrupt politicians. Nobody hold a pass.
Bola Ige one really got me because
you understand? I like Bola Ige.
When Bola Ige said he was going to fix the power, he was a power minister or something like that.
Yes, it was.
I believe that he actually was going to do it. The fact that he didn't complete, he wasn't able to do it, told me something that there is other aspects to leadership in Nigeria. That
if we have electricity down here, he doesn't pay.
I
He doesn't
knew
work
he
for some
meant
people.
it, but yet he couldn't do it. It means something is stopping our leaders from being able to accomplish these things, and that's what we need to defeat.
Exactly, and these are the sort of conversation I want to have. And today is going to be Sunday school, and there's so many topics we can, in terms of religion. It would be nice to, encourage Muslim guys to come to speak.
Yes.
If there are people who do Babalawo and all the things, encourage them to come, because for all you care, they will speak to you. Babalawo doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's been portrayed as being bad. The Ifa worshippers are not evil people. The Oshun worshippers are not evil people. I can speak of the Yoruba side of things. The Ifa, Batala, they're not evil. It'd be nice to have people who practice such things to come, have a say, discuss it. I mean, things like Redeem. I know that Redeem created a department or wing, political wing. This is me now speaking. I think they created that when they thought their guy, Starboy, what's Starboy's name now? Or Shibaju. I think they created that wing when they thought he was going to win the primaries. As soon as he didn't win the primaries, that thing just died.
You see?
So these are the sort of things we want to discuss. And this is not to bash any pastor. I'm not here for bashing anyone. And it's not the case of touching up my anointed. My own is not the case. I don't want to touch anointed. I'm anointed. They're anointed. All of us are anointed. Anointed can touch anointed. So I can touch them.
There are two types of anointed pastors. So the goatee pastors and GO and the sheep. And Jesus defined them neatly. He said the sheep, they hear my voice,
they know my voice.
They know my voice. But the goat, they will come to me on the last day. Did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demon in your name? So all the daddy Gio,
don't take over.
See, all I hear there is you are praising the livestock of desert dwellers versus our own goats. Our own goats are very, very respectable animals. Let's not make our goats look like they're bad animals. We have goats, we don't have sheep. Stop praising animals of the desert dwellers.
Make I hear what?
It's all right, go ahead.
A pastor who go commission money when Yahoo boy say build hotel. Which kind of pastor be that? Is that not a goatee pastor? What are you training that young one?
What is wrong with our goats? Our goats are fine. Stop making it look like goats are bad animals. Before you start conditioning our goats to be looking bad.
I am talking of the literary definition of the goatee pastor and the goatee that the Geos. They have led my children astray. And it pains me.
You know, this is hold on, Baba Hecho. This is Sunday school now. We want to start speaking all this language we use.
You won't know how this matter start. I go tell you.
Okay, because this goat thing when we knock our goat.
Okay,
wait now.
Sorry. Carry on. Sorry. No,
on 28th of January 1999. That was the day my leg was amputated. In my pain, in my agony, I had an encounter. And the Lord visited me. And he told me, do you know we have more goats in the church than the sheep? In my pain. And I said, Lord, which kind of story talk be this? I did here lose my leg. I did here we get goat more than this. How did it happen? I said, Lord, what do you mean? Because I now came out of the theater. That's a story for another day by his mighty hand. So I said, Lord, what do you mean? He said, the goat outside the church, they make up their mind to go inside the church to become sheep. But when they enter into the church, they now saw more goats in the church that are comfortable. Then they said to themselves, how come I thought it is only sheep that is inside the church? So how come goats are inside the church comfortably? So if the goat can be comfortable inside the church, it is better I am a goat inside the church than being a goat outside the church. So you see, majority of the people in the so-called church, they are goats and not Christian. They are not sheep. All the leaders, Kanu, all Jikalo that he cried today, will he not call himself a Christian? What is his
I get the general idea of the analogy. It's just the animals that are involved. Because if you switch the animal, if you switch the animal to say the light skin, the light people and the dark people,
I am not like if you
not
use
like
light
that.
people, you they talk of black, you they talk of black and white. Let me finish my talk. This thing.
Other people want to talk too, so we want
to.
to.
See, I hate this your talk. Whenever I talk, when others are talking, you don't tell the other people want to talk.
No, because you, to be fair,
okay,
you do
please,
go longer than them.
Talk. I am not talking again.
You got okay. All right, Mama H, don't you know now. I just want Ify to say something. I know I have an idea where she's going to land, but still, we have to let Ify say something. Then T and John Abba can contribute because we will keep quiet. Mama H, both of us will talk last, okay? Ify, please go ahead.
So you have now become a prophet.
I hope you are going to prove me wrong now. Make me a fake prophet.
A mind reader.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
John Abba, can you hear him? Come on, Can you imagine?
I'm just kidding. I'm not even close.
You are wrong this time.
Oh, great.
See? Anyway, good evening, Mr. TA. I think I had a little bit of
good evening, ma'am.
How are you? See, I think I had a little bit just when I was about to log in. I had a little bit of what you said about Biafra and all that stuff. Listen, let me tell you something. When you see people agitating, there must be a reason. If Nigeria is working for me and you, we won't be talking about everybody going their separate ways. I don't know what tribe you are from. Do you understand? I am an Igbo. Initially, I have never been again. I've said the same thing like 200 times on this show. And that's why forefathers will tell you that I know what she's going to say. Because that's been the same thing and that is what I stand for. Initially, I never wanted Nigeria to disintegrate. I don't want it. But we see what is going on every day in our country. Then you begin to have a second mind, like what is going on. First of all, today when Prof was here, and I said this thing yesterday, and I'm saying it again. I don't have no problem being one Nigeria. I would definitely want us to be. But the question remains how. Yesterday on this show, I asked them a question. I said, if anybody here, let us be honest, because I'm going to tell you the truth. Like me or hate me, I don't care. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I will always tell you what I believe in. And yesterday I asked the same question. I said, we are all here from different tribes. If we can tell each other sitting here that we all love ourselves, all of them were like, oh yeah, we do. I said, that means you people are not telling yourself the truth. Then why are we fighting if we all love each other? Why the fight? On this show, I asked them a question. I don't know what tribe you are. I said, I cannot even go to Lagos and tell them I'm looking for a job. The same thing I said earlier in a government parastatal in Yoruba land. Once they see my name, Ify, or once they see my name, Ifoma, it's a problem. Look at what happened in the Lagos State governor election. just for the fact that this guy's mother is from Igbo, is a problem. That ruled him out. So how can we, I mean, I'm trying to understand, how do we justify this? That we want to be one? Like I heard one forefathers was saying something. Until I came to this country, if you ask me where I'm from, it's where my dad is from. My uncle is married to an American. When you ask, of course, his kid's supposed to be saying, I'm from Nigeria. But when you ask him, where are you from? He said, I'm from Georgia. I said, Odogu, Wahala Deo. If you ask me where I'm from Unewi, but was I born over there? No. I was born at Ogidi. I'm not from there. So for somebody who, if you are born in Lagos, automatically, legitimately, you are entitled to every right that any citizens of Lagos is entitled to have. But is that what is happening? No. If you are born in Kanu, the same thing. If you are born in Edo, it's the same thing. So let us be honest with ourselves. Look at what happened even in the presidential election. I keep saying it that the power will return to the north. After north, it goes back to the south. Is this what we'll be hearing? In a country of 200 and something million. How can you, if you ask the people agitating, the IPOB people, they will tell you what is going on. They are not happy, including me. Even though I live in a country where everything works. We all of us are living in a civilized country. But go ask somebody. I went home in December. What I saw with my two eyes, I shed tears. Sometimes when I talk to, when you are here and they're telling you about this person, you'll be like, okay, until you see them. It's not that they are sick, but they are sick physically. Why? Because of the economy. They can't even afford to buy medication to go to, or even to go to the hospital, even to eat. We are very far from saying that we're gonna be united. How are we gonna do that? Janaba, hold on. Let's tell each other. Me and John Abba, I don't know John Abba. But if I see him, I'm going to hug him like my brother from a different mother. Just because we are from Nigeria.
That's good.
If I see forefather tomorrow, or Mama Hecho, I'm going to call her mommy. I don't even know her. If I see you anywhere, TA, I'm going to say, that's my brother.
You're going to call me mommy?
Yeah.
Mommy? Seriously?
Yeah, but it's just the culture of respect. I have a lot of Yoruba friends. As a matter of fact, I'm not kidding you. Alaja is going to Nigeria, and I have a lot of stuff to give her to, give the people back home. If I want jollof rice, I will tell her, Alaja, I want jollof rice. I can never make my own to taste like your own. When I had a surgery here, the first two people that ran to my house is Lola and Alaja. We don't see tribe. We see ourselves as one Nigeria. But when these things start happening, when these politicians try to divide us, we are human beings. This is when all these thoughts keep crippling in. So
can I answer a bit? Because I know this kind of stuff, you kind of directed it to me. See, the first thing I say is that, when I joined this show, it should be about love. That if you look at all the faces here, you can't tell the difference whether this one is Igbo, this one is Yoruba, except T that's got the long beard. I could say, okay, it's a Malam, and it could be Igbo. But anyway, now why I joined, today is because I saw that forefathers was making a point, but the professor was not listening. I've been in a struggle before. June 12th, I was in a struggle. You understand? When Shoot mentioned Bolage, those are my mentors. You understand? Because when Bolage speaks, you rise up no matter what. And now, looking at the whole scenario, I don't like when someone comes here and started talking about we're being marginalized and all we need to do now is like take arms and go for war. Indirectly, if he see what I'm trying to say is that look, all those youths that are being killed, they've got parents as well. And that's what Mama Echo was saying. That all those kids in the East being shot at, being killed like dogs. Why? Because look, when you look at Australia, for example, now, you've got the Aborigines. Yeah. They decreased their number to that level. Go to America, you've got the native Indians. Go and look at their history. They own America. How many are they now there? Do you want that to happen in the East? Where you have like thousands or maybe 1 million of Igbos in the East?
Can I say something here? I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
I don't support war. Remember what I told you initially? Yeah. I don't support, I never supported IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu, and I keep saying it. However, when you see what is, bottom line is that the Nigeria is not working for us. And I don't want us to say it's only Igbo outside Yoruba. No, there are other tribes in Nigeria. We have over 200 and something ethnic groups. I hate when they say Igbo outside Yoruba, maybe because they see it as the major tribes, right? Yeah. Fine. But like I said, if things are working well, I have never seen exodus of the youths like I have seen this time around. You bear me witness. Let me give you another example. My friend's mother filed for her children. 3 of them in Nigeria said, no, they are not interested. Mommy, don't file for us. We are fine in Nigeria. 7 years later, they are regretting it.
Yep.
Now their mom if she hasn't filed, is going to file for them. Because of the condition of where our country is. One thing I love about my country is that we are the most hardworking people on earth, like it or hate it.
Yep.
When I went to Turkey last year, I told you, when you said, and being black, I went with Lola as a matter of fact, Yoruba, right? I told you I don't see tribe. So my sister flew from Nigeria. So when we are walking, going, oh, where are you from? Where are you from? We say we're from Nigeria. If you see how they will throw away face, eh?
Thank you.
Hey.
Yep.
If you see how these people will throw away face.
Yeah.
I said, let us start saying that we are America. Which kind of insult to be this one? So we started saying, oh, where are you from? We're from America. Oh, America? In fact, I even exchanged numbers with them at the airport. Just for the fact our name, Nigeria. I saw the sufferings of our people living there. And I keep, what are you people doing here? Because there is nothing to be done here. The guy that delivered food to us in the hotel, when I was talking to him, when he was speaking to me, I was crying. He said, Auntie Fee, if I can make $20 a day, I've told this story before, a day. And I turned to my younger sister, I said, I will never complain again. I will never. Lola was in her room, and after I went to Lola and I told her the story, and Lola started crying. She said, if you should have given him more money. What am I trying to say? And that guy made a statement. He said, if Peter Obi wins this election, all of us are gonna go, give us electricity and leave the rest for us. That is the spirit of Nigerians. But it's no longer there. I ask myself, what is in Turkey that people are trooping out to leave the country?
Exactly. Yep.
But it's just because of how the country is. I am so passionate when it comes to Nigeria. But I don't want to live in a country where I cannot even buy a house. I keep saying it. When they were talking about something about landed property in Yoruba, in Lagos, guess what I said to them? I don't know what tribe you are from. $1, I will not buy a property in Lagos. Give it to me free, I will not take. The only thing that stops me there in Lagos is that Murtala Mohammed Airport. That is the only thing. I've always told my siblings, that is the only reason why I will see you people. Because if there is international airport in the East, I might come to Nigeria, I will not see you people because I'm not even coming down to Lagos. What am I trying to say? They've said it so many times. Decongest Lagos. That is the only thing keeping people. Lagos and the port, and the international airport and the port and the seaport.
Ify, can I just jump in a bit? There are two factors I want to lay down. You see, at the eastern part of Nigeria, when they see good things here, it seems they don't celebrate it. I'm going to mention someone like Soludo. Soludo came into office, yeah. Within 100 days in office, yeah, he showcased what he has done, yeah, what is to be done. He has a master plan, but still, he hasn't done nothing. They're crucifying him. You see what I'm saying? This is someone that's trying to do good. Now, when you want to fight the government, you fight intellectually, not with war, not with killing people. This is the way the Jewish did it. The Jewish, yeah, when they were being chased out of Israel during the wars back in those days, and during the World War as well, in Germany, where they were chased out, what they did was that, okay, all Jewish people should register. Yeah. So they all have a list of all Jewish. The one that has been born today, it goes on their register. So now, how can we make things happen? So they started sponsoring themselves. If someone that doesn't have a house, they contribute together, they buy a house. Yeah. It's about love, that unity called love. Just imagine, whichever part of Nigeria, a set of group come together and turn it to Dubai. Everybody will go there. In Dubai is a Muslim country. Yeah, as it is now. Igbos go there, Yoruba goes there, Africans go there, but they're still being treated like shit. Because they're blacks. You understand? And we don't know what we've got as a black people. We're intellectual. Go and look at the most invention that's been done in the world.
Okay, what's the problem? The problem is the greed we have in our country.
Exactly. That thing called love. We need to love one another. Love. I keep on saying it.
You see, everybody comes with different solution. For me,
at this point, I think I should just call you one of the names. PDD. You know PDD, Prof. Daddy, Sean Combs. He went through a lot of names. I think I should just call you one of the names he used, Brother Love. You know, there was a time he said they should call him Brother Love. I think I should just call TA Brother Love.
he has a point, but let me.
No. I agree. Love conquers all. If there's love, greed will be gone. If there's love, corruption will be gone.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes we have to set reasonable standards for our people. The reason why I say that is because when I look at all love, we should do that. But what I find is that we actually do more of it than other groups do. Hear me out. If you look at the way the Europeans have acted with each other, they've been very, very brutal to each other compared to how we have been to each other. If you look at the Asians, the same thing. They have been very, very brutal to each other. If you look at all over the world, they've been far more brutal. Even the Aztecs, the amount of Jesus Christ, the human sacrifice they did in their altars, they sacrificed hundreds of people a day. So we are actually very, very benign and nice people to each other. Where our problem is, what I find that we are missing is our ability to defend ourselves as a group of people. The other people have that. We don't have that. And I believe that if you don't have that, all your work is for them.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. That is why I keep saying, that's why I'm so hell-bent on security. When I keep saying that, because everything else, if you look at every other standard, we meet it. We even are better than other people. But where we are lacking, the only one we have not taken care of is our capacity to defend ourselves from other people's influence and theft. Downright theft. They are stealing all our resources. All the work we do is ending up in their accounts, and our leaders are aiding them in doing that.
Yeah.
That's why I want us to stop them from doing it.
Exactly.
So sorry, just to
division, they put division. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to take you up on not take you up. Maybe that sounds antagonistic, but just to put my point across to you regarding the Soludo situation that you mentioned, that people don't recognize good things and they don't like good things, or along those lines. It's not mutually exclusive. So let's agree that Soludo is doing well as a governor. It doesn't mean it cannot be. I don't want to say stupid, but the move he made against Peter Obi.
Criticize.
Yeah, exactly. The move he made against Peter Obi, the reaction he got was expected. See, the Igbos, I was telling a friend today where I went to a barbecue, I said, the Igbos, they've always wanted, let's produce a president. I said, but this particular time, the way they went all out for it was because they found someone who they can vouch for. I believe you, Yoruba man. Yorubas will say, Mule for soya, I can beat my chest on this one.
Yeah.
So they found someone and they thought, let's all rally behind this guy to now have one of the strong pillars from the East now saying that, tearing him down. The reaction he got was to be it's like, so look at Osinbajo, for instance. Osinbajo did not say a word against Tinubu. The closest he came was at the APC primaries, where he said, you cannot love this nation and hand it over to someone you don't believe in. That was the closest he came to saying, don't vote for Tinubu, you can't believe in this guy. He didn't say anything. Despite the fact that he didn't even go all out like Soludo did. There were posters in Lagos with Osinbajo's face and Judas written across it. No, don't tell me you've not seen it. Don't tell me you've not. Oh yeah, of course. They printed them with Osinbajo's face, with Judas.
Wow.
The Tinubu camp, they printed it, around the primaries because he dared to run against the man who put him on this pedestal. So if you go against what the people are supporting, you would expect a backlash. So people are not saying Soludo is failing as a governor. It is the character of the man that they attacked. It's not the governance.
Sure, because I was watching here, and people were criticizing that what has he done?
Hey, but that will come with it. We'll throw away the baby with the bathwater, like screw him, everything is done, to hell with him. He gets emotional.
Yeah, exactly.
It is expected. Okay, so is Osinbajo Judas? Is he Judas?
Okay.
Exactly. But they called him Judas.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So when it gets to that level, you don't expect people to say, hey, by the way, Soludo is a good governor, but we don't like what they said about Peter Obi. They will call him names, unprintable names, and they will say he's not done anything. They will call him a thief. They will say he stole his professorship. He didn't even qualify. That's expected. You understand? So I'm just trying to say that.
Because it's so unfortunate that you're not here when the professor was talking. Yeah, I
wasn't. I watched it, but
what really, because when you look at, for example, look at Trump. Yeah, Trump told Pence that, look, you have to support.
You have to choose between me and the
yeah. And when Trump was rallying people up, he said they should hang who? Pence.
Yes,
and now, when people were going for Pence, the guy was with his family. Pence would have been killed by now. Words are so powerful. The professor that came on the show, because look, what the soldiers, the soldiers that are not paid, they're hungry as well. And you not tell them that, okay, kill anybody that
please tone the K word down a bit, because I hear that it's a problematic thing now.
Sorry. Is it bike?
Bike, or it cause casualty, loss of life and stuff like that. Yeah,
I'm just getting used to. Sorry. So now, all these guys at the ends of government, do they care about the youth? Look at what happened in Lagos. There are people who were shooting real bullets to students, and those people who are being killed, they are gone.
You're done it again. It's gonna take a while. It's all right.
They were
young people could be watching this in America, so that's why sometimes we have to watch the kind of language.
We have to be careful. Sorry. So words goes a long way. Look at the people behind Donald Trump today.
So who is this professor? Is this someone of note? Is this someone who is relevant?
I don't know. But when he was saying he said, look, I dare. And that's where now rattled me.
And that's what I'm asking, that is this someone of note? Is it really? Because if I say I dare the Prime Minister of the UK to do, they will just think, who's this one? They will check, they'll run the check on me and be like, sure, this one came to UK 2004. He's not done anything. He's just making money. He's a contractor, whatever. So that's what I'm saying. This professor, is this someone of note? Is this someone people will listen to?
No,
I'm not saying he is. I'm just asking because I didn't
think
see
the
him.
title in his name is what TA is highlighting, and the
What's
fact
his
that he
title?
was
Oh, the professor.
professor
Yeah,
part
the
now.
professor. Yeah.
That's meant to be educated and
Yeah, he
no.
was making
Going to school does not mean.
Sure, he was making anthropological arguments too, and that's
Oh, really?
what I found very dangerous. Yeah, and that's
I'll
why I was
watch
like,
it. I didn't see any of it.
that? You know, you can't be doing that. That stuff can be extremely.
Sorry, T, you still want to talk today? I mean, just want to watch us.
Yeah,
Make
so
you just know before we offend you.
Yeah. So
no, not T.
Yeah, T has been very
Make it
quiet.
not be like say because I they look the mind bicep. They look the mind bicep and they fear.
I think we should move it on soon. Like let's say give it 10-15 minutes, then we'll move it on to either Ekweremadu, or I actually wanted to talk about something.
What happened to him?
Or something that Peter Obi
I'd like
said.
to say something though.
Please, let me just highlight what we could discuss. Maybe you can choose either Ekweremadu or something Peter Obi
What
said
happened to Ekweremadu?
Ekweremadu is crying.
He's
not
in jail
crying.
now.
He's complaining. No, not Ekweremadu. Sorry. Now,
Ojiuzo Okalu. Oh, okay.
The
that's what I wanted
baddest
to
guy
say
in
to
the
you.
southeast that they consider the baddest of the baddest in the southeast. Nobody feels sorry for that man. I don't understand, man.
Yeah,
I feel like our people. I be harsh. I'm not going to defend that guy. I don't think I'm going to be here to defend that guy at all.
Forefathers, please, yeah.
But see, if he employed 30,000 people.
Oh, wait. Excuse me. I have TA.
Yeah, if you're going to talk, I'm going to talk. I just want to tell you something. After Ife, please, forefather, because it's not fair. After Ife, please call in John Abba as well, because he was told
Uncle John, go ahead.
John Abba can say whatever he wants to say. I don't know why he knows how we roll here now. He can just come in and say whatever he wants. Anybody can jump in if they want to jump in anytime they want to.
Did you hear me? Uncle John, go ahead.
Namaste. I like that.
So go ahead now. Ojiuzo Okalu. Okay, let me put this one out there. He employs 13,000 Nigerians. That's job creation.
We applaud him for that. We like that.
No round tripping here. There's no round tripping.
We applaud him for that.
What do you think about that, Ife? And he said in the southeast too.
You know, I wanted to ask him a question. If I have opportunity to ask Ojiuzo Okalu a question, I'm going to ask him two things. First of all, I'm trying to understand why he is crying. Why is he crying? Is it because he did not get the Senate president? Is that why?
Of course.
Okay,
why else do you think?
His son, Emi Lokon, right? That is fine. It's okay. Number two question I have for him. All these factories that he's talking about that he has in Lagos and the Southeast, when did he acquire this or build or whatever, inherited or whatever this factory? Is it prior before he became the governor or after? Because if it is after, indirectly, it is Abia state money. You can't tell me anything otherwise than that.
But he said he's not corrupt now. He said he's not a thief. That's why he was crying. He was emotional. Right? He said he's not a thief.
Sure, I am a thief.
I don't know.
It's not a thief. I am corrupt. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Not me. That's what the man said. He's not a thief.
That's what I'm saying.
And he got emotional. You people sent him to jail.
I need so many questions. Is he even supposed to be in Senate? If this is a country that is even working, is Ojiuzo Okalu's name supposed to be ever mentioned again in the Nigerian history? Is he supposed to be? And not to talking about being number 3. Come on, people.
And this is what I say.
How about the 30,000 jobs, though?
It's good. Honestly, I applaud things like that. I'm not one to advocate for corruption. But one of the things that I've mentioned here that pains me the most is they take our money.
Sure. The moment I mentioned Ojiuzo Okalu, people got cross and they are all
yes, now. KJ is right here to fight OJ. So for me, the biggest disservice they do to us is they steal our money and they take it abroad. I would, because this is on tape now. People will come and show me when I want to run for councillor in Ogun State in 2040 something and say, you can't be our councillor or chairman. I would rather they steal the money until we can stop them from stealing. While they steal, I would rather they steal it and invest the money in Nigeria, create employment, rather than take the money and go and put in some foreign HSBC. HSBC is notorious in the UK. They are the Abacha bankers, your guy. So I would rather that. So if he genuinely employs 13,000 people, I can, commend that. while we investigate the source of his wealth. But at least 13,000 people are being paid on a monthly, which is good. It's better than going to buy hotels in Dubai, getting hotels in Dubai and all of that. They know themselves. Yes,
Sure,
ma'am.
sweetheart. How much is he paying them? Let us see the salary. Let us see how much he's paying them.
All of that.
When you
All
talk
of that.
about paying Nigerians,
They didn't force them to employ them.
wait. I
All of,
understand. How much is he paying?
It's not forced employment.
Odus Okalu's children and family, even his wife died here. Ifeoma Menakaya, I know them well. Okay, his wife died here in America, buried here in America. All his children are here in America. Why did he not send his children back to work for him in his factory?
It doesn't work like that in most cases. It doesn't work like that.
All the children in
No, I mean,
how many of these politicians, politicians' children?
Just one second. Let it finish.
Can I speak?
Jonathan might have something to say.
If he is my friend, let me speak.
Jonathan might have. I think Jonathan is next in line. That's the danger.
Let him go.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Jonathan, thank you so much, brothers. So I just came in here.
I thought it was KJ. I thought that Augustine just took over. I thought it was KJ.
Everybody. Reverend, let me speak. I'm a fellow Reverend like you. Let me speak. Let me speak, please. Reverend, please. Reverend, just 1 minute. And I'm coming from the comical point. Just give me 1 minute. You see, pity my uncle. At least
your audio is bad, your audio is bad. You're breaking up big time. Yeah, like breaking up internet.
Never should give him light, please.
Can you hear me?
It's still bad. Maybe Austin should go. It's still bad.
Yeah, please. I just want to share. I want to share feelings concerning the lecture we just heard. I somewhat feel that we have not represented the professor so well. And if what he gave was not a political position, he gave a lecture. And if we had followed him from the point of his logic, every tribe in Nigeria should be concerned. Because he tried to remove tribe from our situation and our conversation. He was so clear when he was making that point that what we should be talking about is one Nigeria. Remember, he brought an idea that I have never thought about the 1914 amalgamation. He told you in 1955 and 57, that idea was disabused. What it means that every Nigeria belongs to Nigeria. So come to think of it, if we practice the same politics we refer here in America, can somebody come from New Jersey to Florida and somebody from Florida will tell him that you're not a citizen in Florida? So this is the point I was looking at it, and what is driving at, if we go by that route, it will be advantageous to every Nigerian. Because when we keep pushing tribe, state of origin, we will not get anywhere. People in the United States, you see what states do. They do things to entice you to come to the place because it is about economy. They do things to bring people. So when we begin to say, well, Lagos is not for your Lagos, I pity the original owners of Lagos. Because when you make it and people become, or you destroy people's property and they leave, the place becomes desolate. So what we should be talking about, what unites us more. And I thought that was what he brought in. But the problem is that he is not a Yoruba to speak that way. So people will feel that he's coming from a different point. But a Yoruba person can still see it from his eye and understand what he's saying. When we think that because the tribal sentiment have overshadowed us, so it becomes difficult to truly understand him without the eye of tribal. That's, I mean, like, he gave a very intellectual work, and if we listen to him again, we'll see that the way we followed his argument wasn't the way he was going.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I like to speak, please. Will I be allowed to speak?
Yeah, go on, T.
Okay, thank you very much. I came in a bit very early. I listened to them.
See that today, you really came with it.
Yeah, so I listened to him. You see, now,
You see.
Oh, we've gone back to Professor. Okay.
Yeah, yes, I'm very interested. But see,
Just 5 minutes to leave you.
Professor.
Yeah.
And I can't, you see, if you listen to the professor was on. And I didn't listen to from the beginning though, but when I came on air, I think forefather was not on air as at that point in time. You know, then he came on air, then the prof now asked him to deliberate on a question, to ask a question after Dominic. Okay. So it was the question forefather asked that caused the damage. Okay. See,
Sorry,
the guy
I wasn't meant to
going
laugh.
well. Let us be very frank. You understand? It was a lecture. You understand? He was lecturing.
Yeah.
You understand? So he was lecturing and he was touching on different aspects of topics. Now, where he got it out of context was when forefather asked that question. So he did not go about the question.
See, if you don't mind,
so
sorry
the question
to
blew him off his guard, and forefather was not the kind of man who would listen and keep quiet.
please indulge me. Please indulge me. What was the question? Because I didn't watch any of it. Please indulge me. What was the question?
I think the question forefather asked him was concerning the Lagos issue of indigenization.
Indigenous, yeah.
Yes, that people are saying that who are the owners of Lagos? You know,
Okay.
this transparent in this last election.
Okay, thank you.
So
Yeah, I get it now.
Awori being the traditional owners of Lagos.
Okay. So
when he asked the question took the guy off, or the professor off guard for me, because I was listening to him.
Yeah.
So he now went off context of a normal level. Okay. Because I asked the next question. Excuse me, calm down. I've not spoken since I've been listening to everybody here. Okay. Now I asked the next question because after he asked the question, Dr. Damini said I should be the next to come in with a question before the other T, who was a single T. Now, when he asked that question, the guy was too confident in the answer. You know, when you're wearing, you have that confidence to answer anything that comes to you. It doesn't threaten you. So when the question came, so he was not going historically. And the history he was going into wasn't the history that is needed in this kind of situation. Because even if a son will lost a father, you have to look at the situation of the son, his present state, to deliver.
So it wasn't sensitive. He didn't read the room.
Thank you. He didn't lose it. So when
so there's a time and place. There's a time and place for saying certain things.
It's not good.
Okay.
See, look at the point. Okay. The Aborigines, the American Aborigines, are owners of entire America. So they don't begin to differentiate Florida, Texas. So the argument he's bringing is that every Nigerian citizen is the owner of Nigeria. Wherever you are.
No, see. Now, listen, you don't need to tell me that I'm a Nigerian. Come on now. We're not babies now. Do you need a professor to come and tell you that you are a Nigerian? Come on now, let us leave that aspect. I'm telling you what to the guy off guard.
No.
Listen. People are too sensitive. Listen, there was something that told Dominic. I've not spoken, just calm down. There was something that told Dominic. You see, people's motive are different from lectures. Okay? A motive is different from an action. That is why when you go to court, if a man stabs a man once, you can say, yes, he killed him. But when he stabs him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the judge will tell you that has an intention. So when he kept repeating and repeating, before father was telling him, this thing you are saying. And when they were talking, I kept quiet. So when he asked me, when it was my turn to ask the question, I asked him the same question forefather asked in a different way. Because forefather was 100% correct. So it wasn't our worry. The first Oba, I asked him the question. He said, I have already given a pep into it. Because, it was too late for him. to recall.
See, sorry,
Because
don't
they
lose your mind.
really.
I
Okay.
came to share my feelings about it. Now I am from Ngwa. Aba is inside Ngwa. Do you know that people from Anambra, people from Yoruba that grew up in Aba, because I grew up in Port Harcourt, while we were in school, they never accepted me to associate myself with Aba. They never allowed me to associate myself with Aba. So when we talk about citizenship gives you the enclave that the territory of Nigeria, nobody can tell you unless we don't believe in citizenship. And that is the point he's making here.
Okay.
The entire territory of Nigeria is your belonging. Any part of Nigeria, nobody will tell you that you are a less man in any part of Nigeria.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, sorry, so T and Augustine, if you just both hold on for a second, let Jonaba weigh in, and you can both probably respond to his comment, because I think he has something to contribute to your conversation. So, Jonaba, I think you want to say something regarding this conversation, and they can come back and weigh in.
By the way, it's not a forefather. He just asked him a question of his own comment. The guy made that statement earlier in his conversation. So it's the issue of the indigenous and all of that. So it's a follow-up of from his own comment. Because I watched it from the background.
That was when forefather's question came in.
Yes, so I'm trying to tell you, it's a question that out of his own comment. And then another thing that I would love us to promote more. It's okay to have all those discussions, but we cannot just talk on issue without offering anything, a solution. How do we move on from here? This guy, to me, I don't know his motive, whether it's hate, because I can't read his mind, but he seems
there was no hate. There was no hate in it.
So
he
seems sensitive on some of his comments.
That was why I went out of context. There was no hate in
much
it.
is given, much is expected.
Much is expected.
When you're going to put yourself out there, you have to know that people are listening to you. And there are part of Nigeria, I think I've lived almost all part of Nigeria. There are part of them, when you guys talk about the North and you talk about the Almajiri on the street, if you say this kind of word to some sensitive area that this place does not belong to anybody, that day, some shop will be burned down. So we have to be mindful. It's okay, you are here, you have all the protection. Paul said that food sacrificed to idol, he will eat it, no problem. But for the sake of the weak one,
of my brothers,
he will not do it. So each time when we make something, it's not about us. Maybe you are safe where you are, but other people are vulnerable, and the innocent will be caught across. And that is the message. And Nigeria is in the tipping point right now that you not only should be sensitive, you should be sensitive to the season where we are in. There are comments that can come from Yoruba. If a Yoruba man say this today, there won't be a problem. That is the truth, because he can come and say that, and
it's like the use of
look
the
at
N-word.
it differently. But when an outsider, especially an Igbo origin, say it, then it will become a little more sensitive. So we should watch it carefully, and we should not endorse some of those things so that other people will not be caught in the fire across for any reason that we don't need it right now. Whether we are, I don't know what the court decision will make on who is the president, but for now we have a president. Whether you call him president, select, elect, whatever, we have a president of a country. And I wish that Nigerians will not go through what they have been through for one more day in the hand of Tinubu. It should be a better way than the 8 years that we have been through. I wish him well. And I wish that Nigerians should understand that politicians, whatever sells for them, there are language that, like now, let's use El Rufai. El Rufai is talking to his base. Politicians does that.
Exactly.
And we should know when they
Yeah.
are talking to the nation and when they are talking to their own people, the language they want to hear. And that's what they're going to give you at that time and hail you. And by the time they come out, they already pre-planned what they will counter in the world. That, oh, I say that, I say this, I say that.
No.
Remember Mitt Romney, when he was running for president, he went to have dinner. And the dinner, the least to be there is $50,000. And the grandson of one of the ex-presidents was there and recorded what he said. And what he said, of course, some of you, if you follow it, is that it's between class issue. And the media hold it to the last moment and then drop it. Well, he was not talking to the whole world, but unfortunately, it spread out because that is what politicians do. It's a divide and control. And whatever they're going to use at that moment to get the support of the people that they are talking to. If they are Christian, they're going to use the Christian language. If they are Muslim, they're going to use that language. So let us not get caught up with politicians. We ordinary Nigerians, home and abroad, let us continue to expose their doing and tell our people they are one when it comes to politics. And when they divide our resources or whatever in Abuja, did they talk about where they come from? It's you and I. So how do they know that we are creating awareness, speaking to the people back home or wherever we are as in Nigeria, in diaspora, that we cannot allow these people to take advantage of us and use us against ourselves anymore. We should come with a concrete demand, and the demand is that we all know what Nigerians lack. We know we lack road. We know we lack hospital. We know we have unemployment issues. None of them that doesn't know this, and nobody that here that say they don't know that we have this need. So not the politician will say you have a manifesto. They have manifesto before I was born. There's never follow up. So they will continue to have manifesto, but the citizen put that demand on them. There is a city in Alabama, 90% of them are black, but their mayor is white. So how did that happen? That if they wanted to demand, then they started thinking that okay, it's a divide and control. But when they get themselves together, it's okay. Pay loan, payday loan. All you see in that area is payday loan, which means it's a perpetual poverty. So before you even get the salary, you already spent it because you already borrowed. Car loan payday. So we cannot continue to let these people do that to us, even in Nigeria. We have to tell them, hey, if you are coming, whether you are campaigning under APC, LP, PDP, no matter the party you're coming from, Nigerian can say, we need road. In your 4 years, start doing something. It's not that hard. You award the contract. Which contract? Who are you giving to? Is it jealous beggar that have been there for years, that they're into many things? And then the country, the politicians know that there is a burden, there's a demand, not based on that manifesto. Then we can talk. And when you come to the issue of indigenous and all that, even in America here, you cannot come to Texas here today from New York and you run for governor today. If there is a level of the year, some places they say 10 years. So like in Atlanta, you can run for their governor as that of Georgia.
Please excuse me, Mr. John. Can I come in here? I've heard you. Thank you very much for your submission. You see, like I was saying, Nigeria is a very beautiful place. We love Nigeria. That's why we are Nigerians. Okay, but
that's not why. But go on.
Is that what?
I said that's not why we are Nigerians. But go on.
Okay. Now, yes, we love Nigerians. That's all. That's why we. Okay. You know, but the truth remains. You see, the laws of Nigeria is different from the laws of every other country we all live in. The Constitution of Nigeria is what it is. The Constitution of Nigeria does not bind Nigeria. There is no unification in diversity in Nigeria. And that is what we're supposed to be operating on. Because now, just like Mr. John was saying, yes, if you want to talk to the Christian, you speak to the Christian way, or you speak to them the way they understand. Everybody in Nigeria deliberates the way they feel they want to deliberate whatever they want, as far as they have something to achieve. That is why when Igbo Basin was talking about, when he was deliberating on the issue, everything falls back to economics. But now let us not leave the basic truth of what it is. Because if, like, when I was speaking, I used my own place, for example. You know, because you cannot come to my place, because you see, ethnicity in Nigeria will not stop. You see, there's no way we can say, there's no way we can
please,
say.
can you just hold the fort for a bit? 15 minutes or so, I'm getting the call come through.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just to make my submission, then we'll move to where we are. So, thank you. Do you know why I brought this idea? So that the way we were ending the arguments, as though the professor just came and heated on, he wasn't on politics. And we were the ones
Augustine, sorry, I'm not sure if you're aware, your audio, maybe it's your network, is really bad. The audio is jumping, like it's like skipping. It's really poor.
Okay, let me adjust it.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's not like we couldn't hear you, but it was just skipping. It's like bouncing. But carry on. I mean, yeah, try and round off.
Thank you. So I love what we have submitted here, and Jonathan, thank you for what you have submitted. The sensitivity of the argument and the sensitivity of what we say here and now. And for me, when I was listening to the prof, I was like, all of us are making mistakes. We're all making mistakes because Nigeria should be where all of us, wherever we are. So the argument where I differ from his point, when he was saying Lagos is no man's land, I would prefer to say
exactly
Lagos is our land. Every one of us is part of Lagos, but to say it's no man's land.
Because that word Lagos is no man's land is not even a word that exists.
Not it, but when you understand the argument,
Lagos belongs to some people. Lagos, there are people who have Lagos.
So let me see. If you listen to Dominic,
the only thing that he said that was different, he was talking about the history. Then he will start talking of Lagos as a modern city.
So see, look at what Dominic said. Dominic made a point that the use of Lagos is no man's land is from the sense that you can come into Lagos no matter who you are. Those
are the kind of words that causes problem. Those are the words we are talking that should not be used. Because that's why I said one word. Sorry, that's why I said one word. Even if the father of a child dies, you should look the state of that child before you tell that child, oh boy, your papa don't die. You
listen to what I'm saying.
You understand?
Like in this platform, if we say no one owns this platform, it implies that any one of us can come in and participate. If
you understand that, what of the next person who doesn't have your understanding?
So Augustine, if we say this platform belongs to no one, but Rudolph comes here and says it time and time again that stop saying that this platform belongs to me. Yeah. Do you think at some point you should respect that? With you knowing that, yes, we all contribute to making it, Rudolph alone will not make anything of the platform. But if you keep saying this platform, do you understand where people are coming from?
Sure. Can I say something?
Just one second.
Augustine, let me help you.
Yeah.
You see,
you want to help
I
him?
Yes, I listened to the professor.
I didn't listen to the professor, so so you can't.
The beginning.
Right.
I listened to him right from the beginning up to the end of when, I left to come to DC. Now here is what he said, and I think from hey, come on. Shh. I think what most of us are doing is that way, or those who have spoken in the past, they are misunderstanding what he was saying. He didn't say categorically, from what I hear, that Lagos being a no man's land means that it belongs to the Igbos. No, he traced the history, and as a historian and as a scholar, he traced the history, even down to the name of the people who were first settlers in Lagos and how every other person came in. He traced the history. And he said that particular areas of Lagos that Yorubas cannot lay claim to because these are the first settlers of those places. However, it is given that because it is in the southwest, it can be understood that this land belongs to the Yorubas. He deferred to that. And then he said, but for now, being a metropolitan city, it would be unwise for them to now begin to claim that they want to reenact a law that will now take land from people who have invested and investors, I mean, probably because they're not from that place. It will be like, you know, what the English people call, you know, penny wise, pound foolish, because you are already developing a place. People have come in and they, you know, there's a buy-in to what you are doing. Whether you like it or not, it can no longer reverse to what it used to be. And trying to reverse it to what it used to be will mean, you know, shooting yourself on the leg. I say, and he said, you see, I've been hearing people say he dared them. No, he didn't dare them. He said, if they dare to do what the House of Assembly are trying to do, it will now force other tribes. I didn't mention only the Igbos. It will now force other tribes to go back to their own places and also replicate what they have seen or what they have enjoyed in Lagos. And he gave a particular example of the land development that's going on right now in the East. Okay, and he called it the name Akurulo, that's the name. And he said that place will become developed as much as Lagos because people will now be moving away. People will now be moving away because these places they paid for and developed is no longer belonging to them. So everybody will be going to their own region or going to their own state or going to where they can get acceptance to build. This was his argument. It wasn't that, you know, and of course, a lot of other things were discussed. Some people, you know, one or two guys said, even you can trace the origin of Lagos to the Yoruba, I mean, to the Benin people, or the Oba of Benin and all that. I've read those history. I don't want to talk about it because I'm not averse to it, but I've read those history of how, you know, Eko belongs to the Benin guys. Now I'm coming, sir. I've allowed you to talk. Let me talk. So now, if we are looking at what he's saying and judging him from that perspective, not listening to the over 7 hours of his you know, dialogue, we'll be making a big mistake and be cutting him, you know, in a very wrong you know, wrong point. I don't think the man will in any way try to infer in, you know, to what, you know, I've heard many people say, you know, on this channel. Okay, and I think that is not a fair you know, assessment of what he said. It's not a fair
I'll
assessment.
watch it. I'm not sure if I have 7 hours, but I'll watch most of it.
Sure, I think
All
I'll
right.
not talk here.
Don't worry, I've seen you. I've seen you. Just hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Just so you to get a picture of what happened.
Wait. I've not said anything.
Of what happened.
All right, hold on. We can only have one at a time. We can only have one person at a time. So we do it this way. T, I'll give you 45 seconds. You say what you want to say quickly. I know you said you've not spoken, but since you've been saying you've not spoken, you've been talking for a while now. So, you know, but I know it gets quite interesting. So I'll give you 45 seconds to touch on it. Then I've seen Kene from Canada. Not the Kene that is fighting police. This is Kene Ye from Canada. Hey, I see you. Then I see my brother Dise, new face for me. So we'll go to T, then we'll go to Kene, then we'll go to Dise. Then we'll probably touch. Mama Ichu is very busy.
Sure.
No, basically.
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, T.
Yeah.
So T. We have T. So who's talking?
No. So it's T, not T. T.
Wait,
T.
okay. Sure.
Yes, T. Go on. Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I said T. We'll go to T for the 5 seconds. We can stop at T as well for the 5 seconds. Then we'll go to Kene to, you know, speak to us. Then we'll go to DC.
What I was trying to say in essence is, it's not like what the professor said was bad or what he said was wrong. Okay. Or probably it's his analysis was not good. No, that's not what I was saying. You see, what I was trying to say is, you see, history differs. History depends on the account of each author you read. You understand? So for probably he was talking from the history he read. Okay, and other people will read other histories, because the story he was talking about Lagos have a different. I read a different, because during that crisis I read a different articles and different books on it. So I have my own different knowledge about what he was saying. But the bottom line is, you see, my own submission is, each place in Nigeria belongs to a particular people of a particular origin of a particular time. So, from my own submission, under any circumstance, should anybody say a particular place belongs to nobody? That is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. TA, quickly, half a minute.
Show.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
I was just going to play, just for you to get a recap of what the professor says, so you guys can understand. So
he came to the Shekiri land, where the people from the Shekiri, the people from the big water side. Okay. So now I want to believe the opinion in line with what Father is saying, because I earlier said one thing, that under the British rule, the British gave us divide and rule through ethnicism and religion rather than nationalism. So now I want to ask: is it the existence of Lagos with the landing of the Akisheri and Wuri? Is it not to be recognized rather than saying Lagos is a no man's land, following the modern city of Lagos? Because I believe it is the modern city of Lagos that is making people say Lagos is a no man's land, because it was the capital of Nigeria. But historically, I don't know if you can give me some fair answer. That's just my question, sir.
Well, historically, we just, I mean, you
I'm listening to you, sir. Yeah.
You've traced this, the contours of our history in some ways. But there are two contours to that history. One is the establishment of Lagos as a co by the Benin monarch, who then took to war. There's a reason why Benin Republic is called Benin Republic, because you see, the Benin Empire governed the waters, okay, and established the eco as well. To date, all instruments of authority of the man we call the Oba of Lagos is linked to the Benin Kingdom, both symbolically and ritually. As a matter of fact, the current Oba of Lagos came out there to say Lagos is not part of the Yoruba state, it is Benin. I didn't say that. Okay, and nobody amongst the Yorubas challenged him. Well, they did, to be fair. But the point I'm constantly making is Nigeria is a federal union. Yeah? The Constitution of Nigeria is a republican constitution. It's not a monarchical constitution. The Constitution of Nigeria says every Nigerian has the right to live in any part of Nigeria where they settle, where they can be employed, where they can live their lives and own property. That constitution is the supreme document of Nigeria. Let me finish this so that we can have some traction. And on the basis of that constitution, we can argue that the citizenship of Lagos belongs to whoever lives in Lagos, pays tax in Lagos, even owns property in Lagos. You cannot deny them that or take their property illegally. Two, if you make laws that discriminate against Nigerians anywhere in Nigeria, whether you're making that law in Owerri or Aba or Kano or Lagos, the Constitution forbids that. And I've argued this point. There's nothing that stops a Yoruba. I mean, after all, one of the biggest hospitals in Mbise is owned by a Yoruba man. Nobody asked where he comes from. Tomorrow he's likely to contest election into the federal house, and he's likely to win if he chooses. If he makes enough, if he gets enough voters, nobody's going to say to him, don't run. If he chooses to run for position. And you cannot say, oh, because he's a Yoruba who has established a hospital in Ahera, that he's an outsider. Why do you want his hospital and not him? Why do you want his expertise and not him?
All right. Thank you. T, you have to hold on. Okay, let's make sure we hear from T, the alphabet. T, welcome to the show.
Is that more?
So now, because I want
to there's more. It's like
thank you.
Yeah. So I think I'll watch it in its totality tomorrow at some point.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, so I was trying to bring you into it, yeah. Now the problem I've got with the professor is when he's saying that now if you say you're gonna take properties or whatever and stuff like that, that the backlash and that properties and stuff that it, now using that ideas, I was going to show you how everything got moved into that situation, and and that's why I was really concerned. As a professor, you should be preaching love, how you can bond people together, not
necessarily.
So how you can, of course, see the way I see things, yeah.
If you say preacher, if you say pastor or an imam should preach love, maybe a professor is not to preach love. I'm not endorsing violence, but a professor's job is not necessarily to preach love. It's to teach and educate.
With the situation where Nigeria is now,
you expect more of him.
Looking for a way, to put people together. Not saying that okay, this is the situation. No one has right to this or no one has right to that.
And that's why I was asking. I keep asking this question. Who's this guy? Does he have clout? Does he command anything?
So what the guy said was
you see, sure.
No. See, wait. Wait. Please,
because you are looking at it from the point that he's an Igbo man. That's the only reason.
No.
Because if you notice, I'm coming. Listen.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
The reason why I'm asking this question is because people are saying
now. He didn't mention any Igbos. He mentioned every other person. He gave an example of a Yoruba man.
It's a longer clip. We don't have 7 hours to listen again. So the reason why I'm asking this question is because if I come on this show and I say Lagos is no man's land or Aba is no man's land, in the grand scheme of things, that won't move. I want this professor. Is it somebody in the figure of Nnamdi Kanu? Is it somebody like Samuel? Does he have like a followership, or is it just a professor that Rudolph knows and he brought up? Is it somebody that commands respect amongst people? Are we just wasting time here?
I can answer that straight on because I followed him for a while.
You follow him, so he's well known.
Yes, he's a repeatable. In the terms of the history and especially of the Igbos, he's quite researched. Yeah, so
so he has to be taken seriously. So what he says should be taken seriously. Okay.
So for me, let me not finish my point.
No.
A child.
Wait now. So please, you played the video. That took like 4 hours of your time. So in 30 seconds, we can't listen to all of it. Make your submission. Let's go to Kenya and let's go to my brother DC. Kenya Canada, who is not the violent one. Okay, we need to hear from him.
So what I'm trying to say is that, as a professor, where you're talking about people of...
can I just disabuse you of this expectation of professors? You saw what they did at the last election. Forget professors. Forget that it's a professor. It means nothing these days. Don't expect much. Please, just to help you manage expectations.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is institution like this, yeah, you should try and bring people together, not try and start saying, you know, segregation. You understand?
Okay.
And what he was trying to do, you know, is kind of jerry people up, you know, and saying that, look, the issue of no man's land or whatever, you know, shouldn't even come into it. You understand? Be it Igbo, be it Yoruba, be it Hausa, people should be together as Africans.
Okay.
Now, as Africans, you know, not even Nigerians. And that's why I feel
so
for
Africa
people like,
unite.
That's why I feel for people like Mama Echo, where all she's been saying all along is that, look, people are getting killed for no reason.
Not people. Are children. You have to be right. Mama's children, not just people.
Sorry.
Yes, Mama's children and grandchildren. Stop saying people. What do you mean people? Put some respect.
That people are getting high. You understand? So one professor will sit either in US or in UK. I don't know where he's and you'll be citing some kind of hatred, and people out there will hear what this professor is saying. Okay, yeah, a professor said it. You know, we should fight for our rights. You understand? They've got their guns, and the soldiers have got main guns, and people get killed anyhow. And when those people get killed, the professor says,
so since you won't stop using the keyword, we'll move on quickly. You've used the keyword like 200,000. Do you live in America where there's guns everywhere? You live in the UK. Why do you like this keyword so much? It's okay. But I get your point. So your submission is let there be love, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. The professors should be, much is expected of the professors. They should preach love. They should be a professor of love. Thank you very much, TA. Moving on swiftly, Kene, what have you got to say? Because this professors, the togetherness professorship, I'm itching to move on from this topic. It's beginning to do me one kind. But Kene, if that's what you want to talk about it in 3 minutes. We'll go to this.
Let me just summarize my view. Yeah, I think for me, I listened to Professor. I didn't listen the whole of 7 hours. Yeah. But I think I listened to when people were asking questions and sort of, For me, I think it presented a balanced view, As you could see, even from the recording, you know, he point to history, use maybe Imo as an example to balance it, So for me, I think it's balanced. I know we need to preach love, maybe as a Christian or a Muslim, but in preaching love, you also need to say the truth as well and say the fact as well, So that is a balanced approach that I want us to take in as much as possible that we need to preach love. But preaching love shouldn't mean that you shouldn't say the truth or say what happened or being able to explain, you know, history and what people are thinking, you know. Because if you don't balance it, you know, Tia just saying love, love, love. You know, there is a different connotation and definition of love, which everybody, and we know that love is a universal language. But the fact that we are preaching love doesn't mean we shouldn't be saying the truth as well. So for me, what the professor says is a balance, is a balanced view. And what he was trying to say is that the citizens should, maybe the citizens should be awake to their responsibility. They shouldn't just, you know, let the government officials, you know, be taking us for a ride. Because there was some example that they made to say, okay, we have the power to recall those guys at our House of Representatives. Why are we not using those power, And somebody said...
Section 68, Section 110, according to electricity.
We're not the one that maybe that voted for those people, maybe they rigged the election. But what he was saying is that, you know, should we then give up and not do anything? You know, we should he was saying we should as well say, okay, let's everybody go to sleep and not talk about Nigeria. That as a citizen, we need to constantly be challenging, you know, those our government officials and testing those laws to ensure that we remove them in one way or the other, that we shouldn't give up. If we try, that we should keep trying. I mean, that is what I got from what he was saying, you know. I know he's a professor and he's an intellectual, so he's expected of him to maybe go through history and say the way it is because he's not a politician, you know. So that is where I view it,
All right, thank you, Kenny. So just one question quickly, while we're still on this issue. So did the professor, because I mean, I couldn't listen to everything T was going to play, 7 hours long. I will watch it tomorrow. So Kenny, if you watched it, the part you watched, did the professor at any point utter these words? Lagos is no man's land, regardless of the context? Did he use those words? And I'm not putting you, I'm just asking generally because I didn't watch it.
Listen to the play that that TA played, yeah.
No,
It was
he didn't
more of
say
the
it's there.
question they asked him, yeah. That he was not trying to explain what people meant by that, yeah. So I mean,
so the professor did not make the statement Lagos is no man's land.
No, he didn't use those
No, he
utterances.
didn't use those words. I think it's more in the context of questions.
I'm just asking. I'm
He
not trying
only
to say to
tried
you,
to give us
I didn't watch
history.
it.
He gave the history of different ethnic group, when and where they came to Lagos and all
Okay.
those things.
So that helps. I mean, if you didn't use those exact words to say Lagos is no man's land, that's a good start. But thank you, Kenny. DC, sorry, Rudolph is not here. I've not seen you before. I'm not familiar with your face. But where are you joining us from, if you don't mind, DC? Please unmute yourself. And please tell us where you're joining from.
Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Where are you joining? Yes, loud and clear. Where are you joining from?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just joined yesterday, so this is the first time I'm seeing you.
Okay.
But you're right. We're brothers. Actually, I'm from Ijebu too. So when you be careful what you say here. It can be used against you. Yeah. I just want to point this out. When we say, honestly, I don't believe anybody should say Lagos is no man's land or any place is no man's land. Some people owns the land. And except we want to deceive ourselves, if the constitution is telling you you have a right where you go, then the same constitution is allowing quota system to happen. Why do we still have state of origin in applications? If everybody can just live anywhere or everything belongs, like Augustine said, it belongs to all of us. Let's not deceive ourselves. We are just trying to please or patch the words. When we say such things, there are some people that own the land. Even in America, there are some reserves that are owned by native that nobody can go there. They even cannot do some things on those lands. It still belongs to them.
Sorry, so somebody's got something playing in the background. Maybe your TV or you're watching it back somewhere. Someone probably have DC. Maybe you have YouTube and StreamYard open. If you have YouTube open, please.
It's me, but it's muted.
Okay, all right, cool.
My TV is muted. It's not from me.
So do you have YouTube on?
I have YouTube
and StreamYard
on my StreamYard is what I have on. I don't have YouTube. My YouTube is on my TV, and that is
okay. It's because we can hear some feedback. Okay, but carry on. Sorry.
I don't think it's from me, but let me off my TV. Listen, my TV is off, so that is not from me.
Okay, we can still hear it. Please, guys, check around. If your TV is on or something, just please mute it. Or if you're not speaking, please mute. Sorry, DC, please continue, my brother.
So what I would say is, let's all of us take this notion off to say anywhere is no man's land. Whether Lagos, Imo, any place, it belongs. There are people that own the land. When people are accommodative enough, we should be tolerant about. I'll give you one story, one experience I have personally. My first land I bought in my hometown. I'm from a royal family. My uncle is the current king. And the first land I bought in my hometown, I bought from an outsider, someone that is not even an indigene of the town. That was not the irony. When he gave me the purchase receipts, the land was signed. Out of 3 signatures, 2 of those that signed it was my paternal grandfather and my maternal grandfather signed that receipt of selling that land to someone. And that person is selling back to me without knowing. It was just a coincidence. He didn't even know where I was. I was in the US already. It was someone that introduced me that someone wanted to sell a land. But I wasn't upset. I was just curious. I said, when I looked at when he was selling the receipt, I said we bought the land for, I can't remember, but let's say he bought it for like 120,000. He sold it for me to 600 in like 7 years. But I was not pissed because I looked back then that even if my grandparents had told me, oh, I come buy this land. As at that time, I was a struggling student in America that was trying to pay my tuition. Land was not my priority. So when we come to this and we begin to say a state or something is no man's land, it's BS as far as I'm concerned. Some people want it. How accommodative are they is what we should be looking at. That should be how accommodating are people to say. And I don't know, from the video TA was playing, I don't know whether he mentioned there that in Imo, someone that has the largest land is from I would just assume maybe it's a Yoruba man. I didn't hear that part. I want to be sure, because what I've learned in East is people they don't even have enough land for themselves, rather to allow indigenes to come outside that to come and buy. And that makes some logical sense. If we don't even have enough for us, why do we want to sell?
He said the hospital. The hospital. He said the hospital, the best hospital in
okay, the best hospital. Thank you very much. And hear him say, but I didn't hear that, but I just need he mentioned something. Okay. So some of those things are where we should just be, what we should always go. And KJ said something that because he was an Igbo man, that was why show was biased. I didn't even know who the professor is. I didn't listen to it. You were the one that brought the issue of being Igbo. But so for some of the things TA was playing, I also had some reservation that we need to balance. Like I said, I didn't listen to it. Kenneth said it was balanced all through. I heard one part of it. But I just believe we need to come to the table with equity, be accommodative enough, learn to tolerate one another. That is what will help every one of us. But if you are coming being divisive or just coming aggressive, if it's like someone will say, it's mine and I don't care what happens. In as much as I'm pleased, I don't care what happens to the others. It's not supposed to be our If it affects one of us, it affects all of us. That is where we begin to start thinking, it's not when if I'm comfortable, and that is why things are escalating, because someone will just do one small thing to someone, and say, it's not my business. It will do a bigger thing tomorrow. You want to complain, they will tell you, but he did that last week. And I will use an example. That was the way Trump started. He would just throw some time on small thing, and people will say everything was just piling up, and you don't know what to look again. This guy has done the worst of all the worst. What else do you want to? So please, when we're talking, especially when we do this kind of conversation, I don't believe it's right for us to say any land is no man's land or any land belongs to everybody. Our accommodative are those that are bringing us in or accepting us. You understand? And people do a lot of business here. And like someone said, if Lagos, I heard the speaker, I've not read through his speech, but I heard when he was saying they need to review the law. Someone made a valid point. If you add that law and people take their investment out, for me, I would even prefer that it's a blessing in disguise, because I believe in grassroots politics. I don't know why people is grabbing the center. Go develop your state. Go develop your local government. Let your local government be the best. Why do I need? Honestly, for me, I don't know why most of us are abroad. If Nigeria was a good place for us, we will stay back home.
You just answered.
Because I have colleagues that will work here. We just say, my company, let them just take me. We just joke about if our company just go establish a factory in Nigeria or a plant, an office, and they say, do you want to go? I honestly, like 7 of us said, we will. Honorably, we will go. But when you have a system that is not working, that you see dilapidated resources, and first time I took my kids home, we got to the airport. The restroom was an eyesore. My wife
it's from the airport that you know. It's from the airport that you know.
So that is what we just need to start looking at, that we need each other, and we need to set ourselves, our local politicians is the one we need to start holding. The local one. Forget the center, it does not matter to me. I don't care about this center. I care more what happens in my state, what happens in my local government, what happens in my ward. If those are done well, I'm less concerned. Let them do whatever they do. Because when everybody is telling us someone embezzle money, nobody is asking our local representative where are their locations. I can tell you for a fact, I schooled in the north and I've seen friends in the north, and I'm not just speaking about them, but it's just fascinating to me that some of the councillors, the chairman, they just come in to the local governments when allocation comes in. You will know when the day allocation is coming in. The trucks are coming, the cars are coming. You see the BB cars. That is the day they want to come and share money. Once they share the money, everybody don't diverge. And the people that were supposed to get access to that money are left impoverished. Their infrastructures decay. So that is what I would say, that let's just look at things as what investment do we bring to the table, or what infrastructures are our local leaders putting on the table to us. Someone said it yesterday. The governors are too powerful. The governors decide the shots in Nigeria. They decide who goes as delegates. So if the governor is telling you who is going to be the delegate, he's always telling you who is going to be the president. But if you've come that and your governor knows when he's coming back home, you are ready. We are waiting for him. There is going to be crisis on his hand. They will begin to know that we need to put in straight. How will you
All
defend?
right, thank you, DC. Mama Echo, we'll come to you now, but I'm very keen to move on from this topic. Sundays are meant to be Sunday school anyway. I don't know what that means in Rudolph's term, Sunday school. But in my, let me attempt to change the topic slightly. With the role that the church, especially, I can speak for the church, with the role that the church played in terms of our pastors making predictions, like, you've gone to Babajebu to pick.
I think he's talking what he's not supposed to talk now. The Babajabu don't hold him out.
That's as I saw that.
Okay, why he's frozen? Can someone take up?
Okay, so
that reminds me yesterday of Moscow from Nigeria. Whenever he's talking.
No,
That's true. That's true.
Austin, okay. Austin, you are raising your hand. What do you want to say? Since
No,
Baba is knocked up.
I thank the panelists for giving me the opportunity to share my view. But just to conclude the point,
you're breaking up, Austin. We can, something to do with your internet. You're breaking up.
Most likely will be I got this system newly. I'm just trying to fix it.
You're Moscow today.
No, I'm not. Let me see what happens here.
While you are doing that, KJ, I think you guys came back to defend your guys or something. Go ahead, KJ.
Okpani John Abba Anyacho Anya Nwere. Now, let me say this. I didn't come back to defend the professor. And as you have known me, I stand for what he says. There's an ethics. He talked about it, the ethics that governs the Igbos. And I've said it here many times, which is what? Equity, justice, and which is called Ofo in Igbo land. And which means that you live, I live. We don't have, I personally do not see the reason why I would not want John Abba to exist. And what is good for him is good for me too. And what is good for me is good for him. We will have to decide whether we want to build a nation or want to continuously to divide ourselves into ethnic lines. I, for one, who is an Igbo person, grew up in the north. My primary school was in Makurdi. My secondary school was in Makurdi. My university was in the north. My life, my career has been in the north. Majority of my friends are northerners. Do you think it would be wise for me to say the north are not good? That means the River Benue water I drank will kill me. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying let us all, as much as possible and within our own power and strength, to be fair to all. What is good for the geese is also good for the lizard, according to a friend of mine. So let's apply it across the board. Let's sit down and decide. Do we want to be a nation, or do we want to be a people who keep dividing ourselves along the ethnic line for which we have been trying to stop? Because let's look at what we are doing. In 2023, when the nations are sending their people to the moon, we are here discussing tribe. Is there any other place that is happening right now in the world that they are discussing tribe and regions and the states, minute states that don't even have much to offer? This is what we should face and tell ourselves the reality. Okay? I never wanted to, if you have done and lived in the nation for 50 years, why do you want to go out? You only go out because you have seen that, look, whatever effort you have put is not making any headway, and you don't see anything ahead. So you now decide to, relocate yourself or look for elsewhere. Let's face the truth. And when people come and tell us the truth, even if it doesn't suit our own narrative as individuals, let's accept that is the person's position. Most of what he said, especially concerning Nnamdi Kanu, I didn't buy into that. Because if not for Nnamdi Kanu, many things that have come out now in the open in Nigeria will not be in the open. He threw it open. He threw some of those histories open. He threw some of those arguments open. And those people who criticize him, since he has been in the dungeon for 2 years now and wearing the same shirt, How many of them have now, added to that discussion? None. Nobody has done anything. So for me, and I will not come to criticize Nnamdi Kanu, because as I'm sitting here now, my village is less than 5,000 people. About 5,000 people. I can't tell them to sit at home and they will sit at home. Okay, I cannot say now. I'll call my village. Okay, tomorrow let nobody go out and they will sit at home for me. They won't do that. So I must respect somebody who have an authority that I see, whether he is on my own side or he's just propagating an agenda that I do not agree with. What we should do is always come with an idea and let our idea match each other, and let's learn from one another instead of fighting one another. We're not going to move forward from there. Now that Show has come back, I'll hand over to him.
I think Show is still with Baba Jabo.
Yeah, so let me just respond to what KJ just said. Actually, I love where you brought the discussion to. KJ, when I look at all this, like Nnamdi Kanu and others, I look at them, are they really sincere with us? We've had Asari Dokubo, we've had Gani Adams. If, let's say, had Peter Obi been president, would there still be agitation for separation? If Peter Obi becomes president today, would there still be agitation for separation? That is some of the things we need to ask these people. And when you say people, you cannot command people to stay at home, I can tell you for a fact, it's not every one of them. And I know if you are also at home, it's not that you want to sit at home, it's the fear of what will happen to me that are making people to sit at home. And some people are being lazy, so people are happy about it that I will make it, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I believe the Easterners are losing by making your Monday a waste. Who is losing in that way? So because when I say Gani Adams, sorry, I'm not going to put this quickly. When OPC was agitating their separation, when these guys got some Ghana must go, some contract, they might do security guard for pipeline. Money that someone that in Chevron that is working in Chevron is not making. They started making it. All of them now they are sidelined. And that is just my observation about these guys. I don't take them serious.
Okay. Thank you so much. What I want to tell you is that I don't want us to drag away and use that example as a distraction for us. When the issue of talking about whether the Easterners are gaining from sit at home or not, we can discuss that. But I just gave that as an example. What I'm trying to refer to is that some of the ideologies that people run with may not be palatable with us. It does not mean they don't have the right to hold that view. And especially for a man who has read to the point of being a professor and still lecturing in a university, I think he must have read much more than I would have read. And so when I come to him, I want to hear, I want to understand. Majority of the books he called, I took note of them. I have gone to download some of them. I've read through the Nnamdi Azikiwe's speech, which he made on tribalism, on the the effect of tribalism in the nation. I downloaded it immediately. I'm looking at all that. At the end, I will be able to make an informed decision or informed comment the next time I'm talking with him. That's one of the reasons for being on this platform. But if we say because the position is canvassing does not resonate with us, and we have to hack it down and not we may probably not be able to even progress in our own thinking. And we must have to be progressive in our own understanding of these things as it goes. That's my little contribution, sir.
Sure, are you back?
Yeah, let me try before Show. So can you hear me now?
Sure.
Augustine, your audio is really bad.
Oh, Sure is back.
Is it clear now? Yeah. Okay, let me try. So I said
you still bad, Augustine. Your set it.
Your audio
Do
is really
something about
bad.
it.
Honestly, it's breaking up. I'm not sure if you can hear it the same way we can hear it. The audio is really bad.
Sure. Let me take a break before
Yes,
I
sir.
leave. Let me say this again. We can talk about Nigerian problem till now until Jesus come. We may not even come and go. Jesus will leave us here. We will not finish it. What we are trying to come
we're following.
What is the way forward? How the history of 20 years, 30 years, how Nigeria is going to look like? If we continue this way, What changes is it going to bring to our country? How do we approach a change for the next generation? There are part of us that are divided. Some people live in the north. They are from east. They are not going to. Some of them can visit, but they may not go back to east. There are some people in the west that are living in the north. They may not come back to the west because it's just like the journey of life. We are all looking for a better place where we have peace and security and progress. And that is most of us here on this platform. We are not in Nigeria. And to be honest, I know that we all want to be there if things are working well. But immigration is part of life. And this is going to be a history that in 30 years from now, Lagos that we are talking about may not be all what it's going to be. There will be uprising other cities if we're really a progressive society. We can see maybe what we have problem with in Nigeria is maintenance. We build something very nice today. In the next 1 year, you go there, you cannot even pee in the same bathroom again because we don't have a maintenance culture. What do we do? How do we enforce this thing? Where is the origin of our problem? And how do we tackle it? But the issue of tribe and all of that, there's always going to be differences, even in your own family cycle. We all have our differences and our view. But that should not be a key factor why we cannot move together and why we cannot do things in a civilized society. Let's discuss about that. The professor have discussed his own. We have heard him. We all have different view about what he said, and he's entitled to his own opinion, and I'm entitled to criticize him because he brings himself here. That is what we do here, and there's nothing wrong. If we come here and somebody say what you say, it's not you. Also, you learn from it. Nobody here is perfect. So maybe if he also left this show today and review all what we are saying, he may say, oh, maybe I was insensitive here, or maybe I was right here. He's a smart guy. So nobody should say he's entitled to what he says. We are entitled to criticizing if we choose to. It's a check and balance. And all of us have the right to express ourselves. But let us not devote so much time on what somebody did wrong or say right or say wrong. What do we do next for the next generation? Let's try to converse in that direction. That's my take for now.
I have something to say.
Okay.
Mommy is raising her hand.
Sure. I'll just
guys, please,
before I leave.
Just wait. I need to say something quickly. So we're going to end the show in the next half an hour. That will be 2:30 a.m. in the UK. You see, forefathers, Niger, he said, show 15 minutes, I'll be back. It's been gone for 45 minutes, which is understandable. We both live in the UK. He was meant to co-host. It's quite late. So I'll run it for the next half an hour, 2:30, we'll be ending it. Who was going to say something? So I saw Ify and Mama Echo raising their hands, but was DC going to say something before he left?
I think if you want to say something, right?
Yes, I want to say something in respect to what Uncle John said. And
before you
Mama
leave,
Echo, I saw your hand up, and I was going to ask if you want me to go or I can come after you.
Okay. I was just gonna say.
No. So Ify, no. T, wait. T, please wait. T, wait. Okay. Just 1 second. Ify, you've got 2 minutes. Mama Echo will follow. We'll go to DC, then we'll go to TA. We'll do it that way. So Ify, 2 minutes, please. Mama Echo will come to you straight after Ify. Please put your hands down. Your hand must be hurting. Put your hands down, Mama Echo.
Ify, we can't hear you.
Ify, we can't hear you still. Maybe we should go to Mama Echo while she sorts her audio. Yes, Mama Echo, go on. So Ify will sort her audio.
You see, as a social worker, when Ify said, I come here to get therapy, but I live here and I wonder why I am there. It's a food for thought for all of us. A lot of people come here in the comment section to get therapy. But what do we give to them when they go back? Let us be conscious of that. And to those who are the host and co-hosts, please, I want to appeal to you people. Anytime anyone come here, that you know the person have been here before or in another platform, that come with this ethnicity story, because put the person behind the stage. Because it is a deliberate thing they are doing and it's wrong. Some of them, if you trace their family lineage, there is marriage between them. So why are we continuing this? Because anytime I not do, if I catch these people here, me and they go wear one trouser. Because they are creating more trouble than ever. When are you people going to tell us the Nigeria of old? Nigeria where we grew up. In Abule, for those of us who grew up in the village. There is a time your mom will say, if you not finish your work, you know, they go join there for Tale by Moonlight. That was the Nigeria we enjoy. The Nigeria where your parents would go to the farm, go to the market, and leave you for other neighbors to raise. No fear. When you do wrong, they will discipline you before your mama come. And when your mama come, you go tell them, thank you. That is the Nigeria we grew up. But now we now have a Nigeria where a neighbor will scold a child. If mama go come by, go tie or jar. You follow me carry her for 9 months. 9 turn that to be waiting that be so. So please, it is high time we start telling this younger generation that there was a Nigeria where love, unity, justice was the order of the day. I was told when I was small that there was a Nigeria where you bring your produce from the farm, you put it by the roadside, you put stone. That stone is in how much it costs. When the person reach there, he go count the stone, he go put the money there, he go carry the produce, he go waka. They're not a stealer. That was the Nigeria I was told existed. But now, since we even carry this Muslim for head, carry the Christianity for head, leave our tradition, where has it led us to? Where? It is this Nigeria we are talking today. That is what it has led us to. Some of the parents, if you ask them, my child cannot do it, I go look, I go say, you are a liar. Because when you do your night devotion with your pikin finish, when they snore, they go jar 1, jar 2, they here. They are in this phone doing atrocity. And a lot of them, they be children of Christian or they be children of Muslim. Parents, we destroy our children. And heaven will hold us accountable. In the journey of pursuing dollar, pounds, naira, businesses up and down, you left your children to the internet to raise for you. And you think you know your child, you don't know them. Some of us will be tiger and tigress to these children. They can't confide in us. Meanwhile, this generation of children when we get, when they are trying to see some changes, they want to be listened to. They want to ask questions. They want to explore the confusion that is going on. Me and you grow in a better Nigeria. That is our cultural values still holding some of us intact on the things we do. The only people that we were exposed to is our neighbor, our friends. When we travel, that is what we are exposed to. But the children we have today, no. The global world is at their face. And they are so confused to know which decision to make. They look forward to want to talk to us to make those decisions. We are too busy. Busy not to listen to them. And the only people that listen to them is the internet space and their fellow pair. And now, person when they confuse, go meet another person when they
if you can round up in 1 minute, please.
I want round up for you. 2 of them go do what? They go, they confused. So if we want to change Nigeria, parents, let's start from our bedroom. Let's start from our kitchen. Because everything we do in the face of those children, all those lies we use this telephone to tell in their face, they are all learning from it. And that is what makes us to be where we are. So the way forward, let we start the change from us inside our house. Thank you.
Thank you. Mama Icho, have you ever thought of owning a podcast? You don't call it Mama Icho, just call it Mama Pat. They will think it's Patience Jonathan. Just say Mama Pat. You don't have to say Jonathan. Just say Mama Pat podcast. Nobody will stop you. There will be no 2 minutes. There will be no bell. No stopping. You can just talk non-stop. And there will be people who listen. And you'll be getting your, coins. But thank you for your submission. It's wonderful. I mean, I agree with a lot of things you say. It starts from the family unit. That's where we create a society. It's from the family that you get a street, that you get a town, then you get a city and the country. I agree with you completely. If is your audio sorted? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Can't hear you. You can hear us, but we can't hear you. Okay. We'll move on. And let me just apologize. What happened a second ago? I was on my phone since I came back, and my phone was telling me, I don't know if it happens to you guys when you join on your phone, because when I join on my phone, StreamYard, after 4 or 5 hours, it will tell me your phone is overheating and will just switch off on me. So that was what happened, and I had to go drag my laptop from wherever I was. So that was what happened. It wasn't Baba Jebu. I saw somebody say she was about to talk about Baba Jebu, and it's nothing to do with Baba Jebu. Don't worry, I believe it. I drink Goya anointing oil. Oh yeah, nothing. Baba Jebu can't do me nothing. So we go to.
So I'm next on the line.
Let's go to. Oh, TA. Sorry. Yes. Are we still going on about this issue? Because, like I said, we have 23 minutes. Let's make the most of it.
I'll just
I want to change it, but this repetition.
Let me drop my stuff before I leave. Now, the way I look at, I just can't stop preaching about love, to be honest. First thing, I like what
apart from love, what should we do TA? Apart from love.
Okay. So I'm just trying to make some examples that sometimes what's wrong with Africans? You understand? I don't know whether Africans are cursed. May God forgive me for saying that. Where I see the way we treat each other, the way we take things further. For example, go to South Africa. You understand?
You guys get to carry on for
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. At least I've got 2 minutes. So, for example, I remember when the whites were ruling Africa, South Africa. Yeah. All the infrastructure, the Africans, all the infrastructure that was there is still there till today. But ever since that it's been given down to a black man, what infrastructure has been built? You understand? Light has never gone off in Africa before, in South Africa before. But now they're having blackouts like Nigeria. Are we daft? It's sometimes.
I don't. Sorry. Can I? I think I've pondered this question that you asked. Whether we are caused or
I said, when you started along these lines of our slavery, something, and forefathers came in. Don't discuss slave owners, colonizers when forefather is around.
What's the matter with you? Come on, stop. What do you think I'm going to say? Can you predict what I'm going to say? Predict what I'm going to say, man. Because the other one you did very well. Sure. What do you think I'm going to say?
Don't give them credit for life.
No, you missed that one now. I think you missed that one. Give me. See, what he was saying was that whether we are cursed. I think that about whether we are cursed, we are not at all. I guess if you want to say whether we are cursed, if anything, we have not been cursed with what other nations have been. That could be the reason why. It's almost like saying blessed with a curse. That's the reason why we have not come out of our mess. By that, I mean, if you look at all the nations that the Europeans used to have control over in the last or so centuries, one of the reasons why they came out of what they did had something to do with their experiences that was very benign compared to ours. Ours was very benign compared to theirs. Like in the case of China, China was invaded by in Japan, in a brutal invasion, very, very brutal one.
Japan.
North Korea, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, even India fought the British India, Pakistan fought British India, Vietnam, all these places. What they did, even Iran suffered a biological weapon attack from Iraq. But all these people have gotten their act together. And what I mean by that is, it's like being blessed with a cause. What that does to people is that it unites them around a cause. They'll feel like, okay, we now know what it's like if we don't work together. We now know what it's like if we don't focus ourselves on actually being strong to be able to withstand any nonsense that comes at us. Our problem is that we didn't have that. When we had that, that was over 100 years ago, and all the people that experienced it had died. Sorry, I don't know whether that's allowed. Had passed on before we got independence. So the Europeans had a period of about 60 years to condition us to their ways peacefully. That's even the worst part. That peaceful aspect meant that when they left, we didn't fight them to earn our freedom, not like other people did. We were never truly invaded badly. Can you imagine a family? I can give you a simpler example. If you are in a family and you and your family members are having argument now and again, but you find that the next door neighbors or the people next town came invading and causing problems for your people. Now you and your family members are going to be like, you know what? We have our problems, but we need to make sure these people don't come and do this to us again. You see what I mean? You tend to be able to be better at setting your personal egos or issues aside for the greater good. We as Africans haven't had any traumatic event that we can remember. All we know is that our leaders are terrible because those are the ones we see. We don't even know the people that put us in this mess in the first place because most of our leaders don't say any bad thing about them. All they say about them, anytime you hear about Europeans on TV, it's either through NGOs that are criticizing or praising the election, or they are doing family planning or girl child stuff, all this benign stuff. But why in reality, they are behind what has happened to us till now. But we don't, you can't make a people see that. The only way they can see that is when they have the kind of experiences that those nations have normally. If there are other ways to do it, like the way we are doing now, nationalistic instinct, this in teachings, and having people be more nationalistic, that could get us there, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I feel like we are going to need the diaspora. Our problem is big. It's really big. If you think I will give you reasons why. We are going to need the diaspora, and we are going to need the greater diaspora, not just the ordinary diaspora. We are going to need the African Americans, Brazilian Americans. We all have to be working together because the Chinese, when they were trying to get out of the mess they were in, if you know how hard it was so hard. And those people, the only thing that can give our people that kind of resolve, I don't know, man. We've not seen the resolve. What they were eating rations while they were building their nuclear program. They were working with Russians. Russians were giving them fake information, trying to slow them down. The Russians were like, oh, we want to be friends with the Europeans. We are going to give you a nuclear umbrella. They were like, no, I don't care about a nuclear umbrella. Up yours, go and do your own thing. We are going to do it ourselves. And because of that, from what they gathered, that it allowed the Chinese to complete the program faster. That if they were working with the Russians were slowing them down. So how weird is that? And they were feeding on rations. The Soviet Union was not helping them anymore. They were so poor, they just came out of a war. And yet they were able to do all these things between one leader, Mao Zedong, one guy. By the time he came into office and left, the country has been transformed. And then within 10 years or so, the Americans came in because they want to play them against the Japanese. They were like, let's come and do trade with you. These same people were trying to nuke them. They were saying, we are going to nuke your country if you carry on with this nuclear program. Can you imagine being under that kind of pressure? When you know a country that just nuked Japan twice is trying to nuke you, and you still carried on. The kind of pressure that would take to do, I don't think our people are ready for that kind of situation.
Yeah, and so forefathers, so I mean, thank you for your explanation. I mean, what you brought forward, that was cool. Because now, based on what I was saying here, is like we Nigerians, when we look at things that is happening around us, look at Sudan, for example. Look at what they are going through. You understand? And still, you still hear some people still start, pushing, hatred into people's heart. We have to do this, we have to do that. I mean, I do whatever anyone wants to do, but just believe that the people back home, that are agitating and believing in some, some silly ideas of some people living in Europe, they are being killed day by day. They've got mothers, they got fathers, they got family. Whatever we
sorry, you see what this person says? Let me show you. It says Jesus, millions perished too. Now you stop using that as an example. But what he doesn't understand is, it is the only examples you have of any nation that has broken out of the control of the West. Those are the only examples. And what choice have you got? You want to remain a slave forever, or you want to fight so that your children can actually have a chance in this world? We can't expect them to. It's not their fault. They have the power. We have to have the power. They will not give it to you for free. See, when the Chinese leader went to Russia the first time, Russia just were about to test their own nuclear weapons for the first time. They have not even shared it with anybody. The Chinese government, the Chinese leader went there and said, I need this weapon. Can you imagine how the Russian leader felt? Like, how dare you? Can you imagine us going to America today, say, we need your best weapon that you've ever had? That's what the Chinese guy did to the Russians. We wouldn't even dare that. The reason why he did that, because he knows what it will be like if he doesn't ask. Because he's seen it. He's lived it. He's seen the Japanese invasion. And we don't see it because we've not experienced it ourselves. All we have is the Civil War experience. Most of the country didn't even experience it. All we have is Europeans telling us everything is good. We don't know what it's like. We're not in African American position where they are using their children as alligator bait. And when you use your children as alligator bait, then you made a stamp. You made a stamp of it and started using it as a stamp, as a kind of stamp. You use their skin to make furniture. If I start describing the harshness, if we experience that will concentrate our mind. But we didn't experience it.
But forefathers, so that's what I'm trying to say. I pray we don't experience that. Let's use. I mean, this is the first time in Nigeria that you have intellectuals at the ends of affairs. Be it Tinubu, be it ex-senators and whatever. If they don't get it right, I believe that country would need to, maybe separate if they want to go each other's way, split it whichever way. But because now I still believe in Nigeria, that Nigeria can be better. And I believe that by prayer, we're going to get there. But people here, if you really want to agitate, for, fight this, fight that, please go back to Nigeria and join the group. Lead from the front, and let's see. You understand? Start from, don't start talking here and start saying people can, maybe some people say we have to fight. We have to, against what? You understand? So, and finally,
they don't have a choice now. That's the problem. All they see is if we don't show them, and I tell our African American brothers that if they don't come to the continent and open the people's eyes, because they have lived it firsthand, The Brazilians, they don't speak English, so they speak Portuguese, so they don't have much of a choice. But the African Americans, they can speak English. They are coming to the continent. There are many now in different parts of the continent. They don't come to Nigeria enough. Even one African American that is in Nigeria right now, he even told other African Americans, you need to come to Nigeria, because most of them, when they do their DNA test, they find out they are mostly Nigerians. You need to come to Nigeria, because can you imagine if American citizens are linked to Nigeria? It will be harder for America and their Western friends to do as much as they would do to other people to Nigeria.
I agree.
Because now, because those people are in their military, even Nigerians are in their military. You can't come and mess with Nigeria when Nigeria is trying to do what China did. All this stuff, we need to find a way to get it done without, because the Chinese, they accomplish all this without firing a shot. Not one shot.
That's what I'm saying. And they've got tribes as well in China. Different tribes.
They've got 300 and something tribes. They've got languages, different languages that they've got. They didn't fire a shot from Mao Zedong, although there was a revolution with it. They didn't fight any other country. Within their country. So this type of stuff, we have to figure out a way to do it.
But peacefully. We still need to hold our leaders accountable, because
of course.
Even if it's Tinubu, do you understand now?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's just an issue of prayer alone. We need to be criticizing them. Do you understand now?
That's why I support P2B.
See,
this is one of the reasons why I support P2B, because what P2B is doing is almost amounting to, okay, let's say 1/4 of what the Chinese did, but in a peaceful way. What P2B said about the fuel subsidy is what I would expect. Jesus Christ, that's the kind of stuff you want to hear. He says, if you want to take off fuel subsidy, you have to tell people, one, you have to prepare for the people that are the poorest people that are going to be affected. Then you have to tell people what you are going to do with the money that you are saving. This government hasn't told us clearly what they are going to do with the money. They're not telling us itemize it what they are. So what could happen now is that they remove fuel subsidies and the money still end up with some of these rich people again. So transparency, the way he described it, is how it is meant to be done. People need to be in sync with what the government is doing at all times. The money, we should be able to track it, but we are not able to right now.
I totally agree with you on that, and I totally agree with Kenya as well, that you need to scrutinize. In the Western world, they scrutinize anything. But ever since Trump, that Trumpianism is that idea came forward. A lot of government now, they're trying it. They tried in Brazil. You understand? When this other guy said, okay, he lost the election, but he tried to rally people. That no, I didn't lose. You understand? Election can be fought another year. Now, Trump being charged in America, with all these charges, is due to all this politics. It's a politics game. You understand? It's everywhere. But we don't need to get into that situation where people need to start buying. You understand? We here, you can eat whatever you have, you can live. I mean, you have basic amenities. Back there in the country, in Nigeria, the way the other guy was talking then, someone in Lagos can start burning people's shop. You understand? We need to be sensitive to people. That look, back at home is a different scenario. There's some words here. This one, no man's land. That one's no man's. Is that what we need now? America turned around. America went through all these issues as well. You understand? Go and read American histories. They had several civil wars. But until that time, they said, do not think of what America would do for you. Think of what you do for America. For America. That's when things start turning around. You've got billionaires, you've got millionaires from Eastern origin in America, in London, everything. Come together. Let's go and build a mall. Let's do what they do in Dubai.
See, I shared a video in the private chat. I agree with what you're saying. I shared a video in the private chat. People should watch that video. The title is White People Do Not Want African Americans and Nigerians to Come Together. You need to hear what that guy was saying. There are two African Americans, so that you hear what they are saying. This is so that then you start understanding that we have been kept apart because they know that if we come together, the African Americans alone, they have $1 point something trillion buying power. Just them alone, not to mention the Nigerians and all the rest over there. We have not tapped into our power yet to get ourselves out of the mess we are in. When we start working together with their clear knowledge of what they are dealing with, because they see the Europeans do all the things they are doing to us, and ours, we have the tradition, we have the land, we have history on the continent. If we come together and work together, it will be almost unstoppable. But that needs to happen, and that's why I think that video is very important. What that man said there in that video is so powerful, because he was so clear thinking. Many African Americans I've spoken to, some of them don't get it. They'll just say African Americans are not ready. This, they can't do this, that they are so sold in. But this guy is an African American. He looks like an Igbo man actually, but he's an African American. He spoke so clearly, and he knew that without this happening, it would be very difficult for Africans to get out of the mess they are in. Because the forces that are at play, because right now, America is operating as a pan-European country. Even if they have over 10% black people there, there is no reason why America shouldn't also add Pan-African. It's just that the people in America, the ones in America are not shifting that power in our favor. Exactly. And when you hear people like this talking, there are many of them like this now. Highly intelligent people. And the person he's talking to is on the continent, is in Uganda. And the person that brought the topic up was somebody in Lagos, in Osun State or something. He went to Osun State, not even Lagos. An African American living in a village in Osun State. So these people, they are beginning to understand that they are mostly from Nigeria and West Africa. And they are even saying, don't go to other parts of Africa, come to West Africa, come to Nigeria.
Do you know that
where heritage is?
Forefathers, do you know that Pastor T.D. Jakes is an Igbo man?
You see?
He's an Igbo man. And that's why it just, when I see people come here, Biafra, this, that, let me tell you one thing. If 5 of us come together now, and I say, okay, you've got money, I've got money, and we put it together, and we go to Anambra, and we set up, Soludo is trying to make the place peaceful now anyway. We go there, we drop, what's it called? What they did in Dubai. You know, Dubai was a desert before. We did just a little bit of what is done in Dubai, and we do it there in Anambra. Look, I tell you, people from the north will tell you they're Igbo. People from the west, they will tell you they're Igbo. So look, all this thing that is happening in Nigeria is just divide and rule and conquer. You know, the poor ones being killed. You understand? Now, let's be looking, when we come here now, let's be talking about solutions. You understand? Let's be giving them ideas. You know, come with good ideas. Not talking about 400 years ago, somebody owned Lagos, 1,000 years ago. You understand? Look, before, the whole of Africa were blacks. But now, Algeria, Egypt, and you have the Arabs, they conquer. Now, who owns those places? It's the Arabs. And the Africans? No. Are you gonna, even because of common film, Cleopatra, that was done, and they used a mixed race, a girl. You understand? Before you know it, the Egyptians were saying, no, you are distorting what's it called?
Our history. They are fighting for a Greek. They are fighting for a Greek queen that resulted in the end of their dynasty. The worst thing to ever happen to them, and they are thinking that is a great thing.
Yes, thank you. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
thank you.
Africans should come together, not fighting. And before I go, and that's why if you look at my story, I said African woman for president. It is high time. Look, to me, the best managers so far in the whole world, they're women. You can see, I've worked with different people, hierarchy people. And when you talk of intelligence, they've got it there. We're not tapping into the female in Nigeria. It's always those men with poor belly, with Agbada, Babariga. You understand?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Female, let's support women. Let them come forward. But every time you guys come here, Bofia, Medista. No, it's so painful.
Women too are corrupt. Women too are corrupt.
Men are not doing their job. I think when we say women should come forward, men are not doing their job in the first place.
Does women have the heart of the man? That would see. Let me tell you, if woman will steal 1 million, a man has stolen 100 billion.
Tanzania is there. I don't see him with mention Tanzania for you, but just let's put it that way.
But why should listen? Why should they steal at all? Whether it's still 1 billion, you steal 1 naira. Why should you even steal?
Let me tell you.
That is the issue.
Let me tell you, when you're staying now, when you're staying in the Western world, they steal. That's if you don't know.
No, but if they are
no. Listen. The point I want to make is this, because yes, at least when P2B was campaigning, he said the key commissioners in Anambra State then were women, and they delivered. There's no point about that. Salud also said it in Central Bank. They delivered. But that is not a guarantee. What we should say is, if you need women, go for the talented, the one you know that can deliver. But when you say give women, that is what I don't believe. Because if you say give women, any woman can come up, say, after all, they've been cheating us. When he goes on the basis of women. In that case, maybe that's why you say the man steals 100 billion, the woman steals 1 naira. Is they the same stealing? They all thieves.
Let me break it down to you this way.
Exactly. Yes, now. So
face not the fear face.
So you see, I'm of the opinion that if you want a woman to occupy any post, to be honest with you, I go for the best. I select.
CM, can I ask you a question quickly? If you want any man to go for any position, why don't you go for the best? Why are we having those riffraff there?
Is it not you people that are talking about Oji Uzokalo? And then outside the people, let me even, this is even a good question. Outside people, you've asked your question, just wait for my answer. Outside people celebrate.
One more question. Who is the current
you want to kill me with question?
No, wait, who's the current governor of the World Bank?
Current governor of the World Bank. Probably it escaped my memory.
I World Bank.
I don't. The woman from the east.
Isn't Ngozi now?
That's after WTO. I don't think it's World Bank, is it?
Okay, it's WTO, World Trade Center. Yes, Ngozi. You see Ngozi Iweala. Yes. Okay, with WTO, I know. You see, Ngozi Iweala.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many men? Yeah, how many men under Ngozi that she's giving directions to?
But I go with what CM said. It doesn't have to do with gender. It has to just do with personality.
It has to. You know why? You know why? Okay. You know why it has to do with gender.
Listen.
I can ask you one question. How many of these nations that I listed that got themselves out of the mess they are in was necessarily done by women? What I think is that when women have to step up, the men have failed. That's the truth. It's a failure of the men that leads to that happening.
What I'm saying is this. It still does not negate what I'm going to say. I understand your question. What we should say is, if you want a woman to occupy any post, conduct a search, check background, bring the best, such that when she goes in there,
only women.
No, because you said about women. Then to the men too, go for the best. What is good for the geese is good for the gander.
Let me sort out the reason why I said that now. Let me put out the reason why I said that. I've been watching you guys here for ages.
Put ethnicity. Let's put quality without even attaching any of this to it. Let's just see your resume. Your name is not attached to it. We don't know whether you're a male or female.
Okay, let's look at it this way.
We don't know your religion. Let's speak.
Let's go genderless.
If they're all men, let's speak first.
Okay. So when you say genderless, Nigeria or Africa is not right for that for now.
Why?
No, let me tell you. See, okay, look at it this way.
It's not actually.
I've been watching you guys for quite a while now. There's only one woman, only one. Yeah, you might hate her, you might love her, Mama Echo. She's always been crying about my children. Why? Every man passed through a woman. Yeah, a woman get back to you.
Yeah, but the man made it possible, Sha you get.
Listen,
What kind of talk is that?
Oh,
CM has got down and dirty now. This is
I've
the
never
most.
seen any of
I've
you.
never heard CM talk like this before.
I've never seen
CM has got down and dirty.
Yeah. Look, there was a day I was watching this woman and I was feeling her pain. Look, do you know what? See, do you know what it takes for we men, yeah, we just drop the seed. Yeah. It's the woman that carries a child for 9 months. Do you know what they go through? And childbirth. And that is why it's so painful. Gender equality, whatever that they're trying to do about women in Nigeria, just 30%. Look at the way they're dragging the bill. Just look at the way. Because they don't want them there. You see a senator came into the House of
TA. I think when you said Africa is not in the place, I think somebody said that. I think there is some logic to it. See, when Europeans did what they did, they had already arrived. They've done everything they needed to do in terms of arriving at the top of the food chain, and they started changing the rules. When they were emerging, they were not like that. Most of the nations that were emerging, they were not like that when they were emerging. So it tells you that, and if you look at how they utilize their resources and their land, these people use their stuff. Because this is why the Ugandan president said India is about, in terms of population, is the same size as Nigeria, Africa. But in terms of landmass, Africa is 12 times larger. Yep. So it tells, what does that tell you? We don't utilize our people. Our people as a human beings, we don't utilize ourselves enough.
I agree.
So if we keep ourselves small and we have a land that big, just that is also a burden on its own. How is India? India has that many people on that small land? China, the same thing. But we have this massive land, and now we want to start copying them when they tell us that, oh, start doing family planning, start doing all this.
Yeah.
It's like you have a mansion, they don't want you to have children.
Is it, for example, is it Tanzania? I think the president is a woman. I think it was Tanzania or so. I have to check it.
Yeah, Tanzania.
It is.
Yeah, the president is a woman, and she's doing fine at the moment. You understand? So look, what I'm trying to say is that look, there are untapped resources. Yeah, there's because you know what I'm saying these days is that I've met women, yeah, that where some of my mates, which are men, they are trying to say. I remember some. I'm not going to mention the place where I work. Yeah, I got there. You see, women at the top, whatever. But the men there, they were saying they were doing like saying that. Look, women should be at home. I'm telling you, in UK, you understand? That segregation was there. But I won't lie to you. I'm this kind of person that I grew up among women, yeah? And I know that, look, they show me nothing but love, yeah? And these ladies, what I didn't know, sat me down, taught me, and before you know it, I started getting promotion. And that's how I became their boss. You understand? See, women are so intellectuals, yeah, but we men always look at them that look, they're women, put them by the side. You understand? Imagine
it's not all of us. It's not all of us.
The way I look at it it's not that way. I don't think it's always like that. I don't think it's always like that.
Let me tell you this. In fairness, talking about Nigeria, my side, I'm from Anambra. I think we should be on top. That give women access, because senators, we've elected the highest number of female senators in Nigeria since 1999. In fact, Valley do you sometimes there was a time they were 3 all women from Anambra State.
Who are the senators then? Who are the senators?
Uche Kunife.
Okay.
You know Uche Kunife. You remember Uche Kunife? You heard of what is this woman's name? The former aviation minister.
That married the Yoruba woman, a man. Who was that? Was that came back home to contest?
Okay, no, they married the Bini. He's a former aviation minister. Former Stella Odua.
Odua. Yeah.
Then Dr. Chuba Okadibo's wife, Margaret Okadibo, was also a senator from Anambra. There was a time 3 of them were there simultaneously, and then later one man. So we keep even House of Reps. You go to the ministry in Anambra State.
Yeah.
Education in Anambra State. Soludo said it. 80%, 85 women. In terms of lecturers, teachers, professors, ministry, even commission, is women. So Anambra is leading. If every state can copy us, yes.
CM, can I tell you something now that you just did? You know, we're talking about Nigeria as a whole. Yeah.
Yes.
Unconsciously, yeah. You now narrowed it down to a state.
No, I want to give No, I want others to copy. It's not.
I'm not blaming you,
Yes.
CM. No, listen,
No.
listen, CM,
Okay.
I'm not blaming you. Listen, I'm not blaming you at all. To be honest, I'm not blaming you. And that is what is happening within African countries, where when we have a situation, the first thing we talked about is about, a state. You understand? Instead of talking about in Nigeria.
No, I disagree.
In Africa.
No, I'm of the opinion.
I know. Listen. Let me land. I'm not blaming CM. I'm not blaming CM at all, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm just saying unconsciously. And that is why it's happening that in the politics of Nigeria, yeah, it's so hard for a woman, yeah, like those people that you mentioned now, they have a backup, yeah, of a man in that Anambra that you talked about now. They have a backup. They have maybe one big man, yeah, supporting them. Not just a common woman rising from the top.
Let's say something so that others can add. I think, Ken, have you said anything at all? I think he's busy with something. Please, what did he want to say?
So, I mean, when he called, I support what CM just said. Now, when he narrowed it down to a number, and he ended it. If other states can replicate,
exactly. That's why I'm highlighting it.
We need someone to make this in chunk. Let them see it, and the women. I would still challenge them. If their impact has been felt, it would have gone across. We would have pointed to see what the women in Anambra are doing. Why can't you do that in Ogun? Why can't you do that in Lagos?
Exactly.
Why can't you do that in Kano? Why can't you do that in Kaduna? And that's irrespective of that's why I said gender. To me, I'm less concerned. What I want is wood to deliver. I don't care. When Mama H.O. was saying youth yesterday, I asked that question. I said, what age are we talking about these youths? Because we said youth. Yaya Bello is a youth. He was less than 40 when he became governor in Kogi. Yaya Bello is a mess.
Yeah, but he messed up now. But he messed up.
But later they'll say, give the youth the opportunity. Let the youth come.
Exactly.
He messed up.
For me, I can choose to look at it from a slightly different level. I tend to look at these things on the way CM has looked at it, which is always good. Women educated, able to participate in politics and all the rest of it. But I also look at it from a slightly detached level based on what I would like to see the continent and the Nigerian country accomplish. Personally, I think that the Nigerian this population needs to grow, and not just needs to grow, it's also projected to grow. But if it's projected to grow that much, and you see it that in the Southeast actually has the lowest birth rate, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire country. And this could be the reason why they are getting very educated and not childbearing is not their priority anymore. What is going to happen in time that we have to watch out for, because I always say consequences will always come, and you have to prepare for it. Either you have your people educated and know how to master specific areas of the economy, strategic areas of the economy of the country, or the politics, whatever. You have to capture something specific that you can have a stake in the nation. Or you run the risk of having people that are doing the childbearing, their children to come and inherit everything. Not necessarily everything, but they will control the nation in the future. There are consequences to this thing. And when I did that calculation, and I was saying earlier on, going by the birth rate that is going on in the country, because the northern part has a higher birth rate, the southern part have to be prepared for what is happening. Because if they are not prepared, that's what leads to all these arguments like, oh, they are trying to dominate us, they are trying to do this. But you are not growing as fast in population as they are doing. That is not their doing. They are not the ones saying not to have children. Or if you prefer education, go for education and not complain when it comes to voting. When they are having, either you use that education to make yourself rich so that you can influence them so they can vote for you.
Oh, but let me just add to what you just said, and based on whether the Northerners are in power. Also, we tend from Mama H.O. Sorry, I don't want to forget what he said, that what he's talking about. As I'm just going to do this, and I'll allow you the floor to you. One thing I would say is, we from the South tend not to, and we could argue this across, it could go triple up also. We tend not to help ourselves the way the Northerners help themselves. If there is an opening in the ministry today, or even if there is not an opening and the Northerners finish youth service today, they will create a bench for him in that office. But I will come to CM. I say CM, I'll use one example my friend normally use. He had a score in JAM and was going to go to university. And maybe the cutoff in JAM was 240, he had 220. And he went to meet one of his brothers from the South. He said, I wish you had the cutoff. I could have helped you. If I had the cutoff, I don't need your help. But someone did not score up to what I have in the North. And he got admitted.
But this that is what is wrong with Nigeria, yeah?
Yeah.
That is the corruption we talks about, yeah? Somebody is not qualified because it's your brother, it's for your tribe, it's from your religion, yeah? You put him into office, yeah? So one example that I made was that, when I was in Abuja, when maybe Charles Soludo was the governor of CBN, the guy did CBN in such a way that, the people that just graduated from school, they didn't know anybody there. Even one of my best friends, I still in CBN. They all wrote the exams, they passed the exam, and that is how, they were employed to CBN.
That's the way it should
that
be.
was when CBN was free and they were able to employ people that they don't know any tribe. But when this guy came in, the former emir, that was when this tribalism starts. Before you can work in CBN, it's either you are connected to someone or the other person. Same thing with these deposit insurance.
Is that accurate though? A South person was the CBN governor, and a Southwest is now the CBN governor, if I'm not mistaken. So
my own question is, when you answer that kind of thing, that was the first thing I started with when we started today. We need to eliminate something like quota system, something like state of origin.
It's true.
And we throw everybody to the pool. Let this identification tag fly away.
Mama Echo wants to say something.
Mama Echo, I want to yield the floor for her.
Thank you. In as much women has a lot to do. If we must give them a chance, they should have this 5 currency: trust, integrity, honesty, accountability, and the fear of God. Whether traditional God, Muslim God, or Christian God. The women were created to build and to nurture.
Yeah.
But because a lot of us are choosing to do competition with men, we lost our role in the scheme of life. And now, the children we birthed has become a thorn in our flesh. The spirit of competition has taken over the womanhood, which has not helped. Babajide's son is going to Queen's College. My child must go there. So if my husband cannot afford it, I must nag him until he go and steal. That is the problem. That is the problem. So I said this to us women, we've lost it.
Yeah.
Ma go bring money for pepper. He go bring money for sugar. He go pay rent. He go pay school fees. He go train your sister. Abeg, Mona show me where the right time for law, constitution, or the Bible. So majority of the things men do, we the women, we contribute to it. And it's wrong. If they come back to the house, he's afraid what will meet him at the doorpost. These are what contribute to this, part of this contribute to this tiffy, when they take thief our nation cry. So let's change. Because the truth is this. You see, these children, when we turn to muster by ourselves for not doing the right thing, now they go buy us. We are not living. Majority of us, we know it. And we they blame village witches and wizards. Well, and now we be the witches and wizards when taught the children to become what did them be. And some of the source of your money, you make somebody to cry. And then you deprive the person promotion. On one way or the other, you cut corner with somebody's tears. And the person can't go as he can't cry. And your pikin can't begin like this now. You they blame witches and wizards. Please, it is high time. Let all of us call ourselves to order. Let's do X-ray of our life. Because until we do this, you know, so when you do X-ray, they go show you where the trouble there. All of us need to do CT scan of our life. As we grow up till now, who have we offended? Who have we made to cry? Who have we disappointed? All this contribute to what our children become today.
Can I add something to what you said about how we shaped the children to be how they are today? One of the things I experienced, this one is one, this direct experience. There was this government official that existed during the time of Shagari. I think he served higher up in the Shagari government. And he was around somewhere in an occasion that I was present. And this man, what he probably did was he didn't like steal money. He didn't embezzle any money. So this lady was just walking behind him and she was lambasting him, insulting the man, saying why he didn't steal any money. You know, and I was imagining like, and for me, because I was in the UK for a while, so to be hearing, and I just, you know, thought I should join the occasion on that day, to be hearing this lady blasting this man like that, like, this man did right by the nation, and you are lambasting him because he didn't steal. And that goes to the point that you are making, that we shaped the young generation to be like this. Two generations now, at least for 50 years now, we raised two generations that are like with the mindset of corruption. And it's probably going to take up to that to completely wipe it out if we start now. So that is what we are dealing with. I don't know what you think about it.
That's what we are dealing with. Some of us.
And that was a woman doing it to a woman.
The painful thing is that those of us who are Christian, we don't even practice the Christianity. You go do morning devotion or night devotion with children. Then the next phone call you are picking, because you are owing the person at the Abuja and you dey Lagos. And the children are listening. You see, children learn from what we do. As the picking, the day when they born now, as he open eye, everything you are doing, the child brain they record that. And when they don't start to they talk, you go see that they mimicking you for everything they do. Because that is their first classroom. What are we teaching them? Only in Nigeria, now they do expo for primary school picking. That they do machinery for them to write exam. Now that be Yaya Bello of today. Now that be your Musk.
That Yaya Bello, a young man like that, it surprised me. It's one of the worst governors ever, to be honest.
Even when I even learned that in his state, there are some villages where people don't even go primary school. I went.
Oh yes, oh yes. Do you know why I said he's the worst? Because in an election, there's an election, he felt that his candidate or whatever will lose.
He can't
He
go
used
dig hole.
he
Dig
used he
hole.
used
So
caterpillar.
that
Yes,
Natasha
now
no go get access.
maybe Tia no know this one. He used caterpillar to excavate a road
He
so that
excavate road.
that
So
day
that
I
Natasha no go get
that
access for her to
that
come.
day I make official. No, it's happened now. I know Tia didn't know.
Wait.
I'm
Are
telling you,
you
he
for real?
That's like
excavate
Chris
the
Christie
road
now,
because of
closing a
Natasha.
bridge, isn't it? Chris Christie in the US closed a bridge because he didn't want opponents to get to their destination.
Wait,
Maybe.
CM, what you're saying, is it true or not?
No, Kogi
It's
and Kogi
true.
State. Do you know,
He excavate the road because of
people
Natasha.
people pay money.
You
I
get to
mean,
an election.
people award
He
contracts
he
to build a road,
excavate the road that is leading
a
to
motorable road.
the
They have to
constituency.
go and excavate so that day there's no way to go into that. You see
And he's
wickedness.
supposed to be a young man, no? He's relatively
A
young.
Wow.
I'm
a
telling you
governor,
the truth.
a governor. Then
Wow.
a governor.
See, Daddy, 3 big holes, so not one place.
And he's still a governor. Is he still a governor? Because it looks like he's still there. So
And
they
some
still
people are
voted him now.
celebrating him. What
I think
impunity.
they will do election. He will be leaving after 8 years by I think it's this year because this has staggered one of these people election they do off
Those
season.
are the kind of people Kogi
It's
State
true.
supposed to recall back
It's true.
immediately.
I have to go and read about him, man.
Do you know?
He's there.
Do you know?
It's in the
Do you know?
internet.
Do you know? Do you know? If as a governor, maybe for one reason or the other, he prevented the election from taking place. But that road, after that, after election today, life will continue. You need the road for business, for economic, for everything. So without just if not to stop election, you might give one reason as the chief security officer, you received intelligence report that something that area no go hold maybe next time. But to go and damage a road that people are using, even those that are not even
CM.
Yes.
I know because people do say
Wow.
a lot of things about people.
Road excavation amid election polls.
It's not.
That is hardcore, man. I've never seen anything like that.
Nobody could believe it, but it was done.
It could be
real.
coincidence. Maybe they are looking to walk on the road.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true.
It could be just downright coincidence.
No, it's coincidence.
Who knows?
Brought caterpillar.
Father, I better not fight you for Kogi. There's nothing like coincidence at the wickedness of the highest order.
It's true, man.
I've not heard this before. Man,
You don't worry, man. Just you put your ear to the ground. That thing,
wow.
A governor. In fact, to be honest with you, I can say this: that Yaya Bello is the worst ever governor elected. To be honest.
Seriously, Kogi State.
Yes. The guy is too wicked. Okay. Now watch. How can a governor? There's a chap. What is the name? I think he's that SDP or so who is contesting this year. So, but Yaya Bello will be completing his 8 years and he want to go. Maybe he brought somebody to, the way they do it, just to sponsor somebody. Do you know that SDP chap said he was driving on the road? They thought Okene to Kaba, I don't know the area, or Lokoja. He said the governor's convoy overtook them and was shooting openly. They shot because the guy uses bulletproof now. The first thing to be a governor, if you are campaigning, first of all, you go and buy a bulletproof car. If you don't have money to buy a bulletproof, you can't be an aspirant. So because his car is bulletproof, he said it on Arise News and channels. So he couldn't get to him. They now found out that it's the governor's convoy. They called the governor, they called the friend, say instead of this, why not tell me my offense so that than doing all this? Do you know the governor called a press conference and said he want to warn that on their way, when the lion was going, an antelope came out of the road. That antelope is so lucky that next time when a lion is passing, antelope should not cross the line. A governor, sitting governor. This is
Are
what
you
he
for
said.
real?
Yes. This time is on one of these either channels or Rise.
What?
Governor Yaya Bello. No, it's
So,
true.
yeah,
You
but so the one
you
that
co-
CM talked about during that election, it happened now. The video is
okay,
there.
yeah.
You mean this man is worse than hey?
Yeah,
Wow.
it happened during the election.
I hesitate to say
no,
Oji
no, no,
Uzo
no,
Carlo.
Listen, we know governors
Is
normally
he
go
worse
in
than Oji Uzo
and
Carlo CM?
no, I'm coming. I just no. Listen, let me put it this way: we know that governors go in and loot treasury. Oji looted, Okorocha looted, maybe other states in the country. They will tell you, you know, I mean, we all hear it's common. But you can't hear that a governor, in order to, because to fight the opponent, you go and start to dig hole, excavate road to
That is
prevent
wrong.
It's
election.
better than burning marketplaces though.
So,
It's better than
but
targeting people.
but
Eh?
for a
He's
governor
being
to do this,
creative, CM. He's being
creative. Well, I'm not from
Is that not better
Kogi.
than burning marketplaces?
I'm not from Kogi State. If I'm from Kogi,
I'm
I
just
will
being the
take it.
devil's advocate. The entire thing is rubbish. It shouldn't happen at all. I'm
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
being the
No, it's
devil's
true.
advocate here.
No,
It's
no.
ridiculous.
It's true. He said because even if you see the conduct of the chap, since he became governor of Kogi State, it's just like a gun battle. Ask anybody. Gone openly. Yes. What is saving?
No, the
What
guy
is
is crazy. Is it the same
what
thing
is saving him
with
is his
with the king
political
of
con.
Ibria land,
But
yeah?
CM, I want to hear you
Yeah.
say it. This
What
man is
what
worse than
what?
Oji Uzo Carlo.
No. It's look. All Jose Okalo was that he stole money from Abia people. That's all. That is offense. Not that he was killing people. No. People with high
Oh, so
88.
he never bullied anybody.
Oji, no, I don't think Oji is interested in money.
Then why are we making it look like he's the worst politician in Nigeria?
No, he stole money now and he's a saboteur. He doesn't support Igbo cause. He's so sad. That's what I'm saying. He betrayed. No. If they give you his heart, he's always like if they are meeting now, let them discuss what you first of all, he run to the north to go and tell them anything, and he felt that they trust him more than any other person. Now they are betraying him. That's why people are laughing. The problem he had was he stole money from Abia people. That is the issue. It's not that. I mean, if you want to be selfish, anybody, after all, what is the name? So many governors are selfish, but he stole money, and the FCC is dragging it.
But I see him. But he went
Yes.
to jail for it, isn't it?
Oh, that one at jail. That one at jail. Oh dear. TSF.
That one at jail. There is nothing Oji Uzo Carlo does. They will forgive him.
Let me tell you. If you take it as a challenge, tell somebody, steal 1 billion, not 7.1, just 1 billion. Go to the jail for 6 months and come out. Some people will say, "You give it to me." Give me 1 billion.
I really can't wait to have Oji Uzo Carlo on this platform. I think people will be surprised actually.
No, but I think
People will be surprised with what they hear that day.
The further issue was that, I think after he left, he now brought one other guy, that succeeded him, the guy he brought from prison, to become governor, I think that was even what compounded the hatred for him as well. And that one came in and did far worse than Oji Uzo Carlo did.
From prison to governor. Hi.
Yeah, now what is it? CM, do you know the name of the governor that succeeded him?
Was T.A.
Theodore Oji also.
Theodore Oji was his chief of staff.
Chief of staff that he brought in.
So the deal, Abia has suffered though. The deal is that when Oji was there, so this T.A. Oji, the chief of staff, was seeing all those things. He wanted to raise this Enyinaya Baribe was the deputy to Oji Uzo Carlo. So Enyinaya Baribe never loved this type of stealing. So they eased him out in terms of frustrating. Then the guy resigned. He's a gentleman. He said, "No, I don't want to be part of this administration anymore." He resigned and started looking towards Abuja for Senate. Then this T.A. Oji felt that I had better cooperate with this man or I lose. So, he learned the ropes, so to speak. So he covered Oji. Then Oji now said, okay, you are going to succeed me. So in trying to succeed Oji, he now did, he stole more than Oji and was clever to do his own. So Oji is having envy, just like Obasanjo and Atiku. Atiku stole more than Obasanjo, so Obasanjo was envious. So so Oji now was Oji
God.
was envious. So that is the issue. So Oji was envious.
Okay,
And
see,
and
but see,
and any
regarding Oji, I want to ask some critical questions here because I
yeah,
need to get to the bottom of this. You said he sabotaged Igbo, and they keep saying he
oh
hates
yeah.
Igbo people.
Oh yeah,
One,
oh
I
yeah,
don't
yes,
think that.
yes, I
Okay,
can
please
easily.
list them clearly,
Okay,
like
okay,
clear,
okay,
like up
okay,
to 5 things that he's done
okay,
so bad
okay.
to Igbo people.
Number one, let's say since 1999, when they went to Jos, the people we are gunning for, though between PDP, whatever, the people we are Obasanjo was relying on Babangida's connection because they brought him from this thing to tell the northern delegates to vote for him. Ekweme was a front runner. Then Ekweme said no, said the PDP hierarchy, then made up of SBI Woni and all those things, all those people, they said they want Ekweme as a civilian so that they will do away with military. Ojus Okalo was in the meeting as he was aspiring. He said what he wants is Abia. Abia is my own. Let them, they said, okay, you are going to govern Abia. So they all shared the post. Before they got to Jos, Ojus Okalo crossed over. Do you know what he did? He felt that if Ekweme becomes president, because it will now, before Igbo man, it will rotate to come Igbo man again. It won't be him. So he had better stop Ekweme from becoming president so that chance of Igbo president will be there. No, listen. So he went to Obasanjo. That's why he's crying. You know that he's crying. Say he paid money for this. It was Obasanjo. He gave up. That is the money.
Is there evidence for this?
No, not evident, not even. Obasanjo didn't deny it. He gave. Not even before today. He has said it before. So these are the people that help to bring up, because the Yorubas doesn't want Obasanjo. They prefer Olufalaye for obvious reasons. So Ojus Okalu went, said that is what he wants, and he was doing deal then. So when Ekweme's own finished, then Obasanjo, see what is happening. Obasanjo closed his airline. That is Lock Air. Obasanjo was the person that dealt with Ojus Okalo first.
Okay, you see, this is why I don't want you to move too fast. So Ojus Okalo went to Obasanjo and told him to stop Ekweme, and he succeeded?
Not to stop Ekweme. He was sort of giving his support and promising the delegate from Abia. You know this in the primaries now, when they go to Jos, is the delegate for state by state. So he said his state, Abia, they will vote for Obasanjo instead of Ekweme. So that is the first one.
Okay, regarding to be president or vice president?
No, to be PDP flag bearer first because it's primaries.
And to be president,
Because anybody PDP brought out, it's like as good as that's what Obasanjo went. So after that one, then that part. Then when he's now governor, they will call a meeting on how to reposition Ndigbo. He said no, it's not. He doesn't. He said he doesn't. People want to make him a regional champion. He want to play at the national level. They said, look, the Southwest, they have their governors meeting. The Southeast, we should have our own. Ojus Okalo will never attend meeting. Not even once. The moment you call, yes, he's not interested. He told them, he said he's not interested. That everything they are calling, this Igbo Southeast region, he said no, he said unless they call it the whole country. Then they left him.
Wow.
Now, when he said this thing happened, when his case came up, it was then that Theodoji, when he was trying to trouble Theodoji that since I put you in, I'm not having access to government. Theodoji said you stole all the money and nothing to show for it. They petitioned the EFCC. So EFCC threw up Ojus Okalo's case. He started rallying people around. He felt that there is nothing. He said, as long as Nigeria is concerned, he will never go to prison. Remember, this is 2007. Over 10 years, they weren't trying him. He said nothing will happen. Until when Jonathan was coming in, when Yaradua came in, Ojus Okalo went to Yaradua. Yaradua rebuffed him. He and the Ibori, went. Yaradua rebuffed him. Then before then they came. I mean, Ojukwu was still alive. He came to Ojukwu. Ojukwu said no, that your case is irredeemable because you stole money from your people. Why didn't you develop Abia? Look at Yaba. Look at the money you stole.
Exactly.
He
That's
said,
his biggest sin.
it's like, yes, that is the thing now. Because you can't steal the money belonging to your people. You say you love them. It's no way. You don't do that. Then, because of that, when Jonathan came in, he was neither here nor there. He kept calm, hoping that with the connection he had in the military and all those boys, that they should go and beg Jonathan so that EFCC will close his case. But they refused. So when this thing came out again, when they want to do this thing they want to do, then Jonathan wanted to 2014 conference. Ojus Okalo wasn't part of it. He said that conference, there's no need to do. He said they're going there to talk. If everybody talk finish, Nigeria is okay the way it is. He said, but Igbos are saying marginalization. We have fight.
Are you sure all these things he did all these
Oh
things?
dear. I can't be making up
Oh
stories
my
like this
God!
now.
It don't sound impossible. Why would he do all these things?
Listen now. So when we're talking about Igbo
Oh
politics,
my
it's
God,
not
that is heavy.
it's not that he's killing. So he doesn't show interest. He doesn't. So when people come and they say you're a leader from Abia, because in this thing, when the Igbos want to talk, they said, okay, Anambra, Enugu, this when you get Abia because he's in charge then. Nothing. And he formed you see, that guy, he's never a politician to help his people. All he's trying to do is he will face the north where he has friends. He doesn't mind giving them anything than leaving his people. He stole more. If not that he's been trying for EFCC, nobody cares about him. All this cry, see every day. Look, I wish I'm in Aba. If you are in Aba like this period, they will compose something, say, oh, Joseph Okali, when they are to be crying. Now look at Aba when he was governor. He stole our money, stole what is it? The champion newspaper he said he formed. This company, he said, where are the companies? He's 13,000 employees. Where are they? Where is the factory? Where are they in
Now
Aba?
that's okay. He's going to be on this channel. You know that Dr. Damage says he's going to be here. So if he's got 13,000, you're going to put that on the positive column, isn't it? You're going to put that on the positive column.
See when you say 13,000, he didn't say 13,000 beggars. So these are salary people. He's paying salary.
That's what he was saying.
And the salary he's paying them, they must be productive. So where are the factories that are producing? Where they are paying?
Even if it's laborers, it's still 13,000.
What is the name? That's what I'm saying. What is the address? Where is it?
Yeah,
Don't people?
I think that's something we will find out. We'll find out on that day.
So where are the companies? He said two in
three things. He sabotaged equipment.
Yes,
he stole Abia State money.
Abia State money. Even sabotage.
He doesn't engage in Southeastern politics. And even the conference, he didn't.
He never.
Okay, I can see why he's building up bad blood. Okay, any other thing that he has done?
I think if I remember again, but this might be petty quarrels or something like that. But on the whole, he's a person that he's not terms of being being responsive to when you call him that Oji, come and let us Igbo have Igbo agenda, let us do this to at least to help the area, not Igbo agenda for power at the center, but Igbo agenda for Southeast, just like to do something. He's not interested because he stole that money. He felt that he should. That's why he's going to Senate president. Look, if he had gotten that Senate president, you'll be surprised that bills that may favor Igbo, he may not pass it. He may not. He will tell you that people don't want people to see me, that I'm passing a bill. No. This is what he believes that he should be at the. I mean, just like every politician must have a root.
Is he like Obasanjo then? Like he feels like the national stage is where he belongs instead of.
No, Obasanjo own. When Obasanjo is saying national, Obasanjo will tell you, I fought a civil war. I see myself as somebody who has paid for the unity of the country. True. Therefore, if you want me to come to the level you want me, well, then why did I go and fight a war? If I want a champion, I would have, during the war, helped the Yorubas, let us go away. Obasanjo said it in one interview. So to that extent, you might have forgive Obasanjo. And again, Obasanjo, in his own case, when he was in power, Obasanjo goes for the best hands. the word, at least you can judge.
So CM, if we say, let's say, just because maybe mistakenly he's focusing on being nationalistic instead of focusing on the regional politics. Let's say we can reduce his sins from 100% on that one to like 50-50. Because that's based on his own judgment. It's not necessarily because he's against Igbo people.
Nobody stops him. Nobody stops him from going national. That is not the issue. The issue is.
But you are holding that against him now as a list.
No, come in now. The issue is he does not want whatever. When you say Igbos, I want to do. Okay, look at Ruga. Do you know the place? There's a place in Abia State along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway on a major road can be blocked because Muslims want to pray. Express, I'm not telling you, they call law Panta. He said his Ojus Akalu gave it to them. I said, but this is against the federal law. I mean, you could have rehabilitated them somewhere. They said no, he gave them this area. Oju, he said now Buhari is talking of Ruga. I've done Ruga in Abia during my own time. Can you imagine? Ruga that every...
You see, he was playing the Tinubu politics now of showing that he's nationalistic. But you see, that part of it, for me, sitting here, his greatest sin to me is what he did to Abba. Because when he governed, he didn't leave Abba in such a terrible state, and he didn't steal from them. I would say, okay, the rest is based on his own judgment. He felt like, maybe he's just trying to play national politics instead of local politics. You see what I mean? So, but if that is the case, though, the theft part and the bad governance together, for me, is the biggest things. The other parts, I think Igbo people should a little bit, cut him a bit of slack. The way they are telling him.
But what of the money now? Return the money.
Let's go for the money. Let's go for the money.
See, listen, I've seen some people accused of embezzlement. They return the money. Return the money and say you are sorry or whatever. Then you see, you can't steal money from me.
Which politician in Nigeria has returned the money after embezzlement?
I'm be asking for, okay, well, can I remember one or two? Anyway, well, but you can't steal from me and be asking for respect. Return the money. That is the issue.
Yes. CM, I think if you look at him, I think he's trying to do what Azikwe did back then. As in Azikwe believe in one Nigeria. What Ozakalu too is trying to do that. Look, wherever you come from, we're all one. Apart from stealing the money, because all the things that you said,
Azikiwe was premier. Azikiwe was premier with almost like the same time with Awolowo before he handed over to Obara, and then Awolowo handed over to Akintola. Azikiwe helped to build the East, University of Nigeria and soccer and all those things. What did Ojus Akalu do in Abia? That is the thing now. It's not enough saying you are...
I think that thing he didn't do in Abia is his greatest downfall.
The issue is that it's the self-interest, because we talk of Obasanjo. Obasanjo is nationalistic, but it's not self-interest. It's not like he's doing anything for Yoruba, but whatever he's doing it in a national way. But Ojus Akalu is not the same way. Whatever game he's playing is for his own self-interest,
That is the thing.
Which is the difference, between him and Obasanjo. And that is why people don't like.
Maybe he's molding his image according to the image of Obasanjo. After all, they came
but
up.
He's doing it for his self-interest, We know Obasanjo is building it, but we see what Obasanjo is doing. And when Obasanjo came to power, you see the people he selected based on competence across
based on competence.
Regions,
Look, do you know that the greatest achievement of Obasanjo was that loan, that one foreign loan that was zero when he was leaving, to pay off the loan and do everything. Do you think it's an easy thing? He handed over to Yar'Adua. Nigeria
he didn't
was not
pay it off for his debt forgiveness. So Europeans went begging them.
No, not everything. There were ones that because Soludo was governor of Central Bank when they did all those things. He said there were ones they paid, and then he said because IMF, the European Paris Club, was saying You know, if there's a way somebody will be owing you, it's okay. If you can bring up to this amount, I'm prepared to let go of maybe the interest and the other, you know, that type of thing. So Obasanjo did this, handed a very healthy economy. So you have to give him credit for that. So that's why Obasanjo.
But they
You have,
did, but you don't know
yes,
the conditions. You don't know the conditions he's had to sign up to.
Exactly.
That's what you don't know. He may have signed away 20 years of our progress by doing what he did. We don't know.
I don't.
And that is something we have always have to be reading between the lines.
Which conditions now? We know what happened. I don't know. We are all still alive.
But
so which
okay,
conditions
one of the conditions they could tell you that you know, the way you have your domestic policy cannot include increasing your defense, or cannot they will tell you the priorities. You want to prioritize female education, all those other things.
Anyway,
but you've not
local. This is what has happened. What are the conditions?
Local has started existing now. I've got local going now.
As far as I'm concerned, Okonjo-Iweala never wrote it in her book about this debt share, because he wrote 2 books and I've read them. So he never mentioned any condition that maybe all what they told them to do, they did it and they made the thing and then that was it. So I don't think that should. I mean, Nigeria can go and yes.
Like Owiala would tell you. Owiala won't tell you. She's part of the club now.
Yeah. See, there's some negotiations
that
you
tell you
do.
the truth.
We can't be speculating. This is what has happened.
No.
And there has been some maybe like 12 years or 14 years. If there's anything specific, you should be able to mention it.
Let me tell you one thing. Are you in UK or in US?
No, I'm in Canada. Yeah.
Oh, you're
no,
in Canada.
what
Okay.
I'm saying is that
I want to tell you something quickly.
If Obasanjo sign off on something, we should be able to say these are the things that he signed off on.
Let me tell you something quickly.
You don't have backing. Should not be attributing it to that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me break it down a bit. The reason I'm backing their forefathers on this is that, for example, in UK, there was a deal that was done by the government, which was doing the what's it called?
Was it not Jonathan?
No.
Okay.
No. There was a deal that was done with there was a deal that was done with Saudi Arabia, which it was kind of illegal. There was some illegal something that went on. So when this guy came into power, David Cameron, he wanted to probe it, but by dipping down into it, it's going to cause a lot of issues. He has to drop it. You understand? That was with Saudi Arabia. So there's some deals that countries, they do. Now tell me, you owe me a lot of money.
There are conditions. I can read some of the conditions. I've just pulled it up. So, but sorry, finish what you are saying. I'll read them later.
So there is not everything that should be common. I mean, that should be open to common man. You understand? Because you guys were really meaning into it. There's some that is signed, and it's just within that the club. That's the way government is run. But another thing I was trying to say about this guy,
Kalu,
is that I think maybe what the guy is trying to do is that, look, in my own house, even if I do something good, you guys won't praise me, so I don't give a fuck, because let me tell you, it's hard, to please an evil man. You have to done a lot of things, you understand, because look, they want, why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying this is that when I saw this guy's presentation, Soludo, which Obasanjo and all of them were there, so I was now reading the comments. I said, oh boy, they were giving this guy that, what has he done? And I said, do you guys know what it takes for a guy to do something within 100 days and come out and spread it out and let the people see? It's not easy for any government to do that. And this guy, because look, Soludo is someone I respect a lot, because look, he will say, I'll do this, and he will do it, but still, you guys will still criticize him.
No, the thing, I'm from Anambra TA. Let me tell you, there's some background you do not know.
It's because of the Obi issue.
Listen, okay, well, we know that everybody, including me, I mean, common sense shows that Igbos have never been president, and we stand the best chance now. Not because of the fact that coast is clear, but the fact that it's like the whole country is united in terms of the young people that are suffering. the youths. And they pick this man, and the man is so clean. Clean that somebody like Ayo Adebanjo can stake and be speaking for him. Such an old man, using P2B as example. So we agree that as a brother, if I'm P2B's brother, I may not approve of it, but I shouldn't make it public. That is what annoyed everybody. Yes. Tinubu, there are some Yoruba people that doesn't like Tinubu, prominent, but they don't make it public or put it in writing and publish it as a letter. Do you understand? So there are people that tell them they didn't approve of Tinubu, but they can't come on air or even put it in writing and circulate the way it did. So that's apart. But apart from that, to me, that is the only thing. I'm coming. That is the only thing. Bode George is because of they be running a battle. Bode George went to prison, saying Tinubu is the cause. No, he said it before he came out. He's on tape. So the thing
he said he will leave the country.
See,
Bode George said he will leave the country.
So I'm coming. So that is the only thing somebody like me have against Soludo. But the background, TA, you don't know is that Soludo came in Anambra. In his inaugural speech, after finishing, the next day, he openly told people that, yes, people are suffering, but the suffering comes from thought, that he will rid Anambra state of thought. Do you know that Agberus in Anambra state, they make close to millions every day, collecting money from people, harassing them, millions. So Soludo checked it and said,
as well.
Hey, he only said their own is that there are. So when Soludo came, Soludo declared war on them. Are you now telling me that Agberu mobile phone is now Android? You can manufacture lies and be spewing it out. So when you hear criticisms against Soludo, you ask the person, say, is it the Agberu that he moved out of business that are criticizing him, or just normal criticisms? I'm with you. Apart from what Soludo said about P2B, Soludo is excellent. That is the only thing intelligent people hold against him. Said, even if you disagree with P2B, you don't want him to go, you don't like him, why must you make it public? Why not carry it in your mind and then maybe you discuss it with your close friends and shut up? Why must you write it that somebody in Ogbomosho can now buy newspaper and buy this and read it and file? Somebody in Kano can read it and use it against him. That's why people felt that, no, you shouldn't have done this. More so, P2B is an excellent candidate. But as per the other ones they are talking, it's all lies. Soludo is doing something good. But the thing is that those Agberu, he removed from duty. They've just sort of, just go to your laptop or on computer, you manufacture everything. Hey, Soludo, this. We know that is the battle. So even if Soludo turns Anambra, yes, even if Soludo turns Anambra to Dubai within 1 week, they will still tell you he's not doing something. It's those Agberu relations.
And as well, I think where the difference between him and the Lagos guy that is opposing Tinubu is that people weren't expecting him to oppose Obi, because when he was running for governor, he has run for like 2 or 3 times that he wasn't able to win. Yeah, he came into Abga. He was running based on Obi's record to say this is what Obi did. Praising Obi, and people because of that voted for him. So people were expecting that in return, when Obi is contesting, he should be supporting Obi rather than him coming and coming against Obi. And people believe because he was doing that, how to sabotage Obi, so that when he comes, maybe in another 8 years, when Igbo is come to presidency, he will be able to say, okay, it is now my turn. Yeah, I mean, people believe that he's playing that personal beef against Obi, for self-interest. And that is part of the reason, why people were attacking him, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, now I get the picture.
Yeah,
now.
if it's somebody that they've been like an enemy opposing themselves, I don't think people will really care. Yeah, it's because when he came into Abga, he contested, say, "Oh, those things that Obi did, I'm gonna do the same thing." And people supported him to win the governorship. Yeah.
Forefathers, there's something I want you to note, particularly forefathers. Now that you've informed me that Ojus Okalu may be coming on this platform anytime, you must know that when he comes now, he may be sounding conciliatory in terms of he love Igbo, that what happened to him was the humiliation of Igbo. That is what he will be coming with this because he's now in a quandary that he can no longer be seeing something good at the national because of the treatment. So when he comes, just know that he may tilt his narrative, saying, because they don't want, it should have been southeast, should have occupied this. He will come and be talking something like that because he's now in this thing. So otherwise, just watch what people will be asking him about the EFCC case. If you open it here, come and hear what he's going to tell you. The accountant, together, two of them went to jail. So to tell you that EFCC knows what the investigation was thorough. He stole Abia State money, and people have not forgiven him. You didn't develop the state. You left the state very dirty, everything. Yet you stole money, and you are going and you are even talking. So people felt disappointed. And mind you, Abia is like Anambra because of Aba. Aba is a nerve center. Aba could have rivaled Lagos, if not something like that. But Oju's Okalu never did anything. Rather, he used the money. In fact, under him as a governor, his business empire was growing. He was more like stealing money, using it to yes now. How can you say you're a billionaire? You are this, you are that, and you go in, you are still stealing people's money. What is the meaning? You
so
went and
CM,
stole a
can I ask you a
yes.
question, CM? So
yes.
if you put it into scale now between
yes.
Oji Uzakalu, yeah, and there is Kogi governor, which I'm going to do a research on. Yeah. Which one will you say is better?
No one is better because I will use different criteria. This guy is too wicked. Kogi, he might as well steal. I don't know about Kogi. Or maybe you could have waited when the Kogi leaves office. That way it will be easier to the comparison will be, I can now say, yes, you've served. So let us know your record. Probably the Kogi man may use the next 2-3 months to do something marvelous that changes. So let's leave it. When he leaves office, probably even I say both of them have left office. But Ojius Okalu no, he was woeful. He didn't do anything in Abia.
Can I share something? You see, this is one of the things where I was looking at because you see what they don't include is part of the problem in when you look at the conditions that they put in place. One of the ones I found interesting was the one that involves monitoring and reporting. That is part of the condition that just comes by default even. They will have to monitor everything you are doing with your finances and reporting back to them regularly when they give you debt relief. And then your fiscal spending also has to be curtailed. You are not allowed to spend too much on stuff. And when they say that they are telling you that you shouldn't be spending too much because when you want to spend for your security, you have to spend money, but you are not allowed to do that. Because if you go and do that,
I think that is time. I think that is time bound. It could be for that period before the debt relief will be there. You can't be forever. I think that is time bound because Okonjo-Iweala said the condition they gave them was too stiff. But Shinan said, if this is the outcome you want, we can get to that outcome through our own indigenous way. That's when he brought up BS Dr. Bodo Augusto and all those wizards that help to put due process, monitor everything, cut corruption a little bit so that it will be a bit transparent and then to satisfy them that you are making effort, that this money is not being sunk. It cannot just be for, it's time bound. It's just because of that. And that's
but what you are
was
looking
doing
at, but they didn't put any time conditions from what they are listing here. However, but what you said may be accurate, but may miss that aspect that involved, because if you are not looking for it, you're not going to see what is missing. Your ability to secure your nation, because they will be telling you what they told us, you have to do poverty elevation and all the rest of it. But they know what the problem of the nation is. That is not a normal nation. If they wanted our nation to succeed, they will be talking about even helping us to ensure that the nation is stable.
Even forefathers,
you won't go and run it.
Would you borrow? No, the question I will ask you is that would you borrow somebody money? Yeah, let me give you an example. Would you borrow somebody money when you know, first, you borrow them money, they've lost all their money, their money has been stolen and to another criminals. Then tomorrow you come back again and say, I'm going to cancel your money, but I'm going to borrow you again, but I'm not going to tell you to fix your padlocks. I'm not going to tell you to fix anything, knowing exactly what it's still going to lead to. That is what I'm telling you, that if you don't know what to look for, you're not going to see a problem with it.
I think that
during those time, yeah, CM, during those time that the debt was cancelled, yeah. If you notice that we're not doing business with China, with Russia, go and check it out. We're only doing business with the Europeans. You understand? So those are part of the conditions. These people that say, okay, and even somebody was telling me, I've not fact checked it anyway, that back in the days, we're even loaning these people, they're borrowing money from Nigeria. You understand? As in the 70s.
Yeah, the Asian countries were borrowing their money and stuff.
At least ADB. No, when Nigeria was rich, Nigeria was like a lender to African Development Bank. At least I'm sure of that. ADB in Ivory Coast. Nigeria was so strategic in forming the ADB itself. Then even bankrolling them with money. Nigeria had money. Nigeria was big brother, so to speak. But it depends on the soldiers who are in charge then. I know it's not Gowon or Obasanjo. These are military. They fought the civil war, class of 66. Then came out. All they do was because they've secured the country, they feel they've won the whole thing. Stop Biafra from going away. That is their own aspect of securing the country. Keep it one, and then everything is forgiven. They were throwing money around, and not really that the money came from the thin air. Arab-Israeli War of 1973 made it possible that the Arab Solidarity said they won't be selling oil to the West, so they have to look elsewhere. And Nigeria was the alternative. Qatar has to visit Nigeria, USA under Obasanjo, and then begged, and then Nigeria and America became salt and pepper or something like that. So that's how it came about. But they messed up. They messed up the Nigerian golden era with money. Infrastructure wasn't well developed. Corruption started becoming a way of life. Yes. And then maybe on the small scale, before you know it, the military through military. Shagari was just an interregnum. Then they continued. So Nigeria is still the replanning of the economy should have happened then. All this railway we are talking of now should have been a case of then you reticulate the country with rail, then develop the seaport everywhere.
Because we don't have the best
space, you open it up. That is all military now. That's what I know. Military regime from Mutala, Gowon to Mutala to Obasanjo. Obasanjo left. Shagari came in. Buhari after 4 years brought in again. Then Babangida stretched it to 8 years. Abdul Salam continued. If not that, we cried through Nadef and everything. Then
and that's why CM here. That's why I'm so optimistic for this current government, because this is the first time in Nigeria we have, apart from the times of Awolowo, Azikwe, and the rest, that we have intellectuals here that they've served before. Majority like Tinubu was former senator, the wife former senator, the vice president former senator. What's it called as well? His chief of staff, former, whatever that. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to
they're crooks, so
see, look, I agree.
I don't know where you're getting the intellectuals from. These guys are crooks, yeah.
They're crooks.
But listen,
no, they are former senators. We agree, but they are crooks.
The former senators. So what I'm trying to say is that look, now all these guys now, they are learning, that the West, if you are caught, with maybe major corruption or whatever, you're not going to go scot-free. Look at what happened to this guy. What's his name? The one that wants to change heart for his daughter. The one that is locked up down in UK.
Okay.
Yeah, we will believe a old senator will go to jail. You understand? Now, the people are, a lot of people now, like this show they're doing now, for example, a lot of information are getting out there. People are now being wise. People are sending, information errand there. People are taking, what's it called? I remember the time of Obi and Tinubu. Even the case got to the United Nations. You understand? To US. Yes. So things are getting out there. Now, they're going to be very careful. Now, before I go, I was still going to talk about the loan. Now, we borrowed a lot of money from China. Yeah. Do you know how many Chinese that are now trooping into Nigeria? And the funny thing is that up north, you see that they go there to just start, the governors give them permission to start taking out gold, and stuff, just taking it. There's a plane landing and then taking the stuff out of the country. You understand? So I believe things like that, when you borrow money from any major country, they always have a vested interest. And China, be careful, they're coming. I think, and that's why the government that we have now, they need to think how they can bring the country together. Cancel whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, and whatever. Do national ID card. That you don't belong to any states. Yeah, you're all Nigerians. Yeah, I think maybe that will solve all these issues that we're fighting.
Do you know TA? Do you know what I've seen? I don't know whether maybe you haven't seen it. Tinubu, though appointed, how many appointments? Is it not just Bajabi Amela, one or two others announced? What I'm hearing is that he used Muslim to get to power. Now he's forgetting the North. I read it somewhere, but I don't know how true. So you see,
they're saying it. Yeah, that's true.
You see, in Nigeria, one thing that is, I feel, a fundamental problem of Nigeria is, but people may be afraid. You see that constitution that is not so clear what is in and what is out.
Yeah.
Do you know why? That one, and that is where because what is in and what is out. So there are things that, because that should have settled this case. Do you know that I do not care that Bayelsa, if Ogoni land, they say okay, Ogoni is in rivers, had every access, every opportunity they need to develop at their own pace. I don't care if that is the most developed. I can go there. If I can rent a room, I leave. If I can't, I stay my place. Because that will make you to say, look, this man is doing this to develop. Why can't I do my own and develop? Because this idea of when we gather, then you'll be saying, when we put you this, that is really what is. So it stifles creativity. Nobody has the imagination anymore. All we are talking is patronage. And because of this patronage, that's why when there is nothing to share, we go and borrow. When we borrow, we share. That is the issue. Nigeria has got nothing. Our economy is in the down through. How can Nigeria, a nation like Nigeria, be borrowing money? For what? Why should we even go and borrow money? Why? Given all that we have, why? All this money they are borrowing, if you mine gold for 6 months, it covers all this. All this money Nigeria is borrowing. You have bitumen lying. You have gold, almost every, so many everywhere. You have gas. You have everything, and then you are borrowing money. It's because of that. Is what poor nations can go and borrow, not a rich nation. A rich nation supposed not to.
Can I read some of this stuff? I said I asked list policy advice by IMF or World Bank to Nigeria, especially on defense policies. And one of the ones they listed here was security sector reform. The IMF and the World Bank have encouraged Nigeria to pursue comprehensive security sector reform to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability. This may include reforms related to defense planning, budgeting, procurement processes, human resource management, and modernization of the defense forces. So they never really deal with the core issue. Yeah, it's good, but what they are doing is they are papering over the cracks. They are not telling you what you really need to do. You need to increase the size, because if you look at Nigeria, that is what anybody any other country would say.
They only give us advice now. We as a country need to be able to know what to do.
If they advise you,
when it comes to their loans,
make it.
When it comes to their loans, what are you going to do?
If they say make it efficient and all this, of course you know what efficiency of the military is. You know what you should know what it is. So if you feel that you can go to the moon to make it efficient, you can train yourself in modern warfare or this or that. You should have a benchmark. You may say, okay, let's imitate Israel, the Jews. The Israeli defense should be our target. Even if we get to 80%, that is okay. Then you start moving. So it is left for you. So I thought what I should have thought was for us to do. No, because it is even in their own interest. It is even because if you fail, that's why Boko Haram came in to be a base, a terror organization, to have their base in Nigeria.
You are saying that it's in their own interest that they should not advise us to strengthen our security.
Yes. No, I mean it is in their own interest that we secure ourselves very well, such that they know those rogue elements won't come in. Don't you know that they said America is always keeping their eyes open on some failed states because they know they plan the attack to their own country or their distance from there. If you notice,
so you
that's
literally
America will tell
believe.
you.
Hold on, CM. You literally believe. You truly believe that it's in their own interest that we are secure and strong.
To be honest with you, yes, because yes, it is in their own interest. In their own
my God!
Interest the strength. No. Listen. But if your country fall into, if your country, listen. If you are not sick, if your country is a failed state, a rogue state, that is opportunity for terrorists to come in and use it as a base. And that is what they don't like.
Now, who do you think runs most of these terrorists? Who do you think keeps them alive?
What about Afghanistan? Afghanistan, they left it. It's a failed state, but they left it.
Yeah, Afghanistan, yes. Do you know that? America wanted to make Afghanistan better in terms of before this man drove them away, before the terrorists drove them away. They knew because he failed. Even this Sudan that they are looking at fighting now, or Somalia, they are not happy because these are the countries they look out for. A country that is, they feel, okay, let me use Ghana now. Ghana is moderately, let's say, not that it's secure, but let's say Ghana is not like Nigeria. They may say this is a country like Ghana cannot fall to terrorists. But if the country is a failed state, the defense is weak, terror people can use it as a base. That is the thing. And they don't want
think
it.
they care? You're assuming that they care about those things. See, these are their instruments that they use to control the world. CM, let me just explain this to you. Just bear me. I've heard what you've got to say.
But
you need to hear what I'm telling you here.
Yeah.
Because it's very, very important. See, you use Israel as an example. Don't worry, I will let you go see. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Kenny, you use Israel as an example. No matter how efficient you are, if you don't have enough soldiers, efficiency can only do as much. It's human beings you are dealing with. You can't expect them to create heaven. And Israel, given that Israel has about 11 million in population, and they have about 600,000 soldiers, that's 400,000 more than Nigeria's. 11 million people versus 210, 20 million people that has about 220,000 soldiers. So you see, this is what I'm talking about. You can't say, let's say a doctor comes now and says, I want to prescribe medicine for a headache. And I tell you as a grown man, a child, take 1 tablet. Then for the adult, I tell the adult, take 1/4 of the tablet as treatment. That is killing that adult. Because the adult should take double or more. And this is what they recommend for us, and you don't see the logical fallacy there.
No, because maybe probably I didn't put my things into context very well. Efficiency, to make your military something efficient. If you have only 2 and you give them the best type of training, two people to 200 million, will they be efficient? They can never be efficient. They can never be. I'm coming. Even if you train them to be the best, but because they are few in number, they can't be efficient because they will be overwhelmed with the work they are going to do. So when I mean efficient is that in your own national interest, you know the amount you need, but there's no point having it. It's also used just like 2 in 200 million will be useless too well trained in 200 million will be useless. The same way that out of 200 million, you have like say 10 million soldiers, but they are not well trained. They are still also not they are not that efficient. The way I see it. So it is a balance between the two. You know what you need, the quantity in terms of number, and then you train them to be professional, such that they can be combat ready. So until you do this, you have not arrived. So that's what I mean.
But shouldn't the emphasis be on the size? In the case of the analogy that I gave with the tablet, the emphasis is not the efficacy of the tablet. The emphasis is on the size. Because no matter how efficient I get what you are saying. You are trying to relate efficiency to the size of this thing. But efficiency in what they are talking about, they are talking about communication, the way you the structure of the military, all those things. They are not talking about size at all.
Further, what I'm saying is that you should not expect them to analyze it for you. That is what I'm saying. They've told you make your something efficient. You should not expect you should. But I don't think the way you read it out, it means they are telling you the number. What they want is, who are your military? Is it only 2? Are they efficient? Who are your military? Is it a 500 million? Are they efficient? It is left for you. That's your national interest. I mean, certain things you should exercise some element of sovereignty.
How do you not know how these
if
people
they
talk?
tell
This
you
is
that
why
they
our
want
leaders keep it like that. That's how they talk. They will not tell you openly. They will tell you, okay, you know what? One day, my problem with some of all this is that I can only share them in the private chat. I can share them openly so that you will see, and you can even read. I've told you before. I think I've shared it with you before about what this in this in Africom and some of their own defense videos, what they talk about, what they use is their policies. They will make it sound benign, but you see, actually, this was one. I think the general was saying it. It's part of their defense strategy. These as policies that they give you, advice they give you, is part of their own defense strategy. Sorry, go ahead, Kene.
But as a leader,
sorry, but for that, I understand what you are saying, but at the same time, we shouldn't be. We kind of seems to be blaming all our problem on the Western people, on US, on Europe, without looking home to say, we are the cause of our problem. These guys may give us some, advice, because sometimes I'm a consultant, You give an advice. It doesn't mean the organization needs to adopt those advice word for word, They need to look at it and say, okay, is there a way we can customize it to fit our own situation? That is what Nigeria should do. They've given you advice. It doesn't mean you have to, take it word by word. You need to say, how does it tailor to my own environment? How do I implement it very well? And if I implement it, if it's not working well, I still have the opportunity to kind of revamp it again to make it work in my own situation. I understand that, there is a personal interest. It's just maybe like a true businessman, You always want to be the head, which is what, there is a competition between the countries. So the Western people don't want you to rise, But I don't think the competition is there yet because we've not gotten to that level. If we've gotten to the level of China,
ensure that we don't get there. See, sorry, I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you finish.
They are currently preventing us from getting there.
Hold on. Why? Hold on. I will let you finish.
China got there. It is when China got there that you now see the US fighting against them.
No,
you understand?
Can I wait?
They were threatening to nuke China when China was doing it.
They
were threatening to nuke China.
To develop.
You're not listening.
Wait. Can I
hear what you are saying, that we are ultimately responsible. But the reason why we are saying this thing, so that because at the time, that's why I said earlier on, that if you are not looking for these things, you are not going to see it. They will be running circles around you, and you wouldn't be aware of, they just cheated you. You wouldn't even know. And that is our problem. That's why we are talking about. We are not talking about like, it's up to them to determine our fate. It's up to us. But we need to start talking about this so we know what to look out for. So that when they are telling us, when they are using some of all those their slick languages, we will know what they mean. Because they will say this in openly to our leaders and we wouldn't even know.
But I understand you now. But it's not them that is preventing electricity from being in Nigeria,
Can I ask you a question?
There are some, there are some basic things that we've not gotten right yet. We should focus on getting those basic things right before we talk about military You know, I mean, paying the, I mean,
If you
paying
don't,
politics. You
let
have
me
to
ask
get
you,
the basic right before you talk about the world politics.
If you
Kene,
don't have
please.
That is my own
security,
take there.
can you be able to get anything done in your life? If you don't close your door, lock your gate every day, you go to work, you go and make money and come back. Are you ever going to be poor are you ever going to be rich in this life to be able to even get light? You won't. Because don't underestimate security. You really need to understand that is at the core of your survival. If you don't do it right, the ones that have it will take everything you have. It's just that simple how the world works. I'm not just trying to be the security for the sake of it. I'm saying this is the only thing we've never done as a people. We've never done it. We've tried all the other
Father,
stuff
we've never
and it will
tried
never
anything.
work.
We've not done anything. So, man, for my
See,
own, I don't think Nigeria has tried anything yet.
I've been in a
That's my
course.
own.
If you have done a course where somebody tells you that those people, they build stuff for us to go and destroy, it opens your eyes to certain things to realize that the world works in a different way than some people think. Some people just build. What you are talking about is building. You're not looking at the people that can destroy it. That is the problem. You're not looking at the other side of the fence. Of the people that
I'm
can
looking.
destroy
I'm
everything
looking.
you
No,
build.
Father, I'm looking, but it's intertwined, yeah. You can't take out the economic power, yeah, from military power. Those things goes hands in hand, you know. For instance, see the way America is fighting against Russia, and they've not been able to bring the economy down. Do you understand? That means the military power is there, the economic power is there as well. So those things goes hands in hand. In order for Nigeria to rise, we need to focus on both at the same time. But we shouldn't not just be blaming the Western people for our own
Nobody's
downfall.
blaming them. I don't know
No,
why.
nobody's
Some people that do these things, they just say this stuff. I don't understand it. We're not blaming them. We are responsible.
I want to ask Kene a question. Yeah. Now, nobody's blaming the West for our downfall. No way. But first thing you have to look at, if Nigeria or any African country want to borrow money from IMF or from the World Bank, yeah, the least they could get here is 10%. If America or UK or Western world wants to borrow money from IMF, no interest at all. What can you say about that?
No, I understand that. You know, it's just a basic.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, it's the basis of credit, yeah. Because sometimes even here in the Western world, yeah, if you don't have a good credit history and everything, you get a higher rate, even though you are poorer. Whereas the richer guys that have a good credit history get 2%. And
that's the question. Now that's it.
As if I mean, it's not fair.
Yeah,
but it's the basis of economics, yeah. If you have a good credit rating, you get a better rate, and those tend out to be the rich people.
Okay.
And the ones that don't have good credit rating are the nations that are unstable.
Yeah.
And guess what? Why those nations are unstable? Because they are not strong enough to stand on their own. Like a man that lives with a leaking roof every day and expecting to build a mansion there.
And that's why believe. That's why never you believe, that they want to help you. You have to help yourself.
Yeah, I agree. But that's what I'm saying. That we need to help ourselves. That is my own basis.
But then, if we know this as a background,
we know this.
But I believe our leaders are not well informed, like all of us here, or those of us here. But if you know this, that is where national interest comes up. You may look at this now and say, can this, if I do it this way, these people are thinking, can it favor my country?
Yeah.
No. You tweak it, and then you stand up to them. Because what is driving you to tweak or do it is because of national interest. If it is them, you will ask yourself, if it's me on the other side, giving them this condition, will they do it? And if you understood it this way, I understood it, will they do it? You see, that is where the leader in you comes out. Yes, they've told you, but you know that behind it, there's a sinister, there's a selfish interest they had by telling you. All you need to do is you sit down and look at it. If I do it exactly the way they want it, I'm not doing my country a favor. I'm a leader. I have to think of now and the future. Look at the children coming up. Look at the new generation. If I do this, will it favor them? No. What do? You tweak it and do it in a way that it favor you. But you won't be in their good books, mind you. But in the end, if it is national interest that overrides what you want to do, is good because your country comes first. That is the thing. Your country
That is
comes
a
first. I
problem.
agree
Our
they can
leaders
give you
always compromise
It's the
just to be in
self-interest,
their
exactly
to
the
be in their
thing now.
good books, because
In
they
their
don't
good
they
books,
can't dare to be in their
which
bad
shouldn't be.
books. You see, but you watch. See, I said this
Exactly.
earlier on.
Which shouldn't be.
See,
Which shouldn't be.
sometimes I try to sympathize with our leaders, because what will happen? I said it before. Are our people ready for it? If we go out of their good books, what will happen? They start threatening us intermittently. Oh, you people are messing about. You are an evil country. We are going to bomb you. We are going to do this. If they start, our people can stand that. You see our people like, we don't want this, so we want to be able to travel. We want to be able to. Some of them, just for traveling visa alone, they will say, don't. We can't take it.
Forefather, if our leader
Then in that case now, we have the status quo to remain.
Yeah, but you see,
If it is like that,
you see, the Chinese, they were eating rations. When to get out of this, do you think Nigerians are going to eat rations?
Yeah, they just increase it. They just remove subsidy now, and everybody's is coping now.
No, the thing is
involuntary. Okay, to an extent we are coping, but they hate their leaders for doing those things. That's the difference.
Forefather, you said something about Obi to say if Obi said I will remove subsidy, I will explain to Nigeria what I will do with it, and we as Nigeria will be able to measure it to say if I'm putting in the education, everybody will see this is what I put it in education. And in 2 years' time, we'll be able to measure and say, okay, this money that I put in education, do we have it out? Do you understand that? So that is the way our leader also need to treat us to say, okay, we are not signing on to this loan because of social reason. And because of this is what we're going to do within the next 5 years. Then let's measure it together every year. They measure it as a country. If you give the country an hope, and within 1 year, you measure it within 2 years, if your populace has seen those progress, they will agree with the leaders. And they will be able to say, okay, I'm going to sacrifice and not travel out. But if I'm not seeing the future, you can't tell me to sacrifice.
But even then, I hear what you are saying. But because the sacrifice is so grave and so, you see, it's not only about, the suffering. Okay, Nigerians are suffering to an extent. So let's say the suffering increases. They might be able to take that. And because the leaders are transparent, they might be able to. But then pile on top of that, the fact that they are locked out of international stuff, because Nigerians, many of them believe that the moment America says lights out, we are dead. We don't exist anymore. So that one is going to be a problem. I saw how they reacted with Abacha. When Abacha was just sanctioned, nothing close to what happened with Chinese. So then Americans intermittently start threatening that, oh, your country is acting, it's like sponsor of terror, or it's some kind of dictatorship. So we are taking on military action and talking about nuclear strikes. I'm telling you, our people will be pissing in their pants and saying, no, we can't take this. So this leader that brought this to us, we have to remove him. Because I'm not sure we are ready for that kind of situation.
I don't think it's the masses, yeah. I think it's the other, maybe the opposition and people that are gaining from that system that are no longer gaining. Those are the ones that will be plotting against that leader. That is my own understanding. If the leader is able to explain to the masses and they can see progress, you say, okay, this is the reason why we are doing this, and they can see that progress, you see people supporting that leader. There will still be some other people that will be opposing them, but those ones are not the masses. Those are just the opposition that are not okay with what is happening.
You may be right, but I just worry that it takes more.
The information I needed to know, which I do not have, if you know, you tell me, is this. When the Chinese were implementing sort of that measure, they had to get out, were their leaders open, transparent to their people, so that the people will have a buy-in, because that is what matters.
Yeah, they were.
In Nigeria, so you see, so it's easy now. So in Nigeria, all we needed was for our leader to say, I know you are suffering. This is the reason why we are suffering. We've done this. We are doing it like this. And not as we are doing this, all of a sudden you hear that aviation minister duped Nigeria.
Where are they going to steal that money to? That time it will be execution straight. If you steal money at that kind of situation,
CM, yes, please.
Just to add to what you're saying, you're talking about the Chinese people. During those times that they're trying to bring their country together, they passed the law, which is capital punishment. If you're caught with corruption, they fire you. You understand? Now, in Nigeria, I remember back in the days, we used to watch on is it on the TV or sometimes in the barracks where if they catch all those thieves or whatever, they tie their hands and they shoot their firing squad straight away.
Okay, yeah, at the bar beach. I think I read about it at the bar beach. You see them tied here.
So, they show it. So you see everything. It's not that it's hidden. It's done in bar beach. It's done in Ibadan as well. And stuff. So it's like that. Those kind of stuff. We need to bring capital punishment back.
It's true. Hey, that was true. Nigeria was doing that.
Any politician caught with XYZ, is not prison now. Is spy. Now, if they say that, okay, you do this, you might, definitely you think twice. You understand? You know that, okay, look, what I'm going to do is going to be legit. Because, look, Africans, the Europeans, they went through wars and wars. The Americans went through wars before they got to where they are now.
Yeah.
The Chinese, they went through internal wars as well, suffering before they got to where they were now. Yeah. But the Africans, until they bring back capital punishment, that you're caught with this and it's proven, and all these whatever going to prison and you gonna be big boys in prison. Hell no, let them buy you. If they buy one major person. Now you remember when Kensaruriwa was agitating, when Kensaruriwa was spy, what happened? Everybody died. That's what I'm saying. Let's bring it back to the national. Let them put it into law. Let them fight. You caught with this thing and it's proven. They buy you. You understand? Then people will start sitting right. Or another one, because look, what we have to start looking for now is solutions. Another one that could help Nigeria. You've got the Christian. You've got the Muslim, and you get the traditional worshippers. In Nigeria. Now, whoever that's going to be elected, they're not forcing you to be a governor, to be whatever. You swear on those three things. I'm a Christian, fine. But if I know I can't do whatever, I'm not going to start swearing on Ogun, whatever. So if you go there and you do something wrong, the thing will buy you. If God is trying to say, okay, this thing, but you swear on Ogun or Amadoa, then you do something wrong, you steal money, bang, you're gone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because look, with all these guys here, they're not scared. You understand? And if anything happens, they carry their bag, they go to the Western world, they go and hide themselves. You understand? So we have to start talking about solutions now. What is the way forward? So I've dropped two solutions.
I think severe penalty is a good one, but we don't necessarily have enforcement, because from what I gather, Nigeria has more than 3,000 people awaiting this is a capital punishment enforcement. So if they are not even carrying out the ones that are on the books now, if you pile on more, so that enforcement part needs to kick in too. The country is designed not to function. Like the way they are doing it, they are just plugging all the systems up. Even you would think they would be happy to want to carry out, poor people, carry out executions and so. No. They won't even bother with doing that. They clog that one too. Prisons, they don't want to fix.
How about the traditional one? I'll give to that. So that one, okay. How about the traditional way?
Oh, traditional people.
When you get into the office,
remember?
You swear on Bible, you swear on Quran, and you swear on the Ogun or Amadeha or whatever before you get there.
Anyway, that too, I think it's enforcement. We have to focus on enforcement. One of the things I said was that if you had just solid 50 nationalists that are totally impervious to corruption and impervious to this in threats or whatever, functional, they will be able to ensure the system fires. If you put them in the key positions to ensure this thing works, things will work. If you put them in security, it will work. If you put them in legal, it will work, because those ones at the top tend to filter through. The people that don't function, because they are not scared of anybody, they will go after them. Why are you not carrying out this? All that stuff. They'll go after all of them.
In fact, I so much believe that Nigerians are not difficult people to lead. If the person leading them just show example, simple example, people usually follow. They
That's
easily
true. Just solid example, they will follow.
Just so they will follow. Yes, please.
This guy did it in Ghana now. Rollins. Rollins did it.
Yeah.
When it everybody they fell in line.
And he wasn't corrupt. Exactly. Yes. He wasn't interested in stealing money.
You see, what Rollins did was Rollins broke a chain. I think this is why when people do that, they tend to succeed, because what he did was those people that they took out, they could have been people that would have sabotaged his government, because they are already compromised before that. So, and it's really a sad tale, because personally, I abhor having to take human life, not to mention our own.
Exactly.
And so these leaders that have been compromised, people like the events that occurred with Rollins indicates that they are important. You get them out of the way before you can expect progress. Otherwise, they will compromise those leaders too. In Haiti, that's one of the first things they did. When the Haitians wanted to go after the Europeans, they went for their own first, the ones that are going to betray them first. And that's why they succeeded in kicking out the French.
The French. It was they kicked out the French, and that was then it's an old.
So the patterns remain the same. If you look at the people that succeed, even the Mao Zedong and all that, they went after the people that came before them. Even Lenin, they go after the. If you don't go after the ones that came before you, they bring back what is killing the nation before. So it's sad to see that is the way history tends to repeat itself.
It's so funny, the 80s that you mentioned now, I'll say half of them were Igbos.
No, not even more than that.
They were Igbos.
More than.
You understand?
That did what?
No, they are the 80s, as in those are shipped from the Igbo tribe.
They are Igbos. They came to Nigeria with their DNA in Enugu. They were welcomed, given Igbo names, and
I read the history. I read the history.
Oh yes, they came to
Ohaneze.
Ohaneze Ndi organized for them. They came. They were sort of like I don't know what it's called, just like received a reception. They adopted Igbo names and they went back to Haiti. Even Igbo attire. It happened about 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. It's not that long.
Yeah, I think I saw that one. I think more and more they need to be coming more. I think they've gotten used to going to like Tanzania, all the nice spots, South Africa, Ghana. Now the truth is beginning to kick in that Nigeria is where the action is, and most of them are Nigerians. They can't escape it.
But see, if for example, if the Nigerians the eastern part notice, like the Kano that we just talked about now, that the 80s are coming and their forefathers spying the people that are doing this, they won't want them to come back home, because they'll believe that they'll come to the eastern part and start spying all those leaders. You understand?
So they all need to be. They all see in many of these countries, like even in China that we were talking about as a subject. The person that came and helped them build their nuclear technology came from America itself.
That's true.
Yeah, came from America to come and help them. And many of them, the diasporans, have to come back to come and assist, because they have had the exposure, and it's valuable for Nigeria to do that.
Nigeria had more than far more than the fair share of human resources to be a great nation. All we need is a leader with imagination that will just be on top. Encourage people, open up this. At the 10 years, you won't know anything. You won't even in every sphere. Nigeria has so much talent that we should not be playing at this level we are playing.
You know, the tide was turning around 2016, 18, 19. The tide was turning. You are beginning to see Nigerians start returning back. They suddenly COVID-19 hit, and everything just got worse.
That's
Even many African countries, the growth rate was hitting almost is getting to double digit figures. Now everything is the problem has started again. So
Exactly.
I don't know whether this was planned, but if it wasn't planned, men we're a little bit unlucky because the tide was turning. Now by the time the COVID-19 stuff end, Jackpot syndrome has kicked in, and all our special. See, I have lived it. I am telling you, 2018 I got involved in Nigeria. I started working with people in Nigeria. Now I can tell you that on the ground we've lost a lot of brains.
Oh yes, yeah, that
They've left the country,
of course,
and it's affecting work on the ground.
it's true.
That
it's true.
is just diabolical stuff. You can't make it up, and we have to tap into that too. If we are like, let's say like Tinubu or TP2B, whoever is running Nigeria, they get in there and say, you know what, we have all these millions of people overseas. Why don't we tap into them? Encourage them to return, find incentive ways, secure the country so that they can feel safe coming to Nigeria. Let them come and build our healthcare system, build all our systems that we want this thing to improve upon. All these ones that are jackpotting, and they could be a massive asset in the near future.
Of course. See, I remember I was reading about Okonjo Iweala, and she was talking about the time that she wants to take off this subsidy of a thing, and that her family, her mom was kidnapped.
Yes.
And I was shocked, just because of taking off subsidy. Yeah.
Yes.
So now, I now looked at it and look, Okonjo tried to do it. Yeah. You guys, this is what you did, kidnap. And I was saying that the first time Tinubu got there, he took off the subsidy, which I know there's a lot of crying out there and whatever. I mean, it's for good anyway. And that's why I believe that, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I've got hope in this upcoming government that things will be different. I don't know why. I'm sensing it, because if that subsidy of a thing could be taken out just like that, and the life is still continuing, and you see people like Cameroon, Benin Republic, Ghana, Sudan, they're crying that why should Nigeria take the subsidy away? You understand? I believe things are going to get better. I pray so, and I hope so. And
I think we just have to demand more, because I noticed that when people start demanding more, that's when you get better outcomes. And I think Nigerians should not be settling for getting used to this, because I saw a video of a young man saying P2B wants to come in. He doesn't like it because P2B is going to put rules and all the rest. I was like, how have you become so used to these corrupt practices that you don't want somebody to pass laws to bring proper rules in place? So we have to start demanding better outcomes. If we demand it, like power supply, if we say we want power supply yesterday, we can't tolerate it. You people, you want to go and do parade and enjoy yourself? No, we want you to be working. Oh, you want to take a break? No, work on Saturdays too. That shows a sense of urgency. The politicians are like, what is going on? These people are not having it anymore. Maybe we need to put a bit more effort.
Yeah.
Because they keep having parties. I was like, how can you have a country like Nigeria and you have time for parties? You shouldn't have time for parties. You should be working like crazy. The entire world is running away from us. They are becoming so much more advanced, and we are having time for parties. We should be like working tooth and nail to ensure that we have 24/7 power supply, fast internet, everything. We should be in a hurry to catch up, not the other way around. And this is why that kind of urgency, you have to show it to your leaders. Sometimes it might even come across as being rude, but you need to. Better you make a nuisance of yourself than act timid on this issue. We have to always put pressure on them.
To be honest, any leader that comes to lead Nigeria and your target is to sort of, alienate those career politicians or the big men, you will succeed. You will. If that is what you had in mind, that look, Every day you are thinking of poverty in the country, the downtrodden. If you really want to really govern seriously, all those the normal way of do this, you just cut it off.
Yeah.
Just take it that I've gotten a house to live. If I live here, I have a good mansion before coming in, or I've got one. And what is it, ma'am? I'm more like maid. So I don't dare. You don't. That is you know you dare whoever it is. When people see that yes, you are not playing ball. You don't want the old way. Nigeria will turn around because there are resources. But if you still want to do it the old way of how to follow this, what we've been doing, you get sucked into the system again, and then you end up messing the thing up or even making it worse. So why I'm saying this is because all that Nigeria needs is just a leader with imagination at the top. The people, because there are countries that do not have 1/10 of Nigeria's talent, and they see them being average. By the way, how can you talk of I've not heard that the Tanzanians they have more smarter people than Nigerians. I don't think so. The whole Africa talks about Nigeria, despite the negative this thing that this is a country that they have so much talent. So until we learn to tap into it, let us for once. A leader comes in and said, no, all I want is I give you this TA to do 6 months. This is the result I need. Deal? You say deal. That's all.
it. Yeah, I agree.
Deal? You say deal.
CM, I was gonna say, I don't know how far this is true. They said when this guy was arrested, Emefiele, yeah, that there were 40 cars in his residence. So when I heard that, I was not thinking
40.
What do you want to do? 40. I don't know how far it's true.
So, okay,
those cars.
No, it might not be true because how big is the compound then?
No, the compound is big. At least
okay.
With the picture I've seen, I can't over 20 anyway. 20 cars.
20 cars.
Yeah. I was not thinking, this is madness.
What does he need 20 cars for?
10 even.
40.
10 is a lot of cars.
Yeah.
5 even.
Even 5 is it's too much.
2 or 3 should be okay. 2.
What is wrong with some of these our people? Why do we do these things?
It's maniac. That they need to go and test that guy. That look, are you okay?
Such vanity.
40 cars. 10 cars is too much. 5 cars is too much. 5 is too much.
So what are you doing? If you have 2 solid cars, just in case one breaks down.
Yes, 2.
That's all, and that's it because you are rich. Otherwise, one should be fine.
One should be okay.
Some of these people they just buy and buy. They don't know when to stop, and they are in a country. Oh my God, they are in a country that people are going through hell.
Hell, it's true.
I don't understand this.
They should pass. They should pass a law. That as a government official, you can't have more than 3 cars.
You know what? I just saw something about North Korea where they punish. They call it 3-generation punishment. Those North Koreans, they don't play around though. Yeah. There are certain things you do against the state. They will punish you, not just you, your parents and the generation that comes after you. These are hardcore people that are like, so that by the time they did it to one person, the next people will take twice. So
probably that is what
these type of our leaders that are so corrupt at the high levels, because their family members, some of these leaders, their family members are the ones that pressure them. So in a way, you can even see why, because this is actually real. I told you the story about that lady that was bad mouthing a relative for not stealing from government. So some of these people, and I say it to Nigerians all the time. I said, if your family member gets into politics now, you are not going to pressure that leader to make money for you through the political office he's got. And I can tell you that 8 out of 9 will probably do that in the family, within their families. It tells you that maybe some of all these people, like North Korea, what they went through with with America destroyed 85% of their structure. So they were not taking prisoners. They feel like if you break our rules, especially political ones. That's the one they take more seriously. Political and ideological rules, they will punish 3 generations of your people.
Do you know that most countries to steal public money, they regard it as the worst crime you can ever commit.
Yeah.
To steal. Do you know what it means?
Where?
If you
To
go to
steal public money.
Scandinavian countries.
To steal.
Scandinavian, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Why would you want to steal in those countries? They have everything.
Yeah.
Why?
Why would you want to steal in those countries? Everybody has everything.
Because in our own case, okay, MFLA, ordinarily, I don't know the way they do the appointment in Nigeria anyway, but just if you have connection, you can be anywhere. So I don't really know how they graduate and then become governor and all those things, how they measure their performance or whatever. Look at the economy and look at what people earn. You know why I was laughing when you said they should pass a law? I think the only way you can control, you can make the legislature, the Senate and House of Reps to see things the way it is that you will use yourself as an example. When you are telling somebody, say, look, for instance, you want to cut public, something like the cost of running government. You might say, I came in, there are 10 cars attached to my office. I tell them, no, I don't need more than 2. You can say this. You say, I don't need more than 2. I came in, they gave me how many special advisors? 16. I said, no, I don't want more than 3. But they will work. So by the time you are doing all these things, and you now approach, say, look, this is how it should be done. Because human nature, sometimes it is better. People tend to follow what you do than actually what you say. What you do, the act, is what people tend to emulate than what you say orally. You just say it. They may not emulate that, but if they see what you are doing. Now, how can a Mayfield, how can he justify having 20 cars? Let's just stop at 20. For what? How do you justify that? 20 cars, though they are saying 40. Let's just say 20. Who pays for the house you are living in? The cost of the electricity, gas, and all the things you are using. Who pays for them? How much is your allowance? How do you draw them? You know all this excess. So all these things, when you look at and one person, for what? Ordinarily, in some countries, governor of a central bank might not live in more than 4-bedroom house or 3. Yes. 3 or 4 bedroom house. That's all. And it should be maybe something like on a terrace. That's where you live. That's all. You use public transport.
I think some
for
of all these people, they grow up never eating meat, and when they never had much in their life. So when they overdo it. They don't understand that those things are just they are a tool to accomplish something, not a luxury you should just smother yourself with.
What is the meaning of all those? You are packing, and if not that he was arrested though, like I'm hearing. Maybe ordinarily they say he resigned and go. He might go with all those 40 cars. He may go. That is, let's say he just a case of he resigned or something. This thing didn't happen. Those 40 cars, you can't account for them. And the corruption they do in Nigeria is that they said when he was going, he bought his apartment. The house they built. He said he bought it from government.
You know the way P2B carries himself, he doesn't even seem like does he even have a car? Because I worry that maybe police gave him that car that he drives around, that black Range Rover. Does he even have a car? The way P2B carries himself, I'm not sure that guy owns a car at all. He's like everywhere he's going, he's carrying with his briefcase. Every time you see him, and he's talking about how he doesn't want to get into a hotel. He doesn't want to buy a house here. The only thing he owns is Anambra.
He said somebody when he dropped at the airport, hey, people came to him, Peter, you want to carry my luggage? He said, no, you can't carry my luggage. You are not employed. You are cheating your employer. Your employer employ you to work and not to be carrying my luggage. You are cheating your employer. Go and do your work while I carry my luggage. The thing is that we just need a leader with imagination.
That's one of the reasons why I like P2B. Yeah.
Okay, the car. Okay, I've seen it.
Well, the cars. Oh God.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Somebody took
I
their
mean,
time, man. Somebody took their time to go through them.
no,
These are the problems with our people. Jesus Christ.
no better. On another scale, when Rochas Okorocha
Like
was
a car
Imo State
park.
governor, the day Rochas was leaving, I think they counted more than 10, 11, or 12 cars. Or no, up to 20 or I think something like that. To Rochas, he had similar ones like that. No, the thing is
And
that
every single one of them is foreign car there. None of them are innocent.
of course, no, it can. No, I mean, what is the point? They will not buy this.
How
You see,
wasteful are we? See, if any Nigerian leader is linked to this, you guys need to stop this.
Do you know that it would have been a very good project
Look at that.
for
Four
somebody
countries.
to
Look at how many foreign cars they've got.
for somebody to come up with saying he investigate our senators and know how many cars they have, House of Reps, and put them together. Let people know.
Thank you, TA. Are you sure that's not more than 20?
It's more than 20, yeah.
It's more than 20 in that picture.
The guy said it's over 40 cars.
That is like a supermarket car park. What is that?
So which means he's living virtually in a village, only him, because the compound that we contain. Do you know what I'm saying? You can imagine supermarket where they park 40 cars. You see how big. Then you should have the main building and then maybe the play area. That's too much for a governor of Central Bank where he lives.
It's a crazy word. It's a crazy word.
Crazy. I just hope our leaders learn from this. They really need to do everything in their power to change the country for the better. Whoever is in there, because you are not without options. You can't keep doing these things. Buying foreign cars, thinking that it's going to get. What is it doing for you? It's not making you grow any taller. I don't know. What is it doing for you?
You know, some of those cars, maybe for 1 month, they've not been driven. Cars,
most of them have not been driven for months. They just park there. That's what they do.
Yeah. Even most of them are new cars. New.
No, are you also you expecting him to buy second hand? No, nah. No, of course.
You're expecting to buy second hand.
Yes, nah.
Wow.
Yes. So
not
you
even second hand.
So you're expecting, let's say, you want to buy one type of BMW 5 Series. You will go and be asking for this is 5-year-old, this is 10-year.
Okay, see, as CBM head, I will say, okay, buy 2 solid cars, 2 armored vehicle cars. That's
probably.
Armored protected vehicle. That's all you need.
Exactly.
Solid ones.
Then you have you can explain the function why you have them. That is the thing. There's no you can say armored car because
40?
and I need protection because of so you need a bulletproof car, one bulletproof car, then maybe 2 others. I mean, there should be a reason why you have them. There should be a reason, but you can never explain 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 cars. No,
it's sickening. I don't know.
You can't. It's like a showroom. And most showrooms do not have up to 40 cars on display. In most showrooms, you see like 6, 7, 10, or 15. You can't see 40 cars. In most showrooms, you can't see them.
When you count those cars here, it's over 40. Over. In someone's house.
I think this is one of the reasons. I was watching this stuff about Alexander the Great. He says when he was talking to his soldier, he said we are falling in love with the things that destroy men, and our men have fallen very far from glory. They don't even understand how far, because when you value these things so much without actually earning it, that you've not really done the work to earn that kind of privilege, because that privilege is reflective of your society. Because for you to have that kind of excess, your society should be like drowning in so much wealth too. But it's so lopsided. The people outside that gate are suffering while you have 40 cars in this small space.
You may be surprised that countries like Qatar that are rich, maybe this Dubai, their government, they may not have all this type of range of cars. They won't.
Not at all.
They
have a lot of money. They have a lot of money.
The Saudis, the ones you're talking about, they have high performance cars.
They have
like
money.
Ferrari.
They have money, to be fair.
Yeah, but not buying 40 cars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
And even if they buy, they have the money because
They have the money.
they have a small population and massive oil reserve that they are selling.
Yeah.
So they have to spend the money somewhere. They are one of the most excessive the use of money. And they too, if you can also argue that they too are very, very wasteful. Compared to how Israel uses its resources, they are very wasteful. Israel is one of the most innovative countries today in terms of defense, this intelligence and all the rest. But yet, most of these nations, Arab nations, are still relying on people like Israel and America to save them.
Technology.
Yeah. So they too are not they are not using their resources as well as they could. But Nigeria is within that award clearly.
You know,
we make ourselves poor on our resources.
You know the funny thing, and you see that my stupid African brothers, when they go to Jerusalem, they see all those good things happening in Israel, how beautiful Israel is, and they don't they're not fanatics. Even they don't believe in Christ anyway. You know, they like it's only few. You have few Christians there in Israel. Majority of them are Jews. You know, so likewise, if you go to the African brothers, we're going to the Hajj as well. You see how beautiful Saudi Arabia is. How in Saudi Arabia, I was told here that if there's a time for prayer, and you're in the shop, they leave the shop open. They don't close it. They go and do the prayer, and they leave their money there wherever nobody will steal it.
Everything will
Why
be
would
back.
you steal it? Why would you steal it? It's of no use because nobody needs it.
And I see that I was not wondering that if you look at human being in general, after Saudi Arabia, you have the Yemen. Yemen share borders with Saudi Arabia. You understand?
Yes.
Just because of this is the person I want to, because few people to rule you. You guys are saying no. Yemen is destroyed. I have a Yemeni friend here, and when he started talking, he said, "Look, all these things that you guys carry so much Africa, that what are you thinking about? Now look at my country. Yeah, this is ours. They're suffering and whatever. Nothing was done. You understand?
And Saudi Arabia. You see, I always tell when we're East Africans, we are talking about all this thing because some of them connect